You know that feeling. That internal wrestling match we all seem to have sometimes, with doubts, insecurities.
Yeah, those voices in your head. It's universal, really.
Exactly. And today, we're going deep into that experience.
We're using Brent Antonson's article, Wrestling Logical Shadows. It's from April 14th, 2025, as our guide. It's a really compelling look at one man's approach.
Right. It focuses on a character named Jacob in this quiet town, Eldridge. Looks ordinary on the surface.
But underneath, yeah, Antonson paints a picture of some pretty big internal struggles.
So our mission here for this deep dive is to unpack Jacob's journey, see what insights we can pull out, and think about how his way of dealing with these inner demons, as the article calls them, might give us, and you listening, a different angle on our own stuff.
It's not just his story. It's maybe a framework, like you said.
Potentially, yeah. So Antonson's description of Jacob's inner conflicts, it's pretty intense.
It really is. Not just vague worries. They felt, well, tangible for Jacob, almost nightly visitors.
Yeah, like actual entities showing up, whispering doubts, feeding insecurities.
And sometimes taking monstrous shapes, representations of failures, regrets.
Exactly. It makes you feel how overwhelming that inner battle can get, doesn't it?
Absolutely. But then Jacob does something, well, pretty interesting. He doesn't just push them away.
No, he decides to face them head on by visualizing them. What's your take on that initial strategy?
It's active, that's for sure. He picks the biggest one first, right? The one representing failure, loneliness.
Self-doubt. And he counters it. Pictures himself strong, empowered. Even his shadow becomes like a protector.
That deliberate visualization, engaging with the shadows, feels like a real turning point.
It does. But then there's this realization he has, which is crucial.
About the danger of oversimplifying things.
Exactly. Those cartoonish figures he imagined. They felt good at first, maybe. But he realized they could get scarier if he didn't see their true size, their real nature.
That's such a key insight, isn't it? If you make them too simple, maybe you're not really dealing with the core issue.
Right. And then they might morph into something even worse. It reminds me of that quote Antonson uses, "If you think you have failed, you have." Anonymous.
Wow, yeah. Speaks volumes about perception, doesn't it? And needing to be honest about the challenge, not just a watered-down version.
You have to acknowledge the full weight, maybe?
I think so. And Jacob's reflection on the biblical story, Jacob wrestling with God, sort of reinforces that, doesn't it? Grappling with something immense.
Yeah, he draws that parallel, understanding the sheer magnitude of what you're facing.
Yeah.
That understanding itself can be transformative.
Antonson links it to self-help ideas, too, like harnessing imaginative life force.
It's about seeing the real size of it as a step towards actually moving through it, not minimizing it.
And this deeper grasp seems to push Jacob towards a different approach, more nuanced.
He stops just battling them.
And starts talking to them, engaging in dialogue.
Exactly. It's a total shift. He starts asking, okay, what do you want? And crucially, he listens.
Listening. That's the big change, moving from just fighting to, well, understanding.
And that's when the insights really start coming, according to the article.
Right. He begins to trace where these demons came from. They aren't random.
No, they rooted in his life, his experiences, past pain, disappointments.
And knowing that history seems to lessen their power somehow, like realizing where they came from, helps him see the resilience he already had.
It's such a clear example of how our, deepest fears are often tangled up with our past. Understand the roots, and you can start to disarm them now.
Makes sense. And the article stresses he wasn't doing this totally alone either. Support mattered a lot.
Oh, hugely. Friends, family, his choice to actually open up to them. That seems vital.
That solidarity, finding out others have similar struggles. I think most people can connect with that feeling. You're not the only one.
Definitely not. And it leads to this really powerful scene Antonson describes. Jacob hosts a gathering.
At his home. And he shares his own stuff. PTSD, depression.
Yeah, he gets vulnerable, talks about these demons he's been wrestling with, and the big surprise.
That others had similar battles.
So many of them. It was this moment of shared experience, shared vulnerability.
Wow. That must have been incredibly powerful. Deepening connections, but also just realizing it's more common than we think.
Exactly. And that vulnerability, it wasn't weakness. It became a strength, fostered empathy.
A shared humanity.
Totally. And Antonson says it's through this whole process, the visualizing, the talking, the sharing, that the demons started to fade.
Lose their grip, maybe. They didn't have the same control.
Right. He understood they'd likely always be part of him, part of his inner landscape.
But he could coexist, not be ruled by them.
Yeah. And his final perspective is quite something.
He stops fearing the darkness.
More than that, he starts seeing it as a space for reflection, for growth even. He meets the doubts with strength, with self-determination.
That's a profound shift. From enemy to maybe even a teacher.
Kind of, yeah. Seeing struggles as catalysts. And the article wraps up by showing how Jacob becomes this beacon of hope in Eldridge.
Embodying the message, right? Shadows linger, but your inner light guides you.
Beautifully put. So I think the big takeaway here from Jacob's story via Antonson, it's about the power in engaging with inner struggles, understanding them.
Not just fighting or ignoring, but actively turning towards them.
Yeah. Visualizing, dialogue, understanding the roots, reaching out for connection.
Yeah.
These things can genuinely transform our relationship with those difficult parts of ourselves.
It really suggests a path towards empowerment.
Which brings us to the listener, really. Thinking about Jacob's journey.
What shadows in your own life could you maybe engage with differently, start a dialogue with?
Right. What unexpected things might they actually reveal about you, about your own strength? It's something to ponder, maybe. Your own inner landscape.
Definitely food for thought.
It is. Now, just quickly before we wrap up, Antonson's article did mention some other things. A He Said, She Said podcast posts on Quantum Day, sleep, newsletter signups.
Right. The usual surrounding content.
Yeah. But for today's deep dive, we really wanted to laser focus on Jacob's story, that core narrative of confronting inner struggles.
And the insights we can draw from that.
Exactly.
You ever feel like you're right there, almost getting something huge, some big idea about the universe, but the explanations just fog it all up with jargon?
Oh, absolutely. Like trying to read the universe's instruction manual, but it's written in, well, advanced physics.
Exactly. Well, today we're diving into one of those concepts that sounds pretty intense, M theory, but honestly, stick with us. It's got some really mind-bending parts that are maybe not quite as out there as they first sound.
Right. And we're looking at a really interesting article from planksip to help us navigate. What I like about it is how it takes these super complex ideas and makes them feel more reachable. It even uses this analogy of a cosmic party, which is kind of fun.
The cosmic party, okay.
Yeah. So our goal today isn't just to define M theory, but to really get into its core ideas.
Yeah.
Why it's such a big deal in physics.
Okay, let's do it. M theory. First off, that name. It sounds mysterious, and apparently the mystery is, built right in. The article mentions that nobody really knows for sure what the M stands for.
That's right. Edward Witten, who first proposed it, threw out suggestions like magic, mystery, maybe even membrane.
Magic? Seriously?
Well, maybe partly tongue-in-cheek, but it does capture the feeling. But also membrane is a key concept within the theory itself.
Ah, okay.
But the fact that it's still sort of undefined tells you something important. M theory isn't this finished textbook chapter. It's very much a live area of research. It's still evolving.
Right, the name itself reflects that it's wrestling with these huge unanswered questions about, everything.
Exactly, which leads into one of its biggest claims. Unification.
Okay, unification. The article paints this picture of M theory being this kind of master theory, that it pulls together 5 different versions of string theory that people thought were separate before.
Precisely. Think about it in physics. Finding a way to unify different forces or theories is like the holy grail. You had these 5 string theories, each describing things in a slightly different way, different dimensions, different kinds of strings.
And they all seemed valid in their own right, but separate.
Yeah, separate but maybe incomplete. Chem theory came along and showed that these weren't rivals. They were more like different views of the same underlying structure. The article uses this analogy. I quite liked a super group of rock stars. Combining their talents for one epic album. But here, the album is the fabric of the universe.
Crafting the very fabric of the universe. That's quite the ambition. Okay, so speaking of the fabric of the universe, this is where things get even weirder, right? Dimensions.
Our everyday world feels pretty solid.
Right, yeah.
3 dimensions of space, up, down, left, right, forward, back, plus time. 4 dimensions total. Pretty standard.
Yeah, seems straightforward enough.
Well, M theory comes along and says, hold on, maybe there are 11.
11, okay. Where are they? Why don't I, bump into the 5th dimension on my way to the kitchen?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? The article mentions needing a cosmic architect to even imagine this space. But the leading idea is that those extra 7 dimensions aren't like the ones we know. They're incredibly small.
Small how?
Tightly curled up is the phrase the article uses, and it's the standard way physicists talk about it. Imagine a long garden hose. From far away, it looks like a one-dimensional line, right?
Yep, pretty much.
But get up close, and you see it has thickness. It's actually a three-dimensional tube. The idea is that these extra dimensions are curled up so tiny at the Planck scale that we just don't perceive them in our macroscopic world.
Okay, curled up dimensions. Wow. So we've got strings, we've got 11 dimensions. What else is at this cosmic party?
This is where we get to membranes, or as physicists often shorten it, brains.
Brains, okay, like membrane.
Exactly. Think beyond just zero-dimensional points or one-dimensional strings. Brains can have any number of dimensions, up to 9 in string theory, or potentially even more in M-theory context.
So not just lines, but surfaces, volumes, higher dimensional things.
Yep. The article uses some fun analogies here, like a VIP lounge at the party, or maybe a fancy buffet table with layers.
Yeah.
Things can exist on these brains.
Layers. Okay, so what does that mean for, like, particles and forces us?
Well, one really fascinating idea mentioned is that maybe our universe, everything we can see and interact with, is confined to one of these brains. Like, we're living on a three-dimensional brain plus time within this higher dimensional space.
So particles can move around on our brain, our layer of the buffet.
Right. They can move freely along the brain, like guests in the main party area. But maybe getting off the brain, into the other dimensions or onto another brain, that's harder.
Like needing this special wristband for the VIP section, as the article put it.
Exactly, that kind of idea.
Yeah.
It could potentially explain things like why gravity seems so much weaker than the other fundamental forces. Maybe gravity is the only force that can leak out into those extra dimensions.
Oh, okay, that's a lot to take in. Brains, curled up dimensions.
It doesn't stop there. M-theory also heavily features something called dualities.
Dualities sounds tricky.
It can be, but the core idea is really powerful. The article calls them party tricks, which is a nice way to think about it. The duality is when two seemingly very different physical descriptions turn out to be mathematically equivalent. They're just different ways of looking at the same underlying reality.
Okay, like the magician's rabbit and hat analogy in the piece. The hat is one description, the rabbit is another, but somehow they're connected.
Sort of, yeah. A classic example in this context is how, under certain mathematical transformations, a theory describing tiny vibrating strings might become completely equivalent to a theory describing larger brains.
Yeah.
What you see depends on, essentially, how you're measuring or calculating things, your perspective.
So string theory and brain theory might not be totally separate things, but dual descriptions.
That's the idea. It suggests that maybe our theoretical models are just, different maps of the same territory. M-theory aims to be the atlas that shows how all the maps relate.
Okay. Now, there was another bit in the article that really jumped out at me, the connection to black holes. It hinted they could be, like, gateways?
Ah, yes. Black holes are these points where our current physics, like general relativity, kind of breaks down at the singularity. The hope is that a theory of quantum gravity, like M-theory aspires to be, could make sense of what happens inside.
And the gateway idea.
Well, it's speculative, of course, but the extreme conditions inside a black hole, combined with the extra dimensions and brains proposed by M-theory, opens up possibilities. Could space-time be warping in such a way that it connects to another region? Maybe even another brain universe. The article mentions this idea of a chance to start fresh.
Like the universe having a cosmic reset button hidden inside black holes. That's a wild thought.
It is pretty wild. It shows how M-theory isn't just abstract math. It could have profound things to say about the most extreme objects in the cosmos.
So let's try and pull this together. M-theory involves fundamental strings, but also these higher dimensional brains. It unfolds in possibly 11 dimensions, with most of them curled up incredibly small, and it uses dualities to show how different views are connected.
That's a pretty good nutshell version.
Yeah.
It paints this picture of reality that is, as the article nicely sums it up, far more bizarre and beautiful than we can imagine.
Yeah, bizarre is definitely one word for it.
And beautiful, too, in the way it all might interconnect. The article's final image, the never-ending rave where the dance floor keeps expanding, that really captures the feeling that this isn't the final word. It's an ongoing exploration, constantly revealing new potential layers of reality.
Okay, so quick recap then. We touched on the mystery of the M, how M-theory aims to unify the five-string theories, the jump to 11 dimensions, these brain worlds, the idea of duality as meaning different perspectives are the same, and even a potential link to black holes as gateways. Quite the journey.
It really is. And I think what makes M-theory so captivating, even if it's incredibly complex and not yet proven, is how fundamentally it challenges our basic intuition about, well, everything. Space, time, what things are made of.
It pushes the boundaries of what we even think is possible to ask.
Exactly. It speaks to that deep curiosity we have, that desire for the aha moment about how the universe really works on the deepest level. It suggests there are structures and possibilities far beyond our everyday grasp.
Definitely food for thought. Which leads to a final takeaway question from all this. If our universe is just one brain in this vast, higher dimensional space, what's happening on the other brains? Could there be completely different laws of physics, different forms of matter? Could we ever somehow interact with them?
That's the ultimate cliffhanger, isn't it? What else is out there in the bulk? Beyond our own cosmic membrane, we just don't know yet. Okay, so imagine facing a challenge that just seems, well, impossible.
Yeah.
That's kind of where we're starting today. We're doing a deep dive into Helen Keller's life, really digging into what made her story so powerful.
Yeah, and our main source is that article, Who the Hell Was Helen Keller? It's quite punchy.
It is. It gives a really concise look, but a powerful one at her journey and, her impact.
Definitely.
So the article just throws you right in. Helen Keller losing her sight and hearing. So young.
Yeah, I mean, barely a toddler. The article uses this phrase, like being trapped in a sensory deprivation chamber.
Wow. That really paints a picture, doesn't it? It's hard to even wrap your head around that level of isolation.
It really is. And it makes what came next just extraordinary. Yeah. Overcoming that, finding a way to connect, it's monumental.
And that connection really starts with Annie Sullivan, her teacher. The article makes it clear how crucial she was.
Absolute pivotal. And her method, spelling words into Helen's palm, it seems so simple, but it was revolutionary, wasn't it?
Totally. So direct, so tactile.
Yeah.
What really stands out about that approach for you?
Well, it's how Sullivan basically found this alternative pathway, bypassing ears and eyes, going straight to touch.
Right.
Linking that physical feeling with, a symbol, a word. It was the foundation, tailored just for Helen.
And then you get that famous moment, the water pump.
The
article calls it a eureka moment times a million. That instant she connects the cool water on one hand with water spilled into the other.
You can almost feel that click, can't you? It wasn't just learning water.
Right.
It was the realization that everything has a name, that words could unlock the whole world. It's the key to, well, everything abstract.
Absolutely. And after that, the article highlights her incredible progress. She didn't just learn to communicate.
No, she absolutely devoured knowledge.
Exactly. Reading, writing, eventually graduating cum laude from Radcliffe, which, as the article cheekily puts it, means she was super-duper smarty pants.
Yeah. But seriously, that academic success, given where she started, it just shatters assumptions about disability and potential.
It really does. It speaks volumes about her drive and Sullivan's genius teaching, of course.
For sure. But it wasn't only about her own achievements, was it?
Not at all. The article stresses her activism, traveling the globe, advocating for disability rights, women's power, even socialist ideas, using her platform to, quote, stick it to the man.
And that shows such a deep awareness of, social justice issues. She saw the connections between different kinds of inequality, used her unique position to fight back.
There's that quote in the article, too. Walking with a friend in the dark is better than walking alone in the light, coming from her.
Wow.
It hits differently, doesn't it? It's such a pure statement about connection, about support, about needing others.
Yeah.
Which she obviously did, especially Sullivan.
Yeah. The article then kind of frames her as this real-life superhero.
Right, suggesting her other senses got incredibly sharp, feeling vibrations, maybe even sensing injustice. It's fascinating. It points to how adaptable we are, you know, how other senses can heighten, offer different ways to perceive things.
A unique perspective, definitely.
And her writing, her books, her speeches, the article notes how they could really move people, change minds.
She had this amazing ability to articulate her inner world. Despite everything. Her words built bridges, really. Bridges of empathy.
There's one more quote I wanted to touch on from the piece. The only thing worse than being blind is having sight but no vision.
Oof. That one makes you stop and think.
It really does.
Yeah.
What does it mean to truly see?
Yeah, it's about purpose, direction, right? Not just physical sight. It's about having that inner vision, seeing beyond the surface. And she had that in spades.
So pulling it all together, the article's main point seems pretty clear. Helen Keller is proof that can't often just means, well...
Means haven't pushed hard enough yet, or haven't found the right way. She faced the unimaginable, found her voice.
It made the world listen.
Exactly. A testament to resilience, to transformation.
So here's a final thought for you listening. Helen Keller completely smashed perceived limits. What limits, maybe ones you don't even notice, might you be accepting? What could happen if you push past them, inspired by her kind of perseverance? Something to chew on.
Okay, so you sent us this really interesting question tied to an article. What the hell are smartphones?
Yeah.
I mean, it's funny, right? We're basically glued to these things every single day.
Constantly.
But maybe we should, actually dig in a bit, get past the scrolling, the notifications.
Take a step back.
Exactly. So our mission for this deep dive, using this planksip piece as a starting point, is really to figure out, okay, what is the core of a smartphone? And maybe find some surprising stuff along the way.
Absolutely. It's easy, I think, to just forget how revolutionary these pocket computers actually are.
Totally.
So yeah, looking at the basics, the history, it reveals quite a bit.
Well, the article kicks off with something that really makes you stop and think. It says smartphones, as common as they are now, would have seemed like far out witchcraft just 25 years ago.
Wow. Yeah. That's not that long ago, really.
Right. It's kind of wild to think how fast this tech didn't just show up, but completely wove itself into everyday life.
It makes you wonder what's next, doesn't it? What seems normal now, that'll be ancient history soon.
Exactly.
That speed, that rapid transformation, it really highlights how fast tech is moving now.
Yeah.
What felt like sci-fi a generation ago is just normal. Billions of people rely on it. That speed of integration is crucial to understanding the smartphone's impact.
Okay, so let's get down to it then. What is a smartphone, fundamentally? The article lays it out pretty clearly.
Right.
It's basically this powerful handheld tool, kind of like a digital Swiss Army knife.
That's a good way to put it.
It lets you make calls, send messages, browse the web, take photos, run apps, all that stuff.
And each of those things, not too long ago, was a separate device, wasn't it?
Totally. A phone, a computer, a camera, a pager, maybe.
Exactly. It's the convergence, bringing all these different technologies into one little package you carry around.
Yeah.
And like you said, each function, mobile calls, instant web access, digital photos, was a huge leap on its own.
So what makes them so indispensable? Why can't we seem to live without them? The article hits on a few key things.
Okay.
First up, the touchscreen. It's just so natural, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
You don't need a manual. You just tap, swipe, pinch. It kind of just works.
That touchscreen was definitely a turning point, a real game changer in how we interact with tech.
Right.
It got rid of all those physical buttons for most things, allowed for a much more, dynamic way to use the device. That intuitive feel was absolutely critical for making them so popular. Pretty much anyone could pick one up.
And then there's the whole world of apps, that ecosystem. It's like this endless library of tools and games and social stuff and entertainment right there.
Yeah.
That versatility is, well, it's hard to overstate.
It really is. The apps unlock the smartphone's potential way beyond just calls and messages.
Yeah.
It allowed for this incredible personalization.
Yeah.
You can make the phone do exactly what you needed or wanted. And think about all the businesses built entirely on apps. Ride sharing, food delivery, so many things. It's had this massive economic effect, too.
That's a really good point. And, of course, just being connected, always online.
Yeah, the internet connectivity.
That's completely reshaped how we find info, how we talk to each other, how we even see the world, maybe.
Precisely. That constant connection turns it from just a personal gadget into like a gateway to this global network of information and people.
Right.
And that access is incredibly powerful. Instant answers connecting across the globe.
Yeah.
But, as the article hints later, it also raises some interesting questions about managing it all.
True. Okay, what else? The cameras.
Yes.
The article highlights how important those high-quality cameras are. It's kind of nuts that we carry these things that take photos and videos that are, frankly, amazing.
Better than dedicated cameras from just a few years ago, often.
Exactly. And we use them all the time.
Yeah.
Documenting everything, sharing moments.
Yeah. That integration of good cameras, it really changed photography. Made visual storytelling accessible to, everyone.
Yeah.
It's become such a normal part of how we record and share our lives. I mean, look what happened to the market for point-and-shoot cameras.
Gone. Pretty much absorbed by the phone.
Largely, yeah.
And then finally, just the fact that it fits in your pocket, the portability, all that power, you can use it anywhere. It's remarkable, really. Easy to forget how big a deal that mobility is.
Portability is the ultimate enabler, isn't it?
Yeah.
It lets us use all these features on the go, weaving the tech into our lives seamlessly.
Yeah.
Commuting, traveling, just walking around. Hard to imagine being tethered to a desk for all that now.
No kidding. Okay, so let's switch gears slightly. The word itself, phone. The article gets into the etymology.
Oh, interesting.
It's short for telephone, obviously,
Yeah.
and that comes from Greek. Tele means far, and phone means voice.
So far voice.
Literally, far voice. It's almost poetic, kind of simple.
It really is. Captures that original core idea, doesn't it? Just
Yeah.
sending a voice over a distance. Fascinating how we've built on that simple concept.
And Alexander Graham Bell, who invented the telephone, he's credited with coining the term telephone back in 1876.
Wow.
The article even gives the pronunciation phun, long O, silent E. Just a little reminder of the history behind this super modern thing.
Yeah, putting it in historical context helps appreciate the lineage, how things build on each other.
So the article then kind of pivots to the impact, which, I mean, it's undeniable they've sparked a communication revolution.
Absolutely.
But it also briefly touches on the concerns, the stuff about mental health, social interactions. It doesn't dive super deep, but it acknowledges it.
Which is important.
Yeah, it's a constant conversation we're having as a society, isn't it?
It is. The benefits are huge and obvious, but we do need that balanced view. Need to consider the potential downsides of such a pervasive technology. Important discussions to keep having.
Definitely. There are a couple of really good quotes in the piece, too, Edward Teller. The science of today is the technology of tomorrow. That feels spot on for smartphones, right? Thinking about the leaps in computing power, miniaturization, all the science that had to happen first.
Teller's quote captures that cycle perfectly. Basic science discoveries fuel the tech innovations. And smartphones are like exhibit A for how that science becomes everyday tools that shape our future.
And then there's Alan Kay's definition. Technology is anything that wasn't around when you were born.
I like that one.
It's a really personal way to think about it, isn't it? What's revolutionary for one generation is just normal for the next.
Yeah.
For older folks, maybe the internet itself fits that. For kids today, smartphones are just there, always have been from their perspective.
Kay's definition gives that human angle. It highlights how our own lifespan shapes what we see as a big technological jump. It's relative.
The article also makes a point about timing. It mentions the IBM Simon back in '92 as an early sort of smartphone.
Right, the precursor.
But says it was really the iPhone launch in 2007 that was the tipping point for, everyone getting one. Mainstream adoption.
That's generally seen as the key moment, yes.
And it's less than 2 decades ago. To go from niche gadget to essential tool for billions, that's incredibly fast.
The Simon showed the potential, combining functions in one device. But the iPhone, with that user-friendly interface and, crucially, the App Store, that really democratized it. That blew it wide open.
The App Store was huge.
Changed everything.
And Kay has another great quote. The best way to predict the future is to invent it. That feels so relevant to the smartphone world. It's just constant innovation, always pushing what these things can do.
Kay's quote really speaks to that proactive drive. The future of phones isn't just happening. It's being actively built, invented by the people in the industry. It's about human ingenuity shaping what's next.
Okay, let's talk operating systems. The article touches on the big two. Android and iOS.
Main players.
Android, from Google, described as open source, used by tons of different manufacturers, lots of flexibility, customization, like a recipe anyone can tweak.
Exactly. That open source approach led to a really diverse market. Phones at all different prices, different styles, and users can tinker with it a lot more.
Then you've got iOS, only on Apple's iPhones, a closed ecosystem.
Right.
The focus there is more on a seamless, integrated experience across Apple devices. And they emphasize security and privacy a lot, kind of like a single brand where everything's designed to work together perfectly, but you stick within that brand.
That's a good analogy.
Yeah.
iOS aims for that consistent, user-friendly experience within the Apple world.
Yeah.
Hardware and software tightly linked.
Yeah.
And yes, security and privacy are big selling points for them.
So it sounds like the choice often boils down to, do you want that open flexibility and device variety with Android, or do you prefer the more streamlined, integrated, maybe more controlled experience of iOS?
Pretty much. Both have strengths, both have loyal followings.
Yeah.
And that competition between them has really pushed innovation forward for everyone, I think.
That makes sense. So, looking ahead, the article wraps up by saying, look, these clever features, this history, they've made smartphones totally essential today.
No doubt.
And the innovation isn't stopping. We're seeing things like 5G becoming standard, foldable screens popping up, more advanced AI being built in.
Yeah. The evolution continues.
It's almost hard to picture the next big leap, isn't it? After going from, basic flip phones to these supercomputers in our hands.
It might seem like a logical path looking back, but yeah, predicting that next truly transformative thing, whether it's a feature or even a whole new type of device, it's really tricky. But these new technologies, 5G, AI, folding displays, they suggest the phone will keep changing in pretty significant, maybe surprising ways.
Okay, so bringing it all together, we've done a pretty thorough deep dive here thanks to this article.
Covered a lot of ground.
Yeah, we looked at how phones went from witchcraft to indispensable, dug into the origin of the name phone, touched on the Android versus iOS philosophies, and noted that constant stream of innovation that just keeps rolling.
And we also highlighted how this incredibly fast evolution brings amazing progress, but also, prompts those important questions about the wider impact these powerful tools have on us and society.
Right. So maybe a final thought to leave everyone with, building on that idea. Considering how incredibly quickly smartphones went from seeming like witchcraft to being essential, what seemingly unimaginable tech today might become just as indispensable in the next 25 years?
Ooh, good question.
It really makes you think about the sheer speed of change, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And the potential for disruptions we can barely even conceive of right now.
It's a powerful reminder. Technological evolution is definitely a continuous journey and often a pretty unpredictable one.
Hey, everyone. So you sent over this really fascinating article, Brent Antonson's piece from April 18th, What the Hell is Time?
Oh, yeah, that one. It's a great title for a fundamental question, right?
Totally. It's something we deal with constantly, but actually defining it, that's the tricky part.
And Antonson really goes for it, looking at philosophy, science.
Especially Einstein, yeah. And then our own heads, the psychology of it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what's our mission today?
Okay, so the goal is to basically pull out the key bits from the article, try and help everyone listening understand, why time feels the way it does, and maybe uncover some surprising truths about it.
Sounds good. It's a question that's been around forever, hasn't it? Philosophers, scientists, they've all wrestled with it.
For centuries. It's this constant presence, but nailing it down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where the fun starts, I suppose, the grappling with its nature.
And the article jumps right into the science with Einstein. He had that famous quote about time being an illusion.
Right, which sounds dramatic.
Yeah.
But he didn't mean like your clock isn't real.
No. More that it's not this rigid, universal thing we assume it is. He talks about relativity.
How time can actually, stretch or compress.
Depending on speed, right. And gravity.
Exactly. The article uses that great example, the astronauts on the space station.
Oh, yeah. Because they're moving super fast.
Relative to us, yeah.
Yeah.
And gravity's a bit weaker up there.
They age slower, like actually slower.
A tiny, tiny bit. But yes, it proves time isn't the same for everyone, everywhere. It's not absolute.
Wow. Okay, that definitely makes you think. Puts a different spin on it.
For sure. But then the article pivots
Yeah.
to something more internal.
Yeah, our own psychological experience, how we feel time. And it starts with that William James quote.
Time is what we want most, but what we use worst.
Oof. Yeah, that hits home, doesn't it?
It really does. And it leads straight into how our perception gets warped.
You mean like when you're having fun and time just flies?
Exactly. Or when you're bored out of your mind and every second feels like an hour.
Right. We've all been there. The article says it's about brain focus.
Sort of. Like when you're really engaged, your brain is working hard, but it's not necessarily tracking the clock.
So time just fades into the background.
Pretty much. But when things are dull, you're hyper aware of every single tick, and it feels like it's dragging.
Okay, that makes sense. So our minds are kind of constructing our own sense of time.
In a way, yes. Influenced by attention, emotion, engagement, all that stuff.
Then the article lists these cool facts about time. Some are really surprising.
Oh, yeah. Like when?
Like time zones. They're pretty new, apparently. 19th century.
Wait, really? So before that?
Everyone just used the sun. High noon was, when the sun was highest wherever you were.
Wow. Imagine trying to run a train schedule like that.
Right. The article mentions the chaos, total mess, trying to coordinate anything across distances. Standardization was key.
Definitely a necessary invention for the modern world. What else stood out?
The black hole thing. That time slows way down near one.
Gravity's effect again. Time dilation.
Yeah, the article had this funny image of someone chilling near a black hole with a cosmic cocktail.
Huh. Well, eons pass for everyone else.
Exactly. It's that whole fabric of space-time idea, isn't it? Gravity warping both.
Precisely. The stronger the gravity, the more space-time gets distorted, and the slower time passes relative to someone far away.
Mind-bending stuff. And of course, you can't talk time without
Time travel.
Yep. H.G. Wells' The Time Machine. The article calls time a wild roller coaster. That idea just sticks in our imagination.
It really does. I think it taps into that deep desire to, I don't know, fix the past or see the future.
Even if it's just fiction for now.
It still makes us think about causality and, well, the nature of time itself.
Okay, then there's something maybe more relatable, that feeling that time speeds up as we get older.
Oh, yeah, that's a common one. What did the article say about that?
It suggested it's about how we process memories. As we get older, we have fewer truly new experiences.
Ah, the novelty factor.
Right. So when we're young, everything is new, feels more significant, takes up more memory space, maybe. So those times feel longer looking back.
And as we age, more things become routine, so our brain doesn't encode them as intensely.
Something like that. Which makes the years seem to blur together and feel shorter.
Interesting. So it's less about the clock and more about our brain's filing system.
Yeah, kind of. And it connects to that Marcel Proust quote the article used.
Which one was that?
The real voyage of discovery consists not in seeking new landscapes, but in having new eyes.
Ah, lovely. How did they connect it?
To the idea that seeking out novelty, seeing things fresh, might actually help slow down our perception of time.
Makes sense. Shaking up the routine, engaging differently.
Yeah.
It could make time feel richer, more expansive.
Instead of just letting it drift by, be more present.
You also mentioned those everyday things, like a class flying by if it's interesting.
Yeah, versus dragging if it's dull for students and teachers.
Right. And even just thinking about time passing, like watching the clock.
That makes it feel slower. Paradoxical, isn't it? Wishing it was over makes it feel longer.
It really shows how much our focus shapes the feeling.
So Antonson wraps it up calling time a quirky companion, right? Full of surprises.
Mm-hmm. And that even though it flies, memories last.
The takeaway seems to be about, embracing the moments we have.
A good summary. It brings together the physics, the psychology, the philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
It's a complex beast, time.
Definitely. So for everyone listening, it's clear time is way more than just numbers on a screen.
We've touched on how it physically bends, how differently we perceive it.
Even just standard time being a modern thing. But maybe the biggest point is how much our own minds play a role.
Which leads to a pretty interesting thought, doesn't it?
Yeah. What's that?
Well, if our experience is so subjective, how might knowing that change things? Like if you consciously sought out new experiences, really focused, could you actually change how you feel your own time passing?
That's definitely something to chew on. Can we actively stretch our perception of time?
Maybe. It's a fascinating question.
For sure. Antonson's article is a great starting point, but there's clearly so much more to explore about time.
Absolutely. So we'd encourage you all to dig deeper into whatever part of this sparked your interest.
Thanks for joining us for this deep dive.
Welcome to the Deep Dive. Today, we're looking into the world of computer programmers.
Yeah, it's fascinating stuff. So much of our lives run on code.
Exactly. But it often feels like, digital magic, right? How does it all actually work?
Well, that's what we're digging into. We found this great article, What Do Computer Programmers Know That You Don't?
Right.
And it gives some really good insights into their mindset, their knowledge.
So the plan is to unpack some of those key ideas. Yeah, give everyone a clearer picture of this digital world we're all living in.
Precisely. Let's demystify it a bit.
Okay, let's jump in. The article starts with this idea of programmers actually speaking to machines.
Using programming languages, things like Python, Java, C++, R.
Which is just wild when you think about it. I mean, I can barely get my voice assistant to understand me sometimes.
Yeah, it's a different kind of communication altogether. Computers need extreme precision.
Why is that? Exactly. Why so precise?
Well, unlike us, computers don't really infer meaning. They operate on, fundamentally, ones and zeros. Very literal.
Okay.
So these languages, they're the structured way to translate what we want into instructions the machine can actually follow. Think of like a super detailed recipe.
Ah, okay. Miss one tiny step and the whole thing fails.
Exactly. Or the cake just doesn't rise.
Which leads nicely into the next point, the art of debugging.
Oh, yeah. Debugging.
The article makes it sound like programmers spend ages hunting down, like, a single missing semicolon or something small.
That's not far from the truth, honestly. A huge part of programming is debugging. finding errors, often your own errors.
So it's not all just smoothly creating things.
Not at all. Because of that need for precision, even a tiny typo can break everything. It's like detective work, really. Isolating the problem.
Must be frustrating.
It can be. But finding that fix, that one little thing, immensely satisfying.
So computers are fast, obviously,
Huh.
but the article stresses they don't actually think like humans
No.
do.
That's a key distinction. They're incredible calculators, processing data at insane speeds.
But fragile.
In a way, yes. They don't have common sense. They follow instructions blindly. A tiny error in the instructions, like a syntax mistake, it can clash the whole system.
Wow.
So programmers always know, sort of in the back of their minds, that software can break. It's potentially vulnerable.
Okay, this next bit sounds really cool. Automating tedious tasks.
Ah, yes. The power of script.
The article gives the example of renaming, like 1,000 files. Doing that manually would take forever.
Right. But a programmer might look at that and think, okay, I can write a short script for this.
And just set it running.
Pretty much. Define the logic, the steps the computer needs to follow, and let it handle the repetition. It's about seeing repetitive work as a problem code can solve.
That's a different way of thinking.
It really is. It's fundamental to making things efficient.
And when they run into problems they can't easily solve themselves, the article mentions Stack Overflow.
Oh, Stack Overflow. It's basically indispensable. It's this huge online community. Q&A for coding.
So programmers go there for help.
Constantly. Think of it like a massive crowdsourced troubleshooting guide, but the questions are usually very specific.
Not just my computer's slow.
No. More like, why is this specific Python function returning an error with this type of data? Much more targeted.
And the article jokes about just copy and pasting answers.
Yeah, that's a running gag. You find a code snippet that seems to work, you paste it in. Maybe without understanding every single line.
If it works, it works.
In the moment, sometimes that's the priority. Fix the immediate problem.
Okay, so even if you find a fix online, the article points out that simple-looking apps, they're often way more complex underneath.
Oh, absolutely. That smooth interface you use, it's often sitting on top of just layers and layers of code.
So like one button not working correctly.
Yeah, that little visible glitch could stem from something deep within the system. Fixing it might mean tracing connections through lots of different parts of the code.
It really shows how much goes into even basic software.
Definitely. It's easy to underestimate the complexity.
The article also gives a nod to programmer culture, the culture of caffeine.
Ah, yes. The coffee, the energy drinks.
Is that real?
It's definitely a stereotype, but there's truth to it. Coding often means long hours, intense focus. Caffeine helps. It's almost a ritual.
Right, which kind of leads into this next really interesting section. Programming codes, memes, inside jokes.
Yeah, the shared language and humor, it builds community.
Let's run through some. First, 404 not found. We see that online when a page is missing.
Right, but programmers use it more broadly. Like, if
Yeah.
you can't find something, or you're confused, or the answer just isn't there, it's a 404.
Huh. Okay. What about 1337 speak? That's the letters for numbers thing.
Yeah, L33T speak. It's a bit old school internet, maybe, from hacker and gaming culture.
Still used.
You see it sometimes. It's kind of a nostalgic nod, signals you're part of that tech-savvy in-group. Playful, mostly.
And bacon. How does bacon fit in?
Yeah, bacon. It's sort of a symbol for something simple, satisfying, universally good.
The opposite of complex
Exactly. It pops up in jokes like, the reward after a hard debugging session. A simple pleasure.
Okay, makes sense. Then there's Hello World. That sounds fundamental.
It is. It's traditionally the very first program you write when learning a new language.
What does it do?
Just prints "Hello World" to the screen. Super
Yeah.
simple. But it means you've got everything set up correctly, you've run your first bit of code. It's a milestone.
Cool. What about git commit messages? Those notes programmers leave.
Oh, those can be funny. People leave short, sometimes cryptic messages when they save changes, like just fixes bug. Or the classic,
It works on my machine.
that's the one, captures that frustration perfectly when code works for you but breaks somewhere else. Little snapshots of the daily grind.
I like this one. It's not a bug, it's a feature.
Haha, yes, the classic deflection. When something behaves unexpectedly, you jokingly claim it was intentional.
A strategic rebrand.
Totally. Delivered with a wink, usually.
And rubber duck debugging. Talking to a duck.
Or any inanimate object. The idea is you explain your code line by line, out loud.
How does that help?
Just articulating the logic, step by step, forces you to clarify your thinking. You often spot the mistake yourself just by trying to explain it. It actually works.
Weird but cool. Okay, pipelines. Something about automated software delivery.
Yeah, pipelines automate the process of building, testing, deploying software. They're supposed to streamline things,
Right.
but the pipelines themselves can get really complex and break in weird ways. So there are jokes about getting lost in the pipeline configuration or fighting with it.
Gotcha. And ASCII art. Drawing pictures with text characters in code.
Yeah, it's a bit of creative expression, adding visual flair to comments or documentation using just keyboard characters. A fun, geeky art form.
Nice. Lastly, code is poetry. That sounds quite profound.
It's an ideal, really. The idea that well-crafted code that's efficient, clear, elegant, can have a kind of beauty. It's not just about function, but also form and structure.
So pulling this all together, it seems programmers have this mix of deep technical skill, constant problem solving.
And this shared culture, the humor that comes from facing these unique challenges together.
Building and fixing the digital world we all use. The article wraps up by saying, while they have this specialized knowledge, everyone's got their own expertise.
Exactly. Programmers gain this really specific, deep view of how technology works, how it's built, how it breaks. It's a unique perspective.
Right. So maybe the takeaway for listeners is think about that. Every field, every skill has its own hidden depths, right?
Definitely.
Its own language, its own challenges, probably its own inside jokes too. Whether it's programming, medicine, art, plumbing.
Yeah.
There's complex knowledge everywhere.
Absolutely. Appreciating that diversity of expertise, these different ways of knowing and seeing the world, just gives you a richer understanding overall, doesn't it?
It really does. Something to think about.
Welcome to the deep dive. You sent us over a really thought-provoking article this time. The universe, accident or intentional design. It kind of jumps right into this huge question, doesn't it? Like, are the conditions we see, the ones that let us be here, just cosmic luck?
Or something more, yeah. It's a fundamental question.
Exactly. Or is there something else going on? So we're going to try and unpack the main arguments here. We'll look at this fine-tuning idea and also the Goldilocks zone paradox, which is pretty wild.
Absolutely.
Our mission basically is to get a real grip on these different viewpoints. So yeah, let's dive in.
Sounds good. This is definitely one of those topics that touches on the big questions about existence. And the article, it gives us a good scientific framework to start from.
Right.
The idea that the universe is fine-tuned, that's usually the starting point.
Okay, so let's unpack that. Fine-tuning. The article uses this analogy like a cake recipe, where if you mess up even one tiny measurement, the whole thing is a disaster. How does that apply to, the universe?
It's a great analogy, actually, because the universe runs on these fundamental physical constants, things like how strong gravity is, or the force holding atomic nuclei together, that's the strong nuclear force, or even something as basic as the charge on an electron. And the really striking thing is these values, they exist in these incredibly narrow, like razor-thin windows.
Okay.
Take gravity, for instance. The article points out, if it were just a fraction stronger, stars would burn out super fast. Way too quick for planets, let alone life.
Wow.
But if it were a bit weaker, maybe stars and galaxies wouldn't even clump together in the first place.
So tiny changes, massive consequences.
Exactly. The article really emphasizes that. Even minuscule tweaks would mean a universe without atoms, without stable stars, basically, without the possibility of life as we know it.
It really, it hits home when you think that the electron's charge, something so fundamental, has to be exactly what it is. And the article uses that wild image, winning the lottery billions of times without even buying a ticket, just to show how unlikely it seems by chance alone.
Yeah, it's a powerful way to illustrate the odds.
So what if just one of these constants was, significantly off? What would that universe even look like?
Well, that's where it gets fascinating. A slightly different strong nuclear force, for example. Maybe you'd only get hydrogen, no heavier elements.
No carbon, no oxygen.
Precisely. Think about it. A universe without carbon means no organic chemistry, no DNA, no us.
Right.
So the fine-tuning isn't just minor adjustments. It's about these fundamental numbers sitting in these very specific sweet spots that allow complexity, that allow stable structures, that allow our cosmos to exist at all.
Okay, so that's the universe-wide picture. But then the article shifts focus a bit to this Goldilocks zone idea. which isn't just about the laws being right, but about our actual address, right? Earth's specific location.
Exactly. So you've got this finely tuned universe as the backdrop. And then zoom in, and Earth seems to be in a just right zone in, well, multiple ways. We orbit the right kind of star. Our sun, nice and stable, long-lived, and we're at this perfect distance where liquid water can actually exist on the surface.
Which is crucial.
Absolutely fundamental. And the article paints that picture, you know. Go a bit closer, like Venus.
Total furnace, a runaway greenhouse effect, yeah.
It's a scorching hellscape, as they put it.
Yeah.
But move further out, like Mars.
Frozen wasteland, ice desert.
Right. So Earth is in this incredibly narrow band.
And it's not just the distance, is it? The article lists other things, too. It's like this whole checklist of perfect conditions.
It really is an amazing confluence of factors. Our atmosphere, for one, it has just the right mix of gases, the right density. It lets sunlight in, traps enough heat for stable temperatures, and shields us from a lot of harmful radiation. Then there's our magnetic field, like an invisible shield, basically, deflecting solar particles.
Which would otherwise be pretty bad for life, I assume.
Extremely bad. And then our moon, it's relatively large, and it stabilizes Earth's tilt. That prevents wild climate swings, extreme seasons that could make life really difficult.
I never really thought about the moon's role that way.
It's surprisingly important. And, of course, the big one, abundant liquid water. It just seems to have everything going for it. The article really hammers home that Earth isn't just sort of habitable, it seems. Well, exquisitely set up for life.
Okay, so you have this universe with laws tuned to a razor's edge, and then this planet, our Earth, with this incredible list of perfect conditions. It does start to feel like more than just random luck, doesn't it?
It certainly raises the question.
But obviously there are skeptical responses, which the article addresses. And the big one seems to be the multiverse theory. Could you sort of explain the thinking behind that?
Yeah, that's a common counterargument. How do you explain these seemingly impossible odds within a purely natural framework?
Well, the multiverse idea proposes that maybe our universe isn't the only game in town.
Maybe there are other universes out there, possibly an infinite number of them. And each one could have different physical laws, different constants, different starting conditions.
Ah, I see. So the logic is, if you roll the dice an infinite number of times, eventually you're bound to get the perfect roll. Statistically, one universe was pretty much guaranteed to end up with the right settings for life, just by chance.
That's the basic idea, yes. If there's an infinite cosmic lottery, someone has to win.
It's like the infinite monkeys typing Shakespeare idea, kind of?
Sort of, yeah. But, and this is a big but that the article points out, the multiverse, in most of its forms, is still speculation. Meaning there's no direct empirical evidence for these other universes. And maybe more importantly, there's no known way we could ever observe them or test for their existence. It's a theoretical explanation for a puzzle.
Right, and the article makes this really interesting parallel, doesn't it? It compares the lack of evidence for multiverses to the arguments some people use against the existence of God.
Yeah.
The lack of direct testable proof.
It does draw that parallel.
Suggesting maybe the same kind of skepticism should apply to something unprovable like the multiverse. It's definitely a thought-provoking point. What are the main criticisms of the multiverse idea itself, then?
Well, the big one, as we touched on, is testability, or rather, the lack of it. Science usually relies on hypotheses being falsifiable. You need a way to potentially prove them wrong.
Right, the scientific method.
Exactly. But if these other universes are, by definition, beyond our reach, how can we test the idea? It becomes almost philosophical rather than scientific, some argue. Plus, critics sometimes say it doesn't really solve the problem, it just kicks it up a level. Okay, maybe our universe's fine-tuning is explained by a multiverse, but then why does a multiverse capable of producing life-bearing universes exist in the first place? Just pushes the question back.
That makes sense. Okay, so the article then pivots to another really interesting angle. The fact that life seems so rare. We keep finding planets out there, right? Exoplanets. Loads of them.
Thousands, yeah. And many in the so-called habitable zones of their stars.
Which means liquid water could potentially exist.
Could, yes. That's the key word.
So if the universe is just naturally churning out life wherever the conditions are vaguely right, shouldn't we have found something, some sign, some signal?
You'd think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
That's the core of the argument.
Yeah.
Given the sheer number of potential candidates, the continued silence is becoming quite noticeable.
Yeah.
Statistically, quite puzzling, actually, if life arises easily.
Right. The Fermi paradox, in a way. Where is everybody?
Exactly. If it's not hard for life to start and evolve intelligence, the universe should probably be buzzing with detectable activity.
But it seems quiet. Very quiet. The article doesn't hold back. It calls life on Earth not just rare, but practically miraculous. That's strong language.
It is strong language, and it reflects the sheer unlikelihood when you consider everything involved, not just the cosmic constants and the planetary conditions, but the origin of life itself, getting from non-living chemistry to the first self-replicating cells, and then the evolution of complex organisms, consciousness. Each step seems to involve layers of complexity and contingency that, well, make a purely accidental pathway look less probable to some observers.
So all of this, the fine-tuning, our perfect little Goldilocks planet, the seeming emptiness out there, it all leads back to that fundamental question the article poses, doesn't it? Which explanation feels more reasonable? Is it all just an incredible, mind-boggling series of lucky breaks, random chance against astronomical odds?
Or does the evidence suggest some kind of underlying intelligence, some guiding principle?
And they quote the physicist Paul Davies saying the impression of design is overwhelming. That's quite a statement from a physicist.
It is.
Yeah.
And it captures that feeling many people get when confronting these facts. Science itself doesn't really deal with intent behind the laws of nature, but, well, the universe does look remarkably orderly, remarkably specific in ways that allow us to be here. And the article basically asks, what if that overwhelming impression of design is actually accurate? It leaves the question open, but leans into the reasonableness of considering that possibility.
Okay, so let's just recap for everyone listening. We've looked at this idea that the basic rules of the universe, the constants, seem precision-engineered for life. That's the fine-tuning.
Right, with incredibly narrow margins for error.
Then we zoomed in on Earth, our own planet, this just-right oasis in the Goldilocks zone, with a whole list of necessary conditions perfectly met.
Atmosphere, water, magnetic field, stable star, moon. The works.
Then we considered the multiverse, this idea of infinite universes, as a way to explain our luck without needing a designer. But we also noted the lack of evidence, the testability problem.
A theoretical possibility, but currently beyond empirical science.
And finally, the eerie silence. The apparent rarity of life out there, despite all the exoplanets we're finding, which makes our own existence seem even more remarkable, maybe even miraculous.
It all really boils down to that central tension, doesn't it? Accident or something more. A cosmic fluke of unbelievable proportions.
Or does the universe itself contain hints of purpose, of intentional design?
That's the question the article leaves us with.
It's a huge one. Definitely gives you a lot to chew on. So for you listening, think about this. Consider the sheer unlikelihood, the delicate balance, the ongoing search for anyone else out there. What does it imply if we really are this specific, this rare? It's a question worth pondering.
Absolutely.
Well, thanks for sending this one over. It was genuinely fascinating. And thanks to all of you for joining us for this deep dive.
Welcome to the deep dive. Today, we're tackling something that's, well, it's fundamental, but also really slippery to pin down. Time itself.
Yeah, it governs everything, but understanding it, that's tricky.
Exactly. And you sent us some great material. So our mission really is to unpack the key ideas about time. Look at the science, the philosophy.
Well, maybe get a better handle on our own, personal experience of it.
Right. We're focusing mainly on Brent Antonson's article, What the Hell is Time?
It's a really good starting point. Covers a lot. From Einstein to, well, just why Mondays feel so long sometimes.
Okay, let's jump right in with something that honestly feels totally wrong at first. Einstein's quote, "Time is an illusion."
It's a famous one. And yeah, for anyone with a schedule, it sounds absurd.
Completely. So what's behind that?
Well, it boils down to his theory of relativity. It showed time isn't this universal clock ticking the same everywhere. It's actually flexible.
Flexible how?
It changes depending on how fast you're moving and how strong the gravity is around you. It's relative.
Okay, so the article mentions astronauts on the ISS. They're actually aging slower. Like, for real.
Just a tiny, tiny fraction. But yes, because they're moving fast and are slightly further from Earth's main gravity well.
Wow.
So the faster you go or the deeper you are in a gravity field, the more time sort of stretches for you compared to someone else.
That just fundamentally changes how you picture the universe, doesn't it?
It really does. Not a fixed stage, more like a dynamic fabric, I guess.
Okay, mine's slightly blown already.
Yeah.
But then, back on Earth, our feeling of time is so strong. Which brings us to that William James quote.
Yes, time is what we want most, but what we use worst.
That one really hits home, right?
It does. And it shifts us perfectly into how subjective time feels. It's not just about physics, it's also psychology.
Absolutely. Like when you're totally absorbed in something fun, hours just poof, gone.
Vanish. But if you're bored or waiting for something...
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Every single second is agony. The article talks about focus, right?
Yeah, basically when you're engaged, your brain isn't really tracking the passage of time moment by moment. It's busy.
But when you're bored,
You're hyper aware of every tick, every talk. It drags.
so thinking about you, the listener, maybe learning something new. If it clicks, if you get that aha
Hey,
moment.
time probably just disappears, right? You're in the zone.
But if you're slogging through material that isn't grabbing you,
Yeah, that feeling can be almost physically painful waiting for it to end.
definitely felt that. Okay, the article also had some cool, kind of quirky facts. Time zones. I had no idea they were so recent.
It's easy to forget, isn't it? Before the late 19th century, it was pretty much local time everywhere, based on the sun.
Imagine the chaos. Train schedules.
It's a total nightmare. Standardizing time, setting up those zones, it was a massive change. It really structured modern society.
Huge shift. Okay, then there's the black hole thing. Time slowing down near one.
Yeah, that's relativity again, but taken to the extreme. The gravity is so intense.
It warps space-time itself.
Exactly. So time literally passes slower for someone near the black hole compared to someone far away. The article's pausing life for a cosmic cocktail line was pretty great.
It really paints a picture. It's just mind-bending.
It shows how non-absolute time really is.
And that leads naturally into, time travel fantasies. H.G. Wells.
The time machine, yeah. That fascination just doesn't go away, does it?
Nope. The idea that time might not just be this straight line forward.
Though we could maybe hop around. It taps into something really deep, I think, questioning that linear progression.
Okay, shifting gears a bit to something maybe more relatable daily. That feeling that time speeds up as we get older.
Ah, yes. The where did the year go?
Phenomenon. Totally. Does the article give a reason why that might happen?
It talks about a theory linked to memory. The idea is, as we age, maybe we have fewer truly new experiences.
Fewer novel things happening.
Kind of, or maybe we process them differently. So the brain doesn't lay down as many distinct memory markers for each year.
So looking back, the year feels shorter because there are fewer mental landmarks.
That's the gist of it, yeah. It feels compressed because there's less unique stuff packed in, memory-wise.
That actually makes a strange kind of sense. And then there's that Proust quote.
Oh, the new eyes one. The real voyage of discovery consists not in seeking new landscapes, but in having new eyes. Love that.
Me too.
Yeah.
How does that connect?
Well, it suggests we can influence our perception. If we consciously try to see things fresh, engage differently.
Even familiar things.
Especially familiar things. Find the novelty. That might create more of those memorable moments, those landmarks.
Potentially slowing down that feeling of acceleration.
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah.
It connects back to your interest in learning, right? Gaining new insights literally gives you new eyes.
Making time feel richer, maybe less like a blur.
Exactly, creating more mental milestones.
The article also mentioned something else I've definitely felt. Focusing on wanting something unpleasant to be over.
Paradoxically makes it feel longer.
Right. Like watching the clock in a boring class.
Yeah, that heightened awareness, maybe that resistance to the present. It seems to stretch time out subjectively. Our mindset is powerful.
So let's try and wrap this up. What are the big takeaways here?
Well, first, time is an absolute. On a cosmic scale, it's relative, bendable. Einstein wasn't kidding, even if it's not obvious day to day.
Right. And second, our personal experience of time is super subjective.
Hugely. Depends on what we're doing, how engaged we are, our age, even our mood. It's not just the clock on the wall.
And there are some seriously weird aspects to it, like the black hole effect.
Definitely some mind-bending physics involved. The article sums it up nicely. Time is a quirky companion.
Quirky is a good word for it. Always there, but kind of mysterious and fluid.
We live in it, but we don't fully grasp it.
So the final thought to leave you, the listener, with is this. If our perception of time is so malleable,
So influenced by our focus and experiences.
but how much could we actually change our feeling of time passing by, consciously seeking out novelty, shifting our focus, really engaging with the moments we have?
Yeah, how might that shape our future experience of this quirky companion? Something to think about. You ever feel like life's just, constantly throwing punches and you're just trying to keep your balance?
Oh, absolutely. That feeling of being overwhelmed by, well, everything sometimes.
Yeah.
It's pretty universal, isn't it?
Totally. Just reacting all the time. Well, today we're actually diving into something that might help with that. an ancient philosophy called Stoicism.
Ah, Stoicism. Yeah, really powerful stuff.
Right. At its heart, it's basically about building this kind of inner fortress, self-control, really. So instead of getting totally swept away by, like, difficult emotion.
You learn to navigate them. You manage them.
Exactly. And the kicker is this idea that while we often can't control what happens to us,
External stuff, yeah.
we always have control over how we respond, our internal world.
Precisely. It flips the script, doesn't it? Puts the focus back inside.
It really does.
Yeah.
And, who better to explore this with than Marcus Aurelius?
Yeah.
Kind of the poster boy for Stoicism, wouldn't you say?
Definitely. A Roman emperor, no less, which is fascinating in itself. But his key work, Meditations, it wasn't what you'd expect from an emperor.
No, not at all. You'd think, like, laws or decrees, maybe. But Meditations was, well, it was his private diary.
Which is just incredible when you think about it. It wasn't written for anyone else. It was him talking to himself, basically, working things out.
Imagine that, the guy running the Roman Empire taking time for that kind of deep self-reflection.
And get this, apparently, he wrote it mostly in Greek.
A second language.
Yeah, which just underlines how personal it was. Like his own private manual for living, coaching himself through all the immense pressure.
Wow, so these weren't public statements. They were his, like, mental strategies for staying grounded.
Exactly. And it was only found later, after his death, and then eventually published. Became this amazing resource we still use.
Incredible. So, yeah, for this deep dive, we're going to unpack some core Stoic ideas, looking through the lens of Marcus Aurelius' own private thoughts.
Okay, so where do we start? A really foundational idea in Stoicism is acceptance.
Acceptance, okay.
Yeah, really seeing reality for what it is, the good, the bad, the challenging, and crucially, figuring out what's actually in our control and what's more. Well, what's not.
Because trying to control the uncontrollable is just...
A recipe for frustration. Exactly. And there's a concept tied to this, often called amor fati.
Amor fati, love of fate.
Sort of, yeah. It's more than just gritting your teeth and bearing things. It's about genuinely accepting, maybe even, appreciating whatever happens, seeing it as part of the bigger picture, the natural order.
Okay. Let's make that practical. Say, my flight gets delayed. We've all been there.
Right. Classic example.
So the Stoic approach wouldn't be yelling at the gate agent, I assume.
Probably not, no. Because, well, the delay is external, right? Your anger isn't going to make the plane leave any faster. It's outside your control.
Right. Makes sense.
So the Stoic focuses on what they can control, their reaction. Can they use that extra time? Read a book, get some work done, maybe just practice patience.
So their inner peace isn't, like, held hostage by the airline schedule.
That's the goal, yeah. Building that internal resilience so you're not just constantly knocked around by external events.
Okay. And the sources we looked at, they talk a lot about specific virtues that Stoics aim to cultivate.
Yes, virtues are key. Think of them as the building blocks for a good, meaningful life in Stoicism.
Like what specifically?
Well, core ones include wisdom, not just book smarts, but practical judgment, making good decisions.
Okay, practical wisdom.
Then there's courage, not just like physical bravery, but the inner strength to face difficulties, to do the right thing even when it's hard. And justice, which is about fairness, integrity, how we treat others, recognizing we're part of a community.
And these are things we can always work on, right? Regardless of what's happening outside.
Exactly. They are within our control. And pursuing them leads to that deeper sense of fulfillment, that inner well-being the Stoics called eudaimonia.
And Marcus Aurelius' Meditations, it's just full of reminders about this stuff, isn't it? He wrote that famous line, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts.
Yes, which is such a direct challenge, isn't it? Take ownership of your mind.
Totally.
And if you connect that idea back, it really highlights the Stoic view that our thoughts are what primarily drive our emotions. It's not the event itself, but our judgment about the event.
So negative thinking, irrational beliefs, they just make things worse.
They amplify suffering, yes. Whereas cultivating rational, virtuous thoughts, they can lead towards what they called ataraxia, that state of inner calm, equanimity, peacefulness.
It really is like he's giving himself these little mental pep talks throughout the book. I found another quote that really resonated. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength.
That's it. That's pretty much the core message right there, isn't it?
Yeah. It feels like it.
And it makes you ask, doesn't it? How much energy do we waste wishing things were different, worrying about stuff we absolutely cannot change?
A lot, probably. Too much.
Stoicism just offers this liberating alternative. It says, redirect that energy. Focus it inward on understanding and managing your judgments, your reactions. That's where the real strength is found.
It's just wild that these insights, which feel so relevant today, come from the private notes of a Roman emperor centuries ago.
It is remarkable.
Yeah.
And the fact that Meditations was rediscovered and then started getting printed around the 16th century.
Right, with the printing press.
Yeah, it allowed these very personal reflections to suddenly reach a huge audience.
Yeah.
It just shows how timeless that human need is, for guidance on living a good life when things are uncertain.
It really speaks to the lasting power of these ideas. People across generations keep finding value in them.
Absolutely. These ancient concepts just keep resonating.
So if we were to kind of wrap up the key takeaways from this deep dive into Stoicism, especially through Marcus Aurelius, what would they be?
Well, I think number one is that crucial distinction. What's in our control versus what's not.
Right. Focusing energy on the inside, our thoughts, reactions, choices.
Exactly. And actively cultivating those virtues we mentioned. Wisdom, courage, justice.
Mm-hmm.
And acceptance, that amor fati idea.
Yes, accepting reality, even finding a way to embrace it and finding inner peace within that acceptance.
It really all comes back to that quote you mentioned earlier from Epictetus, another key Stoic.
Oh, yeah. It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters.
That just nails it, doesn't it?
It really does. That's the heart of Stoicism, I think.
And the context is just still amazing. A Roman emperor under immense pressure using his private journal in his second language, basically as a self-help tool.
And that tool, that private practice, becomes this source of wisdom for millions centuries later. It shows how universal these human struggles are and how effective these strategies can be.
Yeah, the rediscovery and printing of Meditations really allowed his private thoughts to have this huge, lasting public impact. So for our listeners, always looking for those aha moments, understanding these Stoic ideas, it can genuinely offer a new way to look at everyday problems, right?
Absolutely. It gives you a different lens, a way to step back from the frustration, see what really matters, and maybe feel a bit more in control, even when things outside feel chaotic.
It's like getting a mental toolkit for dealing with, life.
Exactly. A framework for building resilience and finding a deeper kind of inner peace.
Okay, so here's a final thought to leave people with, something to chew on. Marcus Aurelius said, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts."
Such a powerful line.
Right. So maybe think about one specific situation you're dealing with right now. What if you tried, consciously, just for a bit, to focus on the quality of your thoughts about that situation rather than just the situation itself?
How might that shift things, even slightly?
Yeah. How might focusing on your internal commentary change your perspective? It's a small step, maybe, but it's directly applying that Stoic idea inspired by an emperor's private notes. Something to reflect on.
Ever feel like you want to get the big picture, how the universe really works, but without wading through dense textbooks?
Oh, absolutely. It's that desire to connect with the core ideas, the aha moments, without needing the full academic background.
Exactly. And that's our plan today. We're diving into quantum physics, the universe's, secret language, revealing things our source calls mind-boggling and awe-inspiring.
Yeah, and we're using a great article called "What the Hell is Quantum Physics?" as our map. It's aimed at beginners, so perfect for our mission today, pulling out the absolute must-know, most fascinating bits for you.
Now, quantum physics,
Yeah.
it feels weird, right?
Yeah.
Non-intuitive.
Yeah.
Even Feynman said, if you think you understand quantum theory, you don't. So let's just explore this strange territory together, ready to jump into the basics.
Let's do it. First up, the article tackles wave-particle duality. This is pretty fundamental.
Right, the idea that light, say, isn't just a wave. Sometimes it acts like a particle, too, a little packet of energy.
Exactly, a photon. The article calls it a tiny bullet of energy. But then other times, light behaves like a spread-out ripple, like a wave.
So it's like a multitasking actor, as the article puts it. It plays different roles depending on the situation.
Precisely. And this isn't some weird exception, it's fundamental. When you flick on a light switch, you're actually engaging with this duality. It's happening right there.
Wow. Okay, so light's a shapeshifter. Then we hit the uncertainty principle, Heisenberg's thing. What's the gist of that?
Well, the core idea is about limits. Limits to what we can know. You basically can't know both the exact position and the exact speed or momentum of a quantum particle at the same time.
The more you pin down one, the fuzzier the other gets.
That's it. The article uses that hummingbird analogy, focused sharp on its location, and its wings are a blur, so you don't know the speed. Focus on the wing speed, and the bird's position gets hazy.
And crucially, this isn't just about our clumsy measuring tools, is it?
No, not at all. That's the mind-bending part. It's baked into nature. The article says it's like nature's way of keeping some secrets close to its chest. It's a fundamental property.
Okay, inherent fuzziness. Got it. Now let's tackle quantum entanglement. This always sounds like pure sci-fi.
It really does. Probably one of the weirdest parts of quantum mechanics. Imagine two particles linked, like soulmates, the article says.
Linked how?
In a deep quantum way. So if you separate them, even by like billions of miles, measuring something about one particle instantly affects the other one.
Instantly. Across galaxies. How?
Well, that's the mystery. Einstein called it spooky action at a distance because it seemed to break the speed of light rule. But experiments show it's real.
So they have some kind of secret communication system. Faster than light.
It seems like it, though it doesn't let us send information faster than light in a conventional way. But it points to this incredible, deep interconnectedness in the universe, something beyond our usual grasp of space and time.
Okay, spooky and fascinating. So particles are waves, A and D particles, we can't know everything about them, and they could be spookily linked. What's next? The observer effect. This is where we come in, apparently.
Yes, this is where it gets even more interactive, you could say. The observer effect means the very act of looking at or measuring a quantum particle changes its behavior.
How so?
Before you measure it, the particle is kind of in all its possible states at once, a superposition. The article likens it to a spinning coin, neither heads nor tails, but potentially both.
Until you stop it, or in this case, measure it.
Exactly. The measurement forces it to choose a state. It collapses from all possibilities into one single reality. So yeah, the observer isn't passive. You're actually, in a way, shaping that tiny bit of reality by looking.
That has some pretty big implications, doesn't it? Which brings us to Schrödinger's cat.
Ah, yes, the famous cat in the box. And let's stress it's a thought experiment. No cats were harmed.
Right. Purely conceptual. So the setup is a cat, a box, some poison, and a radioactive atom.
Yeah. The atom has a 50-50 chance of decaying within, say, an hour. If it decays, it triggers the poison and, well...
Unfortunate for the conceptual cat, but the quantum part.
The quantum part is that until someone opens the box and observes the atom is in a superposition. It's both decayed and not decayed.
And since the cat's fate is linked to the atom,
the cat is also in a superposition, simultaneously alive and dead, until the observation forces a single outcome.
It sounds completely absurd from our everyday perspective.
It does, but it highlights just how radically different the rules are at the quantum level and how observation seems to be key in defining reality there.
Okay, mind officially bending. The article also brings in Einstein again, talking about time and relativity. How does that fit in?
Well, Einstein's theories mostly deal with the big stuff, gravity, space-time on a large scale, but they connect in fascinating ways. He showed time isn't fixed, right? It actually slows down if you travel incredibly fast, near light speed.
And Efi, the famous one.
Right. Mass and energy are two sides of the same coin, interchangeable. That's fundamental to everything from nuclear power to why hitting light speed is impossible. Your mass would effectively become infinite.
So our gut feeling about time and space just doesn't hold up at these extremes.
Not really. Whether you're looking at the incredibly fast, like in relativity, or the incredibly small, like in quantum mechanics, our common sense breaks down.
Which the article explores further with entropy, this idea of the universe falling apart.
Sort of, yeah. It's the tendency towards disorder. Think of your coffee cooling down or stars burning out eventually. It's a fundamental direction the universe seems to be heading in. Increasing disorder.
And that arrow of time, that increasing disorder, points back to a beginning, right? The Big Bang, a state of very high order or low entropy.
Exactly. It strongly suggests the universe wasn't always here in its current state. It had a starting point.
Which leads to maybe the biggest question. What was before the Big Bang?
The ultimate question. And the article uses that brilliant analogy, asking what's north of the North Pole. If time itself began with the Big Bang, the concept of before might not even make sense.
Our concepts just fail us at that point. It's mind-boggling.
Completely.
The article also touches on something really interesting. Science versus spirituality, especially through this quantum lens.
Yeah, it's a common discussion point. Does all this weirdness leave room for or even point towards something beyond physics? Quantum mechanics definitely deepens the mystery, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
The article mentions Paul Davies, who argues the universe's laws seem too finely tuned to be just random chance.
Right. It raises these huge questions. Is reality just math underneath it all?
Yeah.
And does consciousness, our act of observing, play a role in creating what we see?
Heavy stuff.
Yeah.
The article mentions Einstein's view, too, not a personal God, but maybe a mind behind the elegance of it all.
Yes, seeing the spirit manifest in the laws of the universe. It shows how science doesn't necessarily eliminate wonder, it can actually enhance it.
Okay, bringing it back down to Earth slightly. Why does this quantum stuff actually matter to us in our daily lives? It seems so abstract.
But it's really not when you look closer. So much of our modern technology relies on it. Lasers, for one. Smartphones, the transistors inside, are quantum devices, MRI machines in hospitals.
Right. We wouldn't have them without understanding quantum mechanics.
Not at all. And it even explains basic things, like how the sun produces energy that's nuclear fusion, a quantum process, or even how our eyes detect light that involves photons interacting with molecules. It's everywhere.
So it's not just theory, it's practical and fundamental.
Absolutely. But maybe the biggest takeaway, as the article suggests, is humility. The universe is just profoundly weirder and more wonderful than our everyday intuition suggests.
So wrapping up this deep dive, we've seen particles that are two things at once, spooky connections across space, reality changing when we look. It's definitely quirky.
It is. And hopefully next time you use your phone or see a laser scanner or even just look up at the stars like Orion's belt mentioned in the piece, you might remember this underlying quantum weirdness.
Yeah, remember the strange rules governing everything? I like that quote from Paul Davies the article ends with. The universe isn't a puzzle to solve. It's a story to explore.
And that we're all part of that story. Which leaves us with a final thought to chew on.
Go on.
Well, if observation at the quantum level shapes reality, and maybe even consciousness plays a role, how might our collective attention, our shared focus as humans, be influencing the way the universe's story continues to unfold?
Wow. That's definitely something to ponder. How our awareness interacts with reality itself. A perfect place to leave it for now. Ever just look up at the stars and feel kind of small. Curious about what else could be out there, but want to get the big picture without needing a PhD.
Yeah, it's easy to get overwhelmed, but that's why we're here.
Exactly. So today we're doing a deep dive into something called the Kardashev scale.
Right. It was proposed way back in 1964 by Nikolai Kardashev, a Soviet astronomer. It's basically a framework for thinking about how advanced alien civilizations might be.
And it all comes down to energy, right? How much they use.
Pretty much. It categorizes civilizations based on their energy consumption and, well, the kind of tech that implies.
Okay, so our mission today, get the basics of this scale, figure out the main types, and see where we, humanity, actually stand.
Sounds good. There are 3 main types he outlined.
Let's kick off with Type I then. What's that about?
So a Type I civilization is one that can harness all the energy available on its home planet. We're talking roughly 10 to the 16th watts.
Wow. All of it. What would that even look like?
Well, one source we looked at mentioned things like global energy sharing, even weather control parties. A bit playful, maybe, but you get the idea.
Weather control parties. Okay, but seriously, controlling the weather,
Yeah.
imagine the coordination, the technology. It really puts our current energy debates into perspective, doesn't it?
It absolutely does. A huge leap from where we are now.
Okay, so what's next? Type 2.
Yep, Type 2. This is where they step it up significantly. They harness the power of their entire star.
Their star. Okay, the numbers must be huge then.
Astronomical, literally. Around 10 to the 26 watts.
And isn't that where things like the Dyson sphere come in? That idea of building something around a star?
Exactly, a hypothetical megastructure to capture a huge chunk of the star's energy output.
The source joked about, like, easy interplanetary trips and stellar tanning. Maybe the end of free Wi-Fi, though.
Yeah. But think about it. That level of energy means interstellar travel within their system could be routine. It fundamentally changes what's possible.
Okay, planetary, stellar. What's the final level? Type 3.
Type 3, and this one is just mind-boggling. We're talking about a civilization controlling energy on a galactic scale.
The whole galaxy. How much energy is that?
Something like 10 to the 36th watts. It's almost beyond comprehension.
Our source called them cosmic landlords, reshaping planets, hosting galactic raves.
Right. I mean, the engineering, the physics, manipulating energy across an entire galaxy, it's hard to even properly conceive of.
So like galactic raves might be fun, but yeah, just managing that energy. So the big question then, we've talked Type I, 2, 3. where are we? Where's Earth?
Well, according to the scale, we're currently a Type 0 civilization.
Type 0, meaning we haven't even mastered our own planet's energy yet.
That's right. One estimate puts us at around 0.72 on the scale, actually, so not quite Type I.
0.72.
Okay.
Okay, so got a ways to go. I liked how the source put it something like, not exactly losers, but we ain't really personally involved in making the universe a better place, are we?
Yeah, it's a bit humbling, isn't it? Puts the vast difference between us and even a Type I into sharp focus. But it also shows the potential path ahead.
Right. So, wrapping up, the Kardashev scale gives us this really neat way to think about civilizational progress through energy use. Planetary, stellar, galactic.
Mm-hmm. A framework for imagining what might be out there.
And we're still working on step 1, or maybe step 1.72.
Pretty much.
It really makes you think, though. That source ended on a note like, maybe one day we'll get there and turn the universe into our personal playground. What do you think are the biggest hurdles for us to even get to Type I? And maybe what's the most surprising thing that could happen if we did?
That's the big question, isn't it? Lots to chew on there.
Definitely food for thought. Thanks for exploring that with us today.
Okay, let's dive in. We're looking at these 2 simple words today. I am.
Right. It's simple on the surface, maybe.
Exactly. But our source connects them to Jesus in the New Testament in this really profound way. I mean, it even claims soldiers fell down when he said it.
Which immediately tells you there's something much deeper going on than just, stating existence.
For sure. So much meaning packed in there.
It makes you wonder, doesn't it? What are we missing just in our everyday use of those words?
That's what we're trying to unpack today. This isn't just Theology 101. It's more like a linguistic detective story, kind of a cross-cultural journey.
Based on this book, 2 words, I am, by Brent Antonson.
Yeah, and we're pulling out the most, intriguing bits, trying to understand the power behind I am.
So our mission, if you will, is to uncover why this phrase is so central to Jesus' identity. We'll trace it across languages, cultures, hoping to give everyone a richer feel for it.
Okay, so baseline, I am. This wasn't something Jesus just, came up with, right?
Oh, not at all. You have to go back to the Old Testament, Exodus.
Right, Moses and the burning bush.
Exactly. Exodus 3.14. Moses asks God's name, and God says, I am, WHO, I am.
Huh. And the source had that little aside about verse 3.14, like pi.
Yeah, kind of a curious little detail, maybe a coincidence, maybe not. It notes the ancient world had pi to 2 decimals.
Interesting tangent. But the main thing is when Jesus uses it. Like in John's Gospel,
Yeah.
John 8.58.
That's the really striking one. Before Abraham was I am, he's explicitly linking himself to that divine name from Exodus, he's saying. Well, he's making a claim to divinity.
And grammatically in English, that just sounds off.
Off, yeah. You'd expect I was. Before Abraham was, I was. Simple past tense.
It's not just an English thing, is it? The source makes a big deal out of this.
It really does. This grammatical peculiarity, it's not a mistake in translation. It's consistent.
Consistent how?
Across all 756 languages with a full Bible translation and the 1700 plus with just the New Testament, they all preserve this present tense am in that past context.
Wow. So it's intentional, like using sic in Latin to show you're quoting exactly, even if it seems wrong.
Precisely. The error, quote unquote, is the message.
Okay, so what is the message of using am instead of was?
It's about timelessness. By using the present tense am, when talking about a time before Abraham, Jesus is asserting existence outside of time. He doesn't just exist in the past, he simply is, eternally.
And that ties into Hebrew, too. Didn't the source mention something about Hebrew tenses?
Yeah, biblical Hebrew doesn't quite have a present tense like English does. The verb to be often implies a state of being that isn't strictly locked into past, present, or future. So I am, in Hebrew, inherently carries that sense of ongoing, timeless existence.
That fits perfectly.
It does. And the Greek translation in the New Testament, eime, ego eimi, captures that same sense of self-existence, of fundamental being. It's a very strong philosophical statement in Greek as well.
Okay, so that's the core theological weight. But then the source goes into these linguistic echoes, these threads across different languages. This is where it gets kind of wild.
It really does. Take French. The translation is je suis.
Which sounds, it sounds a lot like Jesus.
It's very close phonetically, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the Latin Vulgate has ego sum, similar sound structure. It's almost like a little sonic clue hiding in plain sight.
And then Russian.
In Russian, I is pronounced ya.
Yeah.
And is, or to be is, ya. So you get this ya, Yes, combination. The source suggests a mirroring effect, evoking Yah and Wei.
Which sounds like YHWH, the Tetragrammaton, God's name.
Exactly. A possible sonic link? Quite striking.
The source even threw out ear as some kind of potential link,
Yeah.
and then it jumped to Egypt at the hieroglyph R.
Yeah, that was another layer. The R hieroglyph found on tombs linked to the Eye of Horus. Apparently, parts of the eye symbol represented fractions in their math.
Okay, bit of a jump there.
It is. And then linking that to the two-headed eagle symbol of Russia, connecting the shape of Elek and R, is definitely more associative, suggesting potential visual echoes across cultures.
Right, like finding patterns. Okay, stepping back to Jesus' own words again, he used I am in other ways too, not just the before Abraham line.
Oh, absolutely. John's gospel is full of them. These explicit I am statements that reveal his nature and mission.
Like, I am the bread of life.
Right, John 6.35, spiritual nourishment.
I am the light of the world.
John 8.12, truth, salvation, guidance.
I am the good shepherd.
John 10.11, the protector, the one who sacrifices.
And maybe the most profound, I am the resurrection and the life.
John 11.25, the source of eternal life itself. Each one builds on that core I am, showing different facets of who he is.
Okay, but let's get back to the really intricate linguistic stuff. The source breaks down Jesus itself.
Yeah, the single vertical stroke.
Yeah.
In Jesus, that line, it can stand for the number one, the capital letter I,
Right.
or the lowercase il.
In French and other Latin-based languages.
Apparently in 44 related languages, yes. It's like a fundamental graphic unit.
And doubling it gives you il in French, meaning he. And the source links that to I and the Father are one. How?
It seems to be presented as a kind of visual symbolism. The single I becomes a doubled form representing the third person he, maybe hinting at unity and multiplicity. It's more symbolic than grammatical, I think.
Then triple the stroke. Ill in English, or mal in French, meaning wrong or bad.
Right, from Latin malus.
And then if you mirror mal, you get em in English, or phonetically close to je suis in French. This feels like wordplay.
It definitely delves into wordplay and visual manipulation of letters. The source also mentions things like serif fonts potentially blurring Iliad into Iliad or lilies, and even brings in binary code with 1 as the positive and Jesus' name in binary.
It's a lot of layers.
Yeah.
And the anagram, morality, becoming Roma, Italy.
Yeah, that one feels more like a historical or cultural association the source is drawing, linking Western morality concepts back to Rome rather than a direct linguistic decoding of I am.
Okay. And the French pronunciation of the letter Y.
I Greeka. Literally Greek I.
And its shape is like an inverse Greek lambda. Why lambda?
Well, the source seems to be building towards lambda. First, it notes the French name points to Greek origins. The visual inversion might just be another potential link in this chain.
Then adding B to I am makes lamb, Jesus as the Lamb of God. Obvious connection there.
Very direct symbol. Though the source points out it's lamb in Dutch, no B.
Right, but the silent B in English words like lamb, debt, doubt, that leads somewhere.
It leads to the etymology. The source says when you hit that silent B in English, the word's roots often go back to either Latin, giving us terms like iambic, or Greek, giving us lambda.
Iambic, like iambic pentameter in poetry.
Exactly. And the source capitalizes I am when referring to that metrical foot.
And the letter B itself having second status to A in science and astronomy, like Ptolemy's star catalog.
Yeah, and the detail about the Rosetta Stone only having Ptolemy's name in a cartouche.
What's a cartouche again?
It's that oval shape in Egyptian hieroglyphs that surrounds a royal name. Protects it, identifies it. The source notes the French origin means since touching.
Okay, so pulling all that together, the source lands on this kind of equation, Jesus I the Lamb, which then culminates in Jesus lambda.
That seems to be the end point of that particular chain of associations.
Mm-hmm.
And then it throws in da means yes in Russian, adding another little piece.
It's dizzying. And there was more. Suisse linking to Switzerland, Suisse, the Swiss Guard at the Vatican.
Right, connecting je suis also to the French verb suivre, to follow. And Jesus saying his disciples couldn't immediately follow where he was going. It's connecting the word across its different meanings and associations.
This historical and cross-cultural stuff really opens things up. The Great Schism, 1056 AD, huge moment.
Absolutely. The split between the Western Roman Catholic Church and the Eastern Orthodox Church, primarily seated in Constantinople, then later politically centered in Russia.
And the Russian alphabet itself reflects that split.
In a way, It's a mix: Greek letters, Latin-based letters, unique Cyrillic characters. It embodies that crossroads of influence.
What about the chi-rho symbol, that thing?
An early Christian symbol for Christ, using the first two Greek letters of Chrysos. The source draws a visual link between the Russian letter E and the English R, suggesting R plus U somehow visually equals
Okay. And proposes I am the lamp, represented as PQBD as a kind of answer given by chi-rho XP.
It's presented as another layer of potential symbolic encoding, linking letters, sounds, and core Christian symbols across scripts.
And ethiketa, Greek for morality.
Just grounding it back in those core concepts of ethics and belief that run through all this, and linking I am the Lamb of God back to lambda again, with lumolo visually broken down as lambda.
Lambda keeps popping up.
It does seem to be a key connector in the source's argument.
Then the French conjugation, je suis, I am, but tué, you are.
Sounds identical to tué, which means killed.
So je suis tués could sound like I am killed.
A very stark homophone. The source notes the informality of tués and how English doesn't have quite the same nuance with voice and gendered pronouns built into the verb. It highlights how language structure itself can carry meaning.
And the point about English vocabulary being huge, but maybe less nuanced sometimes than French, Latin, Greek, or Hebrew.
Yeah, the sheer size of English vocabulary allows for great flexibility, but maybe sometimes leads to broader, less precise meanings, opening the door for more debate or varied interpretations compared to languages with perhaps fewer words but more specific connotations for each.
Which leads to the source arguing that you almost need French and Russian understanding for a fuller grasp of the English Bible?
Essentially, yes. Calling English, French, and Russian the winning trifecta because of the historical weight of the Catholic, Latin, French, and Orthodox Greek-Russian traditions, and the foundational Latin Vulgate.
It's a bold claim.
It is. And it emphasizes the scale alpha and omega repeated 4 times in Revelation, the Bible's huge word count, roughly 800,000 words.
Maybe repeated, obviously, but still vast.
And underscores the value of tools like Strong's Concordance to actually break down the original Greek and Hebrew words behind the English translations.
Essential for digging deeper.
Definitely.
Then we got into more symbolism. Orion's belt, the 3 stars.
Yeah, the idea that from a divine viewpoint, they might appear perfectly aligned, unlike from our perspective on Earth. Relating that to an ellipsis, maybe suggesting something unsaid or perfectly ordered beyond our view.
And contrasting that with the Giza pyramids, which do align with Orion's belt as it appears unaligned from Earth, suggesting the Egyptians revered those stars.
Right, highlighting a potential ancient connection or focus on that specific constellation.
And the Cyrillic letter day, interpreted as a rippling flag, the flag of God, comparing it to Egyptian symbols.
Another example of seeking these deeper symbolic resonances across cultures and writing systems, suggesting a kind of universal visual language underneath, like the Egyptian hieroglyph for God or divine, A every D.
Okay, so finally, wrapping up with how interpretations differ today. This was really interesting. The prosperity gospel.
Huge difference noted by the source. Its relative absence in French Bibles and Russian Orthodox contexts.
Compared to its prevalence in many English-speaking countries, especially with some megachurch cultures.
Right. The source contrasts that with a perceived French focus on, say, traditional values, community, morality, and the Russian Orthodox focus on liturgy, sacraments, the mystery of faith, communal worship.
And also often an embrace of suffering rather than an expectation of material prosperity.
That's often highlighted, yes. Less emphasis on worldly success, more on spiritual endurance and historical continuity.
So English Christianity is sometimes seen as more individualistic.
Compared to stronger communal ties in French contexts, or the deep-rooted historical unity in Russian Orthodoxy.
And even the way theology is discussed differs. French may be more philosophical, English more practical application, Russian intertwined with national identity.
That's the general thrust.
Yeah.
And how the surrounding culture, capitalism, secularism, historical memory inevitably shapes how people read the text.
It really drives home how much culture shapes interpretation.
Absolutely. The source expresses this concern, maybe a bit pointedly, that the English Bible has, in some circles, become too linked to a prosperity gospel, almost like The Secret, potentially overshadowing verses about, say, camels and eyes of needles.
So after all that, language, history, symbols, What's the big takeaway?
I think the main thing is that I am isn't just two words. It's this incredible intersection.
A nexus point.
Yeah, a nexus of profound theology, God's timeless nature, Jesus' divinity, and these really surprising linguistic connections weaving through Hebrew, Greek, Latin, French, Russian, even potentially ancient Egyptian symbols. It just gives you a much, much richer picture of Jesus' identity.
And that final provocative thought from the source, it's quite challenging.
It is, this idea that if the English interpretation is seen by some as, well, maybe failed in some ways or carrying baggage like the prosperity focus.
Should we look more closely at the French Bible, described as maybe more poetic, metaphoric, or the unique perspective of Russian Orthodoxy to get a fuller understanding?
It really pushes you to think about how much our own language, our own culture, filters these foundational texts. Are we missing dimensions because of the lens we're using?
It makes you wonder.
Definitely. This whole deep dive, it's really just scratching the surface, isn't it? An invitation to keep pondering those connections. Maybe even explore the Bible in another language to see what else emerges from that powerful phrase. Welcome to the deep dive. Today we're digging into something really interesting that you see like all over physics equations. These little squared terms. Exponents of 2.
Right. They just keep popping up, don't they?
They really do. And you sort of look at a formula and think, okay, I see the letters, but what's the deal with that squared bit? Why is it there?
Exactly. It feels like there must be a reason, not just mathematical tidiness.
Totally. So that's our goal today. We want to unpack why things in the universe so often get described using squares, but, without needing a PhD in math to follow along.
Yeah, definitely. And these squares, they aren't just random. They often point to really fundamental things about how the universe works, how things interact.
What are the main examples we're looking at?
Well, we'll focus on 2 big ones. Newton's law of universal gravitation.
Okay, gravity. Makes sense.
And probably the most famous equation ever, Einstein's ETC/TC.
Yes, the classic.
Right. And our mission, basically, is to figure out why that squared shows up in both and what it's telling us about this sort of hidden order and everything.
Sounds good. Okay, let's jump in. Gravity first. Newton.
Let's do it. So Newton's law, we all kind of feel gravity, right? It pulls things together.
What goes up must come down, yeah.
Exactly. And Newton figured out the math for it. The force depends on how massive the objects are and, crucially, how far apart they are.
And that's where the square comes in, right? With the distance.
Precisely. It's not just the distance. It's the distance squared in the equation. And it's an inverse square law.
Inverse square. Okay, what does that mean in practice? Like if I move further away?
It means the force drops off really, really quickly. The source we looked at gives a great example. If you double the distance between 2 things, the gravity between them doesn't just get cut in half. It becomes 1/4 as strong.
1/4. Wow.
Yeah. And if you triple the distance, the force plummets to 1/9.
1/9. Okay, that's a much bigger drop than I would have guessed intuitively. It's like the universe really wants things to keep their distance gravitationally.
Hey, well, it certainly weakens the influence fast.
So why? Why the square? Is it just how it is? Or is there a reason?
Oh, there's a beautiful geometric reason. Think about how a force like gravity or even light from a bulb spreads out from a source.
Okay, like radiating outward.
Exactly. It spreads out in all directions, sort of like an expanding sphere. Now, imagine that fixed amount of influence, that gravitational pull.
Right.
As you get further away, that same amount of pull has to cover the surface of a much larger sphere.
Okay. Like spreading the same amount of butter over a bigger piece of toast?
That's a perfect analogy. The butter gets thinner, right?
Yeah, definitely thinner.
Same idea here. And mathematically, the surface area of a sphere grows with the square of its radius, its distance from the center.
Oh, I remember that from geometry. Area is proportional to r squared.
Exactly. So the strength or intensity of the gravity at any point on that sphere naturally gets diluted. It decreases with the square of the distance. It has to spread itself thinner over that larger squared area.
So it's not arbitrary at all. It's a direct result of the force spreading out in 3 dimensions.
Precisely. It's baked into the geometry of space. This inverse square relationship is actually crucial for how things like galaxies form and why gravity doesn't just clamp everything together instantly across the cosmos.
That makes so much more sense now. Okay, wow. So the square in gravity is about geometry, about spreading out.
Yep. Spatial distribution.
Right. Now, what about the other big one, EMC 2 feet away? Einstein.
Okay, yeah. Everyone knows the equation, but the c squared part. why square the speed of light?
Yeah, what's that about? Because light speed isn't exactly spreading out like gravity, is it?
No, it's a different kind of story here. The source material emphasizes that squaring c reveals this incredibly deep link between space, time, mass, and energy. Especially, when things get extreme really high speeds or super strong gravity.
Okay, so not geometry in the same way. What does squaring this number, the speed of light, tell us?
Well, c, the speed of light, is already a ridiculously huge number, about 300 million meters per second.
Right, incredibly fast.
Now square that number.
Whoa, okay, that's astronomical, doesn't even cover it.
Exactly. It becomes this absolutely colossal conversion factor. What the equation is saying is that mass itself contains a staggering amount of energy. And to find out how much, you multiply the mass, even a tiny bit of mass, by this enormous c-squared value.
So the square here is about the sheer scale of the energy locked up in mass. It's like an exchange rate, but a really, really skewed one.
That's a great way to put it. It's the universe's exchange rate between mass and energy, and squaring c tells us just how potent mass is as a form of stored energy. It's fundamental to everything from nuclear reactions to how stars shine.
So just to be clear then, with gravity, the inverse square was about the force getting weaker over distance because it spreads out over a surface area, which grows as distance squared.
Correct. Dilution due to geometry.
But with c sot, the c-squared isn't about dilution. It's about amplification. Like it's a multiplier showing the immense energy equivalent to mass.
You've nailed it. One is about how intensity decreases with distance squared. The other uses the square of a fundamental constant, the speed of light, as a massive multiplier linking mass and energy. Different roles for the square, both profound.
That distinction is really helpful. It shows the square isn't just one trick. It's a mathematical tool the universe uses in different fundamental ways. Now, the source also mentioned kinetic energy briefly, the energy of motion.
Ah, yes, the classic half mv squared, 12 millimeters squared.
Right, there it is again. Velocity squared. How does that one fit in?
Well, think about speeding up. If you double your speed, say, in a car, you might think you have double the energy.
Yeah, seems logical.
But nope, because the velocity term is squared, doubling your speed actually gives you 4 times the kinetic energy.
4 times. Okay, so that explains why high-speed crashes are so much more devastating.
Absolutely. The energy goes up dramatically nonlinearly with speed. So here, the square tells us how significantly energy depends on velocity. It's another case where the relationship isn't just a simple one-to-one.
It really is like a recurring theme, this squaring business. I like how the source called it the secret language of the universe.
Yeah, it's a nice phrase. Simple, elegant, but describes really complex things powerfully.
It almost sounds like scientists wade through all this complicated math.
Often incredibly complex.
And then sometimes things just simplify. They boil down to these neat square laws.
It happens surprisingly often with the most fundamental laws. There's this sense of finding an underlying, unexpected simplicity and, you could say, harmony, a kind of mathematical beauty in how the universe is structured.
That's a really cool way to think about discovery, peeling back layers of complexity to find a square.
Yes, sometimes.
Okay, so let's try and bring it all together. We've seen the square in Newton's gravity tells us how forces like gravity weaken with distance because they spread out geometrically.
Right, the inverse square law, due to 3D space.
Then Einstein's even CC, the square of c acts as this huge multiplier, showing the immense energy contained within mass.
The scale of mass-energy equivalence.
And with kinetic energy, the velocity squared shows how energy increases much faster than speed itself.
That nonlinear relationship with motion.
So it's clear these aren't just quirks of math. They're fundamental descriptions of how things work, how force, space, energy, mass, and motion are interconnected.
Exactly. The prevalence of squares is hinting at deep truths about the basic operating principles of reality. It suggests this underlying order, even elegance, beneath all the complexity we see.
It definitely makes looking at those equations a bit less intimidating and a lot more intriguing.
Yeah.
You realize they're not just symbols, they're telling a story about that hidden order, which leads to kind of a final thought, doesn't it? We focused on squares, this power of 2. But could there be other geometric or mathematical relationships, maybe involving cubes or other powers, that are just as fundamental for other aspects of the universe we don't fully grasp yet?
That's a fascinating question. Are there deeper patterns based on other simple mathematical forms waiting to be found?
It really makes you appreciate mathematics not just as calculation, but as maybe the language the universe uses to write its deepest secrets. Still lots to uncover, I guess.
Welcome to the Deep Dive. Today, we're tackling a really fascinating mystery, the story of Béranger Saunière.
Right.
We're using the planksip.com article, Who the Hell Was Béranger Saunière, to sort of guide us through this.
It's quite the story.
It is.
Yeah.
You have this apparently quite poor French priest showing up in Rennes-le-Château, this tiny village, back in 1885. And then, well, suddenly he seems to have a lot of money.
Yeah, a lot of money, seemingly out of nowhere. The article mentions how he renovated the church, built that Tour de la Villa.
Exactly. You see the pictures, the buildings, and you think, where did that come from for a village priest?
Mm-hmm. It's the central puzzle.
So that's what we're digging into, based on the source. What are the theories flying around about his wealth? And how did this, local French curiosity become this huge, almost global legend?
Well, the article lays out a few initial ideas. Some are, let's say, more grounded.
Okay. Like what?
Like maybe he found some buried treasure. I mean, that area is old, lots of history, Romans, Visigoths. Could be something hidden.
Right. Plausible enough for a historical area.
Or maybe he stumbled onto some secret parchments during church renovations. That's a big one.
Parchments. We'll come back to that, I bet.
And then there's the slightly less exciting, but maybe realistic idea. He was just very successful at, soliciting donations, maybe selling masses for the dead.
Okay, so treasure, parchments, or paid prayers. Got it. But that's just the start, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. The article makes it clear things got much bigger, especially with the influence of that book, The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail.
Ah, yes. That book really changed the game.
It did. It linked Saunière's story or potential discoveries to these huge controversial ideas about, Jesus potentially having children, Mary Magdalene's role, this shadowy group called the Priory of Sion.
And that whole idea then fed directly into the Da Vinci Code, right? Which just blasted Saunière into the mainstream consciousness.
Absolutely. Suddenly, this obscure French priest is tied into conspiracies about the bloodline of Christ. It's a huge leap.
So let's go back to those parchments you mentioned. The story goes he found them hidden while fixing up the church.
That's the legend, yes. Supposedly hidden in a pillar containing coded messages. Hints of treasure, maybe, or these secret lineages?
Coded messages just scream mystery, don't they?
Exactly. And it fuels the idea that he found something more than just old coins.
And then there's the church itself. The article uses words like bizarre and provocative for the decorations he put in.
Yeah, they're unusual. The most famous one is probably that statue at the entrance.
The demon, Asmodeus, holding up the holy water stoup.
Mm-hmm. Asmodeus, often seen as a guardian of secrets or treasures in some traditions, placing him right at the entrance. This is a statement.
It certainly makes you ask, what kind of secret is being guarded here? Why would a priest do that?
Well, that leads to interpretations, right?
Yeah.
The article suggests maybe Saunière was using symbolism, hinting at hidden knowledge.
Hidden knowledge connected to what, though?
This is where the Knights Templar often come into the picture. They were active in that region historically.
Ah, the Templars. Always popping up in mysteries.
They are. And there are these persistent theories about them hiding secrets, maybe treasure, possibly even religious relics or forbidden knowledge, somewhere near Rennes-le-Château after their suppression. Saunière's church could be seen as, like, a map or a clue.
Wow, okay, so the church decorations might be Templar symbols.
Or interpreted that way. Yeah. It adds another layer connecting Saunière to these bigger, older secrets.
And the article even mentions something about the landscape, sacred geometry.
Right. The idea that the surrounding hills, maybe landmarks, churches, are aligned in specific geometric patterns, suggesting the entire area might be, encoded with ancient knowledge.
So it's not just the church, it's the whole environment potentially holding clues. That's ambitious.
It definitely expands the scope of the mystery. It implies something very old and very deliberately hidden.
But Saunière himself, he didn't exactly clear things up before he died, did he?
No, not at all. The ending is almost perfectly designed to keep the mystery going. He had a stroke in 1917, couldn't speak in his final days.
So whatever he knew, if anything, he couldn't reveal it.
Precisely. And then his housekeeper, Marie Dinarneau, who inherited everything, she supposedly told people she held the great secret.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. But she never revealed it either. Took it to her grave decades later.
So she just kept the speculation alive for years. Classic.
It really fuels the whole thing, doesn't it? Was it something truly profound, some forbidden knowledge, as the article puts it? Or just, local rumors that got out of hand, maybe mixed with a cleverly managed income stream?
The line between fact and myth seems incredibly blurry here.
Completely. That's the enduring appeal, I think.
So, to recap based on our source, we have this priest's sudden, inexplicable wealth, these strange, symbolic church renovations, tales of hidden parchments, links to Templars, and maybe even Jesus' bloodline, and then this frustratingly silent death followed by a housekeeper guarding a secret she never tells.
It's a potent mix. History, legend, conspiracy, all wrapped around this one figure in a remote village.
It really shows how much we're drawn to puzzles, to the things left unsaid. Saunier's story persists because those questions just hang there.
Exactly. The lack of definitive answers is what keeps people digging.
Definitely. So, a final thought for you listening. Considering all these different threads, the treasure, the parchments, the symbolism, the bloodline theories, what single piece of this puzzle, as laid out in the article, do you find the most intriguing? And maybe why does that particular element capture your imagination? Something to ponder. Thanks for joining us on this deep dive.
Welcome to the Deep Dive. Today, we're not just talking about likes and shares. We're really getting into a future scenario where your online visibility basically dictates, well, everything.
Everything, yeah. We're looking at this piece from March 2025, The Effort to be Recognized. And it introduces this concept, the visibility index, the VI.
Right.
Exactly. And the article, it paints this picture where by 2025, this VI it's the ultimate gatekeeper. It's like the score constantly updated.
That's on what exactly?
Well, your online engagement naturally posts interactions, who you connect with, but also real-world interactions, maybe tracked somehow, and just your overall digital footprint. Very little is truly private anymore.
Okay, so it's this comprehensive score.
Yeah.
And it's not just for bragging rights. It actually controls access to necessities.
That's the core of it. We're talking fundamental things. Healthcare access, your ability to make purchases, maybe even housing, all tied to this visibility score.
Wow. Okay, let's unpack that a bit because that sounds incredibly restrictive. Did people just accept this? The article mentions some initial pushback.
Oh, definitely. There was resistance at first, but, necessity often wins out. The article sort of lays out this gradual rollout.
How so?
It started with, say, good jobs. You needed a minimum VI. So, okay, incentive to participate.
That makes sense. Get ahead.
Then maybe essential services started getting gated. Priority access for high scores, perhaps? Or certain transactions just flat out required a certain VI level.
So a slow squeeze.
Exactly. A subtle tightening until it became almost impossible to function outside the system. If your score dropped too low, your access to just everyday life, it effectively shut down.
Which brings us to this character, Nathan Vale. The article uses him as an example.
Yeah, Nathan. He's presented as someone who actually valued his privacy, wasn't chasing online fame or validation.
But in this VI world, that preference becomes a huge liability.
A massive one. The article shows his decline, banks start denying his transactions, services become unavailable. Eventually, he loses his job. It really hammers home the concrete, real-world consequences of a low VI.
It's not abstract, it's can't pay your bills kind of stuff.
Precisely. And what's really interesting is how the system shapes behavior. The article talks about Nathan trying to boost his score.
Right. What did he try?
Oh, the usual stuff amplified, generic positivity posts, maybe oversharing personal details he wasn't comfortable with. There was even this desperate attempt eating raw onions on video for views or something.
Seriously? Raw onions?
Yeah, some kind of stunt. And the key thing is, it failed. These efforts didn't work.
What does that tell us about the system itself?
Well, it suggests the VI isn't just about any visibility. It seems to prioritize, constant novelty, a certain kind of performative engagement, maybe. It doesn't seem geared towards genuine connection or substance.
So it's less about authentic interaction, more about just feeding the algorithm, grabbing attention constantly. That sounds kind of flawed.
It raises big questions, doesn't it? Could a system like that even recognize true value or expertise if it's always chasing the next viral trend, the next fleeting thing?
Yeah, how does it measure actual contribution versus just noise?
Exactly. The algorithm, as the article sort of implies, it's probably not just counting likes. It's likely analyzing engagement types, the speed, the volume, maybe even the sentiment, It creates this landscape that's just ripe for manipulation, doesn't necessarily reflect real-world worth.
Okay, and this is where things take a turn. Nathan encounters someone named Mira.
Right, Mira. in an abandoned bookstore, of all places, a physical space seemingly completely outside this digital VI world.
And she's an anomaly.
A total anomaly. No digital footprint, apparently, no online presence. Yet somehow she seems to exist to navigate this society.
So Nathan, desperate, he asks her the key question.
The central question, how do you exist outside the system? And this really gets to the heart of the article and, well, her whole deep dive today.
And her answer is?
It's pretty stark. She says, I don't exist in it at all.
Meaning, not like she found a hack or something.
No, it's not a technical workaround. It's a complete rejection of the whole premise. Her philosophy, it seems, is that the VI's power comes from everyone believing that visibility equals existence, that being unseen means you're basically erased.
So freedom for her is disconnecting from that need for validation.
Exactly. True freedom is not needing the system's recognition to be.
But Nathan's skeptical, which makes sense. He pushes back, right?
Yeah, he says something like, but that's impossible. If you're not seen, you don't get food, you don't get medicine, you can't live. The practical realities.
And Mira's response.
She flips it on him, poses this really powerful question back. Before all this, before the VI, did you need global acknowledgement to be alive, to be content?
Oof. That hits close to home, even now.
Doesn't it? I mean, we don't have a formal VI, but think about the pressure we already feel to be online, to curate that image, seek validation through likes, shares, followers.
Constantly performing.
Right. And Mira's question forces you, the listener, to think, should our sense of self, our right to just be so tied up with these external metrics?
The article then shows Nathan really wrestling with this.
Yeah, he starts remembering life before. His passions, things like reading, writing things he did for himself for the intrinsic reward, not for an audience or a score.
He starts seeing the trap.
He's chasing what Mira calls hollow validation, endlessly trying to please this system. And she presents him with this incredibly stark choice.
Which is?
Keep chasing visibility within the system, keep playing that game, or choose a completely different path. Define your own existence outside its reach entirely.
Disappear, essentially, from the system's perspective.
That's the crux of it. Opting out, becoming unseen by the VI, it means becoming as good as dead to that world. No digital trace, no recognition from the structures governing life.
It's a radical choice, choosing irrelevance in that society to reclaim what? Autonomy.
Personal autonomy, yeah. A sense of self not defined by external watchers.
So the fundamental question Nathan faces, and the one the article really puts out there for all of us, for you listening, is, in a world that increasingly prizes visibility, what does it actually mean to exist?
Is being seen the same as being alive? Does it equate to having value? Or can existence be something internal, something independent of those metrics?
Mira's perspective really challenges that whole foundation.
It does. She's basically saying our inherent worth isn't, or shouldn't be, dictated by how many people notice us or click on our profile. That fear of irrelevance, it's a construct.
A construct that systems like the VI can exploit.
Exactly, to maintain control.
So it leaves you, the listener, with a pretty powerful thought to chew on. In our own lives right now, with social media, online presence becoming so central, what parts of your own existence are truly yours, self-defined, independent of external validation?
Yeah, is there a balance? Can we find a balance between, the potential benefits of visibility and the fundamental value of just being? It's definitely something to think about long after we wrap up this deep dive. Welcome to the deep dive. Today, we're getting into something really fascinating. Probability.
Yeah, it governs so much, doesn't it?
It really does. And you sent over this brilliant article, The Math of the Impossible, and it's just packed with these numbers that honestly make you look at the world a bit differently. Things you think are common maybe aren't, and vice versa.
Exactly. Probability is this subtle force. And what's great about this piece is how it lays out these odds, not just dry stats, but things that really stick with you.
Right. So our mission, basically, is to pull out the most surprising, the most insightful bits from the article. Kind of a shortcut to some genuinely mind-blowing odds.
Yeah, a highlight reel of the improbable. And it covers such a range, too.
Totally. From, everyday coincidences to cosmic scales and even some pretty grim dangers.
Okay, so where should we start? Those everyday coincidences.
Let's do it. The things that make you go, huh? What are the actual odds?
Well, okay, take being born on February 29th, a leap day baby. Feels rare, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And the odds back that up. 1 in 1,461. But then compare that to sharing a birthday with your sibling. That's just 1 in 365.
Ah, okay. So the leap day thing isn't that much rarer in the grand scheme of birthdays?
Sort of puts it in perspective, yeah. But here's one that messes with people's intuition.
Oh, yeah.
Get just 23 people in a room. The chance that 2 of them share any birthday, it's actually 50%.
Wait, only 23 people? That can't be right. 50%.
Uh-huh. It feels way too low, doesn't it? But it's true. It's because you're not checking if someone shares your birthday, but if any pair shares any day, the possible pairings add up fast.
Okay, my head hurts already. That's genuinely surprising. And speaking of sharing things, hair count.
Oh, right. The article mentioned that the odds of 2 people having the exact same number of hairs on their head is, like, almost certain.
Everyone's different.
Well, yeah, the exact number varies, but it falls within a surprisingly limited range, biologically speaking. So with billions of people, overlaps become almost inevitable. It's a different kind of probability.
Okay. That makes a bit more sense. What about sharing a name, like exact first and last name?
That one's rare. About 1 in 500,000, according to the source.
Yeah.
Still happens, though.
Yeah, you hear stories. And waking up just before your alarm. I do that sometimes.
Me too. Apparently the odds are around 1 in 3. Pretty common, actually. Maybe our internal clocks are better than we think.
Maybe so. Okay, let's shift gears. What about the stranger stuff, like flipping coins?
Right, so simple odds, but they stack up weirdly. Getting heads 10 times in a row. That's 1 in 1,024.
Okay, unlikely but possible.
But rolling a 6 on a standard die 6 times in a row, that jumps way up. It's 1 in 46,656.
Wow. You see how quickly those odds plummet?
Exactly. Each independent event makes the whole sequence much rarer.
Yeah.
But think about this. Shuffling a deck of cards.
Yeah.
The number of possible ways to arrange those 52 cards is, well, it's staggering. It's a number so large, it's got like 68 digits. Way more combinations than atoms in the universe, supposedly.
Seriously. So every time you shuffle properly,
You're almost certainly creating an order that has never existed before in history. And never will again.
that is. Okay, that's properly mind-blowing, just for a deck of cards.
Right. Now, back down to earth slightly. Guessing a random 4-digit peon? First try.
1 in 10,000?
Exactly. And finding a 4-leaf clover right off the bat? About 1 in 5,000. Luck, but not astronomically unlikely.
Okay. What about biological quirks?
Yeah, the article touched on that. Being born with extra fingers or toes, polydactyly. That's roughly 1 in 500 births.
So not super common, but happens.
In twins. Around 1 in 250 chance.
Okay. And this one I had to reread. A random stranger being a long-lost cousin.
Oh, yeah, the distant cousin thing. It claimed the probability is over 99%.
How is that even possible? Over 99%?
Well, it's about how far back you go, like maybe 10 generations or so. Our family trees just spread out and then reconnect way more than we intuitively grasp. Mathematically, shared ancestors become almost unavoidable over time.
Huh. We're all related, basically.
Pretty much, if you go back far enough.
Okay, let's talk about, well, the less cheerful side. Deadly odds. Risk perception.
Right. We worry about dramatic things, but the stats tell a different story sometimes. Dying from a falling vending machine.
Has that actually happened?
Apparently. The odds are tiny, though. 1 in 112 million.
Okay. What about sharks? Big fear factor there.
Much higher than vending machines, but still low. About 1 in 3.7 million for a fatal attack.
Lower than I might have guessed, honestly.
And compare that to, well, cows.
Cows, yeah.
Dying from an encounter with a cow. The odds are put at 1 in 20 million.
So statistically, more dangerous than sharks.
In terms of raw probability of death, based on these numbers, yes.
Yeah.
It's usually farming accidents, trampling, that sort of thing. Not sensational, but it happens more often than you'd think.
I will look at cows differently now. Okay, what else? Lightning.
Being struck by lightning in your lifetime, about 1 in 1.2 million. Dying in a plane crash. We mentioned it earlier, very low, 1 in 11 million.
Which always feels counterintuitive when you're on a
Yeah.
plane, right?
Totally. And a very modern one. Selfie-related deaths.
Yeah.
Falling off cliffs, accidents while trying to get a shot.
Oh, yeah, you hear about those.
The odds are estimated around 1 in 50 million. A relatively new risk category.
Wow. And then there are the just bizarre ones, falling out of bed.
Dying from falling out of bed, yeah. About 1 in 2 million.
And dying from laughing too hard.
Apparently, it's theoretically possible, though incredibly rare. The odds cited are 1 in 1 billion. Maybe related to, like, heart conditions or aneurysms triggered by it.
Unbelievable. It just shows anything can happen, even if the odds are minuscule.
Precisely. It's never zero for most things.
All right, let's talk about something many people gamble on, quite literally. Lotteries.
Ah, yes, the ultimate long shot. Winning the Powerball jackpot. Odds are around 1 in 292 million.
Oof. And mega millions.
Even slimmer. 1 in 302.6 million, roughly.
Those numbers are just hard to even visualize.
They really are. It's pure luck on a massive scale. But compare that to winning, say, $1,000 on a scratch-off ticket.
Better odds there, I assume.
Much better, relatively speaking. Maybe around 1 in 100,000, depending on the specific game. Still not likely, but in a different league entirely.
And winning the big jackpot twice. The article mentioned that, right?
Yeah, the odds become almost comical. Something like 1 in 17 trillion was suggested. Basically, don't count on it.
Right. Okay, what about games with a bit more, well, maybe perceived skill, like poker? Royal flush.
Getting a royal flush in a 5-card draw game. It's about 1 in 649,740. Rare, but players do see them.
Okay. A full house?
Much more common. Around 1 in 693, you'll see plenty of those.
Makes sense. And craps. Rolling a 7.
A natural 7 on the come-out roll. That's the most likely outcome, actually. Odds are 1 in 6.
Okay. And for Texas Hold'em players getting dealt pocket aces, those lovely aces.
Yeah, that starting hand everyone wants. Odds are about 1 in 221. Happens often enough to keep things interesting.
Definitely. Okay, shifting from cards and dice to sports, athletics, feats.
Right. Some interesting comparisons in the article here. An average golfer making a hole-in-one.
Has to be pretty rare.
It is. About 1 in 12,500. But compare that to a casual basketball player just messing around making a half-court shot.
Oh, that feels impossible sometimes.
Surprisingly, the odds are estimated at around 1 in 50.
50. 1 in 50. That seems way more achievable than I thought.
Yeah, maybe depends on your definition of casual player, but still, much higher odds than the hole-in-one.
Huh. Okay, bowling a perfect 300 game.
That's tougher. Around 1 in 11,500.
Takes serious skill and consistency.
And baseball. Hitting a home run.
For a professional player, it's roughly 1 in 30 at-bats. Depends heavily on the player, of course, but it's a regular occurrence.
Right. Now, what about reaching the absolute peak, like Olympics?
For a U.S. citizen, the odds of winning an Olympic gold medal were put at about 1 in 662,000.
Steep odds. And getting into, say, the NBA from high school.
Even steeper, maybe. Around 1 in 11,500 for high school players.
Wow.
And just becoming a professional athlete in general, across major sports, maybe 1 in 22,000. Really shows how elite that level is. No kidding. Okay, now for the really big cosmic scale stuff. Prepare to feel small.
Uh-oh, here we go.
The odds of you, specifically you, being born, considering your parents meeting, the right sperm, the right egg, all of it.
I remember reading that figure. It was astronomical.
The article cited 1 in 400 trillion.
Yeah, just let that sink in.
Yeah.
The sheer improbability of your own existence.
It's unbelievable. And the universe itself, forming just the way it did, with the physical constants all perfectly tuned for life.
Scientists estimate those odds as being effectively zero, or, well, so close to zero it's indistinguishable. It raises huge questions about fine-tuning, doesn't it?
It really, really does. Okay, alien life. Big question.
Always a fun one.
The article mentioned an estimate for, detectable civilizations in our galaxy using things like the Drake equation. And it came out super low, like 1 in 60 billion chance of one existing.
Right. There's one interpretation or calculation focusing on intelligent, communicative life that we could currently detect. Those factors are really hard to pin down.
But then it also said the probability of life existing somewhere else in the universe is almost 100%. How do those two things fit?
Ah, well, that's the difference between intelligent radio-using aliens in our galaxy now versus any kind of life anywhere ever. Given the sheer number of stars and planets out there and that life arose here, many scientists think simple life, at least, is probably common. Just finding it or finding intelligence is the hard part.
Okay, that makes more sense. Simple life versus ET. Got it. Space threats, asteroids.
The odds of a truly civilization-ending asteroid impact in the next 100 years, estimated around 1 in 74,817. Not zero, but not keeping me up at night high either.
Okay, good to know. And seeing a total solar eclipse.
That's surprisingly likely over a lifetime. About a 1 in 3 chance, depending on where you live and if you travel. They happen fairly regularly, just not always in your backyard.
Cool. I should try and see one. And a star going supernova nearby.
In our galaxy this century, odds around 1 in 2,500. Imagine witnessing that. Safely, from a distance, hopefully.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, final stretch. Just some truly crazy, unbelievable odds and facts. Fingerprints.
Sharing an identical fingerprint with someone else. The odds are put at something like 1 in 64 billion. Essentially unique.
Okay. Babies born with teeth.
Yep, natal teeth. It happens. Relatively rare, about 1 in 2,500 births.
And snowflakes. We hear they're all unique.
Scientifically speaking, the chances of 2 complex snowflakes forming with the exact same crystalline structure are virtually 0. Too many variables.
Nature's complexity. Okay, drawing a name from a hat. Nice simple one.
Yeah, if there are 1,000 names, your chance is 1 in 1,000. Probability doesn't get much clearer than that.
True. Now, this one's a bit philosophical. The simulation argument.
Ah, yes. The idea that we might be living in a computer simulation.
The article mentions some theorists put the probability at over 50%.
It's a fascinating thought experiment based on assumptions about future civilizations and computing power. Highly debated, obviously, but the logic gives it surprisingly high odds, depending on who you ask. It certainly makes you think.
It absolutely does. And finally, bringing it all home, the combined odds of you existing. It breaks it down further, right?
Yeah, beyond the 1 in 400 trillion for the sperm-egg combo, it mentions the odds of your parents even meeting being something like 1 in 20,000, and then the odds of that specific sperm out of all the possibilities, like 1 in 400 quadrillion.
So when you multiply all those incredibly tiny probabilities together,
you get that number mentioned in the article, 1 in 10, followed by, wait for it, 2,685,000 zeros.
That's not even a number anymore. That's just noise. It's inconceivable.
It really drives home just how improbable, how unique each individual life is.
Absolutely staggering. So wrapping this all up, looking back at everything from birthday paradoxes to cosmic odds, what's the big takeaway?
I think it's really about appreciating how probability works, often against our intuition, and realizing that the universe is just constantly rolling dice. Even the things that seem impossible, well, they have odds. They could happen.
Right. Nothing is truly zero chance, is it? And it makes you look at everyday life a bit differently. Maybe those little coincidences aren't so random, or maybe the big unlikely events are closer than we think.
Exactly. Which leads nicely into that final thought from the article, which I really liked.
Yeah.
It said, in the end, the odds that something amazing will happen to you today, pretty high if you're paying attention.
I love that. So maybe the final thought for everyone listening is just that. Consider the probabilities playing out around you. Stay open to the unexpected, the unlikely. You never know. That statistically improbable, amazing thing. It might just happen. Welcome to the Deep Dive. Today, we're jumping straight into an article you actually flagged for us.
Yeah, that's right. It's called An Unnecessary Bravery by Brent Antonson. Just came out yesterday.
And it really gets into some interesting territory, doesn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, the core question he's wrestling with is, as these simulations get incredibly realistic, what happens to, our desire for real-world skills, real-world risks?
Does that bravery become, like the title says, unnecessary?
Exactly. And he uses rally driving, which is such a high-skill, high-risk activity, as his main example.
Right, to look at how simulation tech is kind of blurring those lines, maybe even erasing them sometimes.
Yeah. So for this deep dive, we really want to unpack his main arguments, pull out the key ideas, maybe some surprising bits, too, for you listening.
Okay, so where does he start?
He kicks off with this concept he terms the non-gift.
A non-gift, okay.
Yeah, he uses his own experience trying to learn the violin. He put in the effort, practiced, but just hit a ceiling.
Okay, so recognizing that limit.
Precisely. Recognizing when something, even a passion, just isn't your gift, and having the, self-awareness to maybe step back.
That's pretty relatable, actually. I think anyone listening might have felt that, learning something new, hitting that plateau where you just think, okay, maybe my energy is better spent elsewhere.
Right. And maybe that experience, recognizing his limits with the violin, sort of pushed him towards the seemingly limitless world of driving sims.
Possibly. So he dives into those simulation games next.
He does. And he talks about the whole online leaderboard scene. The dopamine hit you get when your rank climbs.
Oh, yeah. That immediate feedback.
But it's so fleeting, right? You go offline feeling great, wake up, and boom, you've dropped 10 places.
Been there. And he mentions the top players.
Yeah, the top 100. He calls it a paradigm shift into madness.
Wow. Strong words.
It paints this picture of dedication, like a skill level that's just almost incomprehensible to a more casual player.
So it's addictive, that chase.
Totally addictive. But he also highlights how, for most people, that top tier is basically impossible to reach. The gap is huge.
Driven by hours and hours of practice, super-tuned virtual cars.
Exactly. So that initial thrill can kind of morph into this feeling of, limitation. It makes the digital validation feel pretty temporary.
It definitely resonates with, any competitive online space, that massive skill ceiling.
Right, and it's that intense but ultimately safe digital world that he then contrasts so sharply with actual rally driving. He even thought about taking his own car, a Subaru WRX STI.
Up into the real rough stuff.
Yeah, but then the reality hits him.
The danger.
The real danger. Fatal crashes happen. You've got a co-driver whose life is, partly in your hands.
And he literally asks who needs that drama.
Which is his core point, really.
Yeah.
Simulation gives you so much of the experience.
The speed, the skill, the amazing scenery he describes, like those huge Swedish forest stages or foggy Japanese mountain roads.
All of that, but minus the real-life consequences.
Right.
Reality minus the real-life pains, as he puts it.
Yeah. You mess up in the game, hit a tree.
Click reset. You're back. No harm done.
Completely different world from potentially wrapping a real car around a real tree.
Absolutely. And he points to things like kids getting actual sponsorships for virtual driving stunts.
Stuff they'd never dream of trying in a physical car.
Exactly. Or these massive esports events, stadiums full, million-dollar prizes for driving sims.
It really drives home that idea of being hardcore with a virtually non-existent chance of dying.
Which sets up his next point perfectly about the willing suspension of disbelief.
Ah, yeah. How that's changed.
He looks back at something like the original Star Wars in '77. Audiences had to actively use their imagination, fill in the gaps.
Kids running out of the cinema making spaceship noises.
Yeah, but now, he argues, with hyper-realistic physics engines, photorealistic graphics.
The simulation does so much of the work for you.
Right, the CGI, the digital production.
Yeah.
It creates a reality so close to ours that you don't need to invest as much imaginative effort to buy into it.
It's less suspension, more just acceptance of this incredibly detailed virtual world.
He even mentions his own setup, like a big 34-inch curved screen. Pretty immersive stuff.
But he feels it's a bit of a plateau.
Yeah, like for the tech he has, it's kind of reached its limit in terms of realism. He figures VR is the next step eventually, but for now, this is as real as it gets for him.
And it's that level of realism that leads him back to the central question.
The unnecessary bravery one. The simulation is this good, this immersive.
Does real rally driving, that whole man versus machine versus nature battle, start to seem redundant, almost needlessly risky?
And that's where he brings in the WRC fatality statistics since 1972.
19 deaths, 7 drivers, 12 co-drivers.
Which, okay, as he says, considering the miles driven at those speeds, the skill involved, it's statistically small in one sense.
But it's still 19 people. It highlights that the danger is always, always there in the real sport.
And connecting back to the simulation, you can virtually drive Sweden, Japan, maybe Finland, all before lunch.
An impossible feat in reality.
Totally impossible. So the efficiency, the safety, it makes you ask, why take the real risk when the virtual is so compelling and consequence-free?
Makes sense. Then he shifts to talk about, achievement, aspiration.
Yeah, especially for the average player looking up at those elite gamers. He talks about an objective's ambivalence, like a feeling of detachment, because the skill gap is just too vast. And it's not just skill, it's the gear, too.
The expensive setups.
Right, what he calls vehicular idolatry.
Yeah.
This worship of top-tier sim rigs that most people can't afford or justify. It creates another barrier.
So it dampens aspiration for some.
It seems so. He even admits he canceled his own simulation subscription.
Really? Even though it was just virtual?
Yeah. He felt like he was giving up on a dream, a virtual one, because reaching even a decent competitive level felt completely out of reach. He mentions admiring guys like Goosist.
The drifting popularizer.
Yeah, but recognizing that level of mastery is just, it's a different universe for him.
Which brings him to his final thoughts.
Pretty much. He reflects on the value of what he calls moderate heroes in the real world, compared to these almost godlike virtual legends.
And he admits the dedication required for elite gaming.
Yeah.
It just doesn't interest him.
Nope. The 20-hour practice grinds, the endless virtual car tuning. He just wants to drive, virtual fatal wrecks included.
Yeah. It highlights that tension, doesn't it, between striving for simulated perfection and just engaging with something messy, but maybe more real, even if it's still a simulation.
Exactly. It really boils down to how far we'll go to mimic reality without facing the actual, sometimes harsh consequences. What does that say about what we value?
The perfect, safe, virtual win versus the risky, tangible, real-world effort.
Right.
So yeah, you can see this article offers a really compelling lens on how simulations aren't just games anymore.
They're potentially changing how we think about real risk, what counts as an achievement, even what bravery means.
Absolutely, which leaves a big question for you listening.
Where else do we see this tension between the simulated experience and the real thing? Think about other parts of life.
What do we gain maybe from these super realistic simulations, and what might we be losing?
Yeah, where's the balance for you in your own interests or work between the safety and accessibility of the virtual and the unique risks and rewards of the physical world?
Lots to chew on there. Thanks for bringing this article to us. It made for a fantastic deep dive. Welcome to the deep dive. Today, we're looking at something maybe a little unexpected, an article called The Lonely Joy of Smoking, an Unapologetic Love Affair. It's by Brent Antonson, came out last year. And, when you sent this over, it just struck me as, well, considering everything we know about health risks,
Right.
this idea of a love affair with smoking, it definitely raises some interesting questions.
It certainly does. I mean, the scientific evidence on the dangers is just overwhelming, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So finding a piece that actually celebrates it, well, it's a unique chance to understand, a really different perspective.
Exactly. And that's our goal here. We're not trying to rehash the health stuff. Everyone knows that.
Sure.
What we want to get into is Antonson's personal take. What's really behind this unapologetic love affair, these rituals he talks about, the traditions, even the sort of rebellious feel.
Yeah, how does he elevate it beyond just a habit?
Right. So we're basically just digging into his arguments, how he lays them out in the piece itself.
Precisely.
Yeah.
It's about exploring the why. Why does he attach this kind of meaning, these motivations, to something that's, let's face it, so widely discouraged? It's a fascinating look, really, into a personal experience.
Okay, so let's get right into it. Antonson, he doesn't pull any punches. Right at the start, he just says it. I love smoking.
Bold.
And he frames it not just as something he does, but as a deeply personal and almost spiritual act. That's quite a statement.
It is. And he pretty quickly starts unpacking what that means for him. He talks about smoke, could be a cigarette, could be his dad's pipe, as a ritual.
A ritual.
Yeah, it's not just about the nicotine, apparently. The whole process, has this significant personal meaning.
Which kind of resonates with that human need for ritual, right? Psychologists talk about that.
Oh, sure. Creating order, predictability.
Exactly. And for Antonson, it seems like the act of smoking provides that kind of anchor.
He talks about how it, slows down time, gives him a moment of calm.
Yeah. And he uses these really sensory details, the smell of the tobacco, the sound, that crackle of a pipe.
You can almost picture it.
Yeah. The physical act of lighting up. He says it becomes a kind of meditation for him. You really get that feeling of stillness he's describing.
Yes, and he even ties it back to Jack Kerouac, that quote.
Oh, yeah. Which one?
The only truth is music and love, and the only truth in music and love is the moment.
Oh, okay.
So for Anton Iskacsson, smoking isn't just the physical thing. It's about getting into that sort of present-focused state. Like Kerouac says, the essence of truth. It's a way to really be in that specific moment.
And then there's that other bit he mentions, he says someone else said it, that a cigarette is a measure of time.
Right.
It's a really interesting thought, isn't it? Something so sort of temporary,
Ephemeral, yeah.
seen as a marker, a way to define time or just experience it passing. So it's more than just enjoying the smoke. It seems his experience shows how even a habit seen as negative can fill this need for, personal ritual and being present.
And what's fascinating is how he then connects the time, the ritual, to spontaneity.
Right. The road trip.
Exactly. That story about the 26-hour drive to San Francisco just to smoke a cigarette at the Golden Gate Bridge, that's quite something.
It really is. It just shows the power this act holds for him. It's way beyond a simple craving.
Definitely.
The cigarette wasn't just something he did when he got there. It was the point, the objective for the whole spontaneous trip. Wait, they really drove that far just for one smoke?
Apparently so. That's how he frames it. He even uses that old proverb for want of a nail.
Oh, right. Like the kingdom being lost.
Exactly. To show how this single cigarette, the small thing, became the driving force, the nail that kicked off the whole experience. It's a powerful analogy, really.
Yeah, it is.
This small act, the desire for that specific cigarette, it became the catalyst for this bigger, memorable journey. It shows how sometimes little things can spark pretty significant actions or memories.
Okay, but then he shifts gears a bit and brings up something really practical.
The money.
Yeah, the economics. These native cigarettes in Canada, apparently they're way cheaper, like a quarter of the price. And regular cigarettes can be, what, $21 a pack up there?
Yeah, incredibly expensive.
That's wild. It's interesting how just the price changing can shift how someone sees something. Does that mean the love affair kind of depends on it being affordable?
Well, that seems to be a really crucial point for him, for his continued smoking. He says that straight-out cost used to be a major barrier.
Okay.
But with this cheaper option, money is, quote, no longer a reason to stop. It's almost like the lower cost removed a huge hurdle.
A disincentive, yeah.
Exactly. Which lets the other things he values, the ritual, the calm moment, kind of take center stage in his thinking.
So the affordability changes his whole perception. He says it feels less like a vice and more like a part of daily life.
A tradition that's hard to give up, yeah.
It's like he's framing it almost as going back to an earlier time, when smoking was maybe more normal, less costly.
And if you look at the bigger picture, it really shows how these external things, like cost, can massively influence personal habits and how we see them. Take away that big negative, the cost, and the other perceived pluses get more weight.
Right. But of course he does address the elephant in the room.
Health risks, yeah.
He doesn't ignore them. He acknowledges how serious they are, even mentions the WHO statistic over 8 million deaths a year from tobacco. It's important he put that in.
It is. It shows he's aware, he knows the accepted dangers. But then, almost in the next breath, he contrasts that.
Right.
With his argument that for lots of people, himself included, smoking is still an expression of identity, a connection to culture or history, and an act of personal pleasure.
That really highlights the tension, doesn't it, between the rational knowledge of the risks and the personal experience and pleasure.
Exactly. And this seems to be where the unapologetic part of the title really kicks in.
Yeah. He points out how you rarely hear someone just openly say they love smoking. He feels there's this, social stigma that makes people frame it differently. Oh, it's an addiction or it's just a crutch, not something they actually enjoy.
And that brings up this whole issue of social acceptability, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The pressure to fit in with what society deems okay.
Like feeling awkward smoking on a Zoom call.
Precisely. That anecdote about feeling weird smoking during online meetings, even wondering if just seeing someone smoke remotely is unacceptable now.
Yeah.
That's a direct result of that societal pressure, that stigma. It leads to feeling ashamed or isolated.
And he specifically says he refuses to bow to the unseen forces of that pressure.
Right.
Which ties back into that idea of rebellion he mentions, smoking as this sort of little rebellion.
Against what he calls a sanitized, health-obsessed world.
Yeah. Is that maybe a common thing? People feeling constrained by norms, looking for small ways to push back?
It could very well be. That theme of rebellion keeps popping up in his writing. He calls cigarettes the perfect accessory for a moment of reflection, a break, or just a quiet rebellion.
So it's not like some huge protest.
No, not necessarily. More like a personal act, reclaiming a small pleasure in a world that's increasingly telling you not to.
He wraps it up by basically restating this unspoken love affair he has with just the simple act of lighting up, even knowing all the risks. It's very personal and, like the title says, pretty unapologetic.
So just to kind of pull together what we've unpacked from Antonson's article, we've seen how he sees smoking less as just a habit and more as this ritual, something that brings calm, connects him to the moment.
Right, the ritual aspect.
And how that ritual can even be the spark for spontaneous trips, creating these strong memories. We also touched on how crucial affordability is for him, how that changed things.
Yeah, the economic angle was key.
And then there's that tension he describes. Knowing the health risks, but valuing the personal pleasure, and even that sense of quiet rebellion against social norms.
And again, it's really important to stress this deep dive was just about understanding his perspective, the way he presented it in his article.
Oh, yeah.
We're not endorsing it. We're not refuting it. Just trying to get inside the arguments he made.
Right. Our aim was just to explore the different parts of this unapologetic love affair, as he described it.
Okay, so here's maybe a final thought to leave everyone with. In a world that's, increasingly focused on health, wellness, optimization, what other things, maybe things seen as unhealthy or stigmatized personal rituals, might actually be providing people with unexpected comfort or moments of reflection or even helping shape their sense of identity?
That's definitely something to think about.
It is. Well, thanks for joining us for this deep dive. Welcome, everyone. Today we're doing a deep dive into something, something a listener asked about. The Standard Model Lagrangian.
Yes, the big one. Sounds complicated, maybe.
A little, yeah, but it's basically the core recipe, right? The blueprint for, fundamental particles and how they interact. Everything that makes the universe tick, almost.
Almost everything, exactly. We're leaning on an article here. What the hell is the Lagrangian Standard Model by Brent Antonson? It came out April 20th, 2025.
Right.
And he describes this Lagrangian as this single monster equation. It packs in all the known elementary particles and the forces between
The strong, weak, and electromagnetic forces, specifically.
those three, yes. Everything except gravity. Gravity is still the outsider in this picture.
Okay. And Antonson points out this equation is, famous. Almost a celebrity in physics circles.
Yeah, you could say that. It shows up on T-shirts, mugs. He even jokes about having a Lagrangian toothbrush from CERN.
A toothbrush! Okay, so it's iconic.
Definitely. So our mission today really is just to pull out the key ideas. What does this framework actually tell us about how the universe works deep down?
Got it. So where do we start? Antonson breaks it down, right?
He does, into three main chunks, essentially.
Yay.
First up, the forces.
Okay.
The Lagrangian describes, like we said, the strong force, that's what holds atomic nuclei together. Then the weak force, which handles some kinds of radioactivity.
And electromagnetism, light, atoms sticking together, that kind of stuff.
Exactly. Those are the fundamental interactions it covers, the ways particles sort of talk to each other.
So forces are the rules of the game. What about the players, the actual stuff?
Good question. That's the second piece, matter. The Lagrangian details the fundamental bits. You've got quarks.
Which make up protons and neutrons.
Yeah, and then you have the leptons, things like electrons, neutrinos. These are the basic ingredients for, all the matter we interact with.
Okay, so forces, matter, quarks, and leptons. Got it. Now, the third part you mentioned, the Higgs. That always sounds a bit mysterious.
The Higgs field. It's crucial. It's the Lagrangian's way of explaining mass. Why do these particles have mass?
Right. It's not obvious they should.
Not at all. Think of the Higgs field, as Antonson puts it, like a kind of cosmic syrup or molasses spread throughout space.
Okay.
Some particles wade through it easily, others really interact with it, get slowed down.
Yeah.
And that resistance, that slowness, that's what we experience as mass.
So without the Higgs field in this equation?
Particles might just be massless, zipping around at light speed. No atoms, no structures, a very different universe.
Wow. And all of that, forces, particles, it's all captured in this one mathematical structure.
That's the incredible part.
Yeah.
One equation, though, a very complicated one, let's be clear. But it allows physicists to make predictions, really accurate predictions.
Like the Higgs boson itself.
Exactly. That's the poster child. The Lagrangian, mathematically, basically demanded that particle had to exist with specific properties.
And then they found it, decades later.
And it matched. It was a huge confirmation. It showed the deep mathematical structure wasn't just neat, it was actually describing reality. It wasn't just a guess.
Okay, that makes sense. But the term itself, Lagrangian, why that word? Is it just someone's name?
Well, yes, named after Lagrange, but it's more than that. A Lagrangian is a specific way of writing down physics equations. It's a method.
Then a method.
Yeah, think of it like a particular programming language for the universe's laws. It focuses on energy specifically, the difference between kinetic and potential energy. It's a very elegant and powerful way to figure out how a system will change over time. What's its maximum possible energy state, sort of.
So the Standard Model isn't just one idea, but a collection of successful physics models all written in this specific Lagrangian style.
Precisely. It's a collection of these, tried and tested mathematical descriptions, all using this Lagrangian approach. Antonson calls it the grand theory of almost everything, which is pretty apt.
And he briefly touches on something about weaponization. We don't need to dwell on it, but he mentions it.
He does mention it briefly in passing in the article, yeah. Just an observation made.
Okay, so let's bring it back. The Standard Model Lagrangian. It's this core equation describing matter particles, three fundamental forces, and how particles get mass via the Higgs field.
That's the essence of it. It's our best, most fundamental description of particle physics, even with gravity missing. It's the blueprint for understanding matter and forces at the smallest scales we can probe.
From the tiniest quark to, how atoms form molecules and build everything up.
Exactly. It underpins so much of chemistry and material science, even if they don't always use the full Lagrangian directly.
Which leaves us with a thought to ponder. If this is the blueprint we have now, describing so much, what fundamental parts of reality might still be completely missing from this picture? What else is out there waiting to be added to the grand design?
Welcome to the deep dive. We've got a really interesting source today. It's a 2025 article by Brent Antonson, and it presents something called the Illuminati Code, supposedly from John D. Rockefeller back in the 1800s.
Wow, okay. That's quite a claim right off the bat. Rockefeller, 1800s, Illuminati Code.
Exactly. So our mission today, as always, is just to, well, dive into what this article says the code contains.
Right. We're looking at the content presented by Antonson, not necessarily validating the document itself.
Precisely. It's obviously a topic that attracts a lot of, let's say, strong feelings and theories.
Definitely.
So we'll just explore the ideas objectively, pull out the key points, and see what might be thought-provoking for you, the listener. No endorsing, no debunking, just exploring the text.
Got it. Laying out the claims as presented. Where does it start?
Okay, so according to the article, the absolute foundation, point 1, is this concept of a massive illusion.
An illusion. How does it phrase it?
It says, our primary weapon is an illusion. So large, so vast, it will escape their perception.
So right away, it's setting up this idea of a constructed reality, something people live in but don't recognize as artificial.
Yeah, exactly. And the immediate follow-up is pretty stark. What happens if someone does perceive it?
Let me guess.
It's not good.
The text apparently says those who will see it will be thought of as insane.
Wow. So questioning the system gets you pathologized? That's quite a control mechanism, if true.
It really is. And how do they maintain this illusion? The code supposedly outlines strategies.
Like what? Keeping things hidden, obviously, but how?
It mentions creating separate fronts, making things look disconnected.
Ah, okay. So if you have lots of seemingly unrelated events or groups, you don't see the connecting hand behind them, like hiding the forest by focusing you on individual trees.
That's a good way to put it. And it's not meant to be a quick thing either. Point 4 talks about doing it gradually.
One drop at a time, is that the phrase?
Yeah, it's the one drop at a time so they never see it coming. So subtle changes over time, adding up without causing alarm. Classic boiling frog scenario, perhaps. Makes sense conceptually. What else? There's a sense of superiority, isn't there?
Yeah, point 5. It claims we will always stand above the relative field of their experience, for we know the secrets of the absolute.
Secrets of the absolute. So a claim to possess some kind of fundamental hidden knowledge that the rest of us don't have.
Which, could be used to justify pretty much anything, couldn't it?
If you truly believed you had that kind of insight, maybe. And this all hinges on secrecy, right? Extreme secrecy.
Absolutely. Point 6 is blunt. We will work together always and will remain bound by blood and secrecy. Death will come to he who speaks.
Bound by blood. Death penalty for talking. That's pretty intense. That's a serious tone.
Definitely underscores the gravity of keeping this alleged plan hidden.
Yeah.
So that's the setup. Then it moves into methods, specifically weakening the population.
Okay, this sounds like it could get dark.
It does. The stated aim, according to the code, is to keep their lifespan short and their minds weak while pretending to do the opposite.
Pretending to help while actually harming. That's incredibly cynical. How?
Through science and technology, apparently, but used subtly.
So not like overt weapons, but something else.
The text mentions things like soft metals, aging accelerators, and sedatives in food and water, also in the air.
Wow. Okay, so we're talking about environmental or ingested substances, things people might not even notice they're being exposed to.
Right. Low-level, constant exposure designed to degrade health and thinking over time. It makes you think about, modern concerns about toxins or additives, doesn't it?
It certainly taps into those anxieties. Does it get more specific?
Oh, yeah. It claims people are blanketed by poisons everywhere they turn, absorbed through skin, mouth.
So food, water, air, even clothes.
That seems to be the implication. And it alleges this leads to damaged minds, reproductive problems.
That's a huge claim.
And it even claims that information about babies born dead because of this is deliberately hidden.
Okay, these are really disturbing allegations within this purported code. The pervasiveness is key. It's suggesting a completely controlled, toxic environment.
And because people might eventually catch on, the code apparently stresses the need for ingenuity in dispensing the poisons.
Right, you can't just label the poison bottle poison. It needs to be clever.
Exactly. And the next bit talks about how they supposedly do that. It involves, manipulation.
How so?
By making the poison seem good, using fun images and musical tones.
Ah, like advertising and marketing. Associating harmful things with positive feelings.
Pretty much. It taps into that idea of influencing perception, making people want things that might not be good for them.
That's a recognizable tactic, certainly.
What else? Enlisting figures people admire, getting those they look up to promote these harmful things.
Celebrity endorsements, influencers, that kind of thing.
Could be interpreted that way.
Yeah.
It also mentions using film to normalize these things, make them seem routine.
So product placement, or just showing certain behaviors as normal and desirable in movies and media, subtly shaping culture.
And then it gets even darker. There are allegations about newborns.
Oh no, what does it claim?
Injecting poisons right from the start, disguised as helpful medicine.
Starting the supposed weakening process literally from birth. That's chilling.
Yeah.
It speaks to exploiting trust in medical systems.
Absolutely. And the targeting of children allegedly continues. Mention of sweet things.
Like sugary foods and drinks.
Seems likely. And also using metal fillings in teeth after decay, claiming these fillings further damage the mind.
Okay, so multiple angles, targeting children's health and cognitive development from a young age.
It paints a picture of deliberate long-term undermining. And there's this cycle described.
A cycle.
Create the sickness, then offer the cure, which is actually more poison.
So keeping people in a state of chronic illness and dependency, where the solutions make the problem worse.
That's the idea presented, making the population docile and weak.
And if people seek help for symptoms like depression, slowness, obesity,
The code says they're just given more poison, disguised as help. It's presented as a closed loop.
a very bleak system. Does it mention psychological manipulation too, beyond just the physical?
Yes. Diverting attention, focusing people on money and material goods.
Keep them chasing external things so they don't look inward.
Exactly. And distractions like fornication, external pleasures, and games keep them busy, entertained, and disconnected from anything deeper.
Consumerism, hedonism, superficial entertainment, all serving to distract.
That's the allegation. And the end point of this section is pretty direct.
What's that?
Quote, "Their minds will belong to us, and they will do as we say.
Wow.
If they refuse, we shall find ways to implement mind-altering technology into their lives. We will use fear as our weapon."
Mind-altering tech and fear. So direct control methods if the subtle ones aren't enough. That brings us neatly into broader societal control, doesn't it?
It does. The next section deals with structures like government.
Okay, what does the code allege there?
Establishing governments, yes, but also controlling the opposition, owning both sides.
Yeah, the controlled opposition idea. So no matter who people think they're voting for, the outcome is managed.
That's the claim, keeping the real objective hidden while the plan moves forward.
And the population's role in this?
Primarily labor, working for the benefit of this elite group who keep their own families separate, supposedly preserving some kind of pure lineage.
Exploiting labor and maintaining segregation. What about conflict?
The code allegedly talks about deliberately inciting people to kill each other.
Stirring up wars and internal conflicts.
Yes, and using things like dogma and religion to create divisions and prevent unity.
Playing on beliefs to keep people fragmented. A classic divide-and-conquer strategy.
And controlling all aspects of life, guiding thoughts subtly, making people think they're in control.
The illusion of autonomy.
Right, fostering animosity between groups, factions.
And what happens to those who speak out against this?
Ridicule or death. Suppression of dissent is key.
Makes sense, if the goal is total control.
And then there's a really grim part about manipulating people into extreme violence.
Oh.
Fueling them with hate and anger until they basically destroy each other, allowing the Illuminati, as the code calls them, to emerge and rule over the chaos. They will be busy killing each other.
So societal collapse isn't an accident. It's a tool to achieve ultimate power in this narrative.
That's the chilling idea. And it mentions constantly feeding this conflict using images and sounds.
Media manipulation again. Creating fear and anger through propaganda.
Seems to be the implication. And a final twist here. The population's own work provides the tools used to control them.
Like they build the systems that enslave them.
Yes. And the goal is to make them hate themselves and each other, preventing any possibility of them uniting.
Wow. Okay. That covers societal control. What's left? Is there a final section?
Yes, the last major theme is about concealing the truth and exploitation.
What truth are they supposedly concealing?
What the code calls the divine truth, the idea of universal oneness.
So suppressing spiritual or unifying ideas.
And promoting the illusion of inequality, like racial differences, to keep people divided. This is presented as absolutely critical to their control.
Maintaining division by hiding unity.
Again, the emphasis on doing it slowly, drop by drop,
The gradualism again.
alongside taking over land, resources, wealth, total control through ownership,
Standard levers of power.
and using laws deceptively, passing rules that seem okay but actually erode freedom over time,
Legal manipulation.
and establishing a debt-based money system.
Financial control. Creating dependence and, as it says, enslavement through debt across generations.
Right. And if people do manage to unite against them,
Let me guess. Discredit them.
exactly, falsely accuse them, misrepresent them, using control over all media.
Controlling the narrative completely.
And if that doesn't work, violent suppression. The code apparently states an intention to crush resistance, viewing the masses as
A
insignificant.
very ruthless outlook.
There's also a bit about recruiting insiders, people who help them,
How does that work?
promising them things, like eternal life, apparently. But it's a deception. They're just tools, initiates, who don't get the real secrets.
So even their own lower ranks are manipulated and exploited, given symbolic rewards but no real power or truth.
That's the claim. These initiates are kept in the dark about the bigger picture. And the code suggests the overall truth is hiding in plain sight.
So obvious it will be overlooked.
Until it's too late, yes. The grand illusion of freedom masking the reality of, well, slavery, according to this document.
The manufactured reality becomes their self-made prison.
Yeah. And the code looks ahead to a future where their dominance is complete, locked in by the very beliefs they've instilled.
A new era of control,
But it also identifies their biggest fear, their Achilles heel,
which is
the people waking up,
Mm.
realizing their connection, their equality, their potential to unite.
if the masses understood their shared humanity.
The code says that would be the end of the Illuminati. Their power relies entirely on division and ignorance.
Unity is the ultimate threat.
Exactly. And the document finishes with this really dramatic statement,
Oh,
a declaration of a secret covenant, sealed by blood.
another covenant.
Yeah, and it claims this covenant originates from beings who from heaven to earth came.
Extraterrestrial or divine origins suggested.
It's certainly evocative language. It says this covenant must never be revealed because if it were,
What?
it would unleash some kind of catastrophic divine wrath, the ultimate penalty.
Wow. That's quite an ending. A cosmic threat backing up the secrecy.
So yeah, that's the gist of the claims presented in this article about the Illuminati code. A pretty intense read.
No kidding. It lays out a comprehensive, if deeply unsettling, alleged blueprint for global control.
Definitely. So we've just walked through the core ideas as
Mhm.
Antonson presented them. Obviously, its authenticity is a whole other question we didn't tackle.
Right. We just explored the content itself. And it's packed with themes:
Mhm.
control, manipulation, perception, reality.
Things that resonate far beyond this specific text, really.
Absolutely. It makes you think about power structures, information flow, influence.
And that leads to, I guess, a final thought for our listeners.
Huh.
Regardless of whether you believe this specific document is real or not,
Mm-hmm.
what parts of how our world works today, how information is shared, how societies are structured, might echo any of the concerns raised in this code.
Yeah, that's the question, isn't it? Are there any subtle illusions, perhaps less grand or conspiratorial, but still shaping our understanding, our choices, our divisions?
What might be playing out, even unintentionally, that resonates with these ideas of control or distraction?
Yeah,
Something to ponder.
definitely food for thought. We encourage everyone listening to keep exploring, keep thinking critically about the information they encounter.
Absolutely. Use this as a prompt for your own reflections.
You know, the material you sent over this week, it's really fascinating. We're jumping into the story about Cleo
Oh yeah, the Cleo legends.
from the Mathematics Stack Exchange. It's almost like a ghost story, but for, advanced math.
Absolutely. And maybe we should clarify for listeners, MathStack Exchange isn't like your average internet forum. Right.
Not at all.
It's super specialized. You've got actual mathematicians, researchers, serious students, all tackling really, really complex problems.
Mm.
You need to know your stuff to even participate meaningfully.
Totally. It's a high bar.
Uh-huh.
So, okay, picture this scene. November 11, 2013. Just another day on the forum and someone posts a question.
And not just any question, a beast of an integral problem.
Right. So an integral, basically, it helps find the area under a curve. Yeah, simple idea for simple curves. But the functions they deal with there, they get incredibly complicated. Finding that area becomes, a serious headache.
Monumental sometimes. And this particular one, the original poster mentioned they'd even tried computer algebra systems, powerful software, to find a closed form solution.
A precise answer, right, using standard math functions.
Exactly. And even the computers were stumped. That tells you something about the difficulty level. This wasn't like a textbook exercise.
Definitely not. So this problem is sitting there, maybe stumping a few experts, and then boom,
Yeah.
4.5 hours later, that's it.
Yeah, incredibly fast for something this tough.
A totally new username Cleo, just pops up and posts the answer. IA442, full stop.
Just the answer, nothing else.
Nothing. No explanation, no steps, no, here's how I got it.
And that caused a stir. I mean, in math, getting the answer is great, obviously, but the how, the proof, the method, that's often the whole point.
It's about understanding the path, not just seeing the destination sign.
Precisely. Sharing the method is how the community learns, builds, verifies. So just dropping the answer felt, well, incomplete. Some even call it a non-answer in spirit.
Yeah, missing the collaborative part of it. And this wasn't a one-off trick.
No, far from it.
Between that first post in 2013 and sometime in 2015, Cleo solved 37 more incredibly hard integration problems.
Same pattern every time. Fast, perfect answer, zero explanation.
And then just vanished. Complete radio silence after 2015.
It really split opinions, you know? On one side, people were just amazed. The solutions were correct. They tackled brutally difficult integrals, sometimes using these really obscure special functions.
Stuff that even, math professors had to go look up.
Yeah, exactly. It showed an undeniable deep mastery of integration, like serious skills.
But then the other side, the way Cleo operated just rubbed against the whole culture of the site.
Completely. That Stack Exchange thrives on explanation, on teaching, on the shared aha moments.
Right. That Ron Gordon quote you highlighted captures it well, talking about that first integral Cleo solve.
The one with the 8th degree polynomial in the denominator.
Yeah, he said normally that screams impossible to solve neatly, but there was this hidden symmetry.
Which, somehow, led to the golden ratio, popping up in the answer. He described that discovery path. That's the kind of detailed exploration they value, the story behind the solution.
It's like the adventure of figuring it out together.
Exactly. It's the intellectual struggle, seeing different attempts, learning from mistakes, the whole collaborative process. Cleo just, skipped all that, showed up, dropped the mic, left.
Like showing you the last page of a mystery novel first.
A perfect analogy.
Yeah.
You know the ending, but you have no idea how or why.
Which, of course, led to wild speculation about who Cleo was, or what Cleo was.
Oh yeah, the theories were flying.
I mean, the idea that it could have been Stephen Hawking, that's pretty out there, but it shows how much mystery built up.
It really does. A genuine enigma. And look, maybe we'll never know the who, but maybe we can get a handle on the what. Like, what kind of mathematical toolkit does someone need to even do something like this?
Okay, yeah, let's dig into that. The material breaks down the knowledge needed. First up, foundation basics. Starts with algebra.
Right, good old algebra. Solving for x.
Yeah, manipulating symbols, equations. Seems basic, but it's the absolute bedrock, isn't it?
Oh, completely. It's the language of mathematics. You can't even write down these complex problems, let alone solve them, without being fluent in algebraic manipulation. It's fundamental.
Okay, then functions. These are like those math machines, right? Put something in, follow a rule, get something out.
Exactly. Input-output relationships.
Yeah.
And understanding different types of functions, polynomials, trig functions, exponentials, logarithms, all those families is crucial.
Because the integrals Cleo solved involved crazy combinations of these.
You got it. You need to know how these functions behave, interact, their properties. It's central to calculus.
Which brings us to calculus essentials. First up, limits. These always felt a bit fuzzy to me, getting close to a value.
Yeah, they can seem abstract, but limits are what make calculus rigorous. It's about understanding what happens to a function's output as the input gets infinitesimally close to some value.
So it's about trends, behavior near a point.
Precisely. It lets us handle concepts like continuity and, importantly, define the next two things: derivatives and integrals. Essential for dealing with points where things might go weird, like dividing by zero, which can happen in complex integrals.
Gotcha. Okay, next. Derivatives. Rate of change, right? Like speed is the derivative of position.
That's a classic example. A derivative tells you the instantaneous rate of change, how fast something is changing at a specific moment. Geometrically, it's the slope of a curve at a point.
Super important in physics, engineering.
Oh, everywhere. Optimization, modeling, and crucially, differentiation and integration are inverse processes. Understanding one deeply helps with the other.
Ah, okay. Which leads us neatly to the main event, integration skills, where Cleo was apparently some kind of wizard. first indefinite integrals.
Right. This is essentially differentiation in reverse.
Yeah.
If you know the rate of change, the derivative, indefinite integration helps you find the original function it came from.
But there's that plus c thing, the constant of integration.
Exactly. Because when you differentiate a constant, it becomes 0. So when you go backwards, you have this unknown constant term. It gives you a whole family of functions that have the same derivative. Mastering the techniques here, substitution, integration by parts is vital groundwork.
Okay, and then the payoff, definite integrals. This is the area under the curve thing we started with.
Yes, between two specific points, say from xa to xb. It gives you a definite numerical value representing that area, or more generally, the accumulated change over that interval.
This sounds like where the really tricky stuff happens.
It often is. The fundamental theorem of calculus is the magic link here. It connects derivatives right back to definite integrals, showing how they're opposites. Evaluating really complex definite integrals, like Clio did, often involves pulling together all these concepts plus advanced techniques, maybe even venturing into complex numbers.
Yeah.
It requires a really profound, almost intuitive grasp.
Wow, okay. So let's wrap our heads around this again. Clio shows up, solves impossibly hard integrals incredibly fast, posts only the answer.
Totally bucking the collaborative, show your work culture of the math stack exchange.
He does this 38 times over 2 years and then just gone, vanishes.
Exactly. The sheer skill is mind-boggling. But the method, or lack thereof in the disappearance, just cranks up the mystery factor. Makes you wonder why someone would do that.
It really does. When you think about the whole story, what part grabs you the most? Is it the raw mathematical power on display? The whodunit aspect of Clio's identity? Or maybe that tension between this lone wolf approach and the community's way of working?
That's a tough one. For me, I think it's how it highlights the, well, sometimes surprising elegance in math. The fact that these tangled, messy-looking integrals could boil down to such neat, concise answers, like the one with the golden ratio.
Yeah.
It hints at this beautiful underlying structure. It makes you think about what other connections are hiding in plain sight, mathematically speaking.
It's a cool thought. And, whether Clio was one person, a group, maybe even some advanced AI playing games, who knows? But that brief flash left a real mark.
Definitely a legend on that forum.
And it kind of makes you wonder, doesn't it? What other pockets of incredible talent or deep knowledge are out there, hidden away online, maybe solving problems or creating things just out of view before disappearing back into the noise? Welcome to the Deep Dive. Today, we're really getting into something most of us do almost every day, driving. You brought this really interesting article to my attention. It's called The Future of Driving, The End of Crude Oil by Brent Antonson on planksip.com.
Yeah, what struck me, and probably you too, is how personal it is.
Yeah.
It's not just dry facts. He's been thinking about this stuff for ages.
Right, since he first got his license, apparently. So our mission here, for everyone listening, is to pull out the key ideas from this piece. We want to understand, how sustainable our driving habits are and what might be coming down the road.
Literally down the road.
Exactly. And the big question Antonson throws out there is the one we're digging into. How much longer can we really keep relying on crude oil for our cars?
It's a huge question. And becoming, more urgent all the time, isn't it? What's great about Antonson's article is he tackles it not just environmentally, though, that's definitely there, but as someone who actually likes driving.
Yeah, he loves his car.
He does. And he mentions getting his license and almost straight away having this nagging thought, how long can gasoline last?
Which is pretty insightful for a young driver, especially back then, before it was such a mainstream concern.
Totally.
Yeah.
He's basically asking if this stuff comes from, as he puts it, burning dinosaurs and dead plants turned to oil. Look, there has to be a limit, right? It's finite.
Simple logic, really. And then he hits you with the scale of it all, the numbers.
Oh, yeah.
He uses data, I think, from the U.S. Energy Information Administration, EIA.
EIA?
Saying that back in 2020, the world was using something like 92 million barrels of oil every single day.
92 million. It's hard to even picture that volume.
It really is. And then layer on top of that, over 1.4 billion cars on the planet.
Globally. It just shows the sheer magnitude of our dependence.
And it's not just him saying it's running out. He quotes Matt Simmons, a former oil exec, saying point blank, the world is running out of oil.
Yeah, coming from someone inside the industry that carries weight. And Antonson connects this massive consumption, all those engines running, to the heat they produce, the emissions, linking it directly to, rising global temperatures. It's not just about supply. It's the environmental cost, too.
Right. But like you said, he's not just an observer here. He feels it personally.
Exactly. He talks about his Subaru, the freedom it gives him. It's relatable.
Very. He even says something like, even if electric cars were free, he'd stick with his gas-powered one.
Yeah, he values that feeling of control, the experience. I think a lot of people get that connection you can have with a car.
Oh, for sure. But that sets up this real dilemma for him, doesn't it? He loves driving, but he knows the fuel is finite.
It's a classic conflict. And he's worried about where it leads: super high gas prices, shortages. He calls it a potential Mad Max scenario.
Which nobody wants, obviously. It's a very real, almost primal fear, isn't it? Fuel scarcity.
Absolutely. And that fear isn't unfounded when you look at the reserve estimates he mentions. Around 1.7 trillion barrels proven reserves.
Okay, 1.7 trillion sounds massive, but...
But when you divide it by 92 million barrels a day, you do the math. It points towards maybe a few decades, possibly.
Decades. Wow.
Yeah. It's a sobering time frame. And he rightly points out it's not just cars. Think about airplanes, jets. They burn through huge amounts of high-grade fuel, too.
Good point. It's the whole transportation system, really. Travel, goods.
Exactly. The impact is broad.
So, okay, faced with that reality,
Yeah.
What about solutions? The article touches on some, right? Synthetic oil, alternatives.
Synthetic oils, biofuels, things made from organic stuff, they're definitely part of the conversation now. They offer potential ways to keep internal combustion engines going, maybe.
But then Antonson throws a curveball, his personal stance.
Right. This is where it gets, let's say, complex. He admits he finds himself silently backing fracking and even other unclean practices.
Why? Just to keep the gas flowing for his car.
Essentially, yeah. It's his way of acknowledging the tension. He wants to keep driving his car now, even if the methods to get the fuel are problematic. It's quite an honest admission, actually.
It is honest. And maybe reflects how difficult this transition is for people who are attached to the way things are. It's not black and white.
Not at all.
Yeah.
It highlights the inertia, the personal desires, rubbing up against the bigger picture. And it leads straight into the debate about what comes next. Mandatory EVs. Self-driving cars.
Yeah, he brings those up. The idea that maybe we won't have a choice eventually. Electric or autonomous.
And he's clearly not thrilled about losing control. He tells that little story, that anecdote.
Oh, about the person who can't navigate their own city without GPS.
Yeah. It's his way of saying, look, over-reliance on tech can make us lose basic skills, maybe even become complacent. He worries about that happening with driving.
Losing the actual skill, the connection.
Precisely. He seems to really value the act of driving well. He hopes that steering your own car remains something people appreciate.
He mentions stuff like rally driving, drifting.
As examples of driving skill, the accoutrements of driving well, he calls it. He doesn't want that lost.
He's afraid of a generation becoming vehicularly impotent because of self-driving tech. That's a strong phrase.
It is. It shows his passion. And him saying he'll keep his 5-speed manual transmission, it feels like a statement, a stand against automation taking over completely.
Yeah, like you can automate the route, but not my gear changes. For him, it's about the engagement.
Exactly. More than just point A to point B. It's the experience itself.
So wrapping up his main points then, it seems he's saying, look, the end of oil isn't tomorrow, maybe not even next year, but it is coming.
Right. The writing's on the wall. And because of that, we absolutely need to explore alternatives, seriously, for a balanced and sustainable future.
But he still wants to drive forever, somehow finding a way to keep that experience alive for the next generation, too. Yeah. It's that blend of personal desire and future concern.
Yeah, trying to square that circle. So what we really took away from this deep dive into Antonson's thoughts is, well, first, the undeniable fact. Crude oil is finite.
And we use a staggering amount of it daily.
Huge amounts. Then there's this core tension. The love of driving, the freedom it represents for many versus the environmental impact, and the fact that fuel will run out.
And the potential solutions, synthetic fuels, biofuels, EVs, autonomous tech, they all come with their own questions and trade-offs, especially around control and personal freedom.
Definitely. Antonson's piece really highlights that personal angle, the emotional side of this big, complex issue. We need a proactive approach, thinking ahead.
Absolutely. His personal struggle makes it feel very real, I think, for anyone listening. It's not just charts and figures. It's about how we want to live.
Right.
So maybe a final thought for everyone to chew on, building on this. Given Antonson's real emphasis on wanting to keep that thrill of control and his skepticism about just handing everything over to computers, how do we actually strike that balance? Future transport systems, how can they be sustainable, deal with limited or no fossil fuels, and still allow for some element of personal freedom or driver engagement? What's the role for the individual driver going forward?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Or maybe the trillion-barrel question.
Yeah. Definitely something to think about as we all navigate the road ahead. Thanks for joining us for this deep dive.
Welcome to the Deep Dive. Today, we're getting into a really useful concept, the devil's advocate.
Mm-hmm.
You sent over some great stuff. That planksip article really laid it out well.
Yeah, it's a good frame.
It's kind of like, you're at a dinner party, everyone's excited about some plan.
Right.
And there's that one person who starts asking, but what if this happens? Or, have you thought about that potential problem?
The killjoys sometimes, or the fly in the ointment.
Exactly. Seems negative on the surface, but, well, that's where the value is, isn't it?
It really is. It's fascinating because that pushback, that negativity, it's actually constructive.
Constructive how?
Well, it's all about stress testing ideas, right?
Right.
Finding the weaknesses before they become, actual problems.
Okay. So identifying blind spots early on.
Precisely. That feeling of resistance you might get when someone plays devil's advocate often means they've hit a nerve, something important you maybe overlooked.
Yeah, that makes sense. And it's not just some, modern business buzzword either.
Yeah.
It has real history.
Oh, absolutely. Deep roots.
The sources mention the Vatican way back.
Yeah.
16th century.
That's right, yeah. They actually had an official role, the advocatus diaboli, the devil's advocate.
Okay, so what did this person actually do?
Their specific job, believe it or not, was to argue against canonization. So when the church was considering making someone a saint.
Right, declaring them officially holy.
Mm-hmm. This person's role was to dig up all the counter-arguments, all the reasons not to do it, to question the evidence, raise doubts.
Wow, so built-in skepticism.
Exactly. It just shows how seriously they took the need for critical review, even when everyone wanted to celebrate the person.
So it wasn't about being mean, it was about rigor.
Rigor is the perfect word, though interestingly, that official Vatican role actually stopped fairly recently. I think it was 2014.
Huh. Wonder why. But the principle lives on, right? I thought that connection made in one of the articles of Christopher Hitchens was interesting.
Yeah, that was a good parallel.
Yeah.
Obviously, totally different context, not the Vatican role at all.
No, definitely not.
But Hitchens, he made a career out of challenging dogma, questioning sacred cows, exposing hypocrisy, that same spirit of critical inquiry.
So it's this fundamental need to question,
I
basically.
think so. And the key thing about the devil's advocate approach, whether formal or informal, is that it's proactive.
Proactive.
Meaning they're not just pointing fingers after something goes wrong. They're trying to anticipate tragic outcomes before they happen. Go big, challenge the core assumptions,
Okay, go big or go home
Yeah.
for potential problems. That can feel uncomfortable.
It can, definitely. Confrontational even.
Yeah.
But facing those uncomfortable questions is what makes your own position stronger.
How so?
Because you have to justify yourself. You're forced to think through the downsides, the counter arguments. And when you can address those, that builds real confidence in your idea.
Right. It's not just wishful thinking anymore. One article had that analogy. The ship.
Yeah, the ship sailing into a storm.
Exactly. Without someone asking, are you sure about the weather forecast?
Mhm.
Or what about those icebergs?
You might just sail straight into disaster. You need that person questioning the assumptions, looking for the hidden dangers.
So the real benefit is making ideas.
Mm-hmm.
What was the word you used? Bulletproof.
Yeah, or at least more robust. You're anticipating the hits, patching the holes before you set sail. It helps you escape that echo chamber.
The echo chamber where everyone agrees and nobody sees the iceberg.
Precisely. You avoid just hearing what you want to hear.
Which connects back to you, the listener. You're here doing this deep dive, trying to get up to speed on things quickly and thoroughly.
Mm.
Well, actively looking for that devil's advocate viewpoint, even playing it yourself against what you're learning.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you get a really solid understanding.
Yeah, it's not just about absorbing facts. It's about testing them, questioning your own take. Makes the knowledge stick, makes it more useful.
So wrapping up then, the devil's advocate might seem like a negative force.
The party pooper.
Right. But actually, it's crucial. It refines ideas, prevents mistakes, builds stronger arguments. Invaluable, really.
Absolutely essential for sound judgment.
Okay, so final thought for you to take away. Think about something you're working on right now. A project, an idea, maybe even just an opinion you hold strongly.
Mm-hmm.
What uncomfortable questions would a devil's advocate ask about it? So seriously, what are the potential flaws, the worst-case scenarios?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe think about how facing those questions head-on could actually make your approach, whatever it is, much, much better in the end. Okay, so let's dive into something really, really basic to being human. Eating.
Right, fundamental.
Yeah, think about it, right? The pure pleasure of a good meal, how food pulls people together, festivals, family dinners.
Social glue aspect.
Exactly. And just, the fact that it's our fuel, our energy, like those little energy dots in Pac-Man, we got to chomp down.
It really is central, isn't it? This constant need for fuel and all the sensory stuff, the social rituals tied up with it, they're huge. So much of our lives revolve around it.
Totally. But then there's the flip side. Just as fundamental, but let's just say less Instagrammable. Excretion.
Hey, yeah. The less glamorous part of the cycle.
We celebrate the going in, often really publicly, right? But the coming out, that's a whole different ballgame. Think about whispering you need the bathroom on a road trip.
Oh, yeah. The hushed tones. Or asking for the key like it's some big secret.
Right. And those, well, let's be honest, often pretty grim public bathrooms you find sometimes.
That contrast is, it's really something. Open joy with food, and then this sort of private, almost hidden necessity for the biological follow-through.
Exactly. And that's what we're digging into today. We're looking at this article by Brent, Antonson, The Circle of Life. And it really gets into this weird split we have between eating and, well, what happens after. The big question Antonson throws out there, and it's a good one, is basically why? Why the massive difference in how we treat these two parts of the exact same process?
It's a great question. It makes you look at our social habits, maybe even our discomfort with, just basic biology.
Let's talk about eating as performance, almost. Like yelling your order across busy counter, debating menu items.
Oh, yeah, very public, very vocal.
Even planning road trips around who needs to stop and when. Like, it's a major logistical hurdle.
Yeah.
It's all out there.
The article really nails that. Eating is communal, shared, it builds connections, big family meals, traditions. It's visible stuff.
And then, boom, the bathroom. Suddenly it's like this basic need is, I don't know, slightly embarrassing. You have to announce it carefully, almost apologize.
Yeah, like admitting to some minor fault.
The article even says it can feel like you're committing a crime just needing the loo. And Antonson drops this great quote from Wavy Gravy: "You aren't what you eat, you are what you don't poop."
Wow. That hits differently, doesn't it?
Right. Makes you think about the whole thing. What goes in is just half the story.
Exactly. The waste, the elimination, maybe less celebrated, sure, but just as vital. It's like our bodies are defined by release, too, not just intake.
Totally flips the script. Now, Antonson looks back historically, too. He mentions the Romans, right?
Yeah.
Communal times, people just chatting.
Yeah, can you imagine that today, socializing there?
No way. It shows such a different attitude, doesn't it? Much more, I guess, matter of fact. Less shame, maybe just part of life.
A completely different worldview compared to our modern need for, total privacy, a shared experience, perhaps.
Definitely not the awkward silence you get in most public restrooms now. And then there's that story about Mongolia. This huge pile of cow dung used for fuel.
Right. That really messes with our idea of waste.
That's it.
Yeah.
Over there, it's not something gross to hide. It's a resource. It's vital. The article's bit about recycling in Mongolia, meaning you clean up after your cattle.
Wow.
Yeah, it highlights the completely different cultural take. We see waste. They see, well, potential, fuel.
It makes our squeamishness seem kind of recent. And Antonson notes that for 1,700 years, people just dealt with smells. It wasn't this constant drive for everything to be sanitized.
That historical lens is important. Our current intense aversion isn't how it always was. For ages, it was just life.
Okay, then there's the royal angle in the article. This idea that it's almost taboo to think about royals doing basic stuff, especially eating. You can't even photograph them eating.
Yeah, illegal, apparently. It really shows how much things like dignity are, constructed.
Yeah.
Especially for people in the spotlight. Totally. Eating is seen as maybe a bit animalistic. So, gotta hide it to keep up the image.
The article is hypothetical about King Charles eating ribs.
Yeah, sauce everywhere and a 10,000-pound fine if you snap a picture.
It just underlines how carefully that image is managed. How we pretend some people are above basic biology.
But they're not, obviously. Which brings us back to bathrooms, especially public ones. Antonson asks, if we put all this effort into nice restaurants, lovely places to eat.
Why are the bathrooms so often an afterthought?
Exactly. Think about the last time you were genuinely impressed by, a gas station bathroom.
It's rare, right? Restaurants spend fortunes on ambiance for eating, but the place for the inevitable end result, often just functional, sometimes actively unpleasant.
And the author mentions being surprised by a decent truck stop bathroom. That says it all, doesn't it? The exception proves the rule. Our expectations are generally pretty low.
Yeah, sadly low.
And he uses that Darrell quote, "If God was a city planner, he would not put a playground next to a sewage system."
Oof. Yeah, that sums up our keep it separate mentality perfectly. Keep the nice stuff away from the muck.
But here's the thing Antons keeps coming back to. It doesn't matter how fancy the food is. Pierogies, steak, caviar, burger, whatever.
It all ends up the same way.
Yeah. Long brownish muck, as he puts it. It eventually leaves the body.
It's the great equalizer, you know? Fancy meal or cheap takeaway. The biological process at the end is pretty universal. Listing all those different foods really drives that home.
Exactly. That 5-star meal and the late-night kebab. Same destination, ultimately. And he brings it back to the energy dots idea.
Yeah, like the Pac-Man thing.
Food is fuel. You got to ingest that energy now for whatever you're doing later.
It's a simple, effective metaphor. Food powers the machine. Excretion is just waste disposal, a necessary part of the system running. Continuous cycle.
So, wrapping up this deep dive on Anton Senson's piece, the main thing really is this cycle, isn't it? Eating and excreting, totally fundamental, totally universal. But we've built these completely different worlds around each half. One public, celebrated, one private, hidden.
That's the core insight, yeah. This duality. Two linked processes, treated so differently by society.
Which leaves us with that final thought, maybe a bit awkward, but important. If both are absolutely essential, what does it say about us? About our values? That one gets festivals and fancy dining rooms, and the other gets, cramped stalls and hushed tones.
It's definitely something to chew on. Or perhaps not chew on.
Maybe it's just worth thinking about our own attitudes, our own bathroom experiences next time we navigate these weird social rules. It's all just part of that cheeky little cycle, like the article says.
Indeed, a very human cycle. You know how sometimes you just want to get straight to the heart of something, cut through all the noise?
Yeah, skip the fluff and really understand it.
Exactly. That's what we're doing here, taking a fascinating topic and, diving deep to pull out what really matters.
It's like intellectual treasure hunting, basically. Sifting through it all for those game-changing insights.
And today, we have a really mind-bending thought experiment for you. It's inspired by this article, The Unwritten Messiah, a Bible ablaze with secular mystery. Brent Antonson wrote it, published, last year? April 22nd, 2025?
That's the one.
The core idea, the big what if is, what if Jesus wasn't actually a historical person? Now, just to be clear, our mission here isn't about challenging faith.
No, not at all.
It's about exploring the intellectual shockwaves this idea could send out, just like Antonson lays out in his piece.
Right. It's a really potent hypothetical. It forces you to look at, arguably, the most influential text ever through a totally different lens, a secular one.
Okay, so let's unpack this a bit. Antonson argues, if Jesus were mythical, the Bible suddenly changes. It's not a divine book anymore, but get this, the single greatest, most intricate intellectual puzzle ever assembled.
That's a powerful framing.
He even calls it a potential murder mystery, or perhaps a suicide of an idea on a cosmic scale. A murder mystery. What do you think he means by that? What are the clues?
Well, it flips the script, doesn't it? Instead of believers, we become like detectives, looking for clues about how these stories, these beliefs, actually started. Yes. Maybe the murder is, the erasing of a real person replaced by this theological idea. Or maybe the suicide is how the original idea just sort of morphed into something completely different over time.
Right, and Antonson thinks this absence would actually spark this huge wave of intellectual curiosity, especially for non-religious folks.
Makes sense.
He says for atheists, the Bible would suddenly become, quote, fertile ground for serious, intrepid investigation. You forget the divine stuff, and it's all about finding the human story underneath.
Precisely. And think about all those elements that are often just, labeled miraculous and set aside.
Like what?
Jewish mysticism, Kabbalistic ideas, even things he calls proto-Masonic concepts, maybe early philosophical groups with their own symbols.
Okay.
In this scenario, those aren't just curiosities. They become potential clues, key evidence for a secular investigation.
And this is where Antonson pictures things getting really lively. He imagines atheist forums just exploding, dynamically anti-religiously crazy, as he puts it. People digging into these elements, looking for context, trying to debunk things.
Yeah, proposing totally new explanations. It sounds almost like a forensic analysis of the text.
A forensic analysis, I like that.
And it makes sense, right? If you take away the supernatural answer, you're left with all these cultural and historical bits that need a natural explanation.
Things we might have overlooked before.
Exactly. Those bits could suddenly be vital. They could tell us about the world, the thinking that actually produced these biblical stories.
Even things like the genealogies, those long lists of begats.
Yeah, even those. Antonson suggests they stop being just family trees and become potential evidence themselves.
Evidence of what, though?
Maybe tracing how the idea of a Messiah developed, or showing the societal pressures of the time, what was important to people then. How would you even begin reading those lists without the usual religious framework?
That's a good question. You'd have to look for patterns, maybe, connections.
Exactly. The focus shifts completely. It's not about a divine line anymore, but about how a concept grew in a specific time and place. What were people worried about? What were they hoping for? Maybe these lists reflect that more than actual ancestry.
And what about the big stories? Jonah and the whale, the Red Sea parting?
Yeah, those become different too. Not miracles you just accept.
Antonson calls them critical pieces of the puzzle.
Right. Potential leads. How did this whole narrative get constructed? Why these stories? Instead of, did it happen, the question becomes,
What purpose did telling this story serve?
precisely. Think about it like any investigation. Even wild stories tell you something about the people telling them, right? Their mindset, their beliefs.
So these biblical stories become sources about the culture itself.
Exactly. Primary sources for understanding the storytelling, the myths, the culture of that time.
But then there's the resurrection. I mean, that's the absolute core of Christian belief.
The ultimate enigma in this puzzle.
The central murder, or suicide, as Antonson puts it.
Yeah.
How on earth do you explain that belief taking hold if there was no one to resurrect?
Okay, so this is where the serious analytical tools get brought in. You'd use historical analysis, textual criticism, really picking apart the text, looking for different versions, inconsistencies, sociology, to understand how belief systems spread, how social movements work. You use all that to look at the resurrection story.
So the question isn't, did it happen anymore?
No, the huge question becomes, how did this belief become so incredibly powerful? How did it fundamentally shape Western civilization?
Antonson even predicts, like, a boom in secular scholars learning Koine Greek and Biblical Hebrew.
Right, trying to get as close to the original words as possible. Looking for nuances, maybe hidden meanings, anything.
It's like the ultimate ancient language scavenger hunt.
Which just shows how intellectually engaging this whole hypothetical could be. It's not about just dismissing the Bible.
No, it's about wrestling with it.
Yeah.
Deeply, scholarly, trying to understand its context, historical, linguistic, cultural.
Exactly.
Now, Antonson also brings in some philosophers. He mentions Friedrich Nietzsche first, the God is dead guy.
A heavy hitter, for sure.
Even though Nietzsche was obviously a huge critic of Christianity, Antonson notes he was still deeply interested in figuring out its origins and impact, but from a totally secular view. Why would someone so critical care so much about understanding it?
Well, Nietzsche saw the massive power Christianity wielded, culturally, historically. Didn't matter if he believed the theology. His whole God is dead thing wasn't just saying God doesn't exist necessarily. It was more an observation that religious belief was losing its grip on modern life.
Right.
So to understand the world he was in, he felt you had to understand the roots of this dominant belief system, even if he fundamentally disagreed with it.
That makes sense. And that kind of leads naturally into the next idea, the Bible as a case study in ideology. If Jesus was a construct, the Bible becomes this unique chance to dissect how a powerful ideology is born and grows. Antonson imagines all sorts of experts collaborating, historians, sociologists, anthropologists, literary critics, psychologists.
A real interdisciplinary effort.
Yeah, all working together to figure out the conditions that let this narrative emerge and become so influential. What could they learn from that?
Well, thinking bigger picture, it's about understanding how ideologies work, period. How do they start? How do they catch on? How do they shape societies, behavior, institutions?
So the Bible becomes this huge, complex data set for studying basic human processes.
You could see it that way, yeah. A rich data set.
Then Antonson brings in Yuval Noah Harari. Remember Sapiens?
Of course, the power of shared myths.
Exactly. Harari argues shared myths are key to humans cooperating on a large scale. Antonson connects that directly to the Jesus story in Christianity. He says, look, whether it's historically true or not, it became an incredibly powerful myth that changed everything.
So the focus shifts to the power of the story itself.
Right. Harari's work really highlights that shared stories, even if not factually based, are crucial for social glue, for getting people to work together.
And the Jesus story, fact or fiction in this scenario, undeniably did that. It unified billions.
Right.
So understanding how that happened gives us massive insights into belief, into social organization.
Okay, so if the Bible is viewed as this massive myth, Antonson makes another interesting point. It could actually boost the intellectual importance of Jewish history.
How so?
He paints this picture, it's almost funny, of atheists suddenly wanting to talk to Orthodox Jews, learn about Hasidism, Kabbalah.
Seeing them as holding some key.
Yeah, like keepers of older secrets, deeper truths within those Abrahamic traditions. Why is that shift significant?
Well, it's kind of a reversal, isn't it? Instead of Judaism just being seen as the prequel to Christianity.
Right.
Its own deep mystical and textual traditions could be seen as vital for understanding the whole environment where the Jesus story might have emerged. The focus lands on Judaism's own intellectual depth and history.
So, ultimately, Antonson wraps it up by saying, in this scenario, the Bible becomes, let me get the quote right, a monument to the power of human imagination, the capacity for collective belief, and the enduring quest for meaning.
Wow.
It stops being just about divine rules from above and becomes about the human story behind the divine claims. Atheists might then study it, not to argue about God, but just to understand, well, us, humans.
And that's a really profound thought, isn't it? Even if you don't buy the premise, the hypothetical.
Yeah.
Doesn't the Bible still offer incredible insights into us? Psychology, society, how belief works. Regardless of where it came from, its impact is just undeniable.
It really is undeniable. It makes you think. This whole thought experiment Antonson lays out, it just opens up so many fascinating paths for, intellectual exploration.
Absolutely.
Whether you view the Bible as divine revelation or as this extraordinary human creation, it's clearly a text that deserves our deep, ongoing attention.
Couldn't agree more. And it really leaves us, and you listening, with a big question to chew on.
Which is?
What other beliefs, things we see as totally foundational in our society, might actually reveal surprising things if we look at them from a completely secular angle? What could we learn about ourselves, about how we build our shared worlds, by questioning the origins of the stories we all accept? Ever get that feeling, that little tingle, that maybe there's more to what we see? Like the world around us might be, whispering secrets through hidden patterns.
Oh, absolutely. It's a fascinating thought, isn't it?
Yeah, so let's dive right into that, because today we're looking into sacred geometry. We're exploring how it might show up in old sites, historical spots, and even art.
And we're basing this on an article called The Art of Hidden Knowledge. It really gets you thinking, suggesting there's this underlying order, maybe a kind of design language in the universe, shown through shapes and proportions.
Right, and the article connects these really ancient ideas about cosmic order to specific places. Think the pyramids, Greek temples.
Yeah, exactly. These huge, iconic structures.
And it also takes us to this really mysterious little village in France, Rennes-le-Château.
Rennes-le-Château. We'll definitely get into that.
So our mission today, basically, is to unpack these core ideas of sacred geometry, see how they might link up with these historical mysteries, these artistic interpretations that the article discusses.
Sounds good. Let's start with the basics then. What is sacred geometry according to this source?
Well, the article describes it as like an ancient language, a kind of code that reflects divine order.
A code, okay. Using what?
Using shapes, proportions, specific ratios. It mentions the golden ratio, for instance, and Fibonacci sequences, things you see in nature too.
Right. The idea being that these aren't just random mathematical concepts, but they actually represent the blueprint of the cosmos.
Exactly. That's the word the article uses, a blueprint. Unlocking hidden truths about how the universe is built. It calls it a cosmic map encoded in shapes.
And this map, this way of thinking, has supposedly influenced people for, thousands of years in spirituality, architecture.
For millennia, yeah. Which brings us to that village I mentioned, Rennes-le-Château.
Oh, yes, the mystery spot in southern France.
Tiny place, apparently, but surrounded by whispers. Stories about a priest, Béranger Saunière.
Saunière, right. And didn't he suddenly become very wealthy, leading to all sorts of theories?
Wow.
Exactly. Hidden treasures, secret lineages, ancient knowledge. It's all tied up with this village.
And this is where Henry Lincoln's theory comes in, as the article points out. He looked at the landscape around the village.
And he thought it wasn't just landscape.
Pretty much. He proposed it might be a deliberate geometric puzzle, a huge one. He called it a massive map of divine proportions.
Wow. So the hills, the sacred sites, they weren't just placed randomly over time.
Lincoln's theory suggests not, that their specific locations, how they line up, might be part of an ancient code.
A code hiding. The article hints at some pretty big secrets.
Well, it touches on the possibility of a hidden bloodline, potentially linked to figures like Jesus, Mary Magdalene, maybe even the Knights Templar. It's pretty provocative stuff.
Definitely grabs your attention. And then there's a tomb near the village.
Yes, the article focuses on that too. Suggests its location, the symbols on it.
Yeah.
It's maybe more than just a grave. It could be a cipher, you know?
Another piece of this geometric puzzle.
Potentially. Encoded in that sacred geometry we were talking about.
Okay, so we have this landscape maybe encoded. Then the article throws in something else, a painting.
Nicolas Poussin's Les Bergers d'Arcadie. The Shepherds of Arcadia.
Looks like a peaceful scene, right? Shepherds, a tomb.
On the surface, yes. But the article urges a closer look. It talks about a deliberate harmony in the way everything's arranged.
Harmony, like geometric harmony.
Exactly. It suggests the painting whispers of hidden proportions and divine ratios. That maybe the composition itself mirrors the geometries found, or suspected, in the Rennes-le-Château landscape.
So the painting isn't just about a place. It might be a map, a visual map, like the article says.
That's the intriguing idea, guiding towards some kind of unspoken truth. Every curve, every figure's placement, potentially part of the same code.
It makes you think differently about art, doesn't it? That it could be a coded message, maybe reflecting these bigger cosmic ideas.
It really ties things together. Nature, buildings, art, all possibly speaking the same underlying language.
And then the article brings up this reveal, something about a pentagram.
Yes. The Hill of Blanchefort. The claim is that this hill, along with Rennes-le-Château itself and 3 other hills nearby, they form a massive pentagram on the landscape.
A pentagram.
Seriously.
That's the assertion presented. And it also mentions the alignment of 5 local churches, which some researchers, like the ones behind the book Holy Blood, Holy Grail, see as more evidence.
Evidence of what? Extraordinary secrets.
That's the phrase used, yeah. The idea is that these points weren't accidental. They're part of a grand intentional design.
Okay, this is getting intricate. And back to that tomb near Rennes-le-Château.
Right, the actual tomb. The article points out it's kind of hidden away and its symbols, its layout.
Yeah.
They suggest it's not just a standard burial marker.
More like a guardian, a silent guardian of secrets.
That's the evocative description, as if it's physically holding on to these mysteries.
And Holy Blood, Holy Grail, that book. It connects this tomb and the landscape geometry to that bloodline theory again. It does. It proposes they might literally encode secrets about a divine bloodline. It's where the spiritual meets the physical, the sacred geometry meets, well, potentially world-changing history.
The article makes a point that this whole thing might run even deeper than what, say, the Da Vinci Code explored.
Because it's supposedly embedded not just in texts or legends, but in the land itself, in art, in geometry, in history.
So tying it all together, what's the big takeaway from the article?
I think the core idea it leaves us with is profound, really, that the universe might actually be communicating through shapes, symbols, patterns.
Like there's a language out there, and we just need to learn how to read it.
Precisely. And that things like Poussin's painting, Rennes-le-Château, these tombs, they aren't just historical curiosities.
They could be keys to understanding a vast man-made cosmic design, as the article puts it.
Yeah. So just to recap our journey here, we started with sacred geometry, this idea of a foundational language.
Right, the cosmic blueprint idea.
Then we saw how it might apply to the landscape around Rennes-le-Château, this potential geometric map.
And how Poussin's painting might visually echo that same language.
All potentially tying into these deeper historical mysteries, like the bloodline theories.
It definitely makes you look at things differently. Makes you wonder how much hidden meaning, how much design might be layered into things we see every day.
And that leads to a final thought, really, for you listening. As you go about your day, look at the shapes and patterns around you, in buildings, in nature. Could they be part of something bigger, some unseen language?
What other hidden knowledge, like the article suggests, might just be sitting there, waiting to be discovered, right in plain sight?
Hey, welcome to the deep dive. We're all about getting right to the core, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Cutting through the noise, finding that aha moment. That's the goal.
You want the deep understanding, but, time's short, so let's just jump in.
Let's do it.
So today, wow, we're diving into quantum physics. We're using Brent Antonson's article, Quantum Theory, A Beginner's Guide, as a jumping off point.
Good starting place.
Now, the full piece is subscriber only, but the main idea, it kind of grabs you straight away, doesn't it?
It really does.
Antonson says, quantum physics, it's the universe whispering that reality is far stranger than it seems.
Yeah, that whispering part.
Yeah.
That's key. It hints that underneath, everything we see and touch, there's this whole other set of rules running the show. Really different rules.
Okay, stranger than it seems. Let's really dig into that for everyone listening. Things around us feel solid, predictable, right?
Usually, yeah.
Yeah.
Our classical intuition. So what's going on down there at the quantum level that just turns that upside down? Well, okay, think about throwing a ball. You know its path. Right? It's definite.
Yeah.
Quantum stuff isn't like that. It's more like, imagine a photo that's still blurry before it fully sharpens.
Okay, a blurry photo.
Yeah. It sort of holds all the possibilities of what the sharp picture could be,
Right.
until you actually focus it. A quantum particle is kind of like that. It exists in a blur of possibilities, maybe multiple states.
Multiple states
At the same time, yeah. Until we measure it, until we look. That act of measuring forces it to kind of settle into one state. That's superposition.
Okay, hold on. Multiple states at once. That sounds, unreal. How do we even picture that?
It is hard to picture. Remember the dimmer switch idea? It's not just that you don't know the brightness level. It's like the light is potentially at all brightness levels simultaneously until you check. You're checking your measurement. Makes it pick one level.
So just by looking, we actually change the reality of what's happening. That feels completely backward.
It does. It's totally counterintuitive. I mean, your keys are on the table or they're not.
Right.
Right. Whether you look doesn't change that.
Exactly.
But down there, it's different. It's more like the particle could be here or there or somewhere else.
Yeah.
Until you actually pin it down by observing it.
Wow.
And that's not even the weirdest part.
Oh, go on.
There's something called entanglement. Imagine you have two special coins, okay, linked somehow.
Linked.
In this quantum way.
Yeah.
You flip one here.
Yeah.
Say it lands heads.
Yeah.
Instantly, the other coin, even if it's miles away, will land tails. Guaranteed.
Yeah.
No matter the distance.
Whoa. Instantly. How does it know?
Exactly. That's the spooky part. They're connected in this way we don't fully grasp. Einstein famously called it spooky action at a distance. Still kind of blows your mind, Trey?
Spooky action. Yeah, that definitely fits. It really makes you think, what else is the universe hiding? So for everyone listening, our mission here really was just to crack open this strange reality Antonson talks about without, needing a physics PhD.
Right. To give you a feel for just how different things are at that fundamental level.
And these aren't just abstract theories, are they? This weirdness is actually the foundation of, everything.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Even though we don't see that quantum strangeness directly in our big everyday world, it's underpinning it all.
Right. So wrapping this deep dive up, the big takeaway is the universe plays by rules that are fundamentally unlike our normal intuition. Deep down, reality is strange.
And that leaves you with something to think about, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, if reality itself, at its absolute core, is this probabilistic kind of undecided place until we observe it, what does that imply? How might that affect how we understand, everything else? From tiny particles way up to the cosmos.
That's definitely something to chew on.
Welcome to this deep dive. Today, we're exploring something I think everyone's experienced at some point. Those weird little moments, coincidences.
Those times when things just line up in a way that feels, a bit too perfect.
Exactly. And we've got this great piece to guide us. It's called The Universe's Hidden Winks, When Coincidences Are Too Perfect to Be Chance. It's dated April 2025.
Right. And it really tries to get under the skin of it, looking at the psychology, even some philosophical angles.
So our mission today is basically to unpack why we even notice these things. What are the different ideas out there about what they are?
And what these winks, as the piece calls them, might actually mean for us, you know, because we all have that little jolt of surprise, that curiosity when things align unexpectedly.
Absolutely. And the piece jumps right into why we notice them. It makes this fundamental point about us humans.
Yeah, that we're wired to find order.
Precisely. It calls us pattern-seeking animals. And it adds that we, especially like symmetrical ones.
Which makes sense. Our brains are always trying to connect the dots, right? Even if the line isn't obvious. like seeing faces in toast or something.
Yeah, exactly. Or shapes in the clouds. Always trying to make sense of things.
But what's really interesting is the feeling these coincidences create. The source says they can feel like, well, all sorts of things.
Like signs from a parallel universe or messages from the divine.
Or just hints that maybe things are connected in ways we don't usually see. It taps right into that human need for meaning, doesn't it?
It really does. That feeling that there's maybe something more going on just beneath the surface.
Okay, so diving deeper into that meaning aspect, the piece brings up Carl Jung.
Yes. Synchronicity. This is where it gets really fascinating, I think.
It does. Jung didn't just dismiss these as random, he called them meaningful coincidences.
Meaningful how?
Well, he saw them as causal connections. So they're linked by their significance to us, not by one thing directly causing the other.
Okay, so not like dominoes falling.
Yeah.
More like
Yeah.
resonance.
Kind of, yeah. Like two tuning forks vibrating together without touching. Jung thought these moments hinted at some deeper connection, maybe between our minds and the world.
Causal connections. Linked by meaning. It's important to remember, though, this isn't like scientifically proven physics, right? It's more a framework for understanding experiences.
Exactly. It's a way of interpreting subjective feelings and events. Jung felt these moments could offer reassurance or guidance when we need it most.
So a connection between our inner state, our thoughts, feelings, and what's happening outside.
That's the idea, as if the universe is somehow reflecting back what's going on inside us. A pretty profound concept.
Definitely profound. But then the piece brings in the counterpoint. And I think we knew this name would come up.
Sigmund Freud.
His view is quite different. More about our own minds, right?
Yeah, much more internal. Freud often saw these things as reflections of our own anxieties or unresolved conflicts, things bubbling up in ways that just look meaningful.
So less about the universe winking and more about our subconscious talking.
Pretty much. The paraphrase in the piece puts it as, coincidences are the brain's way of making sense of randomness, an unconscious attempt to find order.
So the brain is just trying to impose a pattern even on accidents.
Right. Trying to create a story that makes sense from its own perspective, driven by its own internal stuff.
Which, if you think about it, suggests maybe we can learn something about ourselves by noticing the kinds of coincidences that grab our attention.
That's an interesting implication, yeah. What patterns are we imposing?
And the piece makes this little side comment that history has been kinder to Jung than Freud on this specific point.
That is interesting. Maybe it's because Jung's idea feels, I don't know, more hopeful, more connected.
Could be. That idea of synchronicity definitely has a certain appeal, offering maybe a sense of purpose or connection that feels, well, nicer than just seeing it as our anxieties playing tricks.
Freud's view, while maybe psychologically grounded, might feel a bit flat when you experience something genuinely uncanny.
Okay, let's broaden out again. The piece also looks at this from a psychological, even evolutionary angle.
Right. The idea that pattern spotting itself is useful. It helped us survive.
Yeah, recognizing dangers, reading social cues. Our brains got really good at finding connections because it was an advantage.
Absolutely. Sometimes maybe too good, finding links even where there aren't any solid ones.
And there's that nice quote from William James in there.
Oh, yeah. Coincidences are the universe's way of winking at us.
It's a charming way to put it, isn't it?
Yeah,
Acknowledging the strangeness without getting too heavy.
definitely. And to make it more concrete, the piece lists some really common examples, things we've probably all experienced.
Like thinking of an old friend, and boom, they call or text you right then.
Exactly. Or seeing the same number over and over, like 11.11 on the clock.
Or finally finding your keys just after you'd completely given up looking for them. That one feels personal.
Yeah. Or hitting all green lights on your way home when you were expecting terrible traffic.
Hearing the same distinctive song pop up in totally different places within a short time.
These might seem small, but they make you pause, don't they? They stand out from the everyday noise.
Then there's the author's own example, which is, well, a bit more dramatic.
The SWAT team one.
Yeah, flipping on the TV and seeing a SWAT team surrounding their own house. Now that's a coincidence you'd notice.
Wow. Yeah, that definitely ramps it up from finding your keys.
And it really underscores how personal the meaning is. The piece mentions the crazy insight that can come from these moments.
Even if that insight only really makes sense to you in your specific situation.
There's also that anonymous quote mentioned. I thought this was really good.
Which one was that?
Though I did discover God lurking behind seemingly opposite events, coincidences are God's way of remaining anonymous.
Ah, right. That really captures the spectrum, doesn't it? From just chance all the way to seeing something potentially divine or spiritual.
It totally does.
No.
And it shows how subjective it all is. One person's random event is another person's sign.
And related to that subjectivity, the author mentions having obsessive-compulsive disorder.
Yes, and suggests that might make them notice more coincidences.
Which is a really important point, actually. Our own mental makeup, our cognitive biases or tendencies, they absolutely shape what we perceive and how much weight we give it.
So someone naturally inclined to look for patterns might just see more connections than someone else would overlook.
Definitely. Our internal state filters our experience of the external world.
Okay, so wrapping things up a bit, what's the overall impact? The piece says coincidences can actually inspire action.
And even prompt spiritual awakening, which is pretty significant for things that might just be random chance.
It suggests that regardless of the cause, whether it's chance, Jungian synchronicity, psychological projection, whatever,
The meaning we find in them is what matters. It enriches our experience of life.
it throws sparks at our lives, turning ordinary events into extraordinary messages. I like that phrasing.
Me too. It highlights the value of the human experience itself, the act of finding meaning, separate from nailing down the exact objective cause.
So just to quickly recap this deep dive, we looked at that basic human need to find patterns.
Explored Jung's idea of synchronicity, meaningful, but not causal links.
Contrasted that with Freud's view, seeing them more as projections of our own inner world, our anxieties.
Touched on the evolutionary benefit of pattern spotting, and looked at how personal the interpretation of these moments really is.
And it seems clear that whatever you believe they are just stats, deep connections, brain quirks, these coincidences, they do have a certain hold on us.
They make us stop, think, reflect. Sometimes they might even nudge us in a new direction.
So here's a final thought for you, the listener, to take away. Think about a recent coincidence in your own life. Something that made you go, huh, that's weird.
What meaning did you give it then, if any?
And now, after hearing about Jung and Freud and pattern seeking, does that change how you see that experience at all?
It's just an invitation, really, to stay curious. Keep your eyes open to these little moments, these potential winks, whether they turn out to be profound or just interestingly random.
Thanks for joining us on this deep dive.
Hey there, and welcome back. If you're tuning in, you're probably, like us, curious, always wanting to get to the heart of the big ideas, without wading through dense textbooks for months.
Exactly. We love cutting to the chase.
And today, oh boy, we've got a topic that's, well, it's fundamental. We're doing a deep dive into quantum theory.
The universe basically whispering that things are much, much stranger than they seem.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Our guide today is Brent Antonson's book, Quantum Theory, A Beginner's Guide to the Universe's Hidden Rules.
Great little guide. Our mission here is really just to pull out the absolute key nuggets from it. Make this weird and wonderful quantum world feel a bit more accessible.
Right, no PhD required, hopefully.
We'll try.
Antonson mentions his own spark came from reading Paul Davies' God and the New Physics. He said it was like finding a hidden passage in a video game.
Yeah, suddenly realizing there's this whole other layer to reality we don't usually see. It's a neat analogy.
It really is. But we should probably manage expectations slightly. Antonson quotes Richard Feynman.
Yes, the classic Feynman quote.
If you think you understand quantum theory, you don't.
Hey, yeah. So if your brain feels a bit twisty after this, you're definitely in good company. It's inherently counterintuitive stuff.
Okay, so let's jump into the basics Antonson covers. First up, wave-particle duality.
Right. The idea that things at the quantum level, like light, aren't strictly just particles or just waves.
There are both. How does that work?
Well, sometimes light acts like little bullets, tiny packets of energy called photons. That's the particle side.
Okay, like little billiard balls?
Sort of. But then other times it behaves like ripples spreading out on a pond. That's the wave side.
So it's a multitasker.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's not that light is confused or switching back and forth. It fundamentally is both, depending on how you interact with it, how you measure it.
That's already bending my brain. It's like the universe saying, forget your neat little boxes.
Pretty much. Our everyday logic doesn't always apply down there.
Okay, what's next?
Yeah.
The uncertainty principle. Heisenberg's thing.
Yeah. This one's another classic mind bender. Basically, you can't know certain pairs of properties of a particle with perfect accuracy at the same time.
Like what properties?
The most famous pair is position and momentum, like where it is and how fast it's going in a certain direction.
So if you know exactly where it is.
Then you become fuzzier on its momentum, its speed and direction, and vice versa, if you nail down its speed precisely.
Its location gets blurry. Antonson used that hummingbird photo analogy, right?
Yeah, that's a great one. Focus on its position. The wings are a blur, no speed info. Focus on the wing speed. The bird's body is smeared out, no exact location.
I like that. It makes it feel a bit more graspable, even though it's fundamentally weird.
It is. It's a fundamental limit built into nature.
Okay, then there's quantum entanglement. This is the one Einstein called.
Spooky action at a distance. Yeah.
So what's the deal here? Two particles linked?
Essentially, yes. You can have two or more particles linked in such a way that they share the same fate, the same quantum state, no matter how far apart they are.
Like across the room or across the galaxy.
Doesn't matter. Across the galaxy, across the universe, theoretically, if you measure a property of one, say, its spin.
Spin clockwise or counterclockwise?
Sort of. It's an intrinsic quantum property, not quite literal spinning. But yeah, let's say you measure one and find its spin is up.
Then the other one
Instantly becomes down, or whatever the correlated opposite state is, instantly.
faster than light. That's what bugged Einstein, right?
That's exactly what bugged him. It seemed to violate the cosmic speed limit.
Yeah.
But experiment after experiment has shown it's real. Well, it's spooky. The universe is connected in ways that just defy our normal intuition.
Spooky is definitely the word. Okay, let's move on to the observer effect and superposition. This sounds like particles get shy when we look at them.
Not exactly shyness. It's fundamental than that. Superposition is the idea that before you measure a quantum system, it can exist in multiple states at the same time.
Like being both heads and tails.
Exactly like Antonson's spinning coin analogy. While it's spinning, before it lands, it's in a superposition of heads and tails.
Okay.
Then, the observer effect part is that the act of measuring it, interacting with it, to find out its state, forces it to choose one state.
So the coin lands. Heads or tails, not both anymore.
Precisely. The measurement collapses the superposition into a single, definite outcome. It's not about consciousness necessarily, but about the physical interaction of measurement.
And this isn't just theoretical weirdness. Antonson connects it to quantum computing.
Absolutely crucial. A normal computer bit is either a 0 or a 1. A quantum bit, or qubit, can be 0, 1, or crucially, both 0 and 1 at the same time, thanks to superposition.
So they can explore way more possibilities at once.
Exponentially more for certain types of problems. That's the promised massive computing power for things like drug discovery, material science, complex simulations.
Wow. Okay, one more basic tool. Quantum tunneling. This sounds like sci-fi.
It really does, like walking through walls.
Can particles actually do that?
In a quantum sense, yes. Imagine a particle hitting a barrier. It shouldn't have enough energy to get past, classically speaking, like a ball trying to roll up a hill that's too steep.
It should just roll back down.
Right. But in quantum mechanics, there's a non-zero probability that the particle can just appear on the other side of the barrier.
It tunnels through.
That's the term.
Yeah.
Like it found a quantum shortcut. And Antonson rightly points out, this isn't just some fringe effect. It's essential for nuclear fusion in the sun.
So tunneling is why stars shine.
It's a key part of it, yeah. It allows protons to overcome their mutual repulsion and fuse together, even though they technically don't have enough energy by classical standards. Without tunneling, the sun wouldn't ignite.
Mind blown. Okay, so those are the basics. Wave-particle duality, uncertainty, entanglement, superposition, tunneling. Now let's get into the even weirder implications. Schrodinger's cat.
The infamous cat in a box. Everyone's heard of it, but it's often misunderstood.
It's a thought experiment, right? Not something anyone actually did.
Oh, definitely a thought experiment. Designed by Schrödinger to show how absurd it seemed to apply quantum rules directly to large objects.
So the setup is a cat, a box, some poison, and a radioactive atom.
Basically, the atom has a 50-50 chance of decaying within, say, an hour. If it decays, it triggers a mechanism that releases poison, killing the cat. If it doesn't decay, the cat lives.
Okay, so after an hour, you open the box, the cat is either alive or dead. Simple.
But according to a strict quantum interpretation, before you open the box and observe the system, the atom is in a superposition. It's both decayed and undecayed.
And because the cat's fate is linked to the atom.
The cat is therefore also in a superposition. It's both alive and dead simultaneously.
Until you open the box.
Until the measurement is made, yes. The act of observing forces the system into one definite state. Live cat or dead cat.
That just feels wrong on an intuitive level.
That was Schrödinger's point. He thought it highlighted the absurdity, but it forces us to confront what superposition and measurement really mean.
And Antonson mentions one interpretation of this, the many worlds theory.
Right. That's one way to resolve the paradox, albeit a very strange one. The many worlds interpretation, or MWI, suggests that the superposition doesn't collapse.
So the cat stays alive and dead?
No. Instead, every time a quantum measurement could happen, the universe itself splits.
It splits
Yeah.
into parallel universes.
Exactly. So in the cat example, the universe splits into two branches. In one branch, the atom decayed, the poison was released, and the cat is dead. In the other branch, the atom didn't decay, and the cat is alive.
And both universes are equally real.
According to MWI, yes. Every quantum choice, every coin flip, every radioactive decay constantly splits reality into countless parallel streams.
So Antonson's example, me choosing coffee this morning means there's another universe where I chose tea.
That's the implication. A whole other you, living out the consequences of that different choice, branching off continuously. Reality becomes this vast, ever-expanding tree of possibilities.
Wow. Okay. That's a lot to take in. Let's shift gears slightly. Delayed choice and retrocausality. Present decisions affecting the past. That sounds impossible.
It sounds impossible, yes. But the delayed choice experiments, pioneered by John Wheeler, are real and deeply puzzling. They play with that wave-particle duality again.
How so?
You set up an experiment where a photon has to decide whether to act like a wave or a particle early on in its journey. But the key is, you delay the choice of which measurement to make the wave measuring one or the particle measuring one until after the photon has already passed that critical point.
Okay, so the photon's already committed, theoretically.
You'd think so.
Yeah.
But the results show that the photon's behavior seems to depend on the choice you make later. If you choose to measure its wave properties, it looks like it behaved as a wave all along. If you choose to measure its particle properties, it looks like it behaved as a particle.
So it's like, knew what you were going to do in the future.
That's the deeply weird implication. It hints at retrocausality, that future actions can somehow influence past events, at least at the quantum level. And Antonson's analogy of the murder mystery, where the detective chooses the culprit after the crime and history sort of rewrites itself, it captures that strangeness.
That really messes with your idea of time and cause and effect.
Completely. It's one of the deepest mysteries.
Which brings us nicely to Einstein again and his work on relativity, time, and the speed of light. How does that connect with the quantum world?
Well, Einstein's special relativity revolutionized our view of space and time, showing they're interwoven into space-time. And it gave us some key insights. One is time dilation.
Time slows down if you go really fast.
Exactly. The faster you move relative to someone else, the slower your clock ticks compared to theirs. It's only noticeable at extreme speeds, close to the speed of light, but it's real.
Yeah.
And Antonson's bus printing analogy gives a tiny conceptual flavor.
And Imshirat-Gupe, mass and energy being the same thing.
Two sides of the same coin, yes. Mass is a form of energy, and energy has mass. This is fundamental to nuclear reactions, like in stars or power plants, where a tiny bit of mass gets converted into a huge amount of energy.
And this also explains why we can't reach the speed of light.
Precisely. As you accelerate an object with mass, its energy increases, which means its effective mass also increases. The closer you get to the speed of light, the more massive it becomes, and the more energy you need to accelerate it further.
Until you'd need infinite energy.
Infinite energy to reach the speed of light itself, which is impossible. So massive objects are stuck below light speed. Antonson mentions tachyons, hypothetical, faster-than-light particles, but they're purely theoretical right now.
It all fits together in strange ways. Antonson then talks about why the universe isn't really common sense, bringing in entropy.
Entropy. The universe's tendency towards disorder. The second law of thermodynamics.
Like Antonson's old couch falling apart.
Perfect everyday example. Everything tends to go from order to disorder. Hot things cool down, structures decay, stars burn out, things wear down.
So the universe as a whole is becoming more disordered over time.
That's the idea, which implies that in the past it must have been much more ordered.
Which points back to the Big Bang, a highly ordered initial state.
It aligns with that picture, yes. A state of incredibly low entropy at the very beginning.
And the question, what was before the Big Bang?
Antonson nails it. Since time itself likely began with the Big Bang, asking what came before might be like asking what's north of the North Pole. The concept might not even make sense.
Our language and intuition just break down at those scales.
Okay, so moving towards the frontiers. Antonson mentions attempts to bridge quantum mechanics and cosmology. Hawking radiation.
Right. Stephen Hawking's incredible discovery. It showed that black holes aren't entirely black.
They leak?
They radiate energy, very slowly, due to quantum effects happening right at their edge, the event horizon. Pairs of virtual particles pop into existence, one falls in, the other escapes. And the escaping one carries away energy.
Exactly. Meaning the black hole loses mass over immense timescales. So black holes can actually evaporate and disappear eventually.
Wow. And this connects quantum stuff with gravity.
It's one of the most profound links we have between quantum field theory and general relativity, our theory of gravity. A huge clue in the search for a unified theory.
Then there's quantum field theory, QFT, a different way of seeing particles.
A more fundamental way, many physicists believe. Instead of particles being tiny dots, QFT sees them as excitations, like ripples or waves in underlying fields that fill all of space.
So there's an electron field, and an electron is just a ripple in that field.
Precisely. And a photon is a ripple in the electromagnetic field, and so on. Reality is less like a collection of tiny objects and more like, as Antonson puts it, a vibrating ocean of these quantum fields.
That's a really different picture, and string theory goes even further.
String theory is an attempt at a theory of everything. It proposes that the most fundamental entities aren't point particles or field excitations, but unimaginably tiny vibrating strings.
Like cosmic guitar strings.
Kind of. And the different ways these strings vibrate correspond to the different particles we see, electrons, quarks, photons, etc. Different vibrations are like different musical notes.
And the goal is to unify all the forces and particles into one framework.
That's the grand ambition, the ultimate playlist, as Antonson calls it. It's mathematically very elegant, but proving it experimentally is incredibly difficult.
Which leads to the biggest challenge, quantum gravity, merging the super big and the super small.
The ultimate puzzle. We have general relativity, Einstein's theory, describing gravity and large-scale structures like planets, stars, galaxies, space-time itself.
Works beautifully on that scale.
And we have quantum mechanics, describing the bizarre rules of the very small atoms, particles, forces. Works beautifully on that scale.
But they don't play nice together.
They clash fundamentally. Their mathematical language and basic assumptions are incompatible, especially in extreme situations, like the center of a black hole or the very moment of the Big Bang. We need a theory of quantum gravity to describe those realms.
And Antonson mentions loop quantum gravity.
That's one of the leading contenders, yes.
Yeah.
It approaches the problem differently from string theory. It suggests that space-time itself isn't smooth and continuous, but is made of discrete, indivisible units or loops, like pixels of space and time.
So space itself is quantized.
That's the core idea. It's another attempt to reconcile gravity with quantum principles. It's all very much work in progress.
It's incredible to think about these frontiers. Now, Antonson doesn't shy away from the bigger questions this all raises, touching on science versus spirituality.
Yeah, quantum mechanics definitely bumps up against philosophy, doesn't it? The sheer weirdness, the role of the observer, the apparent fine-tuning of the universe's laws.
Like Paul Davies questioning if the laws are just accidental.
Right. It leads to profound questions. Is reality fundamentally mathematical? Does consciousness play a role in shaping what we observe, or is it just physical interaction?
Einstein himself talked about a cosmic religious feeling, right? Awe at the elegance of it all.
He did. Not a personal God, but a sense of an underlying intelligence or order revealed in the laws of nature. A mind behind the universe's structure.
It makes you wonder, as Antonson suggests, if maybe existence is just this vast cosmic puzzle we're slowly piecing together.
It's a powerful thought. The universe might be even stranger and more interconnected than our current theories imagine.
So wrapping this up, what's the big takeaway from this quantum dive?
I think it's that appreciating this stuff doesn't mean you need all the math. Just grasping the core ideas, duality, uncertainty, entanglement, opens up a view of a universe that's profoundly counterintuitive, but also deeply fascinating.
Yeah, it's not just abstract theory. It underlies everything, from how stars shine to potentially the future of computing in our phones or elsewhere.
Remember, these weird rules are operating constantly, beneath the surface of the reality we experience, teleporting particles, bending time, spooky connections. It's all part of the fabric.
It really does stretch the imagination, and maybe that's the point.
Perhaps. Maybe, as Antonson hints at the end, the very act of asking these questions, of seeking this knowledge, is part of how this strange, wonderful reality unfolds.
A final thought to chew on then. What new questions does exploring this hidden quantum layer spark for you? Something to ponder. Welcome to this deep dive. We're looking into something you asked about how we talk to AI, and specifically why some people are actually polite to it.
Yeah, it's fascinating. And we've got a great source for this, an article by Brent Antonson called Why I Am Polite with AI, previously Yelling at Alexa.
That title change alone tells you there's a story there. He starts with one idea and, well, seems to land somewhere else after using a newer Echo Dot.
Exactly. So our mission today is really to unpack his journey, pull out the key insights about, our behavior towards AI and where these voice assistants actually stand right now.
Okay, so let's start with his initial argument. Antonson was saying being polite to AI, it wasn't just like a weird habit.
No, he thought it could genuinely lead to better responses from the AI. And interestingly, maybe even encourage empathy in us.
He even floated that idea that developers might be listening in or reviewing interactions, so maybe be on your best behavior.
Right, which adds another layer. It touches on that feeling of being observed, maybe. But the core idea was politeness might smooth the interaction, maybe even train the AI or ourselves.
It paints this picture of a kind of harmonious relationship with technology, or at least the potential for one.
But then, as you said, the curveball. He gets this new 6th-gen Echo Dot after not using one for a while.
And it's been 7 years. You'd naturally expect some pretty significant leaps in intelligence, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. I mean, think about how fast other tech moves. So his expectation for improvement wasn't unreasonable at all.
But that's not what he found. He describes it as pretty much the exact same device he remembered. Lonely, simple.
Yeah, he mentions the same old glitches, the same awkward pauses and inflections. Basically, no fundamental change in its smarts.
Which leads directly to that title change, right? He went from advocating politeness to admitting he had to yell.
Yell just to be understood. That really highlights the frustration. When the tech doesn't meet basic expectations, politeness kind of goes out the window.
It really does. It suggests the tech's limitations are, well, limiting the interaction itself, regardless of our intentions.
Precisely. The desire for a courteous exchange can just crumble if the thing doesn't reliably work.
So he concludes, basically, that any fears about these AI assistants taking over are pretty unfounded right now.
Yeah, because they haven't made huge strides towards anything like genuine understanding or human-like intelligence.
He's got that skeptical line at the end, Azure Alexa, no way, which really captures his feeling.
It sums it up perfectly.
Yeah.
So the big takeaway here seems to be this tension, right?
Tension between what?
Between the sort of aspirational idea, maybe being polite is good, maybe it helps, and the actual, sometimes clunky reality of the technology we have now.
So his experience suggests that maybe focusing on politeness feels a bit premature, or maybe even, like you said, ironic, when the basic function is still iffy.
Exactly. That harmonious relationship feels pretty distant if you're still just trying to get it to, play the right song or understand a simple command.
Right. So the article really lays bare this conflict. Our hopes for interacting with smarter AI versus the, well, sometimes disappointing present.
And that leads us to the thought for you listening. How does this resonate with your experiences?
Yeah, think about how you interact with your own devices. Have your expectations changed?
Does Antonson's frustration sound familiar? Does the current level of AI sophistication actually warrant us changing how we speak to it?
Or are we perhaps just waiting for the technology to catch up to the way we'd ideally like to interact with it?
It's definitely something to chew on, thinking about where AI is really headed in our day-to-day lives.
Welcome back to The Deep Dive. Today we're looking at something pretty mind-bending. Quantum computers. And specifically, how they really stack up against the regular PCs we all use every day.
Yeah, it's a topic moving fast from theory into, well, something more real.
Definitely seeing the headlines. So our aim today is to maybe cut through some of that complexity.
Right. Get to the core differences and, frankly, the revolutionary potential here.
Okay, so let's dive straight in. The absolute basics. My laptop uses bits. Zeros or ones. On or off.
Standard stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
Binary.
But quantum computers use qubits. And this is where it gets weird, right?
This is the key.
Yeah.
A qubit isn't just 0 or 1. It can be. Well, both at the same time.
Both. How?
It's called superposition. Think of it less like a light switch, more like a dimmer. It can be anywhere between fully off and fully on, or even represent both states simultaneously.
Okay, a dimmer switch. I get that analogy, so it's not just black and white.
Exactly. It operates on a spectrum of probabilities. And that flexibility, that's what lets a quantum computer explore, a huge number of possibilities all at once.
Right. The article we looked at had a pretty stark example.
Yeah, that a problem taking a supercomputer, maybe years.
Could be done in seconds by a quantum computer. Seconds.
It's a truly transformative leap. Yeah,
Yes, I know.
almost hard to grasp the scale.
Years to seconds. Okay. And there's another layer to this quantum weirdness. Entanglement.
Ah, yes, entanglement. That's another purely quantum thing.
What's the gist for someone who hasn't really heard of it?
Okay, imagine you link two qubits. Their fates become intertwined.
Intertwined how?
So the state of one instantly correlates with the state of the other. Instantly, no matter how far apart they are.
Whoa. Like across the room. Across the country.
Theoretically, yes. Distance doesn't matter. The article called it a peek into wormholes, which is maybe a bit playful.
Huh. Yeah, maybe a bit much.
But the point is, this connection lets them work together in ways classical bits just can't. It enables a kind of parallel processing that's off the charts.
So my PC works through things one step at a time, super fast, but still sequential.
Right. Even multi-core processing is fundamentally sequential at some level.
But a quantum computer is exploring loads of paths simultaneously because of superposition and entanglement.
You got it. That's the core advantage. The article had that analogy. The speedy librarian versus the whole library team.
Yeah, I like that one. PC is the librarian fetching one book. Quantum computer is the whole team searching the entire library at once.
It captures that parallelism pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
And this difference, it has huge consequences, especially for things like encryption.
Ah, okay. Because current encryption relies on math problems being hard.
Exactly. Specifically, factoring very large numbers. It's easy to multiply two primes, hard to go backwards. Our security depends on that difficulty.
For normal computers, anyway.
Right. But quantum computers, theoretically, are exceptionally good at that exact kind of problem, factoring large numbers.
So they could, what, break current code?
Potentially, yes. Codes that might take a classical computer millions of years to crack could become vulnerable very quickly.
Millions of years.
Yeah.
That changes things fundamentally for security, doesn't it?
Absolutely. The article even floated that thought experiment.
The idea of instantly analyzing some huge, complex data set, like, boom, it's done.
Yeah, imagine information bottlenecks just dissolving. The processing power wouldn't be the limiting factor anymore for certain kinds of problems.
Okay. Beyond code breaking, what else? Complex systems.
That's another huge area. The article mentioned modeling chaotic systems, like weather.
Better weather forecasts, seriously.
Potentially. Much
Yeah.
better, much longer-term forecasts, yeah. Because quantum computers can handle the immense number of variables and their complex interactions far better. Think about planning for agriculture or disasters.
If you can predict weather months out with accuracy, wow.
It changes the game.
The article also brought up virtual war strategy simulations. That sounded a bit sci-fi.
A little unsettling, maybe. But it highlights the potential. Simulating conflicts with countless variables down to individual soldier strengths.
Predicting outcomes with a level of detail we can't even imagine now, like an existential chess game, as the article put it.
It shows the potential for analyzing incredibly complex strategic situations, way beyond human intuition or current computers.
Which contrasts sharply with, my gaming laptop sometimes struggling with high frame rates.
Right. Even our best classical machines hit walls. They're powerful for what they do.
But they have fundamental limits.
Exactly. And quantum computers are designed to push past those specific kinds of limits. Not for email, probably.
Probably not anytime soon.
But for these massive, complex optimization problems, like the traffic flow example in the article.
Oh, yeah, optimizing city traffic. So many cars, lights, routes.
A nightmare for a classical computer to find the truly optimal solution for everyone.
But a quantum computer could just solve it.
Potentially, yes. Find the best routing almost instantly. Think of the time saved, the fuel saved.
That's a tangible benefit. Okay, and back to cryptography for a second. If they can break current codes, what then?
Well, the race is on to develop quantum-resistant cryptography. New methods that even quantum computers would struggle with.
So like encryption level 512 times 512 times 512?
Something conceptually like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Encryption designed with quantum attacks in mind. The article hints at this ongoing arms race.
It's always a cycle, isn't it? Offense, defense.
Always. And the article also touched on other big areas. Financial modeling.
Predicting market trends better.
Potentially, yes. Finding subtle patterns in vast amounts of financial data. And logistics, too.
Optimizing delivery routes for, like, Amazon or FedEx.
Exactly. Hyper-efficient routing. Imagine the savings in fuel and time. The economic impact could be huge across many industries.
Okay, so the power is immense. But the article also got a bit philosophical.
It raised the idea of humanity being almost bridled, or maybe bathed in this kind of holistic intelligence.
Something that can process and understand things way beyond any single person.
Right. A level of insight that kind of dwarfs our individual capacity to know everything.
It's like that phrase, losing every bar bet to yourself. Because the computer knows everything you collectively know instantly.
Sort of, yeah. It poses questions about our relationship with knowledge, with intelligence itself.
How do we interact with that? Does it change how we see ourselves, our own intelligence?
It's a deep question. Does having access to answers for incredibly complex problems change how we approach discovery, or even our sense of, I don't know, social innocence, as the article maybe hinted?
Yeah, that's definitely something to chew on.
It pushes us to think about what human intellect is for when certain kinds of computation become, well, easy.
Okay, so let's try and wrap this up. The core takeaway, the big difference, is bits versus qubits, classical versus quantum.
And those qubits, with superposition and entanglement, unlock this massive parallelism.
Letting quantum computers tackle problems that are just intractable, impossible for today's machines.
Right. Problems in cryptography, complex system modeling, optimization.
Material science, drug discovery potentially too, although we didn't focus on that from this article.
Exactly. The potential applications are really broad and potentially revolutionary.
It really does feel like we're on the cusp of something major here.
A new era of computation, perhaps.
So, a final thought for everyone listening, building on where the article left off. If these machines can untangle complexities this fast, what fundamental questions might they help us answer? Questions about the universe, about consciousness, about, well, reality itself.
It's the big unknown, isn't it?
Yeah.
How might that reshape everything?
Stepping onto the quantum frontier, as the article called it, definitely gives you something to think about. Thanks for joining this deep dive.
Welcome to this deep dive. Today, we're jumping into a really interesting piece, quite a passionate take on, well, driving.
Yeah, it's specifically about the move away from manual transmissions, stick shifts in performance cars.
Right. And our source is this article, The Art of Driving, Me versus My Dream. It's by Brent Antonson from January 2025.
And it's definitely not just your standard car review. It's very personal, almost philosophical about connecting with a car, the driving experience itself.
Especially dream cars, like Lamborghini.
Exactly. So our mission, if you will, is to really get into the heart of this argument. Understand this passion for manuals, this Fahrvergnügen idea.
Fahrvergnügen. Love that word.
Me too. And think about, what's lost when that connection goes away, especially with these iconic cars.
And look, you might love your automatic, or maybe you're a diehard manual fan yourself. Either way, we're asking you to just step into Antonson's perspective for a bit, see it through his eyes.
So right off the bat, Antonson hits you with this feeling of, well, a dream deferred. He talks about wanting a Lamborghini for 45 years. 45 years? That's a long time to hold on to a dream. And then, bang! Lamborghini stops making manuals. He calls it a mental brick hitting him.
Ouch. Yeah, you can feel the impact. And it's not just, like, mild disappointment. He actually says he's changed his dream car.
Right. He's now kind of symbolically embracing a Subaru WRX STI.
Because for him, that car, the Subaru, embodies the true driving spirit now, which really shows how fundamental this manual thing is for him.
It leads right into his core concept, Fahrvergnügen. It's German, he explains.
It means the pure, unadulterated joy of driving. Something like that.
Pretty much, yeah. And he sets up this really stark contrast. Automatics, he says they feel totally detached, like living in a different universe, I think he says.
Wow. Compared to a manual, which is all about engagement, being in it.
He also points out something interesting, how manuals are way more common in Europe than here in North America.
Oh, yeah. I guess that makes sense. He jokes about trying to rent one here, being like searching for a tiger at a petting zoo.
Huh. Yeah, exactly. And that difference probably fuels his view. For him, driving a manual isn't just getting from A to B.
No, it's active. He talks about savoring every shift, every turn. The car becomes like an extension of you.
He even calls it a passionate love affair with the machine, which, sounds intense, but I think some drivers really feel that. There's actually some psychology research suggesting manual shifting increases feelings of control and agency.
Makes sense. The language he uses is so evocative. Love letter to the journey for each shift. It sounds almost romantic.
It really does. And he doesn't stop at just the feeling. He elevates the skill involved too.
The skill argument. Let me guess.
Yep. Driving a manual, well, that's like playing chess. Driving an automatic, that's checkers.
Okay. Pretty direct comparison there.
He pushes it further too. Calls driving stick a secret handshake with the universe. It's about control, being present.
And he connects that skill, that presence, back to Lamborghini's original values, doesn't he? Being brave, unexpected, authentic. He thinks manuals fit that.
Which is why Lamborghini's reason for ditching manuals hits him so hard.
What is their official reason again? Something about horsepower.
Yeah, basically that the cars are just too powerful now. The shifts need to be faster than a human can manage for peak performance.
And Antonson's reaction.
Oh, he's not having it. Full-on sarcasm. Calls it pathetic, a handicap. Says it leads to boredom.
Boredom. In a Lamborghini.
That's his point. He questions the thrill. If the car's managing the shifts, is it still the same raw experience? He seems to think not.
It really highlights a difference in what thrill means, doesn't it? For Lamborghini, maybe it's the raw numbers, the acceleration times.
Which automatics do deliver. They are incredibly fast.
But for Antons, the thrill is in the doing, the mastering of it. You can feel his disappointment when he talks about visiting the Lamborghini factory.
Yeah, a lifelong dream, he says, but now it feels tainted.
So, okay, automatics might be faster in a straight line, objectively better performance maybe. Does that appeal to some supercar buyers?
Oh, absolutely. For many, those performance figures are the main draw. Faster lap times, quicker 0 to 60, that's what they want.
But Antonson brings up the old Countach, the 87 model.
Right, and he admits it's flawed, cramped, no power steering.
Only 186 mile per hour top speed? Practically pedestrian by today's standards?
Yeah, right. But it was the dream car for his generation. And his point is, it wasn't just about top speed.
It's about something else.
Exactly. Control, engagement. He brings up drifting, rally driving, nailing a corner perfectly. That's where the skill and thrill lie for him, not just flooring it on a straight.
He keeps weaving in these personal bits, too, like his girlfriend driving a manual.
Yeah, he sees that as like a shared understanding. They both get what real driving is about, in his view.
And he makes sure we know he's not just some armchair critic either.
No, definitely not. He lists his credentials driving in 19 countries, all U.S. states, Canada, advanced driving courses, clean record.
So his experience gives his perspective some weight. He feels he understands engaged driving.
For sure. And for him, driving a manual Lambo on the Autobahn, that's the ultimate brilliant game of chess.
Which leads him back to the Subaru WRX STI.
His new ideal. He holds it up as the opposite of the automatic-only supercar.
Built for drivers, for rally, and crucially,
it's attainable. You can get a used one for maybe $10,000, he says, compared to the, let's say, exclusive pricing of a new Lamborghini.
Is a really sharp contrast he's drawing. The Subaru is authentic, accessible driving fun. Modern Lambos, in his view, are becoming more elitist, less engaging.
He basically concludes he doesn't need the supercar status. He needs the driving experience. The raw power isn't enough without the manual connection.
And he found he wasn't alone in feeling this way.
Right. He looked into it, talked to other enthusiasts, found lots of people who love the thrill of a 5-speed.
He uses some great analogies from them, too, like dancing with your car.
Yeah, and gear changes as mini relationship milestones. It captures that feeling. I mean, even just trying to find a manual to rent these days can feel like an adventure.
Tell me about it. It's tough.
But that difficulty maybe reinforces the feeling for enthusiasts. It's special because it's rarer. Mastering the clutch, that perfect heel-toe downshift. He calls it a hero feeling.
You just don't get that same physical satisfaction from paddles, however fast they are.
Exactly. It's a different kind of interaction. Which brings us to his rather dramatic conclusion about Lamborghini.
Yeah, he doesn't hold back, does he?
Not at all. He basically says goodbye to the brand, calls them a dud in the automotive world. Ouch.
Says they've betrayed their heritage, their fans.
And makes this huge statement, even if he wins the lottery, he won't buy his dream Countach now because of where the company's gone.
Wow. That's commitment to his principles. It shows how deep this runs for him. Not just about cars, it's about values.
It really is. A sense of personal betrayal, almost.
Now, to be fair, the article does include Lamborghini's side, their official stance.
It does. They basically recommend the automatics. Faster acceleration, smoother driving, better overall performance. And, well, manuals just aren't available anymore, period.
And Antonson's response to faster acceleration.
He just dismisses it. That shouldn't be the only reason you buy a Lambo, he argues. It needs that engagement, that visceral feel.
He even suggests the new ones are maybe only good for drag strips.
Yeah, not for the kind of real-world driving fun he values, like rally or canyon carving. Which, okay, maybe a bit extreme, but it underlines his point.
So really it boils down to this fundamental split, doesn't it?
Yeah.
What do you prioritize?
Exactly. Is it the absolute peak performance, the raw numbers that modern automatics deliver in supercars?
Or is it the engagement, the control, the Fahrvergnügen that comes with the manual?
And digging into Antonson's piece, it really shows it's more than just preferring 3 pedals. It's about a connection.
A connection he feels is getting lost in the race for pure speed and tech. That Fahrvergnügen isn't just a word. It's a whole driving philosophy he thinks is being sidelined.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it really prompts a question for you listening right now. In a world that's getting more automated, cars getting faster and faster, what does the art of driving actually mean to you?
Is it all about the speed, the efficiency? Or is that hands-on connection, that sense of control, more important?
What makes up your perfect drive? What elements need to be there for it to feel truly fulfilling?
It's interesting to think about, and Antonson, he ends with a call to action, basically.
So learn stick.
Pretty much. Explore that engaged driving, even in a regular car. He believes that kind of joy isn't just for supercar owners.
That's a good point. Maybe it's worth thinking about our own relationship with driving. Ever felt that manual magic? Maybe it's out there waiting for you to discover.
A different way to connect with the road.
Well, that's our deep dive for today. Thanks for joining us. Okay, so you sent us this really thought-provoking essay. It's called Not All Slaves Were Miserable, Why Today's Workers Might Have It Worse.
Yeah, by Brent, Antonson, published last year. And that title alone, it definitely makes you stop and think, doesn't it?
It really does. So Antonson's core point seems to be, well, it's complicated. He acknowledges the horrors of slavery, obviously, but suggests modern work, especially for some groups, might be comparable. Or even worse in some ways.
Exactly. It's a challenging perspective for sure. And you wanted to really get into the weeds on it, understand the nuances.
Yeah, that's the plan for this deep dive. Sort of unpack how looking at historical oppression might, shine a light on work challenges today. It feels important, even if it's uncomfortable territory.
Definitely uncomfortable. And I think what's interesting right off the bat is how the essay pushes back against seeing slavery as just one single thing.
You mean not just constant, relentless misery for every single person all the time?
Precisely. Of course, the brutality, the dehumanization, that's undeniable. But Antonson asks if that was the entire experience in every single context.
Right. And he brings up this idea that some slave owners might have actually thought they were responsible for the people they enslaved.
Yeah.
Like for their basic survival.
Yeah, within their own, deeply warped worldview. He even touches on many owners identifying as Christian, suggesting this incredibly twisted sense of duty. It's a difficult idea to grapple with.
It really is. And building on that, he then points to something else.
His observation about the history we usually learn, he notes how you don't often hear mainstream stories about, say, huge slave revolts or slaves killing their masters on a large scale. He even says he can't personally recall names of famous rebelling slaves being widely taught.
That is interesting when you frame it that way. And then he uses that Frederick Douglass quote.
Oh, yeah, the powerful one. I didn't know I was a slave until I found out I couldn't do the things I wanted.
Antonson seems to use that to get at the core issue, not necessarily constant beatings, but the fundamental lack of freedom, of choice. Being forced to work for someone else's profit.
Exactly. Working within a system that was just fundamentally unjust, built on denying your humanity.
He has that thought experiment too, doesn't he? About picking money versus cotton.
Right. The black woman picking money, what brings more happiness. It's simplified, obviously, but it highlights the control issue, lack of control over your own labor.
But he immediately follows that up, right? With another quote.
Yeah, the Daniel Gamira one. A lighter chain does not make the slave any less of a slave. Which is crucial. It pulls back from any idea that small comforts change the fundamental reality of enslavement.
So even if conditions weren't uniformly brutal everywhere, the core injustice remained.
That's the point.
Right.
And he does briefly mention the expected suffering, depression, disabilities, illiteracy, disease like diabetes. Those were widespread.
And then he circles back to this idea about the lack of well-known mass suicides among slaves.
Right. Contrasting it with suicides you sometimes see in seemingly high-status positions today. It's a really provocative comparison.
He uses an analogy there.
The frog in the pot analogy, suggesting maybe a slow, gradual increase in oppression doesn't always trigger that single dramatic breaking point. Maybe it fosters a different kind of endurance focused on just surviving day to day.
Wow. And he also includes that statistic, the one about Black people owning slaves.
Yeah, roughly 1,200 black slave owners in America, according to the essay, which, again, really complicates the simple narratives.
It absolutely does. Does he explain why that happened?
Not in great detail, but just including it forces you to confront that the lines weren't always drawn strictly along racial lines in terms of who held power within that system.
Okay, so this first part of the essay, the main takeaway is slavery was horrific, undeniably. But the day-to-day reality wasn't necessarily constant physical torture for everyone, everywhere. It was more complex, but always fundamentally unjust because it denied basic human rights and freedom.
Exactly. It sets the stage for his next move, which is drawing parallels to today.
Right, this is where it gets even more controversial, I imagine, comparing that system to modern labor.
It definitely is. He starts arguing that many jobs today, particularly for marginalized people, have these really unsettling similarities. And in some ways, he suggests the impact could be even worse.
How so? What kind of similarities?
Well, he talks about being overworked, underpaid, feeling trapped, specifically trapped by things like systemic racism, economic inequality forces that are less about one single master and more about the whole structure.
And he uses his own life experience here, doesn't he?
He does, very vividly, earning just $4 an hour, doing really brutal manual labor, tearing tar roofs off in intense heat.
$4 an hour. Wow. That really grounds the argument in lived reality, the sheer exploitation involved.
It does, and he links that to broader examples, people living paycheck to paycheck, barely scraping by. He paints this picture of a single mother juggling multiple minimum wage jobs.
And calls her a slave to the system.
Right, that specific phrase. He's careful, I think, not to equate the legal status of chattel slavery with employment, but he's pointing to that feeling of being utterly trapped, exploited, with no real control or share in the value you create.
Which, let's be honest, probably resonates with a lot of people's experiences in the modern economy, even if the comparison feels extreme.
And then he brings in Thomas Jefferson.
I prefer dangerous freedom over peaceful slavery.
Yeah, underscoring that idea that even a risky freedom might be better than a constrained, controlled existence, however stable it seems.
That's powerful. He also talks about the word slave itself.
Right, the etymology, how it links back to the Slavs in Europe. He uses that to argue that enslavement isn't inherently tied to one race. It's about power and subjugation.
And how we use language today.
Exactly. He points out how casually people might use words like bitch or even slave to describe being controlled or overworked. He suggests maybe that language reflects a kind of ongoing reality of power dynamics.
That's a sharp point about how language can normalize things. Then there are more quotes.
Harriet Tubman, an incredibly powerful one about choosing liberty or death.
If I could not have one, I would take the other. It speaks volumes about the absolute value placed on freedom.
Absolutely. The ultimate commitment to escaping bondage. And then he includes Malcolm X.
My humanity is bound up in yours, for we can only be human together. How does that fit in?
In the context of Antonson's argument, it seems to emphasize a shared human vulnerability to oppression, maybe. That these struggles, historical or modern, are interconnected because they diminish our collective humanity.
Okay, so wrapping this section up, Antonson's argument seems to be that while historical slavery had its unique, overt horrors, today's systemic problems, poverty, racism, job insecurity, create a different kind of trap, one that's maybe less visible, more insidious.
Right. He suggests this modern trap can lead to a profound lack of agency and a level of suffering that, for some, might actually be worse than what some enslaved people endured historically.
He does add that caveat. Not every master was a sadist.
Crucially. But he follows it with, the system itself makes life a living hell for many people today. He's focusing on the crushing weight of the system.
So it's less about individual cruelty, though that exists, and more about these pervasive structures that limit lives and potential.
I think that's exactly it. He's asking us to look beyond the whip and chains, if you will, and see the systemic constraints that operate now. Perhaps less direct malice from one person to another in every case, but potentially just as devastating an outcome for those caught in it.
Well, this has certainly been a deep dive into Brent Antonson's essay. It forces you to wrestle with these really difficult comparisons between historical slavery and modern work.
Definitely. He challenges easy answers about both the past and the present. It's not comfortable, but it pushes you to think.
It really does. He uses this provocative comparison to make us see maybe the kinds of control and exploitation that are still happening, but are maybe harder to spot.
Yeah, the less visible forms. Which leads perfectly to the final thought we should leave people with, drawing from his conclusion.
Right. Thinking about those lighter chains he mentioned earlier. What are the lighter chains in our society today?
How do these maybe more subtle systems of control, economic pressures, systemic biases, lack of opportunity, how do they actually impact people's lives, their real freedoms?
That's a heavy question.
Yeah.
How do these modern constraints stack up against the brutal, undeniable chains of the past?
There's no easy answer there, but reflecting on that comparison, on the complexities Antonson raises, it definitely demands a deeper look at what freedom, exploitation, and dignity really mean, both then and now. Welcome to the Deep Dive. Today we're jumping into a really interesting discussion, pulling from a YouTube video transcript. It's from the Anil Kanda channel called Creationist Scientist Leaves Atheists Speechless. Even the host was shocked. Quite the title.
Yeah, definitely catches the eye.
So what we're doing is unpacking the key arguments, especially this fascinating link people draw between, well, mathematics and the existence of God.
Right. It's basically looking at whether science and philosophy, particularly math, point towards, an immaterial mind or maybe even theism.
The source itself features this debate, right? A Christian Scientist and atheist.
Exactly. And what caught my attention straight away was this anecdote the scientist shares about a mathematician, a really respected one, apparently.
Oh, yeah. What was the anecdote?
Well, this mathematician suggests math is like a fourth kind of discovery pointing to a mind behind everything. This is building on 3 other points the scientist makes in his book.
A fourth discovery. Interesting.
Yeah, and apparently the mathematician's wife, who was agnostic, read the scientist's book and, well, it gave her something to think about, perhaps leaned her more towards theism.
Wow. Okay.
So right from the start, it positions math as this potential window onto, well, ultimate reality.
Okay, so let's really get into that. This mathematician's argument, the transcript mentions most mathematicians are mathematical Platonists. What's that about?
Right, mathematical Platonism. The basic idea is that mathematical things, perfect circles, equations, geometric shapes, they actually exist objectively.
Exists like a chair exists.
Well, not physically. That's the crucial bit. They exist independently of us, our minds, our language, where we are. A circle's properties are what they are, whether we're here to think about them or not. They're real, but conceptual.
So they're not just useful ideas we came up with, like tools.
That's exactly what Platonism argues against. The transcript emphasizes that mathematicians often feel like they discover these things, like finding a hidden truth, rather than inventing them.
Okay, discovery, not invention. I get that.
And if you accept that these things are real, conceptual, but not just in our individual minds, well, the question becomes...
where are they then? In whose mind do they exist?
Precisely. And that's the step towards suggesting an immaterial universal mind, maybe God. It's a direct challenge to thinking only matter is real.
Right, it introduces something non-physical but still objective. Now, the atheist in the chat pushes back, understandably, brings up something like stellar fusion. We use math to describe it. Sure, that math is in our heads.
Yeah, but the star is doing its thing way out there.
Exactly. The process is physical, external. How does the scientist respond to that?
This is where it gets pretty deep. The counter moves into quantum cosmology.
Okay.
The point made is that the mathematical framework itself, things like the universal wave function, the Wheeler-DeWitt equation, the idea of superspace.
Wow, okay, big concepts.
Yeah, really big. But the argument is that this mathematical apparatus seems to pre-exist the physical universe. It's the language used to even try and explain the universe's origin.
So wait, the math comes before the thing it describes, not just describing what's already there.
That's a provocative idea. It's less like describing a finished building and more like maybe the blueprints that existed before construction even started.
But blueprints need an architect, right? Who or what provides the math?
Exactly the question. And the scientist mentions thinkers, like Vilenkin, even Stephen Hawking, who wrestled with this. Hawking famously asked what puts the fire in the equations, what gives them a universe to describe.
Right. Because the math itself doesn't do anything physically, it's just concepts.
It's causally inert, yeah. It describes patterns, relationships, but doesn't cause stars to fuse or planets to orbit.
This seems to lead perfectly into that other big idea from the transcript, the unreasonable applicability of mathematics. Why is that considered so unreasonable?
Well, unreasonable in the sense of being surprisingly, almost uncannily effective.
Yeah.
It's the sheer power of abstract math to describe the real physical world so incredibly well.
Any examples jump out?
Oh yeah, the transcript uses a great one. Complex numbers. involving the square root of -1.
Right, imaginary numbers always seemed weirdly abstract in school.
Totally. Mathematicians explored them for purely logical, internal mathematical reasons for ages. Then, much later, physicists working on quantum mechanics discovered, oops, these weird abstract numbers are exactly what we need. They're fundamental to describing how the quantum world works.
No way. So the tool was invented before anyone even knew the job existed.
Kind of, yeah. It's like mathematicians were mapping this strange conceptual territory, and it turned out to be the map of reality itself.
That is pretty wild.
It is. And it leads to this question that the physicist John Polkinghorne asked, why? Why does the reason within the mathematics, the stuff our minds figure out, match so perfectly with the reason that is built into the universe?
The underlying logic of reality.
Yeah. Why this amazing alignment between our abstract thought and the physical cosmos?
And the theistic view connects this to the history of science.
Absolutely. The explanation offered is that there's a single source for both. A creator God designed a rational, orderly universe and gave us minds capable of discerning that order, often through math.
So like the early scientists, Boyle, Kepler, Newton.
Exactly. They operated on this principle of intelligibility. They believed nature was understandable precisely because our minds in the universe shared a common designer. They thought they were, thinking God's thoughts after him in a way.
Okay, but the source does mention alternatives, right? A philosopher, Mark Tarleton, though you think it's meant to be Hartree Field.
Yeah, Hartree Field seems more likely given the context. He's known for a view called mathematical fictionalism.
Fictionalism. So math isn't real after all.
Well, the idea is more that mathematical statements aren't literally true in the sense of referring to real abstract objects like Platonism says. Instead, they're like incredibly useful fictions.
Useful fictions, like convenient stories that help us do science.
Sort of. Indispensable tools, maybe, but not descriptions of an actual independent mathematical realm. It's a way to use math without committing to Platonism's metaphysical baggage, you could say.
So that would challenge the whole objective reality of math thing.
It definitely does. But the speaker in the video seems a bit skeptical, suggesting that even if you go with fictionalism, it doesn't totally dissolve the mystery.
How so?
Because you still have to explain why these particular fictions are so stunningly effective. Why does this mathematical storybook align so perfectly with physical reality? The theistic argument, they suggest, might still be the inference to the best explanation for that effectiveness.
Fair enough. It shifts the question slightly, maybe.
Right.
The transcript also touches on the edges of our understanding, using that analogy about asking what's north of the North Pole when thinking about before the Big Bang.
Yeah, that's a great analogy for trying to grasp concepts outside our normal framework of space and time. What does before time even mean?
Kind of breaks your brain a little.
It does. And it highlights how hard it is to truly conceive of absolute nothing. Not just empty space, but no space, no time, no energy, no laws, no logic.
Well, anything.
Exactly. Even saying nothing implies the absence of something. It shows the limits of our language and concepts when we hit these ultimate questions.
Really makes you confront what we can and maybe can't know. Now, the scientist in the video, the Christian one, he shares a bit about his own journey, and it wasn't just science that led him there.
No, apparently not solely.
Yeah.
He talks about having this sort of teenage existential crisis.
Oh, wow. Relatable for some, maybe?
Yeah, asking, what's the point? Does anything finite actually have lasting value or meaning? Big questions.
Definitely big.
And he said he found something resonant in Sartre's idea, the existentialist philosopher, that without an infinite reference point, nothing finite ultimately means anything.
Interesting. An atheist philosopher providing a stepping stone.
Well, providing a problem or a question that resonated deeply, yeah. This feeling that permanence was needed for meaning led him to explore religious and philosophical answers.
And specifically, Jesus and the Bible.
He mentions being compelled by the figure of Jesus and finding answers to that need for permanence in biblical passages. Things like God saying, I am that I am, or describing Jesus as the same yesterday, today, and forever, concepts of timelessness.
Right. Addressing that change versus permanence issue.
Exactly. But he stresses it wasn't like a sudden flash. It was a long process of thinking, reading, wrestling with ideas, not just a snap decision.
Makes sense. These aren't simple questions.
Not at all.
Okay, near the end of the material we looked at, there's this interesting question posed to the scientist. Why don't Jewish people, generally speaking, believe Jesus was the Messiah given they share the Old Testament?
Yeah, that's a really complex question, and the source offers a couple of perspectives presented in the discussion.
What were they?
One point raised was the strong tradition within Judaism of, well, debate, constant questioning. Multiple interpretations of Scripture are encouraged. It's not monolithic.
Okay, a cultural emphasis on questioning.
Right. And another point, which was attributed in the discussion to Ben Shapiro, is the argument that some traditional Jewish interpretations of Old Testament prophecies didn't point to a figure like Jesus.
How so?
For example, expecting maybe more of a political or military leader, a conquering Messiah, rather than someone focused on peace and spiritual salvation as Jesus was. The descriptions didn't match the expectation for some.
Gotcha. Different readings of the same text.
Exactly. And the scientist himself makes the point, look, belief isn't determined by a head count. It's about evaluating the evidence yourself.
Right. Majority doesn't automatically mean correct.
Mm-hmm. And he has this interesting anecdote saying he was at a conference with quite a few Jewish scientists and scholars, and a number of them had actually become Christians. So it shows there's diversity even there. It's not a simple picture.
Okay. So wrapping this up, it's clear this whole discussion, kicked off by that YouTube clip, really dives into some deep waters: mathematics, philosophy, ultimate reality.
Absolutely. It's this fascinating collision point. We got into some real aha moments, I think, especially around math, that connection between abstract concepts and the physical world.
Mm-hmm.
It's genuinely puzzling.
Yeah, the idea that mathematical objects might be objectively real conceptual things, it really makes you think, doesn't it?
It does. And we also saw how personal these journeys of belief and understanding are, not just about abstract arguments.
And just to reiterate for everyone listening, we've been exploring the arguments and perspectives from the source material. This is complex territory, tons of different views out there. Our goal was just to unpack what was in this specific discussion.
Right. We're not endorsing one view, just laying out the conversation that happened in the source.
So maybe a final thought to leave folks with.
Yeah, how about this? If, and it's a big if, of course, but if the objective, strangely effective nature of mathematics really does point to something beyond just the material world, what does that actually imply?
What would that mean for how we understand reality and, our own place in it all?
Exactly. Something to chew on. It definitely pushes you to think beyond the everyday.
Welcome to the deep dive. So imagine this for a starting point today. We've got this traveler, Leo. He's in an old Roman tavern, and he notices something pretty curious.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
He figures out that the word morality, well, it rearranges perfectly to spell Roma, Italy.
Huh. Roma, Italy. That's quite a coincidence, isn't it?
Exactly. So we're going to sort of unpack this unexpected little twist. Our main source today is Brent Antonson's Labyrinth of Morality, a Roman inquiry. We've got excerpts.
Okay.
And our mission really is to explore what this, linguistic quirk might hint at, especially regarding Roman ideas about justice, virtue, ethics, that whole framework.
Right. And what's immediately striking is Leo's first thought.
Right.
Could the actual concept of morality somehow be, deeply tied to Rome itself, its identity?
Yeah, it's a pretty bold idea.
It really is.
Yeah.
Suggesting this fundamental link between that specific place and how we even think about right and wrong.
Totally. Leo apparently wondered, was morality almost a Roman invention? In a sense. But then the story goes, there's this old philosopher in the tavern.
Oh, okay. Adds another layer.
He suggests, well, sure, culture shapes moral values, definitely, but individual choices, especially when things get tough in adversity, they're just as crucial.
Makes sense.
And he uses Rome itself as the prime example, this huge, powerful civilization that was also constantly wrestling with its own internal battles, moral contradictions.
Right. That inherent duality, that's such a key point, isn't it? Greatness and corruption living side by side.
Exactly. And here's where it connects back so interestingly.
To the anagram.
Morality becoming Roma, Italy. Our source kind of paints it as this symbolic reflection of that exact tension.
Yeah, I see that. Rome is this crucible where you had the absolute highest ideals clashing with, frankly, some pretty base actions.
Constantly challenging the empire's own sense of right and wrong.
So the anagram is like you said, a mirror.
Yeah, like this little linguistic mirror just reflecting that ongoing struggle, that constant push and pull,
Between trying to be virtuous and, the temptations that inevitably come with enormous power.
Right. The text does briefly touch on the Greek side of things, mentioning ethikotita for ethics.
Okay, acknowledging other roots.
Acknowledging roots, yeah. But it pretty quickly brings the focus back to this rather startling connection within England.
Within morality itself and its echo of Roma, Italy.
Mm-hmm.
And this really brings up something important for you listening to consider. What does this connection, maybe just a coincidence, maybe not, what does it suggest, especially when you put it next to how the Romans themselves talked and thought of their own moral challenges?
Yeah.
Does the language we use carry these like hidden traces of historical powers in their ethical journeys?
That's a deep question. So maybe bringing our deep dive towards a close here. The key takeaway seems to be this: that anagram morality to Roma, Italy, it might seem accidental, but it highlights this potential, almost poetic link between our concept of morality and the whole historical Roman experience.
Right. It wasn't just about conquering stuff for them. They were clearly deeply involved in trying to navigate really complex questions of right and wrong inside their own powerful system.
Definitely.
So maybe a final thought to leave you with. If a specific place, a specific culture, like ancient Rome, could be linked, even linguistically, to how we discuss morality,
Yeah.
well, does that mean the places and cultures shaping our understanding of morality today are also inherently influencing those ideas?
In ways we might not even realize.
Exactly. Maybe in ways we're not fully aware of. It could be worthwhile, perhaps, to look for other simple connections like that.
Other linguistic quirks.
Yeah. Things that seem simple on the surface, but might actually hold some surprisingly deep insights into how we think and, well, how we try to live ethically.
Something to definitely mull over. Thanks for joining us on the Deep Dive.
Welcome to the Deep Dive.
Yeah.
So, we got a great question in. Why does squared show up so much in physics equations? You mentioned wanting a quick but really thorough understanding.
Right.
And that's exactly what we're aiming for today. We'll try and unpack why this squared idea is, well, so fundamental, from gravity to energy.
Exactly. It's pretty fascinating, actually, how a simple math operation, squaring something, tells us so much about how the universe is put together.
Yeah.
It's definitely not just a coincidence. It signals these deeper connections.
Okay, so let's start with something we all kind of feel, right? Gravity. Newton's law of universal gravitation. It says gravity gets weaker with distance.
It does, but there's a specific way it weakens. It's not just a linear drop-off.
Okay.
The force falls off with the square of the distance. So double the distance between two things.
In the gravity.
Four times weaker.
Right.
A quarter of what it was. Triple the distance, and boom, it's 9 times weaker.
Wow. Okay, so why the square? Is there a reason for that specific relationship?
There is. It's basically about geometry. Imagine gravity, or really any influence like light from a bulb, spreading out from a source. It spreads out in all directions, right? In 3 dimensions.
Right.
So as it gets further away, it's covering the surface of a bigger and bigger imaginary sphere.
Right, like an expanding bubble.
Exactly. And the surface area of a sphere, it increases with the square of its radius, the distance in this case.
Ah, so the influence gets spread thinner over an area that grows as distance squared.
Precisely. That inverse square relationship is basically a consequence of living in 3D space. It's how forces like gravity naturally dilute over distance.
That actually makes a lot of sense when you put it that way. Okay, let's shift gears a bit. Einstein, EMC frag. Everyone knows it, but that's c squared.
Yeah, the speed of light squared. It's a massive number, obviously.
Right.
And squaring it there is, well, it's profoundly important. It's not about spatial spreading like gravity. It's more fundamental. It's the conversion factor between mass and energy.
Conversion factor.
Yeah, it tells you how much energy is intrinsically locked up inside mass itself. And because c, the speed of light, is such a huge number, about 300,000 kilometers per second, squaring it just shows that even a tiny, tiny amount of mass is equivalent to a truly enormous amount of energy. It connects mass, energy, space, and time.
So the squaring there is like an amplifier, showing the immense scale of that relationship.
That's a good way to think about it, yeah. Amplification.
Right.
It highlights the sheer magnitude of energy bound within matter.
Okay, got it. And it's not just these, like, huge cosmic laws, right? Doesn't squared pop up in more everyday physics, too?
Right.
Motion.
Absolutely. Think about kinetic energy, the energy an object has because it's moving.
Right, E.
The formula is 12 milliever size, 1/2 times mass times velocity squared. There it is again.
Velocity squared. Why there?
Well, it reflects how energy scales with speed. If you double an object's speed, you don't just double its kinetic energy.
Ah, right, because of the square.
You quadruple it, 4 times the energy. So that squaring tells us that energy increases much, much faster than speed does. It takes way more work to get something going faster. if it's already moving fast.
So whether it's force weakening over distance or the energy locked in mass or the energy of motion, this squared thing keeps appearing as a key part of the description.
Exactly. It's like a fundamental scaling rule the universe uses. The source material we looked at really highlighted this point, the sort of elegant scientists see when these complex phenomena boil down to these squared relationships.
It suggests a kind of underlying order, doesn't it?
It really does. It's not arbitrary math. It's describing how things actually behave.
Which hopefully brings us back to our listener and those aha moments you were looking for. Seeing this pattern, gravity, EMC car kinetic energy, it starts to paint a picture, right?
Your universe governed by these consistent mathematical principles.
So the main takeaway seems to be these squares aren't just quirks. They show up because of spatial geometry, like with gravity.
Right, the inverse square law.
And they show up in fundamental relationships like mass and energy via c squared.
That deep connection.
And they describe how quantities like energy scale up, like with velocity squared and kinetic energy.
Exactly. They're describing core features of reality.
So maybe a final thought to leave our listener with.
Yeah, here's something to chew on. We've seen how squared describes these big physical laws, gravity, energy, motion. Where else might you see similar kinds of squared relationships out there in the natural world? Maybe not always in a neat physics formula, but think about how things scale, maybe how intensity changes or how things grow or spread. Are there other patterns around us that might follow a similar squared dynamic? Something to keep an eye out for. Okay, let's picture this. It's a pretty intense scenario. You're flying high, thousands of feet up, and then the unthinkable happens. The pilot. Well, they can't fly the plane anymore.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those edge cases that, get you thinking. Super rare, obviously, but compelling.
Totally. And it makes you wonder about all those backup plans and, well, just how much we rely on skilled pilots every day.
Exactly. Which brings us nicely to our source for this deep dive, Brent Antonson's guide, How to Land a Plane If the Pilot Dies. It's quite a title.
It is, and it's meant to be this stripped-down set of instructions for that very specific, hopefully never needed emergency.
Right. So our mission here isn't to give flying lessons over audio. It's more about digging into the core ideas Antonson presents. What are the absolute first things you'd need to consider?
Yeah, what's the fundamental logic? We want to pull out those key insights, maybe find some of those aha moments about what you could potentially do.
Precisely. So let's dive in. You're in that cockpit. Chaos may be unfolding. What does Antonson say is the very first thing?
Yeah.
Might not be grabbing the controls.
Right. It's actually staying calm.
Maintaining composure. He mentions taking a deliberate deep breath. And that's not just like feel-good advice. It's practical.
How so?
Well, it actively interrupts that fight-or-flight panic response.
Yeah.
You need a clear head, even for a second, to actually process what needs doing. Panic doesn't help.
Makes sense. Clear thinking first. Okay, so you've taken that breath. What's immediately next? Reaching out, I assume.
Yes, communication is absolutely vital right away. Antonson really hammers this home. Get on the radio.
And use that specific phrase.
Yeah, the universal distress call. Mayday, mayday, mayday. That cuts through everything. It tells air traffic control, ATC, immediately that you have a life-threatening emergency.
Yeah, mayday, mayday, mayday. But you need to give them more info than that, surely.
Oh, definitely. You need to tell them why you're calling mayday. The pilot's incapacitated. And critically, give them your flight number if you can find it, and how many people are on board.
Ah, right. So they know who you are, where you might be, and the scale of the situation.
Exactly. That context is key for ATC to start helping. They need that info to begin coordinating everything on their end.
And the guide really stresses that ATC then becomes your lifeline, doesn't it? They'll basically talk you through it.
They absolutely will. Think of them as your remote co-pilot. They're trained for emergencies, maybe not this exact one frequently, but they have protocols. They have resources. You are not alone once you make that call.
That's incredibly reassuring, actually, knowing there's expert help on the other end.
It is. Okay, so you've made contact. Now for the slightly more daunting part, the controls. Antonson talks about the yoke, or the control column. What's the basic idea there?
Yeah, the sort of steering wheel thing.
Right. The main thing to grasp initially is pitch control. That's the up and down movement of the plane's nose.
So like pull back.
Pull back gently, the nose comes up. Push forward gently, the nose goes down.
Okay. Like a seesaw, kind of.
That's a good way to think about it, yeah. Subtle movements. This is how you'll manage your altitude, basically, following ATC's instructions. But remember, this also affects your speed.
Ah, interconnected. Okay. And he mentions Airbus planes sometimes have a joystick instead.
They do, a side stick. Different feel, different look, but the principle's the same. It controls pitch and roll. But Antonson's guide seems focused on the yoke, so let's stick with that for now. It's probably more common anyway.
Gotcha. Now, looking around that cockpit, there are so many buttons, levers. You might be tempted to, I don't know, push the big red one. Or maybe fiddle with the engine throttles.
Uh-huh. Yeah, maybe avoid the big red buttons unless told. But specifically, Antonson warns against touching the engine throttles right away.
Why is that? Seems important.
It is, but they're likely being managed by the autopilot, especially if you were cruising. Messing with them without knowing what you're doing or without ATC telling you to could, it could cause unexpected power changes or even knock the autopilot off.
Okay, so potentially making things worse?
Potentially, yes. So, rule of thumb, leave the throttles alone initially, focus on the yoke for basic control, stay talking to ATC.
One thing at a time. Makes sense. So you've got a basic feel for the yoke, you're talking to ATC. What's next on the critical list?
Airspeed. You absolutely have to keep an eye on your airspeed.
Because if you go too slow...
Stall warning.
Exactly. A stall. That's when the wings lose lift because there isn't enough air flowing over them fast enough. Very dangerous. You need to keep the speed up.
And Antonson gives a number for that.
He suggests a general target, something like 150 knots. A knot is basically a bit faster than a mile per hour, about 1.15 mile per hour, I think.
So aim for around 150 knots. But, and this is crucial, ATC's instructions override everything. That 150 knots is just a rough guide if you have nothing else. ATC knows your specific plane, your weight, your altitude. They'll give you the precise speed you need to fly.
Okay. Follow ATC on speed. Got it. So communication is good. You're managing pitch with the yoke, keeping an eye on airspeed. What's the next big step as you hopefully start coming down?
Preparing for the actual landing. And a key part of that is getting the landing gear down.
The wheels, right. There's usually a lever for that.
Yeah, typically a lever or maybe a switch. Anthony Grayson points this out. You'll find it in the cockpit.
And again, I'm guessing ATC tells you exactly when to do this.
100%. They'll be guiding your descent, telling you what altitude to be at, helping you line up with the runway. Lowering the gear is part of that sequence. Too early, it adds drag. Slows you down too much, too late. Well, that's obviously bad.
Right. Timing is everything. Okay, so gear down. Now we're getting really close. The final approach. Antonson talks about something called flaring.
Yes, the flare. This happens just seconds before the wheels actually touch the runway.
What does it involve?
It's a gentle pullback on the yoke, just a small input.
And what does that do?
It raises the nose slightly. This does two things. It reduces your rate of descent, how fast you're going down, and it helps the main wheels touch down first, ideally, for a softer landing. It's about cushioning the impact.
Okay. So it's not like a dramatic pull-up, just a subtle adjustment.
Very subtle. Finesse is the idea.
Yeah.
You're trying to bleed off that last bit of downward momentum right at the end. The goal is just a smooth, controlled contact with the ground.
And I like that bit of pilot wisdom he included, something like any landing you can walk away from.
Is a good landing. Absolutely. In a situation like this, perfection isn't the goal. Survival is. Getting the plane on the ground in one piece, relatively speaking, is the win.
Okay, so let's quickly recap the absolute must-dos from Antonson's guide based on our chat. Number 1, try to stay calm. Deep breath.
Crucial. Number 2, radio. Mayday, mayday, mayday. Flight number. People on board. Talk to ATC.
Right. 3, get a basic feel for the yoke pullback. Raises the nose, push forward, lowers it.
Yep. 4, don't mess with the throttles unless ATC tells you to.
5, watch that airspeed like a hawk. Follow ATC's speed instructions precisely. Around 150 knots might be a backup thought, but ATC rules.
Definitely. 6, lower the landing gear when ATC says so.
And finally, 7, just before touchdown, try that gentle flare pullback slightly on the yoke to soften the landing.
That really covers the absolute core steps he outlines. It's the bare minimum to try and manage an incredibly complex machine in the worst circumstances.
Yeah, it really highlights that this is just a tiny glimpse. It's foundational, but flying is obviously vastly more complicated.
Immensely so, which kind of leads to a final thought for everyone listening. Even knowing these basic emergency steps, just think about the incredible amount of skill, training, and calm professionalism pilots bring to their job every single day.
It's truly impressive. And maybe it makes you wonder, what other huge, complex tasks out there might have a few surprisingly simple first steps if you just knew what they were and could keep a level head? Something to ponder. You know, when you glance at your phone or maybe a digital clock and just sort of register the numbers?
Yeah, happens all the time.
Well, what if I told you those everyday glances are actually like fleeting encounters with history, a kind of hidden timeline unfolding right there?
That's a really interesting way to put it. When you think about it, the 4 digits of a 24-hour clock, 0.000 up to 23.59,
Right.
they directly mirror historical years. So 000 to 2359. It makes the clock this sort of constant, subtle connection to the past.
Absolutely. And that's a huge stretch of history, right? Over 2,000 years.
It really is.
Of course, the minutes only go up to 59, so some really famous years like, I don't know, 1776 or 1492, they sadly won't pop up.
True. Yeah, there are limitations. We're looking at a specific window, 00 to 59 for the last 2 digits. But even within that, the number of historical echoes you can find is, well, it's pretty remarkable.
And that's exactly what we want to dive into today. We're going to explore some of these, frankly, surprising historical links hidden in the 24-hour clock. So where do we even start with this?
Or it's fascinating how just an ordinary time can suddenly feel different when you see that year connection. I mean, think about right now, almost 20.25.
8.25 p.m.
Exactly. And that's 2025, our current year. It really kind of grounds that idea of history in the making in a very real way, doesn't it?
It really does. You're literally watching the present tick by as a future historical marker.
Precisely. And just a couple of minutes before that, 20.23.
Right, 2023. Feels like yesterday.
Yeah, and that year saw that huge explosion in AI becoming accessible, ChatGPT, Midjourney, all that stuff, changing
It
things.
feels so recent, yet boom, there it is, a year you can spot on the clock already.
And if we jump back just a bit further, 20.11, so 8.11 p.m.
2011, okay.
That corresponds to 2011. And for many people, that year is etched in memory as when Osama bin Laden was killed. A really significant moment.
Definitely a major event. And now it's just another timestamp we might glance at.
Exactly. And then you get to times like 1945.
7.45 p.m. That one feels heavy.
It does. 1945, the end of World War II. I mean, a truly world-altering period, and there potentially is twice a day.
Wow.
And just before that, in the cycle, 19.18.
10.18 p.m.
1918, the end of World War I. When you think about the scale of those conflicts,
Yeah.
it's kind of striking how close they seem on this clock timeline.
It really shrinks history in a strange way. Moving back again, 18.1.
6.12 p.m.,
Yeah.
the year 1812, start of the War of 1812.
It makes you wonder, doesn't it, how these just random seeming times suddenly anchor these huge events. Did the source material talk about why maybe certain years resonate more when we see them like this?
That's a good question. The sources didn't really dive deep into the psychology, but they definitely emphasized the sheer breadth of history covered. Like take 17.59.
5.59 p.m. just before 6.
Yeah, and that's 1759. The year the British captured Quebec during the 7 Years' War. A single event, but it massively reshaped North America's future. Seeing it linked to, the time just before dinner gives it a weird perspective.
Absolutely. Or jumping again, 16.49, that's 4.49 p.m.
And the year 1649, the execution of King Charles I of England.
Right. A fundamental shift for the British monarchy.
Exactly. And it's interesting, like you said, a time maybe linked to an afternoon coffee break connects to, well, regicide, a dramatic turning point.
It's quite the contrast.
And it's not just politics and war. Look at 15.57.
3.57 p.m.
The year 1557. That's when the first paper money was introduced in Ming China.
Oh, wow. Paper money that early.
Yeah, a seemingly simple thing, but it totally revolutionized trade, finance,
Yeah.
eventually globally. You might not connect that with, mid-afternoon time.
That's definitely one of those moments. Did the sources say much about how that early paper money worked compared to now?
They touched on its revolutionary nature, yeah. How it basically laid the groundwork for, well, more complex systems we have today. Then there's 14.53,
2.53 p.m.
marking 1453, the fall of Constantinople.
A huge one. End of the Byzantine Empire.
Exactly. Not just a city falling, but a massive shift in power in the Mediterranean, impacting trade, culture,
Yeah.
everything for centuries.
Truly pivotal. Okay, and speaking of maybe less conventional links,
Yeah.
what was that, about 1:13 p.m.? The source called it programmer's code, leak.
Yeah. That's kind of a playful one. It's internet slang, like leet speak for the numbers 1337, but here 1313.
Okay, like L-E-K.
Right. It's just a fun, modern, digital age nod that happens to fall in this historical range. A little sort of Easter egg in time.
I like that. A bit of digital culture mixed in. And right nearby, 13.12. 1:12 p.m.
That's 1312, the dissolution of the Knights Templar.
Now, that's a story filled with mystery and conspiracy theories. Did the sources offer any perspective on why they were actually dissolved?
Well, the sources generally point towards a mix of politics, King Philip IV of France wanting their wealth, and maybe some financial pressures. It's a reminder that even really powerful groups can be brought down.
True. Okay. Going earlier in the day now, 12:07 p.m.
Midday.
Right.
And the year 1207, that marks the start of the big Mongol conquests under Genghis Khan.
Wow. The beginning of that vast empire.
Yeah, reshaping huge parts of Asia. Started right there, chronologically speaking, on the clock.
It's just staggering. And even slightly before noon, 11:59 a.m.
1159, Henry II becomes Holy Roman Emperor.
Okay, names from the history books. But seeing them potentially flash up on your watch adds a weird immediacy. What did the sources say about the significance of that title back then?
They highlighted its symbolic importance. Big prestige, influence in medieval Europe's complex politics, though actual power varied a lot.
Right.
What's also amazing is how the clock puts events from totally different places and times next to each other, like 10:806 a.m.
10:06. What happened in 86?
Supernova SN 1006. It was the brightest supernova ever recorded in history, an astronomical event seen across the world, recorded by observers in China, Egypt, Europe.
Whoa, a cosmic event tied to our daily time. That's cool. Okay, just before that, 09:59 a.m.
9:59 a.m. And the year 959. Edgar the Peaceful becomes King of England.
Edgar the Peaceful. Was his reign notably peaceful?
The sources suggest, a time of relative stability, consolidation of power in England, kind of laying groundwork for later monarchs.
Interesting. And then a really foundational one for Europe at 8:00 a.m. sharp.
U8.000.
Either 800.
Charlemagne crowned Holy Roman Emperor.
Huge moment, often seen as key to Western Europe's formation.
Absolutely pivotal.
Okay, into the really early hours. 06:22 a.m.
6:2 in the morning, year 622. The start of the Islamic calendar, the Hijra.
The beginning of a major world religion and a whole new dating system. Incredible.
It really is. Then you see the decline and fall of empires. 04:59 a.m.
Almost 5 a.m.
That's linked to 459. Wait, let me check the source again. Yes, the source notes 459, relating to the death of a key figure during the Western Roman Empire's decline, rather than the traditional 476 end date. It highlights it was more of a process.
Okay, that nuance is important. It wasn't just one day, and even earlier, 03:59 a.m.
Right, 3.59. Roman Emperor Constantius II dies.
Yeah.
Actually, source says 359. My mistake. These early hours really plunge us back into antiquity.
Yeah, reminding us even the biggest empires fade.
Indeed. And 02.59 a.m., that's 259 AD, marking the start of the crisis of the 3rd century in Rome. A really turbulent time.
Lots of instability then.
Definitely. And 01.59 a.m., the Antonine Plague hitting Rome, around 159 AD, the source specifies. Shows how devastating historical pandemics were.
History repeating in some ways. Right down near the start of the day, allow 0.59, just before 1 a.m.
Midnight 59. That connects to 59 AD, the start of Emperor Nero's rule.
Right.
Wait, source check again. Yes, 59 AD is correct. A name that still causes reaction today.
Definitely a notorious figure.
And then for something much more recent and maybe a bit unexpected, 16.20.
4:20 p.m.
Yeah. Linked famously to a specific counterculture movement starting in the late 20th century.
Ah, okay. A more modern cultural marker.
Right. It's just a reminder that history keeps being made, and even contemporary touchstones find their place in this number sequence.
It's just incredible how many layers are packed into the simple time on a clock. And, the 24-hour clock itself, it has its own interesting history, right? Why did it become so standard in certain fields?
Yeah, it mostly boils down to clarity. Avoiding that AM-PM confusion. You often hear it called military time, right?
Right.
Because for armed forces, government agencies, emergency services, mixing up AM and PM could be disastrous. It's about efficiency and safety.
Makes sense. And in aviation, they call it Zulu time. Why Zulu?
Zulu is from the NATO phonetic alphabet for the letter Z, representing the Zero Meridian Time Zone, which is UTC, Coordinated Universal Time. Aviation needs one universal time standard to coordinate flights globally across all time zones. Again, avoids potential chaos or accidents from time mix-ups.
That makes total sense. And of course, in much of Europe, it's just normal time.
Exactly. It's just how time is told day to day. No big deal. But interestingly, it also had a role in the U.S. as railroad time.
Railroad time.
Yeah, back in the 19th century, imagine the mess with trains running on different local times, plus AM-PM confusion. Adopting a standard 24-hour system was a major safety improvement for railways.
That's a fascinating piece of history I didn't know. And we also hear it called international time or standard time.
Right, yeah. In science, international business, computing. Anywhere precision and global understanding are key. The 24-hour format is just clearer, less ambiguous.
And it's pretty much the global standard, isn't it? Outside North America, mostly.
Largely, yes. With Quebec being a notable exception in North America. The 12-hour AM/PM system we use, while common here, actually has ancient roots. Mesopotamia, Egypt.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, using sundials, water clocks, dividing day and night into 12-hour chunks. Goes way back, maybe 1500 BC.
So both systems are ancient in their own ways, but the 24-hour one has this extra hidden layer, this connection to specific years that we just don't usually notice.
Exactly. So the next time you look at that digital clock, it's not just telling you it's, 7:18 p.m.
Right.
It could also be a little whisper of 1918, the end of the Great War, or 1453, the fall of Constantinople, or 800, Charlemagne's coronation. It's kind of mind-bending.
Which really leaves us with a fascinating thought for everyone listening. Now that you know about this connection, will you look at that clock differently? As the minutes tick by today, what other historical years might flash past? And maybe, what does it mean that these random points in your day line up with these specific, sometimes huge moments from the past? Does knowing this maybe change how you think about time passing and how history isn't just in books, but is sort of ticking away all around us? 1 minute and potentially one historical year at a time. Welcome to the Deep Dive. Today, we're tackling something pretty fundamental.
Yeah, we're looking at how the words we use, simple words even, shape how we understand big concepts.
Exactly, like good and God. How connected are they really? We're diving into an article someone sent over, From Good to God, How Words Shape Our Understanding.
Right, it just came out on planksip.org, April 20th, 2025.
And our mission, yours and ours, is to unpack the links, the etymology, the philosophy between good and God.
It's surprising stuff. Language can subtly nudge how we see morality, divinity.
You might think, they're totally separate concepts, but let's dig in and see what the linguistic history actually shows. Could be some aha moments.
Definitely. So let's start with the roots, particularly in English. The article highlights this connection pretty clearly.
Okay, where do we start? Good.
Right, good. It comes from Old English good. And that word has relatives all over the Germanic languages. Well, you've got Old High German goat, Old Norse go, even Gothic goods. They all seem to point back to a Proto-Germanic word, gudes.
Okay, gudes. Does that go back even further?
It seems so, yeah. Back to Proto-Indo-European gudes. And the meaning there is really interesting.
What was it?
Something like to unite, or to be suitable, or to fit.
To unite, be suitable, or fit. That's not quite how I think of good today, but I can kind of see it. Things fitting together harmoniously.
Exactly. There's this underlying sense of things being right, being in their proper place, fitting the purpose.
Okay, so that's good. What about God in Old English?
Well, in Old English, good, the word for good already meant morally right, beneficial, virtuous, pretty close to our modern sense.
Right.
And God, spelled G-O-D, referred to a divine being. But critically, that divine being was seen as embodying, ultimate goodness, if you will.
So the concepts were woven together right there in the language, the word for the quality and the word for the divine being embodying it.
It certainly looks that way in Old English. It's almost like the idea of a God was the idea of perfect goodness made manifest.
That ties into something else the article mentioned, doesn't it? Wittgenstein.
Ah, yes, the quote. The limits of my language mean the limits of my world.
Which feels very relevant here. If your language inherently links the concept of good, suitability, unity, virtue with the concept of God,
then maybe the very structure of your language shapes how you perceive reality, how you understand morality itself. It suggests our concept of divine morality might actually be rooted in language.
It's a really powerful thought. The article pushes it quite far, too.
It does. It suggests that even if someone, say, rejects the divine, the language they use still carries that historical weight, that connection.
Yeah, there was that really striking quote.
Another one. Atheists will discover that the very words they use, the letters that make up those words, are holy. We should pray for an ensuing silence.
That's the one. It's provocative, isn't it? It really makes you stop and think about the hidden layers in everyday words.
Absolutely. And speaking of everyday words, the article brings up good night.
Right. I use that all the time. Never really thought about its origins.
Well, according to the article, it's actually a shortening of an older phrase, which will ask God be with you.
No way.
Yeah. So originally saying good night wasn't just polite closing. It was essentially a prayer, a wish for divine protection through the night.
Wow. Okay, that's actually kind of amazing. So every time I say good night, I'm echoing an ancient prayer.
In a sense, yes. The linguistic fossil is still there. Even though most of us don't consciously think of it that way, the phrase subtly reinforces that old link.
That link between, well, goodness and a sort of divine presence or blessing, huh?
It's these little things, these ingrained habits of speech, that show how deep these connections might run.
So we have the root words, these everyday phrases. The article also touches on philosophical perspectives, right?
It does. It brings in C.S. Lewis.
What does he say?
The quote is, "The Christian religion, like all religions, simply makes explicit what is latent in the human heart."
Okay, and how does that connect?
Well, connecting it back, Lewis seems to suggest our built-in moral sense, our intuition about what's good, might itself be a pointer towards something deeper, maybe the divine.
Like our inner feeling of good reflects a greater, perhaps divine good.
That seems to be the implication drawn in the piece, yes. But then there's also a word of caution.
From Nietzsche.
Right. The article includes his warning. The most perfidious way of harming a cause is to defend it deliberately with faulty arguments.
So it's saying be careful how you use this linguistic link. Don't build a weak argument on it.
Exactly. It's not about making a simplistic, aha, gotcha argument. It's more about acknowledging the complex ways language shapes thought.
So the core idea the article seems to circle back to is that seeing this shared history, these echoes in language.
It perhaps strengthens the notion that moral perfection isn't just some random human idea, but might actually point toward a divine source or ground.
Okay, that makes sense. Now, this connection is pretty clear in English, as we've discussed. But is it just an English thing or a Germanic language thing?
That's a great question. The article actually does a quick tour through other languages to see how this plays out. It's not always the same direct etymological link, but the conceptual association often pops up.
Interesting. So, like, what about Latin?
Okay, Latin, bonus means good. Think benefit, beneficial. And deus means God.
Different words, different roots.
Yeah, deus is related to Greek theos and goes back to a Proto-Indo-European root, deus meaning sky or daylight, very different from the root of bonus.
What?
But the article points out conceptually, in Roman thought and later Christian Latin, deus is absolutely associated with supreme goodness. The link is philosophical and theological, even if not directly etymological between those two specific words.
Got it. And Greek. You mentioned theos.
Right. In Greek, agathos is the word for good, and theos is God. Again, distinct words.
But similar idea. God is good.
Exactly. Divine goodness is seen as a core attribute of theos in, religious and philosophical traditions using Greek.
Okay. What about further afield? Sanskrit.
In Sanskrit, you have su, which often means good or well, and deva refers to gods or divine beings.
Any connection there?
The article suggests the roots hint at a divine or auspicious quality being associated with goodness. Slightly different flavor, maybe, but still a connection.
An Arab.
Care means good, and Allah, of course, is the name for God.
Different roots again, I assume.
Yes. But think about common Islamic phrases invoking Allah's mercy or goodness. The nature of the divine is intrinsically linked with ultimate good. Care.
Okay. What about Chinese? That seems like a very different linguistic world.
It is. You have terms like Shangdi or Tian Heaven, referring to a kind of divine authority or principle, and Hahao means good.
So, likely separate origins.
Linguistically, yes, very different. But the article notes that traditional Chinese philosophy often sees the divine, heaven, as the ultimate source or guarantor of moral order and goodness. So, again, a conceptual link.
It seems like a recurring pattern, even if the words themselves aren't always related, like in English.
It does seem that way.
Mm-hmm.
The article also mentions Russian.
Oh, yeah.
Bog for God. This one does trace back to that same Proto-Indo-European root we saw with Latin theos, or dies, meaning to shine, sky, daylight.
Wow. So that root is spread really wide.
It really is. Think about it. Latin dios, God, and dies, day. Greek Zeus, the sky god. Sanskrit dios, another sky god. And even our English word day.
All from to shine or sky. That's amazing. It connects the divine with light, with the heavens, right back at the dawn of these languages.
Exactly. It shows how deep these associations run. Which brings us back to the power of language itself.
There was another quote near the end, wasn't there? William James?
Yes. The greatest use of a language is to make a universe of meaning.
And the article is arguing that within this universe of meaning we've created,
The connection between good and God, especially clear in English but echoed elsewhere, suggests a really deep intertwining of how we conceive of moral perfection and divine existence.
maybe even essential to how we grasp reality.
That seems to be the implication. Dismissing the linguistic connection, the article concludes, might mean overlooking how language itself shapes, maybe even constrains, our worldview, potentially pointing us toward a divine source of goodness, whether we realize it or not.
So wrapping this up, this deep dive into the article From Good to God has definitely shown some, well, pretty profound links. Etymologically in English, conceptually across many languages.
Yeah, it really highlights how the words we use every day might be shaping our understanding of morality, of the divine, in ways we just don't normally notice.
So something for you, the listener, to think about. How does this impact your own idea of what good means? Does knowing about this linguistic history give you a different lens, maybe, for thinking about the concept of God or the divine?
Regardless of your personal beliefs, it's fascinating stuff.
And maybe a final thought to leave you with. If good and God have this hidden history in our language, what other words do we use? Seemingly ordinary, secular words.
That might also carry these hidden depths,
Yeah.
influencing how we see the world, our values, our beliefs.
Maybe it's worth exploring the etymology of a few words that matter to you. You might be surprised what you find.
Definitely food for thought.
Thanks for joining us for this deep dive.
Ever wake up with a dream, just lingering?
Hmm.
That weird little movie playing in your head? Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Is there more to it than just random brain static?
Oh, absolutely. And that's precisely what got Sigmund Freud thinking. Way back around 1900, his book, The Interpretation of Dreams, really, well, it turned things on their head.
Right.
He started arguing that dreams weren't just noise, they were actually potentially quite significant.
And that's what we're diving into today, right? Freud's core ideas about dreams. We want to sort of unpack his key insights for you.
Exactly. Think of it as a shortcut.
Yeah, a shortcut so you can maybe start thinking about your own dreams without needing, a PhD in psychology to figure it all out. That's our mission here.
Mm-hmm. And at the absolute heart of it, Freud's theory is basically this. Dreams are like a window, a peek into our subconscious mind.
The hidden stuff.
The hidden stuff, yeah. Those hidden desires, maybe fears, things we haven't quite resolved, stuff we might not even be consciously aware of when we're awake.
Okay, so when we dream, it's like our subconscious is putting on a little play. Our hidden thoughts taking center stage for a bit.
That's a great way to put it, actually. And he had this specific idea called wish fulfillment.
Wish fulfillment.
Yeah, the idea that our dreams are often trying to satisfy our deepest wants, our yearnings, even, or maybe especially, the ones we push down during the day.
Ah, okay. Like dreaming you can fly? Is that an example?
That's a classic one. Freud might say dreaming of flying could represent a hidden, maybe suppressed desire for, say, freedom, or perhaps escape from something.
That kind of makes sense. Like your mind giving you a little taste of something you maybe can't have or won't admit you want in waking life.
Precisely. Now, to understand how he thought this worked, he made a key distinction. He talked about manifest content.
Manifest content.
Yeah, that's the dream as you actually remember it. The storyline, the images, what literally happened in the dream. But then there's the latent content, and that's the hidden meaning, the underlying desire, the conflict, the secret message, if you like.
The real meaning underneath the story.
Exactly. And for Freud, interpretation was all about digging down to uncover that latent content.
So why the disguise? Why not just dream the hidden desire directly?
Well, Freud called the process of changing the hidden thoughts into the dream story dream work. He thought this disguise, this transformation, was protective.
Protective?
Yeah, protecting our conscious mind, our sleeping self, from thoughts or wishes that might be, well, disturbing or socially unacceptable. And symbols are a huge part of that disguise.
Ah, right, symbols. So back to the flying dream. It's not really about wanting wings.
Probably not, yeah.
It could symbolize maybe ambition, or like I said, freedom, or maybe even wanting control over a situation. So dreams talk in code then.
That was Freud's view, yes. A kind of symbolic code. Interpreting dreams for him was like being a code breaker for the subconscious. He also really emphasized how our day-to-day lives seep in.
Or everyday worries and stuff.
Daily experiences, but also unresolved conflicts from our past, especially childhood. Think about dreaming about your childhood home, for example. Freud thought that could be really significant, pointing to unresolved issues or feelings from that time.
Interesting. So the little details aren't always just random junk from the day. But, I mean, these ideas weren't universally loved, were they? There was pushback.
Oh, definitely. Big criticisms. Many point out that his kind of interpretation can be incredibly subjective. You know, two analysts could look at the same dream and see completely different things.
Right, no single correct answer.
Exactly. And, well, there's a big debate about whether every single dream really holds some deep, hidden psychological meaning. Maybe sometimes a dream is just a dream.
So probably no point buying one of those universal dream dictionaries then.
Probably not based on strict Freudian theory, or even modern science for that matter. But you have to give Freud credit. His work, flawed or not, was absolutely revolutionary. It fundamentally changed how we think about the mind, the subconscious, and the idea that our inner world, including dreams, could be meaningful.
Okay, so boiling it down, the big takeaway from Freud.
I'd say his core insight, the lasting idea, is that dreams aren't just random firings in the brain. They are complex psychic products, likely reflecting our inner thoughts, feelings, conflicts, and desires. They offer a potential route to self-understanding.
It's like our mind trying to have a conversation with itself, or with us maybe, but using this strange symbolic language while we sleep.
That's a really nice way to think about it. Inner communication.
Yeah.
So maybe tonight, or the next time you remember a really vivid dream, just pause for a moment. You don't need to find the definitive Freudian answer, you know, but just maybe mull it over. Think about the feelings, the images. Could they connect somehow to what you want, what you fear, what you're going through? It could just be a really interesting starting point for, well, getting to know yourself a little better. Welcome to the deep dive. Today, we're tackling a pretty big one. The whole science versus religion thing, or maybe in religion.
Right. We're looking at it through Brent Antonson's essay, Why I Believe in God and Science.
Exactly. And look, we know you want to get smart on this, get the key insights, but, you know, without getting totally bogged down.
Understandable. It's a complex topic.
So our mission today is pretty clear. Let's unpack Antonson's main arguments. How does he see science and faith working together, maybe even helping each other out?
Yeah, and we'll be digging into his personal essay, looking for those interesting perspectives he offers.
Okay, so where does he start? What's the foundation of his view?
Well, what's interesting is he doesn't start by bashing science. Not at all. He actually says, you know, for stuff like mathematics, science holds like 99% of his intellectual trust.
99%. That's huge. So it's not an anti-science stance.
Definitely not. That remaining 1%, his belief in God, it isn't because he thinks science is wrong.
Okay, so what is it about then?
It's more about recognizing the limits of science, where its current understanding kind of runs out, especially on certain big questions.
Ah, so it's like they operate in different spheres, maybe. Less conflict, more different jobs.
That's a good way to put it. He really emphasizes how incredibly good science is at explaining how the universe works. You know, the mechanics, the processes, it reveals all this intricate detail.
And he mentions the elegance of math, right? With Gödel.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And how that elegance, that sort of perfect structure in math, can evoke a sense of wonder. He even nods to Eugene Wigner's idea about math being unreasonably effective.
Right, like maybe it points to something beyond just physical rules.
Perhaps. Antonson suggests that maybe that wonder hints at something deeper. But the main point for him is science nails the how.
Okay, and this is where it starts getting really interesting, I think. That feeling of wonder. Antonson seems to say that just sticking to a purely material explanation
might leave something out.
Yeah, like it might leave us feeling a bit empty. That human need for, I don't know, meaning, purpose, things science doesn't directly measure.
And that leads him naturally towards religious texts. He makes a strong point about their historical weight.
You mean like the Bible, the Quran?
The Baha'i scriptures, yeah. These texts have shaped how billions, literally billions, have seen the world for centuries.
And what's the common element he sees?
He argues they consistently point towards some kind of governing principle, a supreme being, an underlying reality behind everything.
Which he connects that to the ontological argument, doesn't he? That's a bit of a philosophical deep cut.
It is. The basic idea, and it's definitely mind-bending, is that if we can even conceive of a perfect ultimate being, well, that very ability to conceive of it means it must exist.
Okay, wow. That's a lot to chew on. But he doesn't just accept these texts uncritically, does he?
No, not at all. He flags up the very human habit of, cherry picking, focusing on the comforting bits of Scripture and maybe ignoring the parts that are more challenging or demanding.
Yeah, we all probably do that sometimes.
Right. And he also notes that, realistically, many people haven't actually read these core texts deeply or engaged with them critically. Access and deep study can be limited.
So if science is the how and religion grapples with the why, like origins meaning consciousness,
Then dismissing God just because you can't, prove it in the lab.
might be missing the point. Like they're asking fundamentally different questions.
That seems to be his view. They have distinct domains, and he actually quotes Max Planck on this.
Oh, the physicist? What did Planck say?
Planck apparently suggested that science and religion don't have to be enemies. They could even be allies.
Allies. Against what?
Against dogmatic skepticism on one hand and blind superstition on the other. Both in their own ways are searching for deeper truth.
That's a powerful framing. Allies in seeking truth.
And he specifically mentions the Baha'i Faith's perspective, too, which really emphasizes that religion should hold up to rational scrutiny. It should be in harmony with reason and science.
Okay. Now, he also brings up something about reverence, how we talk about sacred things.
Yeah, it's an interesting point for today. He suggests that when names like God or Jesus are used really casually, maybe even profanely in everyday life.
Like just throwing them around.
Exactly. It strips them of their sacredness, their intended weight. He wonders if that reflects a broader sort of decline in reverence in society.
And does he connect that to history at all?
He does. He reminds us that, many scientific pioneers, the big names like Newton, Kepler,
Yeah. They were religious, weren't they?
deeply devout, many of them, they saw their scientific work not as disproving God, but as understanding his creation,
Right.
like deciphering the blueprint.
Wow. Science as a form of worship, almost.
In a way, yeah. Understanding the how as a way to appreciate the why or the who.
And bringing that forward, what does he think we need now in our, super techie, often confusing world?
He really stresses the need for balance in an age saturated with technology and, frankly, a lot of misinformation.
Tell me about it.
Being able to combine rational, evidence-based thinking with a strong ethical or, you might say, spiritual compass is crucial. We need both.
So it really comes down to them being complementary, not competing.
That's the core of his argument. Science and religion offer different but potentially complementary paths. Paths to understanding, paths to, importantly, compassion.
Compassion, that's key.
He thinks having both perspectives allows for a kind of richer, more whole appreciation of being human. It's not either.
And he ends with that phrase, the illuminated margin. What's that about?
It's a lovely image, I think. He pictures it as the edge, the place where science reaches the boundary of what it can currently explain.
The known unknowns, maybe.
Sort of. And in that space, that margin, that's where maybe the whispers of the divine, the sense of mystery, the big why questions can be contemplated.
A space for wonder beyond the data points.
Exactly. A space to connect with mysteries that might be beyond our full grasp, scientifically speaking, at least for now.
So wrapping this up, the main takeaway from Antonson seems to be this possibility of harmony. It's not inherently contradictory to embrace both science and faith.
Precisely. Recognize their different strengths, different questions. Science for the how, religion exploring the why and the meaning. They can potentially enrich each other.
A richer understanding overall.
That's the idea he puts forward.
Which leaves us, and you listening, with something to think about. This illuminated margin. That place where science meets mystery. What big questions does that bring up for you?
Yeah, where do you personally see science and maybe faith, or just that sense of wonder offering different kinds of answers, or maybe just different ways of asking the questions?
Definitely something to mull over. Thanks for
Uh-huh.
taking this deep dive with us. So you're tuning in because you want to get smart fast. You want the key info without wading through tons of text.
Yep.
Well, you're in the right place. This is the Deep Dive. And today, we're jumping headfirst into coffee.
We are indeed. And we've got a fantastic article to sort of guide us through it. It's called Facts About Coffee That Will Keep You Up at Night.
Okay.
It's by a writer named Brent Antonson. And he describes himself, interestingly, as humble coffee connoisseur. Humble. While apparently drinking 8 espressos a day.
8. Okay, well, maybe he knows a thing or two then.
You'd think so.
Yeah.
So our mission today really is to pull out the most surprising, the most interesting facts from his, let's say, very awake perspective.
Right, we're going beyond just, your standard morning cup. We're getting into the real story behind it.
Exactly. And the surprise is they start, like, right away. You probably think of them as coffee beans, right?
Yeah, of course. Coffee beans.
Well, according to Brent, they aren't actually beans at all, botanically speaking.
Seriously. But they look like beans. I always picture them, I don't know, growing in a pod or something.
No, not quite like that. What we call a coffee bean is actually the pit. It's the seed inside a berry.
A berry?
Yeah, a coffee cherry, basically. These things grow on bushes. So technically, your morning brew starts as fruit.
Wow. So that dark roasted thing I grind up, it's more like a cherry pit.
Pretty much.
That definitely changes how I picture it. Okay, what else did Brent dig up that's going to surprise us?
Well, okay, for anyone who likes a bit of ritual, think about Beethoven, the composer.
Big fan. What about him?
Huge coffee fan, apparently. And Brent tells us he had this super specific ritual for making it.
Oh, yeah.
He insisted on using exactly 60 coffee beans per cup.
60. Not 59, not 61.
60 on the dot. And he'd count them out himself, meticulously.
Wow. Imagine doing that every single morning, counting 60 little fruit pits.
Right. It kind of highlights how, personal and even sort of obsessive our coffee habits can get.
Definitely. Makes you think about your own little coffee routines, doesn't it? Okay, so Beethoven was particular. Who drinks the most coffee?
Good question. If you think you drink a lot, well, prepare to be humbled. According to the article, Finland takes the crown.
Finland?
Really?
Yeah. The average Finn apparently consumes about 12 kilograms of coffee beans per year.
12 kilos.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. What does that translate to in, actual cups? That sounds like a lot.
It is a lot. It works out to something like 1,680 cups per person per year.
Whoa. Okay, suddenly my 2 or 3 cups a day feels pretty minor league.
Doesn't it? It really puts the whole global coffee thing into perspective.
No kidding. So Finland drinks the most, but where does all this coffee actually come from? Who's growing it?
And that brings up another really important point Brent makes. About 90% of the world's coffee. It's grown in developing countries.
90%, that's huge.
It is. And the article touches on the conditions for the people actually picking the coffee cherries.
Yeah. What does it say? Well, it points out they often work in pretty tough conditions. They're usually paid by, how much they pick.
So paid by production.
Exactly. Which can make it really hard to earn a decent, sustainable wage. It's definitely something to think about when you're enjoying your latte.
Yeah, absolutely. It adds another layer to that simple cup, thinking about the whole journey it took and the people involved.
For sure.
Now, you mentioned history. Brent talks about times when coffee wasn't so beloved there, right? Like, people actually tried to ban it.
Oh, yeah. Get this. Back in the 18th century, some governments were actively trying to outlaw coffee.
Why? What was the problem?
They were worried it stimulated radical thinking.
Radical thinking. From coffee.
Apparently. Think about coffee houses back then during the Enlightenment.
Yeah.
Places where people gathered, discussed new ideas.
Ah, okay. So the authorities got nervous.
Exactly. They saw these places, fueled by coffee, as potential hotbeds for, trouble, for challenging the status quo.
Wow. Coffee? The revolutionary drink. That's wild. So it went from dangerous to, essential morning fuel.
Quite the turnaround. And even before it was a drink, its first use was different, too.
How so?
Well, the article mentions that before people started brewing it, coffee was initially just eaten as food.
Eaten? Like chewing on the beans? Or the cherries?
It doesn't specify exactly how, unfortunately, but yeah. Not drunk, eaten. Sort of challenges the whole concept, doesn't it?
It really does. Hard to even imagine. Okay, so Brent also gets pretty personal in the article, right? Talks about his own habits.
Oh, definitely. He's got some very colorful descriptions, like his own version of a Canadian double-double.
What's his take?
He calls it a mix of no name, instant coffee crystals, powdered cream, and 4 sugar cubes.
4.
4. And he compares it, jokingly, to a gourmet meal you'd find at a 7-Eleven.
Huh. I kind of love that. It shows you don't have to be a coffee snob, right? You can appreciate the simple stuff, too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he actually says that. He considers being able to enjoy both the fancy artisanal brews and the, let's say, less refined stuff. A kind of superpower.
A coffee superpower. I like it.
He reckons he got it from living in places with different coffee standards. It's about being adaptable, finding joy everywhere.
That's a good way to look at it. What other memorable lines did he have about his own coffee relationship?
Oh, there are a few gems. There's the one, coffee helps me maintain my never killed anyone streak.
Okay, that's dark, but funny. Very relatable for some people, probably.
Right. And then there's the observation about how easy it is to just keep drinking coffee cup after cup compared to trying to drink plain water.
Totally. Guilty as charged on that one.
He also calls coffee the ultimate writing companion. Said it's more essential than notebooks or pens.
I can see that.
And he even talks about having a specific blend, which he calls his Shet coffee.
It's what coffee?
His Shet coffee. Apparently it's what he drinks when he's tackling existential dread.
Okay, wow. There's a coffee for everything, I guess. Even existential dread. I feel like a lot of listeners might need that recipe.
Could be. He also doesn't hold back on bad coffee experiences.
Oh, like what?
He describes gas station coffee tasting like a jammed gun.
Oof. That's vivid.
And he mentions a bad time at a Starbucks that made him think either this wallpaper goes or I do.
Ha. That's some serious internal drama over coffee and decor. So it sounds like he's pretty much accepted his dependency.
Totally. He just says it straight. Coffee owns me, and I'm fine with that.
I suspect many nodding heads among our listeners right now.
Probably. But he also gives a shout out to the simple comfort of a Tim Hortons double-double, calls it consistently good.
The Timmy's double-double, a Canadian staple, reliable.
Exactly. And he has that classic coffee lover's joke, too.
Which one?
Sometimes I go hours without drinking coffee. It's called sleeping.
Perfect. Sums it up nicely.
It really does.
Now, the article also sprinkles in some anonymous quotes, right, to get a wider perspective.
Yeah, it does. And some of them are quite good. There was one that stood out to me.
What was it?
Listen, before I had my coffee, I didn't know how awesome I was going to be today either.
Huh. Yes. That perfectly captures that feeling, doesn't it? Like coffee unlocks something.
Totally. That little boost of potential awesomeness for the day.
Exactly. Okay, so let's recap this whirlwind tour through Brent's article. We've learned coffee's technically a fruit pit.
Beethoven counted out exactly 60.
Finland drinks an absolutely staggering amount.
It's crucial for developing economies, but the work is tough.
Governments once feared it could cause revolutions.
It started out as food, not a drink.
And it's this deeply personal, often funny, sometimes essential part of our daily grind. Pun intended.
Nicely done.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you put it all together, it's amazing how this one thing coffee touches on agriculture, history, economics, culture, personal habits.
Way more than just caffeine, isn't it?
Way more.
Yeah.
It's woven into the fabric of, well, everything.
So the big takeaway for you listening, maybe as you're sipping your own coffee right now, what should you be thinking about?
Well, maybe consider that history, the whole radical thinking thing. How might our own little daily rituals, like drinking coffee, subtly shape how we think, how we interact, maybe even our societies?
That's definitely food for thought. Or maybe coffee for thought.
Coffee for thought, exactly.
Yeah.
It's a good reminder from Brent Antonson's piece that even the most everyday things, like your morning cup, can have these incredible hidden depths and stories.
Always more to discover.
Always.
All right, on that note, that wraps up this deep dive. Until next time, keep exploring, stay curious, and maybe go count your coffee bean.
Or just enjoy the cup. Welcome to this deep dive. We're about to explore something that's been on my mind, and probably yours too, judging by the sources you shared. It's this astonishingly precise setup of our universe.
Yeah, it's fascinating stuff.
You could think of it as a cosmic Goldilocks story. Everything seems, well, just right for life.
Exactly.
But the big question is, right, is this incredible fine-tuning just some cosmic accident, a lucky roll of the dice, or could it be something more, something profound?
That really cuts to the chase, doesn't it? It's a fundamental question. Your sources dive right into what's usually called the fine-tuning argument.
Right.
And essentially what it says is that these basic numbers, the fundamental constants that sort of dictate the laws of physics, and also the conditions right at the Big Bang, they seem to be calibrated with, well, frankly, breathtaking accuracy.
Okay.
Imagine like a super complex machine, maybe, countless dials, and every single one has to be perfectly set for the machine to even switch on, let alone produce something as complex, as intricate as life itself.
That analogy makes a lot of sense. Actually, one of the sources used a great one baking a cake.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but like a cake with absolutely zero room for error, even a tiny bit too much sugar, or the oven temp off by a hair.
And the whole thing's a mess.
Right.
Inedible.
Exactly. It shows how our universe seems to operate on this like knife edge of precision.
It really does. And when we talk about these crucial ingredients, these dials, we're talking fundamental forces, constants. Take gravity. you know? If it were just a tiny, tiny bit stronger, the whole universe might have just collapsed back on itself billions of years ago. Game over before it started.
Wow.
And if it were too weak, well, then maybe galaxies, stars, you know, the basic structures we need for anything interesting to happen, they might never have formed.
And it's not just gravity, is it? The sources mentioned others, like the strong nuclear force, one holding atoms together.
Precisely. The strong nuclear force. It glues protons and neutrons together in atomic nuclei, and the exact electrical charge of an electron, too. These sources you shared really emphasize how even, like, minuscule changes could completely unravel everything. No atoms, no chemistry, no life. It's kind of mind-boggling when you think about it.
It really is.
Think about that strong force again. Tweak it slightly, up or down. Maybe the elements essential for life, like carbon, oxygen, forged in stars.
Right. Stellar nucleosynthesis.
But maybe they just wouldn't form, or they'd be unstable. Or consider the electron's charge, if that was different. Chemical bonds, the way atoms link up to make molecules.
The basis of all biology.
It's just impossible, yeah. It paints this picture where the conditions needed for life seem incredibly narrow. Vanishingly small, almost.
Which is what leads to that feeling of, wow, this seems so unlikely, so improbable. One source put it so well. It's like winning the lottery 1 billion times in a row without ever buying a ticket.
That's a good way to put it.
It really drives home how ridiculously unlikely this perfect alignment looks if you just assume it's random, pure chance.
It certainly does. And, you know, this feeling of things being just right, it isn't just about the fundamental laws of physics way out there. It extends right down to our own little corner of the cosmos, our planet, what your source calls the cosmic Goldilocks story.
Ah, right. The Goldilocks zone.
Yeah, it's not just the physics, it's our actual planetary conditions, too. They seem remarkably, well, tailored for life.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Earth is in this zone, not too hot, not too cold, but just right for life. It sounds simple, almost cliche. But the sources list out this huge number of factors that all had to line up perfectly. It's actually staggering when you see them listed.
And what's really striking, I think, is how interconnected they all are. It's not just one thing. We orbit the right kind of star, first off.
Yeah.
Stable, long-lived, gives life the time it needs to get complex.
Okay, yeah. Not too volatile.
Exactly. And our distance from that star, it's just right for liquid water to exist on the surface, which, as your source points out so clearly, is not the case for our neighbors. You get the burning hellscape of Venus on one side,
right,
and the frozen wasteland of Mars on the other.
Those comparisons really highlight it, don't they? And the atmosphere, too, that's huge.
Oh, critical. Described as the right kind. It protects us, shields us, but still lets in the energy we need from the sun.
It makes Earth sound incredibly unique compared to, well, everywhere else we've looked closely.
It does. And the list just keeps going, doesn't it? We've got a magnetic field.
Shielding us from deadly solar radiation.
Yep. We've got our moon, which isn't just pretty to look at. It stabilizes our planet's tilt, keeps our climate relatively stable over long periods.
I didn't realize the moon was so important for climate stability.
It seems to be, yeah. And then, of course, just the sheer abundance of liquid water, the universal solvent for life as we understand it.
So when one source calls Earth shockingly, incredibly, and extraordinarily perfect,
it almost doesn't feel like exaggeration, does it? More like just a description of the facts we see.
It's definitely compelling stuff. So, okay, faced with all this apparent, perfection, this fine-tuning, how do skeptics respond? People who don't lean towards an intentional design explanation. The multiverse comes up a lot in the sources.
Yes. The multiverse is probably the most common response you hear from a purely naturalistic standpoint. The basic idea is, well, what if there isn't just one universe? What if there's an infinite number? Or at least a vast number.
Okay.
And each one of these hypothetical universes has slightly different laws, different constants, different initial conditions. If you have enough universes spanning all possibilities, then it's no longer improbable that one universe, purely by chance, would happen to have the right settings for life.
Ours.
It's like that dartboard analogy again. Throw infinite darts at an infinite board. One's bound to hit the bullseye eventually. Our universe is the bullseye.
I get the logic there. It tackles the probability problem head-on by making the sample size infinite, basically. But one of the sources brings up a really key counterpoint, I thought, which is we have zero empirical evidence for these other universes, right? We can't see them, we can't measure them, we can't test for their existence in any scientific way we currently know.
That is the major hurdle for the multiverse hypothesis. It's mathematically plausible, perhaps, depending on your physics model, but it's not currently scientifically testable. And this leads to a really interesting philosophical point raised in the source material.
Which is?
Well, think about the reasoning. Skepticism is often applied to the idea of God or creator, partly because such a being is unseen, unproven by science.
Right. Yeah, that's a common argument.
So the question the source poses is, if we apply that standard there, shouldn't we apply the same standard of skepticism to the idea of infinite, unseen, unprovable universes?
It's a fair point. It's asking for consistency in how we treat untestable, unseen explanations.
Precisely. It challenges us to think about what we consider valid grounds for belief or explanation, especially when we're dealing with ultimate origins.
It definitely makes you pause to consider the assumptions involved. Okay, and then there's another angle the sources bring in, which adds yet another layer to this.
Go on.
If life was just a lucky chemical accident, something that happens when the conditions are right, within this vast universe, shouldn't we expect it to be, well, everywhere?
Yeah.
Or at least much more common than it seems to be.
That's a very logical line of reasoning, yes. If the emergence of life is purely a matter of probability playing out under favorable physical laws, then given the sheer number of stars, the billions of galaxies, and the trillions upon trillions of planets we now suspect are out there,
Yeah, the numbers are astronomical.
you'd think the universe should be absolutely teeming with life, maybe even intelligent life in many places. It's the basis of the Fermi paradox, essentially.
Yeah.
Where is everybody?
Right, and your source points out that despite finding thousands of exoplanets and actively searching, the tally so far is...
Exactly. 0 planets with confirmed intelligent life. That's the quote, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
0. It seems quite stark when you put it like that,
Yeah.
especially against the expectation that life should be common.
It does. Within that purely naturalistic framework, the expectation might be for life to be widespread, and yet
Yeah.
we hear silence. The observable universe seems eerily quiet.
Strange.
Very strange. And this observation, this silence, leads your source to that rather striking conclusion.
We're not just rare, we're practically miraculous.
Yeah, that apparent rarity, maybe even uniqueness of life on Earth, adds another complex piece to this whole puzzle of how we got here. It deepens the mystery.
Okay, so let's try and pull these threads together. We've got this universe with fundamental constants that seem incredibly precisely tuned for life.
Heck.
We've got our own planet, Earth, sitting in a Goldilocks zone with a whole suite of conditions that seem, well, perfect, almost tailor-made.
Sure.
We have the multiverse as one possible explanation for the fine-tuning, but it lacks evidence and raises its own philosophical questions.
Yay.
And then we have the puzzling silence from the cosmos, where statistically maybe we'd expect to find other life, but we haven't.
Correct.
So it brings us back to that core question we started with. Looking at all this, what seems more reasonable? Is it more plausible that all of this, the constants, the conditions, our existence against the odds, arose purely by chance, a cosmic accident? Or does the possibility of intentional design warrant serious consideration?
And it's worth remembering that quote, I think from physicist Paul Davies, that one of the sources highlighted.
Oh, yeah. What was that?
He said the impression of design is overwhelming.
Wow. Coming from a physicist, that's quite a statement. It suggests the data itself points strongly in a certain direction, regardless of prior beliefs.
It does carry weight. And it leads directly to that final, almost provocative thought left by the source material.
Which was?
Maybe, just maybe, that's because it was designed. It leaves you hanging there, doesn't it? But in a thoughtful way.
It really does. It's a powerful conclusion to consider.
Absolutely. So, we've covered quite a bit. The incredible precision in the universe's laws, Earth's just right conditions, the multiverse idea as a counter, and this intriguing lack of cosmic company so far. All drawn from the sources you provided, all pointing back to this huge question about our origins. Did it just happen, or was it intended?
And it really makes you wonder, doesn't it? Even if we don't have the final definitive answers. Maybe that feeling itself, that sense of awe, the human drive to look for meaning in it all. Maybe those feelings are part of the reality too. Clues, perhaps, within this universe that the sources describe as, well, miraculous.
That's a beautiful way to put it.
Definitely gives us something to think about long after this conversation ends.
Welcome, everyone. Today we're doing a deep dive into a really unique look at Europe. It comes from Brent Antonson's piece, Europe Awaits You.
Yeah, it's quite something. We're going to sort of pull out some of the most, well, Striking moments and observations he makes.
Right. Try and give you a concentrated feel for the essence of his experiences.
And what grabs you straight away, I think, is just the sheer range of stuff he covers. You know, he can jump from the deep, dark night in the Alps to, what does he call it, tanned edifications in some sunny city. It's quite a leap.
It really is, and it makes you think how much one place or one continent can hold.
Definitely.
And just for context, Antonson also wrote of Russia, A Year Inside. He spent a whole year in Voronezh teaching English.
Ah, right. That's important background, I think.
Yeah, he was really immersed in, a pretty different cultural, political place, witnessing a lot of change. That probably sharpened his eye for observing the rest of Europe later.
I'd say so. He's not just like a tourist passing through. He's really looking, engaging deeply. That experience in Russia, well, it must inform how he sees the rest of Europe.
You feel he's maybe looking with a perspective that's already seen these huge societal shifts firsthand.
Exactly. So these snapshots, they probably carry a bit more weight than your average travel writing. They might hint at, deeper things happening under the surface.
Okay, so that's kind of our mission today then, to explore this rich tapestry of moments Antonson gives us. We want to pull out some surprising connections, maybe some thought-provoking bits.
And give listeners a bit of a shortcut, maybe, to feeling more connected to these places he describes.
Yeah, exactly. A more visceral sense of them. Okay, so where should we start? Maybe with how he just immerses you through your senses.
Yeah, good call. Because he does that so well. Think about the Alps at night. It's not just mountains.
No.
It's the silhouettes of the mountainous Alps, specific. And then bang, you're in an Austrian pub. Flickering candles, and that line about looking beyond your reflection, it's like immediate.
That feeling of being there, but also slightly introspective. It's powerful right from the start.
It really is. What stands out to you about that opening imagery?
Well, that mix of presence and, slight removal. And it's not just visuals, is it? He brings in sound, too.
Oh, yeah. Later on, you get hissing steam, whistles.
The church bells sing, which is lovely, and just hearing a local dialect fills your ears. It really puts you in that specific moment, that atmosphere.
It makes you wonder, right, how much of our feel for a place is actually auditory? Stuff we just soak up.
Totally. And the visual contrasts are pretty stark, too.
Yeah, think about Venice. You get those shadows slip into alleys and pink windows catch the crescent moon. It's very intimate, almost dreamlike.
Yeah, quiet.
And then complete opposite, you've got the blaze of trumpets and sooty air at that funeral in Turkey.
Yeah.
Wow, the feeling is just worlds apart.
It really is. What do you think he's doing with those sharp contrasts? Is it just showing diversity or something else?
I think it's partly showing the sheer range of experiences you can have, maybe even close together geographically. But it's not always the big famous sites, is it?
No, often it's the small things, like fresh dew suspends from every leaf in France.
Right. Or just mentioning fragrances but not saying what they are. Let your mind fill it in.
Or feeling the beach sand scrunch between your toes in Portugal. It's tactile. He builds this really full picture using all the senses.
It's like he's collecting these little fragments, a sound here, smell there, a sight. And when you put them together, you get this incredibly rich, textured feeling of Europe.
Yeah, it's not just about seeing the Eiffel Tower or the Colosseum. It's about feeling the place, hearing it, smelling it.
And for anyone listening, think about your own travels. Often it's those little sensory bits that stick with you long after the main postcard view fades, right?
Absolutely. Now, he doesn't just stick to the senses. There's this really strong current of history running through it all.
Oh, definitely. Like in Austria, he talks about sitting on ruins that once stood eternal, feeling the magic of the philosophers. Plato, Socrates. It's like the past is right there, still breathing.
And what's interesting is how he links specific figures to places. Greece isn't just Greece.
No, it's Plato, Socrates, Hippocrates, Pythagoras, Archimedes. Their ghosts are about, he says.
Whispering, prodding, enveloping. I love that. It's not just history in a place. It's like history acting on you. How does that active sense of history strike you?
It really makes you think about how the past isn't really past, It echoes, it shapes the present, and then you jump to Italy.
Right, and it's the Roman Empire. Caesar, Nero, Augustus, big names.
And he notes that ambition, designing an empire to survive forever, and then the crash.
It's a pretty stark reminder, isn't it, about how even the biggest things don't last.
It really is. What do you think that does for us, thinking about that cycle?
It kind of destabilizes the present a bit, makes it feel less permanent. And he connects those figures directly to us, saying they shaped our language and thoughts.
Yeah, it's not just ancient history in a book. It's like in our DNA, culturally speaking.
Even Russia gets framed historically a new country emerging from a collapsed ideology. So everywhere he looks, he sees these layers of time.
It definitely encourages you to think about the stories embedded in the places you go, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Which then sort of flows into the cultural encounters he describes.
Yeah, that funeral scene in Turkey is really something.
It is.
He's clearly the outsider. Unfamiliar faces, seeing turbans, swords, tears, shawls, indigenous rituals that feel ancient. And he says he's watching, interpreting, assuming.
That phrase really hits home. Watching, interpreting, assuming.
Yeah.
It's so much about being an outsider trying to understand something deeply culturally specific. What does that moment convey for you?
Well, partly the sheer diversity of human rituals and experiences, right? But also maybe the limits of our own understanding when we encounter something truly unfamiliar. It's a real contrast to some other scenes.
Like Venice, with the sleek gondolas and the foggy restaurants alive with people and music.
Exactly. Or Prague with the mimes, jugglers, and musicians.
Yeah.
Those feel maybe a bit more accessible or perhaps performed for an audience in a way.
Yeah, maybe more easily digestible for a visitor. But then he also zooms in on just everyday life.
Totally. That image of old men pulling children in sleighs in Russia. So simple, almost timeless. Life just going on.
Or the fishing boat in Portugal. Fresh caught riba and 2 sharks. A little glimpse into work, into the connection with the sea. These small moments feel so real.
Super authentic. And he throws in all those specific cultural items too.
Fresh French bread, Swiss cheese.
Pamplona bowls, borscht, strudel, traditional costumes.
Little details, but together they paint such a vivid picture of local flavor, local identity.
Yeah, for anyone listening, these are the kinds of details that often bring a place back to you later, aren't they? The taste of something, the look of something specific.
Absolutely. And, underpinning all of this is the act of travel itself. That's huge in this piece.
Oh, completely. Train travel especially. It's almost like a character.
Yeah. Butchered languages, timetables, drafty corridors, and waiting benches. He really captures that slightly chaotic sensory experience of train stations.
The hissing steam, the focus on track changes, the 24-hour clock. It's the mechanics of travel, but also that feeling of being slightly adrift, maybe disoriented.
So much of travel is navigating that stuff, isn't it?
It really is. And he mentions so many ways of getting around.
Gondolas, vaporettos in Venice.
Trams, Peugeots, the Autobahn, PGV, Ladas, Tupolevs. It's like a whole inventory of European motion.
Even flying buttresses pops up, which makes you think how often those grand cathedrals are right near the train stations or transport hubs. Faith and movement kind of linked.
Interesting point. And he includes the messy bits of travel, too. Wandering, getting lost, taking wrong stops.
Which everyone who's traveled has done.
Exactly. It's universal.
Yeah.
And often it's in those unplanned moments when things go a bit wrong that you actually have the most memorable encounters, don't you find?
Oh, definitely. That's often where the real stories happen. And woven through all this, he sets up some really interesting juxtapositions.
Yeah, like dropping Spinoza and Putin almost in the same breath.
Right. These huge historical figures next to very contemporary, very political ones. It's this collision of eras.
That Spinoza-Putin one is powerful, isn't it? Forces you to think about the long arc of history philosophy versus, well, modern power politics. How they both still shape Europe.
And he does it with place, too. The beauty of nature, alpine silhouettes, French vineyards, the Portuguese coast.
Contrasted with really stark urban symbols like the Berlin Wall or Red Square. It highlights the incredible variety of textures and histories across the continent.
And mixing the totally mundane with the massive, like overhead luggage racks and babushkas.
Right next to mentions of Glasnost or Tsars or Stonehenge and the Colosseum.
It reminds you that even these epic historical places are still just places where ordinary life happens around them.
Precisely. And within all this travel, there's that tension he captures between, like, freedom.
Yeah, free time, alternatives.
And all the constraints, the timetables, passports, visas, customs.
The bureaucracy of movement.
Right. It's fundamental to crossing borders, navigating systems. You feel both the liberation and the limits of travel in his writing.
Which I guess brings us towards the end, that final line. I could go on, but why? Europe awaits you. It's pretty abrupt, isn't it?
It is. What do you make of that?
Well, it feels almost like a deliberate dropping of the mic. Like, okay, I've shown you glimpses, now it's your turn.
I think so too.
Yep.
It's like he's saying, look, I can give you these fragments, these snapshots, but the real experience that's out there, go find it. It becomes an invitation, maybe even a challenge.
Yeah, it definitely shifts the focus from his journey to the potential journey of the reader or the listener.
Mm-hmm. So when you put all these pieces together, the senses, the history, the culture, the travel itself, what's the overall picture of Europe that emerges from his writing, do you think?
It feels incredibly layered,
Yeah.
multifaceted, a place where the past is always like bubbling up under the present.
Yeah, and where all these different cultures are constantly weaving together, and where just the simple act of moving through it can be this really intense, sensory, and thought-provoking thing.
It seems less about finding one single story of Europe and more about collecting these individual moments that add up to something bigger, something constantly shifting.
Well put. It's an accumulation of experiences, not a neat narrative.
So, wrapping up our deep dive into Brent Antonson's work, we've touched on the sensory details, the weight of history, the cultural encounters, the feel of travel. Hopefully, it's given everyone a taste of his unique way of seeing things.
And it's good to remember this was just a peek, right? A curated look into what's probably a much bigger collection of his thoughts and moments from Europe.
Absolutely. And maybe it makes you think, how could your own experiences, even in familiar places, be captured like this, in these evocative fragments?
Yeah. What are the butchered languages or surprising moments or fleeting details that make up your personal version of Europe awaits you wherever you are?
It's a good prompt, isn't it, to maybe pay a bit more attention to the details around us and the stories they might hold, finding those little deep dives in our own everyday lives.
Welcome to the Deep Dive. You sent us something really thought-provoking this time. An article by Brent Antonson, A Hijacked Religion, a personal quest for divine inspiration.
Right.
So what we're going to do today is, well, dive deep into Antonson's personal journey here, pull out the key insights, his thoughts on the Bab and Baha'u'llah.
Yeah, it's quite a personal take.
It really is.
Yeah.
You mentioned you're curious about, divine inspiration maybe happening more recently. And this article, it really grapples with that exact question.
It certainly does.
Our goal here is just to understand his perspective, the distinctions he's making between these two figures, key figures in the Baha'i faith. We're not taking sides on his conclusions, just exploring his view.
Exactly. It's fascinating how he uses his own kind of search to explore these really significant religious figures.
Yeah.
And right from the get-go, he's driven by this core question. Has divine inspiration just stopped, after the Bible, the Quran? Has that wellspring run dry?
Yeah.
And that really sets the whole stage for his exploration.
And that question, that's what leads him straight to the Baha'i faith, isn't it?
Yeah.
And his encounter with the Bab?
It seems so, yeah.
The impact sounds, well, immediate.
Yeah.
And quite profound. He uses some really strong language, like calling the Bab's words a soul refresher.
Soul refresher. That's evocative.
It clearly hit him hard, gave him this strong sense that they were, well, divinely inspired.
And what's interesting is that initial connection specifically to the Bab, especially when you think about his title.
The Bab.
Yeah, meaning the gate. The article really emphasizes that his main teaching, his central message, was all about anticipating a future figure.
Him whom God shall make manifest.
Precisely. He saw himself very clearly as just a forerunner, kind of like John the Baptist preparing the way for Jesus.
Right, paving the way. And Antonson pulls out this really powerful quote from the Bab, doesn't he?
He does, about this coming figure.
Something like, he whom God shall make manifest is the Lord of all, visible and invisible.
Yeah.
The sovereign of all. It really hammers home the immense status of whoever the Bab thought was coming next.
It really does. And Antonson, he takes this anticipation seriously. He actually suggests that maybe this promised manifestation, well, maybe they're still awaited. He even sort of connects it to Christians, suggesting they might find some common ground, understanding of the Bab's teachings, themes from Christianity, Islam.
And justice too, right? There's a quote about justice being the essence.
Ah, yes, good point. Something like, the essence of all that we have revealed is justice. Is for thee to be just, therewith to judge aright. A pretty universal principle, really.
Okay, so it's clear Antonson is deeply moved by the Bab, connects with him, but then here's where his journey takes a twist.
Yeah.
Because about 2 decades later, same area roughly, Baha'u'llah appears.
Yeah. Persia, mid-19th century.
And he claims to be the one, to be him whom God shall make manifest.
Exactly. And this is the point where Antonson's skepticism, as you say, really kicks in.
It seems so centered for him.
Well, yeah. While followers of Baha'u'llah, Baha'is, see him as the clear fulfillment of the Bab's prophecies, Antonson finds the timing, the closeness.
Geographically close to.
Right. The proximity in both time and place feels, well, he uses words like odd, even awkward for such a, monumentally prophesied event.
Makes you think, yeah. What do we expect prophecy fulfillment to look like? Decades later, same place. Maybe not what he pictured.
Apparently not. And he also notes something about the Baha'i community he encountered.
Oh, yeah.
That the focus seemed overwhelmingly on Baha'u'llah. The Bab often felt, to him anyway, like he was taking a secondary role.
Interesting. He mentions Abdul-Baha too, right? Baha'u'llah's son.
Yeah, and his role in sort of cementing Baha'u'llah's position and station.
So that observation, the focus shifting, that seems pretty central to Antonson's whole argument.
I think so. Because he then talks about struggling, personally, to find that same spark, that divine inspiration he felt with the Bab in Baha'u'llah's writings.
He uses that analogy, right? The gold one.
Yes. Very vivid. He compares the Bab's words to pure gold, like inherently valuable, the real deal.
Okay.
And Baha'u'llah's words, he compares them to fool's gold, iron pyrite.
Oof. Strong words.
Yeah. Something that, might look the part, might glitter a bit, but ultimately lacks the true substance for him.
And it makes you think about how subjective that feeling is, isn't it?
Yeah.
How we connect or don't connect with religious texts.
Absolutely. And for Antonson, this wasn't just a surface feeling.
Yeah.
He talks about being really drawn in by the Bab's writings. It says there were, 600,000 lines? Huge volume.
Wow.
Whereas he found himself kind of uninspired, struggling to connect with Baha'u'llah's gleanings, which he saw as more of a, curated selection.
So the sheer scale, the nature of the writing, that difference really mattered to his personal experience.
It seems critical, yeah. And this divergence, this different feeling he gets from the text, it leads directly to his whole hijacked religion idea.
Right. That's the title of the piece.
Exactly. Antonson basically feels that the path the Bab laid out, the anticipation, it got diverted. Hijacked, as he says, by Baha'u'llah.
And that the real, him whom God shall make manifest, is still to come.
That's his conclusion, yeah. He even floats the idea that maybe Baha'u'llah believed he was the one, sincerely, but that it was ultimately a delusion. Especially given how soon he came after the Bab and in the same area, the timing just feels wrong to Antonson. It's a really strong interpretation he lands on.
So boiling it down, for him, based on his reading and feeling,
Yeah.
the Bab is the only one who feels authentically, divinely inspired in that whole story.
That seems to be his personal takeaway.
He even says he doubts he would have explored the Baha'i faith much further if he'd started with Baha'u'llah's writings.
Right. Suggesting they didn't answer that initial question he had about post-biblical divine scripture, not in the way the Bab's writings apparently did for him.
And there's that point about the Bab's original followers, too, the Babis.
Mm-hmm. He feels they were kind of overshadowed their identity, almost. Usurped is the word he leans towards, as the movement became known primarily as the Baha'i faith.
So he sees a real shift, a redirection of the original movement's trajectory.
Definitely. And to really drive home the contrast he sees, Antonson pulls out specific quotes.
Yeah, that's helpful. What were they?
Well, from the Bab, there's this very forward-looking one about the Bayan that's the key text of the Babs.
Okay.
He quotes the Bab saying something like, "Unless all that is in the Bayan be literally fulfilled and the one promised therein be made manifest, our advent would have been in vain." So, very focused on the future fulfillment.
Pointing ahead. And another one establishing the Bab's own role.
Yes, like, "O peoples of the earth, give ear unto the call of God. This is the day whereon the testimony of God hath been established." Declaring his own mission, but still within that context of preparing the way.
Okay. And then contrasting that with Baha'u'llah.
Right.
Yeah.
Baha'u'llah's quotes are much more direct about himself being the fulfillment. Like, "This is the day whereon mankind can behold the face and hear the voice of the promised one." Very direct claim.
No ambiguity there.
None. And presenting his teachings as divine commands. "Say, O peoples of the world, know assuredly that my commandments are the lamps of my loving kindness," and positioning himself as the last and most exalted manifestation.
And Antonson picks up on the pronouns too, doesn't he? Like who they're referring to.
Yeah, that's a really interesting observation he makes. He notes the Bab consistently uses he, referring to that future manifestation, keeping the focus external.
Oh, right.
Whereas Baha'u'llah's quotes, they tend to center on me, directly referencing himself.
So for Antonson, that linguistic shift, he versus me, is like a major clue, a significant indicator of their different stations as he sees it.
It seems to be a key piece of his interpretive puzzle, yes.
So, okay, let's try to wrap this up. Antonson's core argument, his perspective, it really boils down to this clear distinction he makes. The Bob, the herald, the gate, pointing forward to someone greater still to come in Antonson's view.
Right, the forerunner.
And Baha'u'llah, the one who, in Antonson's interpretation, claimed that mantle, perhaps prematurely or incorrectly.
Yes, and Antonson's personal connection, or lack thereof, to their writings is what leads him to accept the Bab's claim of divine inspiration while seriously questioning Baha'u'llah's.
Yeah. This deep dive into Antonson's article, it really gives you that aha moment, understanding his specific viewpoint. It really highlights this core tension he feels within the Baha'i story, all stemming from how he reads the roles and claims of the Bab and Baha'u'llah.
Absolutely. And it definitely leaves you, the listener, with some really interesting stuff to chew on.
Like what?
Well, just thinking about prophecy itself. How do we interpret it? How do we recognize fulfillment? Can it look different than we expect?
Yeah. Good questions.
And how much does our own personal experience, our gut feeling when reading a text, shape how we understand these huge religious claims and figures? Antonson's whole quest is driven by that personal feeling.
It really is.
It kind of encourages you to think more deeply about, religious authority, who gets to define it, and that ongoing human search for divine guidance, maybe.
And maybe it even sparks some curiosity, right? To maybe go look into the Bab's writings yourself or the history there and see what you think.
Could do. It definitely opens up a complex chapter of religious history through one person's very specific lens.
A fascinating lens, even if it's just one perspective. Lots to mull over. Okay, let's unpack this. When you're watching a movie, maybe reading a book, and the heroes are facing, certain doom. The situation looks completely hopeless. And then just something totally out of left field just swoops in and saves the day.
Yeah, happens all the time.
Like a secret weapon suddenly appears. Or maybe a character you kind of forgot about pulls off this unbelievable rescue.
Right.
That essentially is what we're diving into today, this storytelling device known as the Deus Ex Machina.
That's right. And the term itself, you probably recall this from some of the background stuff you shared. It comes from ancient Greek theater.
Right, Greek plays.
Yeah, Deus Ex Machina. It literally translates from Latin to God from the machine.
God from the machine, okay.
And it was, very literal back then. A stage direction where an actor playing a god would be physically lowered onto the stage by a mechanical crane. That was the machine.
Oh, okay. A literal machine.
A literal machine, yeah. To sort of resolve all the messy conflicts right at the end of the play, just wrap everything up neatly.
So your curiosity about this and kind of our mission today is to really get a handle on what makes something a true Deus Ex Machina. Why does it often leave story lovers, with a bit of a bad taste in their mouths?
Yeah, that feeling of dissatisfaction.
Exactly. And how can writers actually achieve those resolutions that feel satisfying, that feel earned, and leave us thinking, wow, instead of just, huh.
Right. The ending.
Yeah. We've got your thoughts here, the source material you sent over, so let's really dig into it.
Absolutely. And the core issue with the Deus Ex Machina, as you probably picked up from the reading, is that it feels, unearned.
Unearned. That's the key word, isn't it?
I think so. It can really strike the audience as contrived, maybe too convenient, and ultimately a bit lazy on the writer's part.
It can leave you feeling like the story didn't really resolve itself organically, like the character struggles didn't matter in the end.
Exactly. It just sort of happens to them.
Right. I remember you mentioning Robert McKee, the screenwriting guru. He doesn't mince words about this.
No, he definitely doesn't.
He calls the Deus Ex Machina a plot device that is both lazy and dishonest. Pretty strong stuff.
It is strong, but it hits at something really crucial, doesn't it? It can seriously damage the story's credibility, that internal logic, the thing that keeps us hooked and believing.
Yeah, the suspension of disbelief gets shattered.
Totally. So, okay, beyond just feeling cheap, what's the real damage? What does it do to the story's overall impact?
Well, what's fascinating, I think, is how it can undermine the very themes and character arcs the writer spent the whole story building.
Okay. So it's not just the plot mechanic.
No, exactly. If you have a character who's meant to be struggling, meant to grow by overcoming obstacles, and then suddenly some external force just fixes everything, it kind of short-circuits that whole journey.
Right. It implies their efforts, their choices didn't really matter in the end. Salvation just came arbitrarily from outside.
Yeah. And it can also break the established rules of the story's world, can it?
Oh, absolutely. Like, if suddenly there's a magical power that solves the problem, but you're in a story where magic hasn't been a thing at all.
Right. It feels like a total betrayal of the narrative's own logic that you, the audience member, bought into.
Precisely. It pulls you right out of the story.
That makes total sense. I remember seeing Armageddon way, way back.
Oh, yeah, the asteroid movie.
Yeah. And having that exact wait what moment you mentioned. It fits with some of the frustrations you pointed out in the material.
Yeah.
You have Bruce Willis's character, Harry Stamper.
The oil driller turned astronaut. Classic.
Classic indeed. He's supposed to detonate this nuclear bomb inside the asteroid to save Earth. The tension's just cranked way up. The countdown's happening.
Yep, edge of your seat stuff.
And then it really looks like he didn't set the timer correctly. Like disaster is imminent.
Exactly. We're all holding our breath thinking, oh no, all that sacrifice was for nothing.
But then, miraculously, the bomb just goes off anyway. Problem solved. World saved.
Phew. Close call.
But the immediate reaction for so many viewers was, hold on, how? How did that actually happen?
Right, there was no explanation given.
None. It's this super convenient, totally unexplained event that just, poof, resolves the entire central conflict. It feels like a textbook example.
Absolutely textbook. And it does leave you feeling a bit deflated, doesn't it?
Yeah, a little bit cheated.
Like that intense buildup didn't really lead to a logical conclusion driven by what the characters actually did.
Thinking about other examples you highlighted, what about War of the Worlds, the Spielberg one?
Oh, good one. Yeah. Terrifying alien invasion, these incredible, advanced, seemingly unstoppable machines just laying waste to everything.
Utterly hopeless again. So how are they ultimately defeated?
By the common cold. Or, Earth microbes.
Ray Ferrier, Tom Cruise's character, even has this line that feels almost like an afterthought. Like, is it possible that they're not immune to our diseases?
And it feels so sudden, so random.
That's the word.
Yeah.
Random.
And the key thing there, I think, is the complete lack of groundwork. There's zero indication beforehand that this might be a vulnerability.
No scientists speculating, no earlier hints. Nothing.
Nothing. It just happens.
Yeah.
The invaders, who seemed invincible, are suddenly felled by something totally mundane. It ends the conflict so abruptly.
It almost feels like this story just threw its hands up like, okay, we don't know how to beat them realistically, so terms.
Exactly. It lacks that sense of narrative satisfaction. So, okay, we've seen what it is and why it's generally a problem. But the big question is, why do writers even use it? Why fall into this trap?
Christopher Vogler, in The Writer's Journey, which I know is in the material,
Great book.
he suggests it often happens when a plot gets too tangled up. Maybe the writers feel like they've written themselves into a corner they can't logically get out of.
Precisely. It becomes tempting, maybe, to just introduce some external force, some magic button, to untangle everything quickly and wrap it up.
A quick fix.
A quick fix, exactly. But, as Vogler also points out, and as we've been saying, this can be deeply unsatisfying for the audience.
Because we've invested our time and emotion in the characters' struggles, the plot unfolding.
Yeah, you want to see them overcome the challenges through their own actions, their own ingenuity, or, through consequences that logically follow from what happened earlier in the story.
So to have it all resolved by something completely unrelated, something that just appears out of nowhere, it feels like a narrative betrayal.
Yeah, like the rules were changed at the last minute. Like the story was, as you said before, kind of rigged or manipulated unfairly.
So what's the alternative then? How do writers actually deliver those really powerful, satisfying resolutions that impress us instead of frustrating us?
Well, the material you shared really hammers home the importance of what we could call an earned resolution.
Earned. Okay, so it's about groundwork.
Exactly. It's all about laying the foundation, planting seeds throughout the story that eventually blossom into the resolution. There's a fantastic quote from J.J. Abrams that really nails this.
Oh, yeah.
He said, "The key to a good plot twist is to make it both surprising and inevitable."
Ooh, I like that. Surprising and inevitable.
That captures the balance perfectly.
Doesn't it? You want that initial shock, that, whoa, didn't see that coming moment.
Mm-hmm.
But then when you think back on it, maybe on a second viewing or just reflecting, it should feel like it actually makes perfect sense within the story's logic. It was always a possibility, even if you didn't spot it.
So the surprise hits you first, But then the inevitability settles in as you connect the dots backwards.
Exactly. You start to see the subtle clues, the foreshadowing that was there all along. The pieces were all on the board, even if you didn't consciously put them together at the time. That's the inevitable part Abrams is talking about.
It creates that feeling of coherence, right? Makes the ending feel like it truly belongs to this story. It feels earned.
Perfectly put. Earned. And The Sixth Sense is just such a classic example of this, done brilliantly. That huge reveal.
Yeah, Malcolm Crowe is a ghost. Yeah.
It's a massive shock the first time you see it. Genuinely flooring for most people.
Absolutely. But then if you rewatch it...
Oh yeah, and rewatch it's like a completely different movie. You notice all these tiny, carefully placed details that hint at the truth.
His interactions or lack thereof, the way other characters just don't seem to register him directly sometimes.
It all clicks into place. The surprise is definitely there on first viewing. But that feeling of inevitability, looking back, is so strong.
It feels completely earned because the narrative laid all that groundwork so skillfully, so subtly.
So ultimately, it seems like good storytelling boils down to crafting a narrative where the ending, no matter how unexpected it might be, feels like a natural, logical consequence of everything that came before it. It reminds me of that Alfred Hitchcock quote. Something about inevitability.
Oh, yeah. The greatest trick of the writer is to make the reader believe that the story is inevitable.
That's the one. Make the reader believe it's inevitable.
Precisely. By carefully setting up the events, the character motivations, even seemingly minor details, writers weave this web of cause and effect.
So when the resolution arrives, even if it's a big twist, it feels like the story has come full circle in a way that's satisfying and believable.
Not through some random outside force swooping in.
Exactly. Not the machine lowering the guy.
No machine needed.
So, okay, to kind of wrap this all up, the deus ex machina, the God from the machine, it's generally something storytellers should really try to steer clear of.
Generally, yes. There might be rare exceptions, maybe in satire or comedy, but for most dramatic storytelling.
Right. It's usually a sudden, unearned fix that can leave us, the audience, feeling a bit cheated, maybe even making the whole story feel less impactful in retrospect.
Yeah, it diminishes what came before.
Whereas the more rewarding approach, the goal, really, is to build towards those resolutions, to carefully foreshadow, to set up the key moments.
So that even the big surprises feel, in hindsight, like they were always a potential outcome. A believable turn within the narrative you've been following. Earned, not given.
Earned, not given. I like that.
And you know, this raises kind of an interesting point for you, for anyone listening, to think about. As you engage with stories going forward, books, films, TV shows, even games, start paying closer attention to how the main conflicts get resolved. Ask yourself, does this ending feel like a natural, logical progression? Does it stem from the character's actions, the rules this world set up?
Or does it feel a bit too convenient, a bit out of the blue?
Exactly. Or do you detect that sudden, unearned intervention, that sense of a God from the machine stepping in just to tie up all the loose ends?
Thinking critically about whether endings feel earned or not.
Yeah, just thinking about how stories reach their conclusions, whether it feels satisfying and why, it can really deepen your appreciation for the actual craft of good storytelling when you see it done well. Ever look up at the night sky and get that feeling? Like you're missing most of the picture.
Oh, absolutely. Because, well, most of it is missing from our view.
Exactly. We're talking about dark matter and dark energy today. Huge parts of the universe, totally invisible.
That's right. We're diving into this great article, What the Hell Are Dark Matter and Dark Energy?
Yeah, it tries to get a handle on these forces that, basically run the whole cosmic show.
And it's fascinating because they seem so different, but together. What is it, like 95% of the universe?
Something like that. It's wild. Okay, let's maybe start with dark matter.
Good idea.
The article had this neat analogy. Like invisible party guests. You can't see them, but you know they're there from the music and movement.
That captures it pretty well. We can't point a telescope and see dark matter because, well, it doesn't give off light or interact with it, really.
But it's gravity. That's the key, isn't it?
That's the key. Its gravitational pull is immense. It's essentially the cosmic glue holding entire galaxies together.
Without it, stars would just fly off.
They'd fly off into the void, exactly. The speeds they orbit at just don't make sense with only the matter we can see. It points to something new.
And it's a fair chunk of the universe, too, right? About
roughly 27% of the total mass energy budget.
Yeah.
So, unseen, but definitely making its presence felt.
Okay. Invisible scaffolding. Got it. What about the other big one? dark energy.
Dark energy. If dark matter holds things together, dark energy does. Well, kind of the opposite.
The article used a balloon analogy, I think, inflating faster and faster.
Precisely. It's the mysterious force that's causing the expansion of the universe not just to happen, but to accelerate.
And this is the really big component.
Oh, yeah. Around 68% of the universe. Its discovery back in the late 90s was a real shocker for cosmologists.
Right, because didn't everyone sort of assume the expansion might be slowing down?
Exactly. People thought gravity would eventually put the brakes on everything, but observation showed the opposite.
And this connects back to Hubble, over a century ago.
It does. Hubble saw that galaxies are moving away from us the further away, the faster they move. That's the redshift he observed.
The evidence for the Big Bang, basically?
Right.
Starting from a single point.
The origin point, yeah. Roughly 13.8 billion years ago. Dark energy adds this twist. The expansion from that point isn't coasting or slowing, it's hitting the gas pedal.
Which brings us to that, frankly, mind-bending idea. Galaxies moving away faster than light. How does that even work?
Okay, yeah, that sounds like it breaks physics, doesn't it?
Totally. Einstein's whole speed limit.
Right. But the key is, nothing is traveling through space faster than light. It's space itself that's expanding.
Ah, okay. So it's like points on the balloon moving apart as the balloon inflates.
That's a great way to think about it.
Yeah.
The fabric of space-time itself is stretching, and it carries the galaxies along with it. There's no speed limit on the expansion of space.
So galaxies far enough away are carried away by expanding space so fast their light just can't reach us anymore.
Exactly. That creates what we call the cosmic horizon, a boundary beyond which we simply can't see because space is expanding too quickly for light to overcome the distance.
Wow. Okay. Still processing that a bit.
Yeah.
But why is figuring all this out so important, besides curiosity, I mean?
Well, it's fundamental. Dark matter and dark energy hold the keys to the ultimate fate of our universe.
The big question, right? Will it expand forever or crunch back down?
Precisely. Will dark energy keep accelerating the expansion until everything is cold and isolated? The big freeze or big rip? Or could gravity, maybe helped by dark matter, eventually win out and cause a big crunch?
Understanding these invisible giants tells us where it's all heading.
It's central to the whole story.
So next time you're looking up at the stars.
Yeah, just remember, what you can see is only about 5% of the picture. The rest is this dark, mysterious stuff dictating the cosmic narrative.
And think about that cosmic horizon. Parts of the universe we can, in principle, never know about.
It's humbling. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? If we're just starting to grasp these huge, invisible components, what else are we missing? What other fundamental truths about reality are just completely beyond our current understanding?
Welcome to the deep dive. Okay, so you sent this paper over, and it's something else. Brent Antonson, published just this year, Feb 17th, 2025, Deus ex universum, a theological equation for cosmic affection.
It really is. And that core idea, it hits you straight away, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Define God as the universe, and boom, the universe loves you.
Yeah, it's quite a statement, almost counterintuitive.
Definitely. It forces you to, stop and think about what those words even mean in that context.
Absolutely. And for you listening, maybe wondering, what is this exactly? Our plan here, our deep dive, is to unpack what Antonson's arguing. He's really trying to mesh science and theology here.
Right. A kind of pantheistic argument for a benevolent universe, using things like the fine-tuning argument, the Fermi paradox, big cosmological ideas.
So let's dive in. The absolute foundation, the thing everything else is built on, is this axiom, God D is equivalent to the universe. He just sort of puts it out there.
Pretty much. Take this as read for the sake of argument and see where it leads. And, the first place it leads is, okay, if the universe is God, what about the cold, empty vastness? Doesn't feel very loving sometimes.
Exactly. That's the tension, isn't it?
Yeah.
The paper suggests maybe we're just reading that indifference wrong. And Antonson has this great phrase for humanity's apparent uniqueness.
Oh, the cosmic miracle or hilarious typo.
That's the one. It really frames our existence as this, statistical outlier based on what we know so far.
Yeah, and he uses that feeling of cosmic solitude, points to things like, remember SETI shutting down for years, that long silence.
Right, from 84 to 2020, underscores that feeling of being alone.
Mm-hmm. And he even makes this slightly cheeky suggestion for intro astronomy courses.
Why are we here? Asking for a friend.
That's it. Gives you a sense of the paper's slightly irreverent tone, I think.
Okay, so that's the setup. God equals universe. Then he brings in the fine-tuning argument. How does that fit into this cosmic affection idea?
Well, the fine-tuning argument itself is about how the fundamental constants of physics, gravity, the cosmological constant, things like that, seem, well, unbelievably precisely set.
Like dialed in just perfectly.
Exactly. He mentions the cosmological constant's precision, like 1 part in 10 to the 120. Just staggering numbers. And the strength of gravity, too, about 10 to the minus 39 precision relative to other forces.
And if those numbers were even slightly different,
The whole universe would be unrecognizable. No stable stars, maybe no atoms forming properly, certainly no complex chemistry, no life as we know it.
so our Earth, our sun, our galaxy, it all depends on this incredible precision.
Pretty much. Our G-type star, the planet in the habitable zone, it's all part of that fine-tuning picture. Now, usually there are 2 ways people try to explain this.
Okay, what are they?
One is, well, a divine hand, some kind of creator setting the dials deliberately for life. The other is the multiverse idea, infinite universes, infinite sets of laws, and we just happen to be in one where the numbers worked out for us.
Sort of a cosmic lottery win.
You can put it that way. And Antonson, interestingly, leans a bit more towards the divine hand side in this paper.
Oh, why is that? Within his God equals universe framework, I mean.
Well, he brings up Occam's razor. Maybe one tuner is simpler than infinite unseeable universes. Plus, he acknowledges we humans just, tend to see purpose and agency everywhere. We anthropomorphize.
Right, it's kind of our default setting.
Yeah, which leads to that other funny suggestion he had.
The TED Talk title, God, the ultimate quantum physicist with better PR.
That's the one. It captures that blend of serious physics and, well, theological spin.
Okay, so fine-tuning suggests maybe the dials were set lovingly. What about the Fermi paradox, the big silence? How does that become a sign of affection?
Right. So the Fermi paradox is that classic puzzle. The universe is huge. Life should be common, statistically speaking, but where is everybody? We see nothing, hear nothing.
The great silence.
Exactly. And Antonson flips this. Under the God equals universe idea, he says the silence isn't a bug, it's a feature. It's intentional.
Intentional. How so?
He proposes that God, meaning the universe itself, is acting like a protective parent, keeping the cosmic neighborhood quiet to shield young, emerging life like us from potentially overwhelming or dangerous advanced civilizations.
Like those Kardashev Type 3 civilizations that could manipulate whole galaxies.
Precisely. The idea is maybe contact too early would be catastrophic, so the vast distances, the silence, it's like a cosmic nursery with a do not disturb sign on the door.
Wow, okay. So the paradox becomes evidence for benevolence, not against it.
That's the argument. It's framed as divine irony. And yeah, he's just renaming the paradox God's do not disturb sign.
Gotta say, it's memorable. Okay, then there's this bit he calls the oh so damn close to dying syndrome. What's that referring to?
That's about Earth's history. Our planet and life on it has survived a lot of potentially catastrophic events, asteroid impacts, massive volcanic eruptions, ice ages, the 5 big mass extinctions.
And he throws in 2020 to 2025 for good measure.
He does, yes.
Yeah.
A bit tongue-in-cheek, perhaps, but pointing to recent history is another example of, well, scraping through.
So life keeps surviving against the odds. What are the usual explanations for that resilience?
Again, it kind of splits. Either it's direct divine intervention, God stepping in to save the day, or it's survivorship bias.
Meaning, we only see the successes because, well, we're the descendants of the survivors. The failures didn't leave anyone to tell the tale.
Exactly. But Antonson offers a kind of hybrid idea. He suggests that maybe God, the universe, encoded a sort of save point feature into the process of evolution.
A save point, like in a video game?
Sort of, yeah. The idea is that the universe has some underlying mechanism, some inherent tendency to ensure life finds a way to continue, to bounce back even after massive setbacks. Almost like a resilience protocol built into the fabric of reality.
Huh. Like debugging the simulation?
He actually suggests adding a divine debugging module to astrobiology courses. It's that same slightly playful framing of a serious idea.
Okay, but what about the really tough questions? If the universe is God and it loves us, why is there so much suffering? Pain, disease, natural disasters?
Yeah, the classic problem of evil or suffering. Antonson tackles it head on. His answer within this framework is that God's love, the universe's love, is fundamentally non-interventionist. Meaning it sets the stage, provides the potential, allows life to happen, but it doesn't step in to fix things or prevent hardship. He likens it, maybe controversially, to a cosmic thoughts and prayers algorithm. The support is in the existence, not in micromanaging the experience.
So the love is in the permission to exist and evolve, not in shielding from all harm.
That seems to be the argument. It's a very hands-off kind of affection. He also contrasts this with, say, the figure of Jesus in Christianity.
How so?
Well, he points out the anthropocentrism inherent in many traditional religious views, the focus on humanity. Then he contrasts that with the sheer scale of the cosmos.
Right, 13.8 billion years of cosmic history versus a more human-focused narrative.
Exactly. The paper says, okay, God, as the universe, might not have a sun in the human sense, but look what it has offered. Billions of years of star creation, the raw material for everything. It's a different kind of offering.
And leads to another one of those provocative suggestions.
Yahweh versus Hubble. Who's your daddy? Yeah, he definitely pushes buttons.
He really does. So towards the end, he tries to synthesize all this. He even proposes a sort of mathematical formula.
Yeah, it's more symbolic, I think, but he writes D, life's complexity, ec cosmic rarity, dt, where D is divine affection. The idea is that when you multiply how complex life is by how incredibly rare the conditions for it seem to be integrated over time, the result is effectively infinite.
So infinite complexity times infinite rarity equals infinite love, statistically speaking.
That's the gist. It's a way to put a number, even as a symbolic one like infinity, on how precious life is from this cosmic perspective.
And he doesn't stop there. He talks about updating theology itself.
Playfully, yes. Suggests retconning theology, like you retcon a comic book's history, to include modern cosmology. Maybe see the James Webb Space Telescope as a kind of modern prophet, revealing divine truths about the universe.
That's quite an image. What about ethics? If God equals universe, what does that mean for how we should act?
This is actually a really powerful implication he draws out. If the universe is divine, then taking care of our planet, environmentalism, that becomes the highest form of worship.
Wow.
He even suggests rebranding things like carbon offsets as tithing to the atmosphere. It makes environmental responsibility a sacred act.
That completely reframes our relationship with the Earth, doesn't it?
It really does. So bringing it all together, what's the paper's final word?
The bottom line seems to be that the universe's seeming indifference, its silence, its vastness, that is, its love language. By creating the conditions for life against such incredible odds, God, the universe, is effectively saying,
You matter statistically.
right, a very unique data-driven declaration of affection.
And he leaves it a bit open, asking whether you find that conclusion comforting or maybe terrifying, depending on how you feel about entropy, about the universe's ultimate fate, perhaps.
And of course, some final humorous notes like printing the paper on biodegradable confetti.
For atheist-theist reconciliation parties, yeah. And the footnotes, God's LinkedIn profile, the Hitchhiker's Guide to Theology, it keeps that slightly irreverent spark right to the end.
Definitely keeps it from getting too dry. So overall, Deus Ex Universum is just a fascinating thought experiment, isn't it? Blending science and theology in this really unexpected way.
Absolutely. And it's crucial, I think, for you listening to remember that central premise, God equals universe, is presented as that, a premise, a starting point to provoke thought, not necessarily a declaration of fact.
It's a lens, really, a way to look at fine-tuning the Fermi paradox, even suffering from a completely different angle. Does it offer a useful way to think about our place in it all?
And what are those ethical implications if we did take that idea seriously, if the cosmos itself is sacred ground?
So we'll leave you with that thought, building on Antonson's ending. Given how wildly improbable our existence seems, statistically speaking, does that conclusion, you matter, statistically, feel more comforting or more unsettling? Why? Something to mull over.
Definitely food for thought.
Thank you for joining us for this deep dive into Deus Ex Universum. Okay, so consciousness. It's just there, right? Every second. We feel, we think, we're aware.
Yeah, it's the most basic thing about being us.
But then you try and actually pin it down, define it, and it just slips away. It's weird.
It really is. And that's exactly what we're diving into today, this huge mystery. We're looking at an article called Standing Up to Einstein, Consciousness and the Meaning of Life.
Sounds intriguing. So the mission today is basically to pull out the key ideas from this article about, consciousness, how it connects to reality, maybe even the meaning of it all.
Exactly. The article tackles those big questions, what it means to be conscious, that inner world we all have, and how that connects to, well, everything else.
Right. And the article kicks off with this really interesting claim. It says consciousness, even though we see its effects, measure brain stuff, it's still scientifically unscientific? Okay, hold on. What does that mean exactly? scientifically unscientific.
Well, I think it points to the core problem, doesn't it? Science is great at measuring things objectively from the outside.
Right. Things you can, test and repeat.
Precisely. But consciousness is fundamentally that first-person feeling, what it's like to be you or me. And its subjective core is just really, really hard to capture with objective tools.
Okay. That makes sense. It's the what it's like part that's tricky.
Exactly. And what I found fascinating is how the article then shifts gears. It paints consciousness as this ultimate cosmic game.
A game?
Yeah, where you, the listener, are the star of your own life story. It's all about your awareness of thoughts, feelings, the world zipping by.
Huh. I like that framing. Makes it very personal. It reminds me of Descartes, right?
Yeah.
I think, therefore I am.
Spot on. The article brings that up, too. It uses Descartes to really hammer home that basic point.
Yeah.
Your awareness of your own thoughts is kind of the foundation of your existence.
That inner voice, the constant stream.
Yep, that internal chatter, processing everything. And the article adds this great analogy. Consciousness is your internal movie director.
An internal movie director. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, think about it. It's this sort of unseen force guiding your choices, your reactions. The article uses a simple example. Deciding whether to just, binge watch a show or maybe pick up that novel you keep meaning to read.
Huh. Yeah, okay. I know that internal debate well. That little voice weighing the options.
Exactly. And the article argues it's that process, that self-reflection steered by the director, that lets us think about our values, what we want out of life, what gives it meaning.
So paying attention to our own consciousness naturally leads to the big stuff, like why bother? What's the point?
That's the idea. Engaging with that inner awareness forces those huge questions. Why are we here? What's our purpose?
Okay, so it connects the personal experience to the existential. Makes sense.
But then it takes a pretty wild turn. It pulls in quantum theory.
Uh-oh. Quantum physics always bends my brain a bit.
Mine too.
Yeah.
But the article suggests this absolutely mind-blowing idea that the simple act of seeing something might be, and get this, an act of collapsing sextillions of wave functions, creating our own consciousness in the process.
Whoa, wait. So just looking at things creates consciousness or reality? Or both?
It's definitely leaning into that interpretation of quantum mechanics where the observer plays a crucial role. The article even mentions Einstein's reaction to this kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah. Wasn't he skeptical?
Very. It quotes him saying something like, "I cannot believe the moon is not there when I am not looking at it." Pushing back against the idea that reality depends on us observing it.
Right, that classic intuitive feeling that the world exists independently of us.
Exactly. But the article just states kind of boldly, the math works. Whether it feels right or not, this quantum view suggests we're not just passive viewers.
So, we're participants.
Actively participating. The article puts it like this. You are shaping your own reality, collapsing an astronomical number of wave functions with each glance.
Okay, that's a heavy thought for just looking around the room, collapsing wave functions just by glancing.
I know, right? It reframes something as basic as eyesight. The article says it becomes an extraordinary attribute of the universe, the very fabric of reality itself. It's not just biological input anymore.
Wow. Okay. So from that huge cosmic scale, where does it go next? Does it get back to the more personal?
It does. It pivots back to philosophical questions about what consciousness is. Like, is it something external that we sort of tune into?
Yeah.
The article uses the image of a canoe joining a river.
Like a universal stream of consciousness we dip into.
Maybe. Or, another idea it throws out, do we each just have little pieces of consciousness, like parts of a giant cosmic jigsaw puzzle?
Interesting possibilities,
Yeah.
different ways to imagine it.
And then it gets even more provocative. It asks, could some people just be bioalgorithms?
Bioalgorithms, like biological robots.
Kind of. Mimicking consciousness, acting the part, but without any real inner overarching thought matrix, as the article puts it. It compares it to the Turing test for AI. Can something seem conscious without actually being conscious?
It's unsettling. How would you ever know?
Exactly. It throws into question how we even recognize genuine consciousness in others. And it connects this to how we see consciousness in animals. We generally accept there are degrees, right? A dog seems more conscious than a fly.
Yeah, usually.
So the article floats the idea. Maybe human consciousness isn't uniform either. Maybe it exists on a spectrum.
A spectrum among humans, that feels controversial.
It definitely is. And the article even brings in George Carlin.
George Carlin.
Yeah.
Comedian.
Yeah. It references one of his, well, let's say blunt routines about stupid people. It uses it as this edgy, uncomfortable way to poke at that spectrum idea. Is it possible some people have less or a different quality of consciousness?
Oof. Okay, that's definitely poking the bear. It forces you to think, even if it makes you squirm a bit.
For sure. It's meant to be provocative. And it leads into listing all these ways people try to describe consciousness and all the questions still hanging out there. Is it just brain chemistry? Is it tied to dreaming? How does it relate to the mind, whatever that is?
So many unanswered questions.
And here's a kicker. The article mentions the author looked into writings on mental illness. And apparently, lots of psychologists, therapists, psychiatrists, they often back away from defining consciousness.
Really, they avoid it.
Yeah, sometimes explicitly saying things like, we know nothing about consciousness.
Yeah.
Which is pretty staggering, isn't it, for something so central to our experience?
Wow. Yeah, that is striking, if the experts are hesitant.
It just shows how deep the mystery runs. But importantly, the article doesn't end on that note of confusion. It circles back.
Okay, good. Where does it land?
It lands on consciousness being the spark that fuels our quest for meaning. It's what pushes us to learn, to connect with people, to make sense of our own stories.
Ah, okay, so it's the engine for finding purpose.
That's the takeaway. The article's final message is basically, embrace your consciousness. Recognize that you, the listener, are, in their words, the star of this cosmic show.
Be present, be aware, engage with it all. I like that. It feels empowering after all the mind-bending stuff.
It does. It brings it back to your own experience.
So, maybe a final thought to leave people mulling over. If we take that quantum idea seriously, even just a little bit, if just looking, just perceiving, actually does play some role in shaping reality, how differently might we view our own lives, our interactions, everything?
What changes if you truly believe your awareness isn't just receiving information, but actively co-creating the world around you? That's definitely something to chew on. Welcome to the Deep Dive. Today, we're getting to something pretty weird, honestly. It's that part of science that really messes with your idea of, well, reality.
Definitely. We're looking at an article called, Are You Guilty of Collapsing a Wave Function?
It's by Brent Antonson over on planksip.org. Just came out April 5th, 2025.
And what's great about this piece is how it takes quantum physics, specifically this idea of wave function collapse.
Which sounds super complicated.
It does, but it uses these really helpful analogies. It starts right off with this image, this birthday box.
Okay, yeah, let's jump into that. The birthday box.
Yeah.
So you're at a party, there's this box. What's inside?
Well, that's the thing. The article says it could be, a really amazing slice of pizza.
Okay.
Or it could be a seriously moldy sandwich.
Okay, not so good.
But here's the quantum twist. Until you actually open that box, it's somehow both. The delicious pizza and the disgusting sandwich exist at the same time. In limbo, sort of.
Both.
Yeah.
Simultaneously. That's wild.
That's superposition. That's the quantum idea right there, in a nutshell. Or in a pizza box.
And this applies to actual particles, like the building blocks of everything.
Exactly. At that tiny quantum scale, particles can be in multiple states, multiple places, whatever, all at once. Until you measure them, until you open the box.
Now, this isn't totally new, is it? The article mentions Schrödinger.
Absolutely. Erwin Schrödinger was key to developing this whole perspective.
He wasn't thinking about pizza and sandwiches, though, I assume.
No, probably not. He was dealing with the incredibly strange behavior of subatomic particles. He realized they had this both-hand quality before being observed.
The article uses another analogy, too, right? Something about a bedroom?
Yeah, that's a good one, too. Your bedroom, it could be tidy, or it could be, a complete disaster zone.
Relatable.
Unfortunately.
And the idea is, until someone actually looks, opens the door. It's almost like it exists in a fuzzy state between messy and clean.
So it only becomes one or the other when it's observed. When, as the article says, your mother opens the door. Precisely. That act of looking, of observing, forces a definite state. Messy. Or clean. And that's like quantum mechanics, the particle's property, like its position, isn't fixed until you measure it.
Okay, this makes me think of the really famous one, Schrödinger's cat. The article covers that too. Can you walk us through it? It always seems so bizarre.
It is bizarre, but it follows the same logic. So imagine a cat. It's sealed in a box, completely sealed.
Okay, poor cat.
Well, it's a thought experiment. Inside with the cat, there's a tiny bit of radioactive material. and a detector, like a Geiger counter.
Right.
If a radioactive atom decays, and this is a random quantum event, it triggers the detector. The detector is linked to a hammer, which breaks a vial of poison gas, cyanide usually in the story.
Oh dear. So if the atom decays, the cat doesn't make it.
Correct. But if the atom doesn't decay within that time, the poison isn't released and the cat is fine.
So it's a 50-50 chance, basically.
Sort of, but here's the quantum part. Before you open the box, that radioactive atom is in a superposition. It's both decayed and not decayed.
Wait, so if the atom state is linked to the cat?
Exactly. The cat's fate is tied to that quantum event. So until you open the box and look, the cat is also in a superposition.
You mean it's...
Both alive and dead simultaneously.
That just feels wrong. How can it be both?
According to the math of quantum mechanics, it has to be. It's not just that we don't know. The theory says it is both. Until observation forces one reality, just like the pizza and the sandwich, but yeah, much darker.
Wow. Okay, and this being in all states at once is described by the wave function. The article had a superhero analogy for this, I think.
Yes, the wave function. Think of it as the mathematical description that contains all the possibilities for a quantum system before observation.
Like the box before it's opened.
Exactly. The superhero analogy is pretty neat. Like, before Superman reveals he's Clark Kent, he kind of exists as both, right? His identity isn't fixed until he's seen as one or the other. The wave function holds all those potential states.
So the wave function is like potential reality, holding everything that could be.
That's a good way to put it. It describes the probability of finding the particle or the cat or the pizza in any particular state.
Okay, so then what happens when we do look? When we open the box? That's the collapse part, right? Wave function collapse.
Precisely. The act of measuring, of observing, somehow forces that wave function, with all its possibilities, to collapse down into just one single definite outcome.
The cat is either alive or it's dead. Nothing in between anymore.
Right. The pizza is revealed delicious or disgusting. The particle suddenly has a definite position or momentum. The superposition is gone.
And this is where the article makes that really huge claim. It says that we, just by looking around, are doing this constantly.
Yeah.
Collapsing wave functions, shaping reality. It even says we're collapsing 3 dimensions of space. That sounds huge.
It is a massive implication. If this interpretation is right, it means observation isn't passive. You're not just seeing what's already there.
Actively participating?
In a way, yes. Your glance, the photons hitting your retina, every interaction that counts as a measurement forces these quantum possibilities to become concrete reality. Your eyesight, your senses become part of the universe, settling into a state rather than all states.
So every time I look at anything, I'm potentially forcing countless quantum systems to pick a side.
That's the mind-bending idea, yeah. It suggests reality, at its most fundamental level, might not be quite so fixed until something interacts with it, observes it.
Which is incredible. But the article also points out we don't actually know why this happens, right? Why does looking cause this collapse?
That's still one of the biggest mysteries in physics. There are different interpretations, different ideas.
But no definitive answer.
No solid, agreed-upon mechanism for how observation causes collapse. The article mentions the sort of prevailing idea that observation forces the universe to choose. But how? Is it consciousness? Is it any interaction? It's still debated heavily.
It feels like someone like Einstein would have had trouble with this idea.
Oh, he definitely did. The article quotes his famous line.
About the moon.
Yeah. I cannot believe the moon is not there when I'm not looking.
He just couldn't accept that reality depended on an observer.
Exactly. He felt reality should be objective, something that exists solidly whether we're looking at it or not. This idea that looking creates the state was deeply unsettling to him. He preferred to think quantum mechanics was just incomplete.
But the article also notes that despite his issues with the meaning of it,
the mathematical structure is intact.
Right.
The equations of quantum mechanics, including the wave function and its collapse upon measurement, work incredibly well. They make predictions that experiments keep confirming.
So the math holds up, even if the philosophical implications make our heads spin.
Pretty much. Einstein's discomfort really highlights how much quantum mechanics challenges our everyday intuition about how the world should work.
Okay, let's try and wrap this up then. This deep dive, based on the article, Are You Guilty of Collapsing a Wave Function?, has taken us through some seriously strange quantum territory.
Using things like pizza boxes and messy bedrooms.
And poor Schrodinger's cat. To explain superposition, this idea that things can be in multiple states at once.
Until observed, until measured.
And that act of observing, of looking, causes the wave function, the description of all possibilities, to collapse into just one definite reality.
The pizza or the sandwich? Alive or dead?
And the most staggering idea that you, simply by observing the world, are constantly involved in this process, collapsing wave functions and, in a sense, shaping the reality you experience.
Yeah, it suggests a reality that's maybe less fixed and more participatory than we usually think.
Which brings us back to Einstein's point, doesn't it? If looking really does determine reality at these tiny scales, what does that truly mean for the universe we perceive?
Is it really out there, independent of us? Or is our perception somehow woven into the very fabric of its existence?
It's definitely something to chew on, a really profound question to leave you with. Thanks for exploring this with me.
My pleasure. It's fascinating stuff.
And thank you for joining us on this deep dive. Okay, so you've brought us some really fascinating material this time, all about CERN.
Yes, CERN, the European Organization for Nuclear Research.
Right, or Centre Européen pour la Recherche Nucléaire, if we're using the French.
Yeah.
Bit of a mouthful.
It is, but the science happening there, even more complex, you could say.
Definitely. And lots of people are curious about it, I think. So our goal for this deep dive is, well, to unpack it, right?
Exactly. Figure out what CERN actually is, why it generates so much buzz, and, why it matters in the big picture of science.
Because, let's be honest, when you first hear about it, these giant machines, fundamental particles, it sounds pretty out there.
It can feel abstract for sure.
But I liked how Brent Antonson put it in that article, What the Hell is CERN? He called it a massive scientific playground.
That's a great way to think about it. A place where some of the sharpest minds get together and basically try to figure out how the universe is put together.
Like a cosmic detective agency.
Perfect analogy. Their main job, the core mission, is really to investigate those fundamental particles. The absolute smallest bits that make up, well, everything.
So they're digging into matter, energy, space, time. The really fundamental stuff.
That's the goal. Trying to crack the code at the most basic level.
And the main tool for cracking that code. That's the Large Hadron Collider, the LHC.
Ah, yes, the LHC. Definitely CERN's most famous piece of kit. Antonson's most famous toy description isn't far off, considering its scale.
The scale is kind of mind-bending. How big did you say it was?
We're talking a circular tunnel 27 kilometers around.
27 kilometers. That's what, about 17 miles?
Roughly, yeah. And it's not just sprawling, it's deep, like 200 meters underground.
Wow. Just picturing that, this huge ring buried way down there.
It's impressive engineering, no doubt.
So what actually goes on inside this massive ring? It's about smashing things together, right?
Pretty much. The LHC takes protons, those tiny particles inside atoms.
The building blocks.
Exactly. It accelerates them to incredible speeds. We're talking nearly the speed of light.
Okay.
And then it smashes them head-on into each other.
Right. And the point of this high-speed demolition derby is?
Well, the energy released in those collisions is immense. It actually recreates conditions that are incredibly similar to what the universe was like just fractions of a second after the Big Bang.
Whoa. Seriously, like rewinding time to the very beginning.
On a tiny, tiny scale, yes. That's the idea, recreating those primordial conditions.
Oh, why? Why go to all that trouble to smash tiny particles?
That's the key question. By looking very closely at what comes out of those collisions, all the new particles that get created for fleeting moments.
The debris, basically.
Sort of, but it's incredibly informative debris. It lets scientists test our big theories about how the universe works. They can check if the standard model of particle physics holds up.
And look for new stuff, too. Things we don't know about yet.
Exactly. That's the really exciting part. Searching for new particles, new forces, things that could completely change our understanding. It's like taking a watch apart to see how the gears fit together, but on a cosmic scale.
And they have found important things this way, right? I remember the Higgs boson making huge news.
Oh, absolutely. Finding the Higgs back in 2012 was massive. A Nobel Prize-winning discovery.
Why was it so important?
Well, the Higgs field and the boson associated with it is basically what gives other fundamental particles their mass. Without it, the standard model just didn't quite work. It was a crucial missing piece.
Got it. So smashing particles, seeing what comes out, understanding the fundamental rules and ingredients. Makes sense.
Yep. But there is another aspect to this that's just mind-boggling.
What's that?
The data. The sheer volume of information these collisions produce.
Ah, yes, I saw some numbers on that. Sounded astronomical.
Astronomical doesn't even cut it. Think about this. One single collision event, one proton smash-up, generates about a megabyte of raw data.
Okay, 1 megabyte. Doesn't sound too crazy yet.
Ah, but then consider this. there is about 600 million of those collisions happening. Every single
Second.
600 million per second.
Per second.
I can't even process that number.
It's staggering. It works out to something like 600 terabytes of data per second, or, get this, around 50,000 petabytes a day.
50,000
Yeah.
petabytes. That's 50 exabytes daily.
Daily. It's potentially more data than, I don't know, all the written words in human history generated every single day.
Unbelievable. And I read that number is only going up with upgrades.
That's right. Every time they upgrade the LHC, the data flood gets bigger. So they constantly need new ways, smarter ways to handle it, filter it, analyze it.
So it's not just a physics challenge. It's a massive computing and data science challenge, too.
Absolutely. And it's not like there's one supercomputer in Geneva doing all the work.
No. How does it work then?
It's incredibly collaborative. The data gets distributed to computing centers and research institutions literally all over the planet. Thousands of scientists are involved.
Right across continents. Wow. Yep. They use complex grid computing systems, different tools. So making sure all these distributed teams can actually work together effectively on the data, that's a huge ongoing task in itself. High-energy physics data science is really pushing boundaries there.
It really paints a picture of this global effort. I think Antonson called CERN the United Nations of Physics.
It's a very fitting description because CERN isn't just the LHC. It's a hub, a focal point for international cooperation.
So scientists from everywhere come together.
Some all over the world, yeah. Sharing knowledge, sharing resources, all focused on these fundamental questions, nationality, politics. That stuff fades into the background. It's about the science.
That's actually really cool, a model for collaboration.
It really is.
But, with something this powerful, this cutting edge, it attracts some weird ideas too, doesn't it?
Yes. The speculation.
The article mentioned that CERN often gets tangled up in conspiracy theories. Talk about creating black holes that swallow the Earth or time travel. Sounds like movie stuff.
It really does sound like sci-fi. And maybe it's understandable, Such a powerful, somewhat mysterious place.
Yeah.
It captures the imagination.
But the reality is much more grounded.
Much more grounded. It's crucial to remember the reality at CERN is rigorous science. Careful experiments, meticulous analysis, peer review. It's all about pushing the boundaries of fundamental physics knowledge, not, accidentally ending the world or building a TARDIS.
Okay, that's good to hear. Definitely reassuring.
The focus is firmly on discovery within the known laws of physics and potentially finding new physics, but through established scientific methods.
Right. Now, something else that jumped out was a quote about Tim Berners-Lee from Wendy Hall.
Oh, yeah, the World Wide Web connection.
She said, "I don't think he realized what they were doing at CERN would change the world this much. I think this is as big, if not bigger, than the printing press."
That's a powerful statement, isn't it?
Huge, comparing it to the printing press.
It really puts CERN's impact into perspective. Berners-Lee invented the web at CERN. Originally, it was just meant as a tool for physicists there to share data and papers more easily.
Just an internal tool.
Initially, yes. And look what it became. It shows how fundamental blue sky research stuff done just for the sake of understanding can have these completely unforeseen, world-changing consequences.
It's incredible. Makes you wonder what else might come out of all that data they're collecting now.
You never know. That's the nature of fundamental discovery.
So one last technical bit. The article touched on how they actually, see these particles after the collision. It sounds complicated.
It is incredibly sophisticated. So the collision happens, right? Bang. Out fly potentially hundreds of new particles.
Okay.
Many of these are unstable. They decay almost instantly into other particles. And they all fly out through these massive detectors. Think of them like gigantic layered digital cameras. Yeah, different layers or subdetectors are designed to spot different things. One layer might track the path of charged particles, another measures their energy, another identifies electrons or muons.
So each layer catches different clues.
Exactly. As a particle zips through, it leaves tiny traces, interacts with the detector material. These create tiny electrical signals.
Little electronic fingerprints.
Precisely. Then incredibly fast electronics and powerful computer algorithms reconstruct the particle tracks, measure their momentum and energy, and piece together a full picture of everything that flew out from that single collision.
A digital summary of the whole event.
That's right. That collision event is the data snapshot the physicists then analyze, looking for that Higgs boson signature or signs of something totally new.
It's just such an intricate process, from smashing protons to analyzing these digital echoes. Amazing engineering.
It truly is a testament to what collaboration and focused scientific effort can achieve, and all driven by that basic curiosity.
To understand how reality ticks.
At its most fundamental level.
Okay, so let's try and wrap this up. CERN, this huge international lab, mostly underground near Geneva.
Check.
Its star player is the Large Hadron Collider, the LHC, a 27-kilometer ring that smashes protons together at nearly light speed.
Recreating Big Bang conditions, yep.
They do this to see the fundamental particles and forces, testing theories, hunting for new discoveries, like the Higgs boson.
Spot on.
This creates an absolutely insane amount of data,
Measured in exabytes per day.
requiring a massive global computing effort and collaboration between thousands of scientists worldwide.
The UN of physics aspect.
And while it sparks some wild speculation, the core mission is rigorous, fundamental science, not sci-fi.
Definitely grounded in the scientific method.
It's just the scale of it all.
Yeah.
The machine, the data, the collaboration, the ambition. It's hard to overstate.
It really is one of humanity's grandest scientific adventures, pushing the absolute frontiers of knowledge.
It makes you think, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If we're really starting to decode the absolute fundamental rules of reality,
What happens next?
how could that knowledge reshape everything, maybe in ways we can't even guess right now? Like the web emerging from physics research.
Yeah.
What's the next unexpected leap going to be, thanks to what they're finding deep under Switzerland?
That's the big question, isn't it? What else will we learn and what will we do with it? It definitely gives you something to ponder. You're here because you want to get smart, fast, right? To dive into the core of an idea without getting, bogged down in endless details.
Exactly.
That's exactly what this deep dive is all about, unpacking fascinating perspectives in a way that hopefully sticks.
And today, we're plunging into a really intriguing article. It's called Beyond Faith, the Cosmic Code Hidden in the Bible.
Right, written by Brent Antonson, and it came out April 23rd, 2025.
Mm-hmm.
So our mission today is to explore Antonson's argument that the Bible, even though it's so old and, well, everyone knows it, it's often really misunderstood.
Yeah, misunderstood in terms of its depth, its complexity. He thinks it really deserves a fresh look,
Yeah,
especially for a modern audience.
definitely. He's got some compelling ideas.
We'll be digging into the nuances he finds in the original language, the potential for hidden meanings buried in the text.
And those thought-provoking comparisons he makes between, ancient storytelling and how we consume stories today.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Should be interesting.
Okay, let's dive in then. Antonson kicks things off by looking at our lives right now, here in 2025.
Mm-hmm.
He talks about our high-speed, data-spewing digital life, kind of this constant pull towards instant gratification,
Yeah, those quick hits of pleasure, always online, always within reach.
And what's interesting is how he immediately contrasts this with the ancient world.
Right. Back then, even relatively simple tricks or illusions,
Yeah.
they could be seen as genuinely miraculous.
Like real evidence of the divine.
Exactly. Which is so different from now.
Yeah, and here's where it gets really thought-provoking for me. He points out that while, the special effects we see in movies today are incredibly sophisticated,
Way beyond anything ancient people could imagine.
for sure, but we still fundamentally understand they're just illusions, clever tricks, basically, technology.
So Antonson is suggesting, I think, that maybe our modern mindset, this way we see things, makes it harder for us to appreciate the layers of meaning.
The potential for wonder.
Yeah, exactly. The potential for wonder in these older texts, like the Bible, even with all its historical weight.
Which leads him right into his next big idea. That most people reading the Bible today are missing a huge amount.
Just scratching the surface. Missing the nuance, the subtlety, the overall complexity.
It really raises a crucial point about how we approach texts from way back when, doesn't it?
It does. And Antonson uses Jesus' statement, "I am the Son of God," as a prime example.
Okay.
He calls it a grammatical minefield in Greek.
A minefield. Wow. What does he mean by that? What makes it so complex?
Well, for instance, just the way the definite article "the" is used or not used with son in Greek can carry different weight, different implications about the nature of that relationship.
Huh. Never thought about that.
And also the whole cultural understanding of sonship back then. It wasn't always just literal parentage. It could mean representation, divine favor, a whole range of things.
So a simple phrase in English translation actually holds all this potential meaning.
Layers. Yeah, layers that often get flattened out in translation.
It really adds another dimension to a statement that, usually feels pretty straightforward. Antonson also brings in a quote from Walter Brueggemann.
Oh, yeah, the scholar.
Right. He said, "The Bible is not just a book of stories, it's a story of words, and those words carry worlds within them."
That perfectly captures it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The weight of the original language.
Absolutely. Antonson really wants us to see the Bible not as just, simple stories or moral lessons.
Things to be taken purely at face value.
Right. But as this incredibly intricate thing, he calls it a delicate web of language, symbolism, and layered meaning.
Delicate web. I like that.
And because it is so intricate, he argues that, well, a significant amount just inevitably gets lost when you translate it from the original languages.
Makes sense. He specifically mentions the Jewish tradition of fusing the Torah with mystical Kabbalah.
Kabbalah, right.
And he points out that this wasn't just some optional extra interpretation. For many, it was a foundational way of actually understanding the text.
Could you maybe briefly explain Kabbalah for listeners who might not be familiar?
Sure. So Kabbalah is essentially a tradition within Judaism that explores the deeper, often hidden or esoteric meanings within the Torah. It uses symbolic interpretation, numerical values of letters, that kind of thing.
Looking beyond the literal.
Exactly. And Antonson brings it up to show there's long been this understanding that the biblical text operates on multiple levels. It's not just the surface narrative.
So it's not just about what the stories say literally. Antonson believes that underneath these famous stories, parting the Red Sea, Garden of Eden, Tower of Babel.
The big ones.
Yeah. He thinks there's a realm of hidden knowledge. He actually calls it a cosmic architecture.
Cosmic architecture. That's a strong phrase. What do you think he means by that?
Well, I take it to mean like an underlying structure or blueprint to the narratives themselves, something hinting at maybe universal principles or connections that go way beyond just the events being described.
Like a deeper pattern woven into the stories.
Exactly. He even quotes Joseph Campbell. "The cave you fear to enter holds the treasure you seek."
Ah, Campbell. That fits perfectly.
Yeah, it really speaks to this idea of needing to push past the surface, to delve deeper, to actually uncover those hidden layers Antonson's talking about.
It's an invitation, really, to move beyond a comfortable, maybe superficial reading and engage with the text in a more challenging way. Be willing to explore the complexities.
Definitely. Now, Antonson draws a really interesting parallel next. He looks at modern storytelling, specifically big movies like Star Wars.
Okay, shifting gears a bit.
Yeah, but it connects. He acknowledges they share these fundamental themes, right? Sacrifice, redemption, hope, themes you absolutely find in the Bible.
Sure, those are pretty universal human themes.
But he points out a crucial difference in how these stories get presented today. Modern movies, they invest so heavily in creating these epic worlds.
Oh, yeah. CGI, stunning visuals, huge stars, constant action.
Exactly. And Antonson asks, why? Why do we need all this spectacle now?
Good question. What's his take?
His answer is basically that we need these stories to be larger than life now. We expect that grand scale, the compelling heroes, the amazing visuals.
It's part of the draw, isn't it?
Yeah.
It helps us suspend disbelief, especially when we're paying for the experience.
Right. So bringing this back to the Bible, Antonson's argument is, well, maybe the Bible deserves a similar kind of passionate, artistic engagement, something to truly honor its inherent depth for a modern audience.
So not changing the core, but changing the presentation.
Kind of. He uses David and Goliath as an example. Instead of just picturing, a tiny guy killing a bigger guy, he suggests our modern sensibilities almost crave a towering superhero figure. We want the spectacle.
Like a cinematic battle scene.
Yeah, exactly. It's about recognizing that to connect with people today, people used to that kind of storytelling, maybe we need to present these ancient stories in a way that matches that level of engagement.
Enhance how it's conveyed, maybe, without losing the essence.
Precisely. And Antonson is clear. He emphasizes these biblical stories aren't just relics of faith.
Right, not just dusty old religious tales.
He sees them as a rich labyrinth of language, symbolism, and cosmic design. And he's careful to say he's not arguing against faith.
No, not at all.
And he's not knocking people who love fictional universes like Star Wars or whatever, if that interest might actually lead them to explore these foundational texts too.
So it's not an either thing for him.
Not at all. But his central point, and this feels really key, is that everyone, and he specifically calls out secular humanists, atheists, skeptics.
So not just religious folks.
Right. Everyone should approach these critical texts, like the Bible, as fundamental pillars of knowledge, not only as religious documents.
Pillars of knowledge, because they're so foundational to, Western culture.
Yeah, he underscores their role in shaping Western philosophy, art, literature, you name it. And he even points to a contemporary thing. This is written in 2025. Remember the passing of a pope?
Ah, right. That caused a huge global reaction.
Yeah, exactly. He uses that as an example of why these texts and the traditions around them still hold broad relevance and interest, even for people completely outside those specific religious traditions.
That makes sense. It's part of our shared cultural DNA in many ways.
Totally. And he ends with this really direct, almost challenging call to action. He basically tells everyone to grab a Bible and make yourself useful.
Huh. Pretty blunt.
Yeah, but he follows it with this promise that you'll learn something and maybe even everything. Quite a claim.
So boiling it down, Anthon's really pushing for us to see the Bible's underappreciated complexity.
Yeah.
Suggesting we need more engaging, maybe more artistically rich ways to explore its stories today.
Right, meeting people where they are.
And firmly believing it holds value as a source of knowledge for absolutely everyone, regardless of their personal beliefs.
It really boils down to recognizing there's just this vast amount of insight and understanding potentially waiting in these foundational texts.
Yeah.
Way beyond just a quick read or, a surface level take.
Absolutely. Which it kind of prompts a fascinating question for you, the listener, to maybe chew on.
Okay.
What other ancient stories, maybe beyond just the Bible, might hold these unexpectedly deep meanings if we looked at them through a more modern lens?
Interesting. Like myths, epics.
Yeah. And how could exploring these texts, even if you have zero religious inclination, how could that enrich your understanding of history, culture, just the enduring human experience?
It's about looking past the familiar, I guess. Being open to seeing things in a new way.
Exactly. Something to mull over.
Definitely gives you something to think about. Well, thanks for taking this deep dive with us today.
Always a pleasure.
We really encourage you to explore these ideas further on your own.
Have you ever come across something, maybe a word or a phrase that just stops you in your tracks?
Oh, yeah. Definitely happens.
Well, that's kind of what we felt digging into this planksip article, Jews. Ash and Nazi when etymology echoes extinction. The title itself is pretty stark.
It really is. And the core observation, it jumps right out at you.
It does. This phonetic thing, you hear
Yeah.
Jews and ash, and I mean, it's almost impossible not to think of the Holocaust, the crematoria.
Exactly, that immediate visceral connection.
And then Jews and Nazi, the perpetrators themselves. It's,
Mhm.
well, it's chilling, that echo.
It is. And the article dives right into this phonetic puzzle within the word Ashkenazi.
Right.
You've got sounds that evoke ash, sounds that evoke Nazi, and then smack in the middle phonetically you have something like the Hebrew word ken,
Which means yes.
which means yes. It's just a very strained and frankly unsettling combination of sounds packed into one identifier.
Absolutely unsettling. And the article really drives home the significance when you realize, what is it? Something like 90% of all Jews worldwide are Ashkenazi.
That's the figure often cited, yeah. Historically, the vast majority, especially in Europe leading up to the Holocaust.
And they were, tragically, the primary group targeted.
Right.
So it makes you ask, okay, where does this word Ashkenazi even come from? What's the real story?
Well, according to the article and historical sources, Ashkenaz is actually a medieval Hebrew term. And
Okay.
it referred to Germany, the region.
Germany. Interesting.
Yeah, and it goes back even further. It traces back to a figure, Ashkenaz, mentioned in the Bible in Genesis.
Wow. Okay. Biblical roots.
hmm And by about the 10th century, you have Jewish communities settling in these German-speaking lands, and they became known, logically enough, as Ashkenazi Jews, Jews from the region of Ashkenaz.
So initially just a geographical label, Jews of Germany, essentially.
Pretty much. Simple as that, originally.
Okay, that makes sense. So that's the Ashkenaz part. Now let's pivot to the other, the more sinister sounding part of this phonetic link, Nazi.
Right.
We all know the term, obviously, but the article gives a bit more context on its origin, too.
It does. It points out that Nazis started as a kind of shorthand, and actually, initially, it was used somewhat pejoratively.
Oh, really? How so?
Well, it was short for National Socialist, from the full party name, National Sozialistische Deutsche Arbeiterpartei.
The National Socialist German Workers' Party. Quite a mouthful.
Exactly. So Nazi was shorter. And it emerged, the article says, in 1920s Bavaria, sometimes used by opponents to sort of mock or diminish the party members.
Oh, I didn't realize it started partly as an insult.
Yeah, and another key point the article stresses is how that socialist part of the name was, well, deeply misleading.
Right. It wasn't really about socialism in the way we'd normally think of it.
Not at all. It was, as the article puts it, sort of a strategic cover, a facade for their actual ideology, which was fascism, aggressive nationalism, racism.
Got it. So we have Ashkenazi, meaning basically German Jews and Nazi, the short name for the German fascist party that took power. And this sets up what the article calls that twisted twist.
Yeah, the horrifying irony.
That the Nazis' genocide machine was aimed squarely, overwhelmingly, at Ashkenazi Jews, the very people whose identifier contains these echoes of Ashkenazi.
It's just a chilling convergence. And the demographics, like we touched on, they're stark. Around 1933, about 90% of Jews in Europe were Ashkenazi.
90%.
So when you think about the scale of the Holocaust, the estimate is around 6 million Jews murdered.
And about 11 million total victims, including other groups persecuted by the Nazis.
Right. The devastation for Ashkenazi communities was just immense, almost total in many areas. And geographically, too, the overlap is undeniable.
How so?
Well, the epicenter of the Holocaust, Germany, Poland, large parts of Eastern Europe, these were precisely the historical heartlands of Ashkenazi Jewry for centuries.
Wow. It's a lot to take in, the weight of it. But the article is very careful to make a crucial distinction here, isn't it?
Absolutely critical. It stresses that this linguistic overlap, this phonetic echo, it's not evidence of some kind of preordained intentional link or conspiracy.
Right. It's not suggesting the Nazis targeted them because their name sounded like that. That would be absurd.
Completely. The article calls it a harrowing testament to history in a mirror. It reflects the tragedy, but it didn't cause it.
So is historical circumstance.
Exactly. The Ashkenazim were the largest Jewish population in the areas the Nazis controlled and targeted. They were the primary victims because of where they lived and who they were in the eyes of Nazi ideology, not because of the syllables in their name. It's a coincidence, but a profoundly disturbing one.
A coincidence born from the cruel twists of history. That's a really important point to hammer home.
Definitely.
But even knowing it's coincidence, the article talks about how this changes the feel of the word Ashkenazi itself, doesn't it? It carries a different weight now.
It inevitably does. What was once a fairly neutral descriptor, Jews of Germany, or that cultural linguistic group now, as the article says, it bears this ghostly weight.
Because you can't unhear those echoes once you notice them.
Precisely. The sounds, Ash and Nazi, with that yes sound, Ken, sort of trapped in between, it's acquired layers of meaning and trauma because of what happened.
So the history has sort of retroactively charged the word.
You could say that. The article makes the point that Ashkenazi Jews just meant Jews of Germany. But the Holocaust perpetrated by the Nazis means that the word German, and by extension Ashkenazi, is now forever linked in Jewish historical memory with Nazi.
It really shows how history shapes language, or at least our perception of it. How events can just infuse words with new, sometimes terrible meaning.
It's a powerful reminder of that.
Yeah.
Language isn't static. It absorbs the experiences of the people who use it.
Okay, so let's try and pull this all together. We dove into this planksip piece looking at the word Ashkenazi, and we found this really disturbing phonetic resonance ash, like the ashes of the crematoria, Nazis, the perpetrators, and even Ken. Yes, sitting right in the middle.
A truly unsettling collection of sounds in one name.
But, and this is the crucial takeaway, the article makes it clear, this is a horrifying accident of linguistic history. It's not some intentional design.
Absolutely not. Ashkenazi originally just signified Jews from the German lands, tracing back centuries, even biblically.
And the Nazis targeted them because they were the major Jewish population in Europe within their reach, not because of the name itself.
It was historical and geographical reality that made them the primary victims.
Yet, because of that history, the term Ashkenazi, once neutral, is now forever burdened by these echoes. The history has seeped into the very sounds of the word.
Yeah, it's a stark example of how language can carry the weight of immense tragedy long after the events themselves.
It really makes you think, doesn't it, about how words we use every day might hold hidden histories or connections we don't even realize. It kind of invites you to wonder, what other intersections are out there between the words we use and the history they've witnessed? So what actually makes you you? It's one of those big questions. Yeah.
Definitely. And that article you shared, Brent Antonson's Who Are You? It really tries to tackle it head on.
Yeah, Anatomy of the Human Experience. quite a title. It digs into, well, everything that makes us human, basically.
It's pretty ambitious, sort of an inventory of being human, the shared stuff and the unique stuff.
Exactly. And knowing you appreciate getting the core ideas quickly, but, properly.
Get right to the good stuff.
We figured a deep dive into this would be perfect. Let's pull out those really interesting nuggets of things that maybe make you see you a bit differently.
Sounds good. Let's do it. Where does he kick things off?
Well, he starts with the things we all share, biologically speaking, stuff we don't even think about.
Like the belly button scar.
Right. Every single person. It's a universal human thing.
And the basics, too. Eating, breathing, blinking, the constant biological hum.
But then it gets really interesting. He talks about cell replacement, how most of our cells turn over every, 7 to 10 years?
Yeah, roughly that time frame. It's kind of mind-bending.
Totally. So physically, you're largely not the same stuff you were a decade ago.
Which leads to that big question, doesn't it? If the physical parts are always changing, what is continuous? What makes you feel like the same you over time?
It's almost philosophical.
Yeah.
Right. And from that shared foundation, he then zooms out to, the incredible variety.
The sheer diversity. He even mentions overall biodiversity. First 8.7 million species estimated on Earth. Puts us in perspective.
It really does. Then he focuses just on humans. And the numbers are still kind of wild.
Yeah, around 72 genders cited in the piece.
And 41 music genres, 28 dance styles.
It just keeps going. It really paints a picture of how differently we express ourselves.
Even, less common categories. 136 types of narcotics mentioned. Or the 4 main alcohol types, beer, wine, spirits, liquors.
It highlights human ingenuity, maybe? Or just the breadth of our experiences and creations.
And careers. Over 12,000 options. Think about that. Your choices there really shape your identity within this huge field of possibility.
That's a great point. And how does that external stuff connect with what's going on inside? He moves into the internal world next, right?
Yeah, the inner complexity, starting with memory.
Ah, yes, the brain storage capacity.
Get this, 2.5 million gigabytes equivalent for the average adult brain.
Wow. That's just vast. An immense personal archive.
Seriously. And layer on top of that all the languages 7,100 and cultures 3,800.
Each one a whole different way of seeing the world, thinking, interacting.
And even what we can eat. He mentions hundreds of thousands of edible plants, tens of thousands of edible animal species.
That speaks to our adaptability, I suppose, and the richness of the planet.
Then he gets down to the really fundamental stuff, our genes.
The genetic blueprint. Around 20,000 to 25,000 genes based on the Human Genome Project estimates he cites.
Starting point, kind of. And then the brain's hardware, the 86 billion neurons.
86 billion, constantly firing, connecting, rewiring. That's the basis of our thoughts, our memories, our consciousness, really.
It's almost impossible to really grasp that scale of activity. Billions of connections constantly shifting based on everything we do and experience.
Exactly. It's this dynamic network that makes each brain, each mind, unique.
Which flows nicely into emotions and experiences, doesn't it? That subjective feeling of being alive.
Right. He identifies 27 distinct human emotions. Things like admiration, anxiety, joy, nostalgia, the whole spectrum.
And notes how they're often tied to major life events.
Yeah, the 17 major ones listed, like, birth, starting school, maybe getting married, losing someone close.
The big turning points that really shape our emotional history.
And it's not just the events, but other factors too. He calls them reactive ingredients.
Like being tired or stressed.
Or even things like drugs or meditation. They can change how intense our emotions feel. It shows how fluid feelings can be.
Interesting. And then the different ways we think.
The 7 ways of thinking listed critical, analytical, creative.
Abstract, concrete, convergent, divergent. We all use them differently.
And we're all prone to cognitive biases too, those mental shortcuts.
Like confirmation bias, right, where you look for stuff that already fits what you believe.
Exactly. Our brains take shortcuts, which can sometimes lead us astray. So all this internal stuff, it has to come out somehow.
Which leads to physical expression. Our faces, for example.
The 43 facial muscles, capable of, what was the number? Over 10,000 expressions.
10,000. It's incredible for communication, isn't it?
Totally. And just our general appearance varies so much.
143 skin tones mentioned. 12 hair types. Over 1,200 styles possible.
Even the amount of hair. Blondes typically having fewer than brunettes, redheads having the least on average according to the article's figures.
It's all part of that visible uniqueness.
So building on these details, he then tries to categorize the types of experiences we have.
Right. The 6 main categories: physical, mental, emotional.
Spiritual, social, and virtual. A pretty broad framework.
What does he mean by spiritual exactly?
Well, it could be anything from organized religion to personal beliefs, meditation, feeling connected to nature, or something bigger than yourself, that sort of thing.
Gotcha. And within those, there are 47 specific types of experiences listed.
Yeah, things like adulthood, creativity, friendship, learning, mortality, even virtual experiences now.
And these often play out within 12 universal themes, like love, loss, adventure, the big human stories.
It helps see the common ground, despite all the surface differences.
Makes sense. And of course, where we live matters hugely, the socio-political context.
Definitely. 195 countries, all with different environments affecting freedoms and daily life.
And the 10 political types he mentions, democracy, communism, etc., they set the stage.
Plus belief systems. 12 major religions, but over 4,000 recognized ones overall.
And people with mixed beliefs or no specific affiliation. It's a huge spectrum of worldviews.
Which also connects to understanding different abilities, right? The spectrum there.
Yes, he covers that too. 10 classifications of disabilities, things like ADHD, learning disabilities, visual impairments.
And then lists 21 specific types, like blindness, autism spectrum disorder, cerebral palsy. It's part of the full picture of human variation.
Absolutely. So when you put it all together, all these layers.
It's kind of staggering, isn't it?
It really is. The shared biology, the incredible diversity, the internal world, how we express it, our experiences, our context, our abilities.
You end up with the individual, that unique combination. He lists 16 attributes contributing to uniqueness.
Like genetics, personality, habits, relationships.
Creativity, humor, taste, travel experiences, all that stuff.
Guided by our core values like honesty or compassion.
And shaped by the life skills we develop: communication, problem solving, resilience.
So wrapping up this anatomy lesson, the big takeaway seems to be this constant dance, right? Between what makes us all human and what makes each of us completely unique.
Yeah, exactly. You, listening right now, are this one-of-a-kind iteration within that massive, complex framework.
It is. It's a lot of information to take in, all these numbers and categories.
For sure. It could feel overwhelming. But hopefully it's more like an invitation to appreciate the complexity.
Yeah, maybe spark some curiosity about your own makeup.
Precisely.
So maybe a final thought for everyone listening. As you go about your day, maybe just pick one detail we talked about. Could be the, 10,000 facial expressions, or one of those types of experience like creativity or learning.
See which one kind of resonates.
Yeah. Why does that specific bit stand out to you? What might that tell you about your own personal anatomy of human experience? Something to chew on.
Welcome to the deep dive. Today, we're going to untangle some really surprising threads. Things connecting language, history, identity. It gets pretty complex.
It really does. You shared that article, The Double-Edged Etymology, Ashkenazi and Holocaust Memory. It's quite something.
Yeah, it looks at Ashkenazi. It's, chilling echoes with the Holocaust, and then it pivots to the name Israel. You know our listeners, they want the key insights. Fast but thorough.
And the connections here are, fascinating, definitely, but also, frankly, quite unsettling at times.
Right. So the article is our main source, and our mission, let's say, is to explore these linguistic links and historical layers. What does it all reveal?
Exactly. We're diving into how these words, these terms, reflect history, sometimes in very stark ways.
Okay, so let's start with that immediate grim connection the article makes, Jews and ash.
Hard not to think of the crematoria, isn't it? Instantly.
And then you put Jews and Nazi together.
And that's the perpetrators. Clear link.
But then the article throws in this Hebrew word, ken, meaning yes.
Yeah, ken for yes. And it suggests that this somehow combines with other parts to form Ashkenazi. It's structurally interesting, at least phonetically for an English speaker.
And this is where it gets really, really heavy, the statistic.
The sheer scale, yeah.
Yeah.
The article says something like 90% of all Jews are Ashkenazi.
90%. And tragically.
That was the very group overwhelmingly targeted in the Holocaust. So you have ash sort of embedded linguistically, or at least phonetically resembling it in English, within the name identifying the vast majority of the victims.
Victims of a genocide that, turned so many to ash.
It's a disturbing convergence, language and history colliding in this really uncanny way.
It highlights that awful link between identity and geography too, doesn't it? Because Ashkenazi communities were historically where?
Well, that's the next point. Ashkenaz, the term itself, in medieval Hebrew, it referred to Germany.
Germany. Okay.
And it goes back even further to a figure in Genesis 10.3. But the key thing is, these communities were established in German-speaking lands way back by the 10th century.
Secret centuries before the Nazis, long before.
Exactly. Long, long before.
Which brings us to Nazi, such a loaded term. Where did that actually come from?
The article clarifies it's just, well, not just, but it's an abbreviation, short for National Socialist.
National Socialist, right.
And apparently it popped up in the 1920s in Bavaria, started as a kind of insult, pejorative label for Hitler's party.
Huh. Just a nickname almost that turned into this symbol of pure horror.
Pretty much.
So putting that together, Ashkenazi means Jews of Germany.
Mm-hmm.
And Nazis, originating in Germany, targeted primarily the Ashkenazi Jews.
That's the devastating irony the article really drives home. The name itself connects them to Germany, the place where the regime that sought to exterminate them began.
And the numbers mentioned, just staggering.
Yeah, roughly 6 million Jewish victims. Part of a larger total, the article estimates around 11 million victims overall, including non-Jews targeted by the Nazis.
And the article also makes a point about Holocaust denial, doesn't it? Citing that Churchill quote.
Yes, it mentions a recent false claim, wildly minimizing the number of deaths, and then quotes Churchill. A lie will get halfway around the world before truth even gets its pants on.
It's a powerful quote. Makes you think about how ignorance.
The article frames it as global ignorance being a kind of enemy, which, when you think about ensuring historical accuracy, especially for something like the Holocaust, it feels right. Misinformation is dangerous.
Absolutely. It disrespects the victims, and it hinders our ability to learn from the past.
Precisely. Weakens our understanding, our ability to prevent future atrocities. That idea of ignorance as an enemy really hits home there.
Okay, so we've traced that Ashkenazi connection. But then the article shifts gears, looking at the name Israel. This felt like a bit of a left turn initially.
It did, but it's exploring another potential linguistic echo, though a different kind. It looks at the English spelling, Israel.
Right, the A part. It looks a bit like that ash symbol, the ligature you sometimes see.
Like in Caesar or Encyclopedia, yeah. But the article is clear. It's just a visual resemblance, pure coincidence.
So it's not the same ash sound or symbol.
Not at all. The AE in Israel, it's a digraph, basically two letters representing one sound. It comes from trying to represent Latin or Greek vowels in English.
Okay.
In this case, it's a convention for transliterating a specific Hebrew vowel sound, the Kamatz vowel, under the first letter, the Aleph. It's about representing Hebrew pronunciation in English letters.
Got it. So no link to the ash symbol. But the word ash itself, does it have Hebrew roots? The article mentioned the ash tree.
It does. The Syrian ash tree, Mila surit in Hebrew, is native to the region of Israel.
Okay.
But then it goes deeper into something more religiously significant historically, Asherah poles.
Asherah poles. Right, I remember something about those. Weren't they connected to, like, Canaanite gods, and the Israelites were told to get rid of them?
Exactly. The article points to passages in Exodus, Deuteronomy. God explicitly commands the Israelites to cut down these poles, which were associated with the goddess Asherah. They were forbidden from setting up their own.
So a symbol of pagan worship, essentially.
Pretty much. Their presence was often linked to divine judgment, though, interestingly, the article does mention some archaeological finds, inscriptions from a place called Kuntulet Ajrud.
Oh, what do they suggest?
Well, they might suggest some early association, maybe even syncretism, between Asherah and Yahweh. It's debated, but it adds complexity.
And Asherah herself, who was she in that pantheon?
A major figure. A mother goddess, often considered the consort of the head god El.
El. Like in El, the arrow.
Okay, exactly that El. The article notes El means to the skies or upwards, inspired by a verse in Hosea. So El was the chief deity, and Asherah was his consort, mother to other gods like Bel.
Wow. Okay, so a lot of ancient history tied up there. Now let's really break down Israel itself. Israel. In Hebrew, Yisrael.
Right, so we've talked about El, God. Then there's Is, spelled Aleph Yod Shin Shin.
And that means?
Man, or husband, or sometimes each one.
Okay. Man. El is God. What about the Ra part? R-A.
Well, the primary meaning of Ra in Hebrew is actually bad or evil.
Bad. That seems odd in the name Israel.
It does on the surface. But the article brings in another fascinating layer, the connection to Ra, the ancient Egyptian sun god.
Ah, Ra, the big one in Egypt, king of the gods, patron of the pharaoh.
Exactly. Hugely important, especially around the 25th to 24th centuries BCE. And the article points out this is roughly overlapping with the period the Israelites were enslaved in Egypt, according to tradition.
So the name might contain an echo, even a negative one, of the dominant god of their oppressors. That's quite a thought.
It's a potential layer, yeah, a complex juxtaposition.
And then there's another connection mentioned for Isra to Arabic.
Yes, Ehokova Isra. In Arabic, it refers to the Prophet Muhammad's night journey to Jerusalem.
Huh. So Hebrew and Arabic share roots there.
They're both Central Semitic languages, so yes, there are deep linguistic connections. It shows how these sounds and roots echo across related cultures.
Okay, that covers the Isra part in a few ways. Now, going back to the idea of ash, but in Hebrew this time, the article says the word is
Afer, yes.
Yeah.
Which sounds, as the article notes, a bit like heifer.
And that connection is significant
Because of the para aduma, the red heifer.
the red heifer.
Yeah.
Right, super important in Jewish tradition.
Extremely. Its ashes, Afer, were essential for ritual purification, as laid out in the Book of Numbers. And they're considered necessary for the rebuilding of the temple.
So while Afer isn't the ash in Ashkenazi, it has its own profound meaning related to ashes and purification in Judaism.
A very deep one, yes.
Okay, let's bring it back to the most common understanding of Israel, or Yisrael.
Right. So we have is meaning man, but the Yises part at the start of Israel.
That's usually connected to Jacob, right? Wrestling with the angel.
Exactly. The traditional meaning is God contends, or one who struggles with God. That's the name Jacob perceives.
So struggle is central to that interpretation.
It is. But the article also mentions another name, Rael.
Rael. How does that fit in?
It can mean friend of God, or to be exalted. It can also be seen as a shortened form of Israel. Less commonly, it might relate to you, like Rachel, but the primary connections are friend of God or exalted.
So if you combine some of these elements, is for man, Rael for friend of God or exalted.
The article suggests the potential composite meaning emerges, something like exalted man, friend of God, alongside the primary meaning of God contends.
That's quite a tapestry of meanings woven into one name. Man, struggle, God, friend, exalted, maybe even echoes of Egypt and purification.
It really is. It shows how much history, theology, and cultural memory could be packed into just a few syllables.
So wrapping this up, what a journey. We started with Ashkenazi, that phonetic echo of ash, its tragic link to the Holocaust through the crematoria, and the irony of its meaning. Jews of Germany.
Yeah, and then we pivoted to Israel, finding no direct ash link in the spelling, but uncovering this incredibly rich, multi-layered etymology. Hints of man, God, struggle, friend, exalted, even connections to Egyptian gods and Arabic terms, plus the separate significance of ash in Jewish ritual.
It really hammers home how language isn't static. It's this living archive holding layers upon layers of history and meaning.
Absolutely. Sometimes in really unexpected, poignant, or even unsettling ways.
It definitely leaves you thinking, doesn't it? You start wondering about all the other words we use every day, what hidden histories, what forgotten connections might be buried just beneath the surface.
What other simple terms hold these kinds of complex, surprising stories? It certainly makes you want to look closer at the words around us.
Definitely food for thought, something for our listeners to perhaps explore on their own.
Welcome to the Deep Dive. Have you ever stopped to think why the Bible, this ancient sacred book, gets put under such an intense microscope? We're talking like PhDs dedicated to just a single verse sometimes. It can seem a bit much.
It definitely can seem that way from the outside, yeah.
So today we're digging into an article called Why the Hell is the Bible Analyzed to Death?
Catchy title.
It is. And our mission really is to figure out why. Why this centuries-long, super detailed analysis? What are we actually learning from it?
Well, a lot of it traces back to the Enlightenment, I think 18th, 19th centuries.
Okay.
Before then, mostly the approach was devotional, faith-based. But the Enlightenment pushed reason, critical thinking, to the forefront.
Right, questioning everything, traditional beliefs included.
Exactly. So scholars started looking at the Bible not just as sacred scripture, but also as a historical document, asking new questions.
Like who really wrote this and when? What was happening in the world at that time?
Precisely those kinds of questions. It was a huge shift in perspective, applying reason to the text itself.
So it wasn't just about belief anymore. It was about investigation, putting on our sort of historical detective hats.
That's a great way to put it. And this thinking, it led directly to the rise of something called biblical criticism.
Biblical criticism. Okay, what does that involve?
Think of it like carefully peeling an onion, layer by layer.
Okay.
Scholars developed specific methods, analytical tools to dissect the text. They were looking for clues about authorship, the historical context, why it was written, who it was for.
Trying to get closer to the original meaning, maybe, before centuries of interpretation piled on.
Exactly that. Trying to understand the different sources, for example, that might have been woven together in the early books. It's complex work.
So this isn't just, random individuals reading. It became a proper academic field. The article mentioned universities playing a role.
Oh, absolutely. Universities started treating theology as a serious academic discipline. Rigorous study.
Which means research papers, dissertations.
And PhD theses, yeah. Often focusing on incredibly specific parts of the text, maybe just a single parable, or even, like you said, a single verse.
Wow.
The goal is really deep, rigorous inquiry, clarifying different interpretations, exploring tricky theological ideas, but within that scholarly framework.
And I guess that intense focus also reflects the fact that, Christianity and Judaism aren't monolithic, right? There's huge diversity within them.
That's a crucial point. These are vast traditions filled with different viewpoints, different schools of thought. So this ongoing deep analysis often mirrors those internal conversations, those debates about meaning that happen within the faiths themselves. It's engagement from many angles.
Okay, that makes sense. But why keep doing it now? It's an ancient text. Why does all this historical digging and academic analysis still matter today?
That's a fair question. I think it's about connection. It's about trying to bridge that ancient wisdom with our contemporary world.
How so?
Well, scholars are constantly exploring how the Bible might speak to new generations, to modern challenges. How can its teachings be relevant now? How do traditional beliefs sit alongside, modern science or ethics?
Reconciling the old with the new, in a way.
Yes, exactly. It's an ongoing conversation between the past and the present.
So if we were to boil it down,
Yeah.
the reason the Bible gets analyzed to death, so to speak, isn't just about faith. It's because it's this incredibly rich, complex thing.
Definitely. It's a tapestry, isn't it? Woven from history, different cultures, deep-seated beliefs, literature.
Right.
And this continuous examination, this peeling of the onion, keeps revealing more of that richness, more of its depth.
Making it a cornerstone for both academic work and spiritual exploration, depending on your approach.
Precisely. Its multifaceted nature just keeps inviting questions, analysis, interpretation, whether you see it as purely divine or as a pivotal human document or somewhere in between.
Okay, so after this deep dive, maybe a final thought for everyone listening. When you learn about these historical, analytical ways of looking at a sacred text, does that enhance its spiritual meaning for you personally, or does it somehow detract from it?
That's a really interesting question to ponder. Does understanding the mechanics take away the magic or add a different layer?
Something to think about. Thanks for joining us on the deep dive.
You know how sometimes you just want to get right to the heart of something important without spending days reading?
Absolutely. Cut through the noise and get the real substance.
Exactly. That's what we try to do here. And today we're jumping into Alexander Solzhenitsyn, a huge figure, really, whose work, it basically blew the lid off the reality of the Soviet regime.
A really powerful voice, and one that, reached far beyond Russia, exposed things that we still need to think about today.
Totally. And for this deep dive, we're leaning on an article by Brent Antonson, who the hell was Solzhenitsyn, came out just recently, March 24th, 2025.
A good, concise piece.
Yeah, it seems sharp. So our mission here is pretty simple. Pull out the key bits of Solzhenitsyn's life and work and, why he still matters, give you the essentials.
Sounds good. The article sets it up well, maybe starting with his early life, and crucially, that arrest.
Good starting point. Okay, so born back in 1918, Kislovodsk, Russia. He served in World War II, right? An artillery officer.
Correct. But the turning point, as the article highlights, comes in 1945.
Right, the arrest. And it was for criticizing Stalin in a private letter.
Yeah, just think about that. A private letter between friends. And that leads to, nearly a decade in labor camps. It says a lot about the time, doesn't it?
Yes. Yeah, hard to really grasp that kind of fear, that level of control.
Yeah.
And those years in the Gulag system, that obviously changed everything for him.
It became the absolute core of his most important writing. That experience, that suffering, it wasn't just personal tragedy. It gave him this unique, brutal insight he shared with the world.
You see that sometimes, don't you? How terrible experiences can fuel incredible art or, well, testimony.
Definitely. It forged his perspective on, humanity under that kind of extreme pressure.
Which leads us perfectly into One Day in the Life of Ivan Nisevich. Published 1962, the article really singles this one out.
And rightly so. It was one of the first really public depictions of life inside a Soviet labor camp. Groundbreaking for its time.
And it gives you such a stark picture, doesn't it? It's not about big political statements, more about the daily grind, just surviving.
Exactly. That power is in that realism. Antonson's piece notes how it details the tiny struggles, the little ways people tried to hold on to their dignity. It's quite short, maybe 90 pages?
Yeah, relatively short. Makes it very impactful. And the article actually gives a link to read it online. We can make sure that's available.
Oh, good. It's a great starting point for anyone wanting to read Solzhenitsyn directly. Very accessible.
So if One Day is that focused snapshot, then the Gulag Archipelago, that's the epic, the big one.
Oh, absolutely. Published in 3 volumes starting in 1973. This is probably his most famous work and the one that really shook the world.
Yeah, it went far beyond his own story, didn't it? It was this huge documented history of the whole system based on his time, plus hundreds of other prisoners' accounts.
The sheer scale of it is immense, and the courage it took to even write it, let alone get it published.
The article mentions this amazing detail. Apparently, he typed up, 10 copies of key information about the Gulag administration?
Yeah, 10 copies. And somehow managed to smuggle them out to a publisher in Paris. I mean, the risk involved. It's like something out of a spy novel.
Incredible. Just shows the determination.
And the impact was undeniable. The Gulag Archipelago really did expose the brutality of the Soviet system on a global scale. It changed everything for how the West, especially, viewed the USSR.
It forced people to confront the reality, the human cost of it all.
And it brings home that point about, truth to power, the importance of individuals being brave enough to speak out, even when it's incredibly dangerous.
Which, of course, brings us to the consequences for him personally. The Nobel Prize in Literature, 1970. Huge recognition.
Massive. But, as the article points out, he couldn't actually go to Sweden to accept it.
Why? Because he was essentially trapped.
Pretty much. The Soviet authorities wouldn't let him travel, and he feared if he left, they wouldn't let him back in. So he was awarded it, but couldn't receive it in person at the time.
And then, just a few years later, in 1974, they exiled him.
Correct. After years of his work spreading secretly, through those underground copies and getting out to the West, the government finally just kicked him out.
And he ended up living in the U.S., in Vermont, for almost 2 decades.
Yeah, long exile. It really shows how far regimes will go to silence voices they can't control.
Imagine being forced out of your own country for writing the truth. But then the story takes another turn.
Right. After the Soviet Union collapsed, he actually went back. Returned to Russia in 1994.
A really remarkable full circle.
It speaks volumes, I think, about his connection to Russia, despite everything he went through there. A kind of symbolic victory, maybe?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe. So when we think about his legacy, and the article pushes us to do this, it's clearly bigger than just literature, isn't it?
Oh, much bigger.
Mm.
He's a major figure in political thought for the 20th century. A symbol of, resisting tyranny.
He's celebrated for that courage, definitely. Putting himself on the line to make sure those stories from the Gulag weren't just swept under the rug.
Making sure we didn't forget.
Mm.
And his work also highlights something more universal, doesn't it? Like the resilience of people.
Yeah, the human spirit under unimaginable pressure that comes through so strongly. The will to survive, to keep some dignity.
And that's why it all still feels relevant, His writings are a powerful warning, really. About unchecked power, totalitarianism.
Doesn't matter the specific ideology, the danger's the same.
Exactly. The danger of losing freedom, the need to protect it. His insights feel timeless.
So wrapping this up, Solzhenitsyn wasn't just a writer. He was, a witness, a crucial voice exposing a truly dark period.
A chronicler of immense suffering, but also, a voice of truth. And his life really shows the impact one person can have, even against a massive oppressive system.
It does make you think, doesn't it, about the power of individual voices today.
And maybe our own responsibility, to pay attention, to speak out when we see injustice.
Yeah. It prompts you to think about how those themes, freedom, human rights, accountability, play out right now in our world.
Absolutely. And for anyone listening who wants to read him, that suggestion from the article, starting with One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich is probably a good one.
Right. Shorter, accessible, but still incredibly powerful.
A great introduction to his voice.
A vital voice. Still speaks volumes today. Well, thanks for joining us for this deep dive.
My pleasure. Welcome to the Deep Dive. Today we're jumping straight into a really fascinating piece one of you brought to us. It's called A Case for a Mathematical God, A Theory of Everything by Brent Antonson.
Yeah, I read through it. It definitely gets you thinking, doesn't it?
It really does. It tackles these big intersections between math, science, and, well, almost theological ideas.
Exactly. Antonson's core idea, it seems, is that the attributes we often think of for God, well, they line up surprisingly well with mathematical principles.
Right. He's suggesting the universe itself might be, at its heart, mathematical, like maybe hinting at a divine entity that is math.
It's a bold argument, for sure.
Yeah. So for you, the learner, our goal here is to kind of unpack these big ideas, make them clear, engaging, and maybe spark some, aha moments.
Right.
We want to see how these abstract math concepts might connect to really deep philosophical, maybe even spiritual stuff.
Sounds good. Where should we start? The central argument.
Yeah, let's do that. This idea of God as mathematics, it's pretty out there.
Yeah.
And interestingly, he kicks it off by mentioning Stephen Hawking's view on God and science.
He does. Hawking famously felt the laws of physics were enough, right? No creator needed. Anton Kissin sort of uses that as a springboard.
How so?
Well, he suggests, okay, if we want to really engage with this God concept, maybe we should use what he calls his own tools.
Which are?
Mathematics.
Ah, okay. So challenge the idea using math itself. That's clever.
And then he lists all these traditional attributes of God, aseity, eternity, holiness, you know the list, and argues they actually resonate with how mathematics works. It's nature.
Okay, like aseity, self-existence. How does that relate?
Well, think about it. Mathematical truths like 1 + 1, 2, they just are, right? They don't depend on anything else to be true. They're self-contained, foundational, kind of like aseity suggests.
I see the parallel. So the core idea running underneath this is that everything science tries to explain
can be expressed mathematically. Yeah. It's not just that math describes the universe. In his view, it seems, math is the universe's fundamental structure.
So existence isn't based on physical stuff first, but on these abstract truths. That kind of flips things on their head.
It really does. Which leads right into his next point about math as the primordial reality.
Primordial, meaning before the beginning.
Exactly. He suggests that even before the Big Bang, before physical matter existed, truths like 1 + 1 = 2, they already held.
Whoa, okay. Math existing before existence itself. That's a big concept.
It is. He positions numbers as, like, supreme, transcending both the natural and the supernatural.
And he acknowledges we still have mysteries in science, right? Like quantum gravity, dark matter.
Oh, absolutely. He knows we don't have all the answers. Quantum gravity, trying to link the super small quantum world with gravity, huge puzzle. Dark matter, dark energy. Still big question marks.
But he thinks
the solutions lie within math. That math holds the keys, ultimately.
It's like math is the bedrock, the ultimate foundation.
Okay, so then he really leans into the universality of math, the inescapability of it.
Yeah, the whole 1 + 1, 2 thing, you just can't argue with it. It's presented as this undeniable foundational truth.
Yeah, and what's the bigger point he's making with that?
Well, he uses this interesting analogy. Different belief systems, right? They might arrive at the same answer, say 2, but through different paths.
Right.
He gives examples like maybe one perspective is 6 - 4 = 2, another is 1 + 5 - 4 = 2, different equations.
But the same result, the same mathematical truth.
Exactly. And he likens that to different religions, maybe celebrating a higher power in their own unique ways, while science or skepticism might focus on that underlying mathematical fact that's constant no matter how you got there.
It's like a potential common ground. Interesting.
And he really hammers home the point that these truths are constant everywhere. 5,238 times 67.43 gives you the same answer here as it would billions of light years away. That universality really is powerful. It suggests math isn't just a human invention, but something fundamental.
Right. He even brings in stuff like electron spin, the quantum number describing an electron's intrinsic angular momentum.
Vaguely. It could be spin up or spin down.
Exactly. And its magnitude is always 12, direction plus or minus. It's quantized specific values only. He argues this reflects an underlying mathematical structure. It has to be one or the other based on mathematical truth.
So it's not arbitrary.
not at all. And he contrasts this rigid mathematical logic, 1 plus 1 cannot equal 3, 2 plus 2 cannot equal 5, with how society sometimes accepts, well, a logical idea.
Okay, I get it. Math is this unwavering bedrock, consistent, reliable, unlike sometimes human opinions.
Precisely. And this is where it gets even more mind-bending. He pushes this into extreme scenarios, like inside a black hole.
Where physics kind of breaks down, right?
Yeah, our current understanding hits a wall. But he suggests, even there, 1 plus 1 must still equal 2.
That feels paradoxical. How can a truth hold where the laws supporting it seem to dissolve?
It really highlights how abstract and foundational he sees math. It's like even if physical reality warps beyond recognition, these core mathematical principles, they persist. They're somehow more fundamental than physical reality itself.
Wow. Okay. Then he connects math to ideas about transcendence and the future. He brings up Frank Tipler's omega point.
Right, from Tipler's book, The Physics of Immortality.
Can you give us the gist of the omega point for anyone who hasn't heard of it?
Sure. Tipler's theory basically is about the far, far future. As the universe possibly collapses back in on itself, intelligent life, having spread out and gained control over everything, reaches this point, the omega point, with effectively infinite computational power.
Infinite computation.
Okay.
And how does Antonson use this?
He sees this potential for infinite information processing as aligning with his mathematics of existence. He even hints it could be a form of ultimate resurrection, like simulating past consciousnesses.
So linking math principles to end times, essentially, eschatology.
In a way, yeah, it's definitely speculative, but it's how he tries to weave these really big, almost spiritual ideas into his mathematical framework.
Fascinating, if a bit, out there. Okay, then the focus shifts to binary, the ones and nurses.
Yes, he connects the universe's very essence to binary code. Bites those groups of 8 ones and early oges, he suggests they might hold the secrets. The code of reality. The matrix, as he puts it.
Like the movie.
Sort of, yeah. He even muses that if God perceived us in binary, it might seem simple, but that fundamental language could still be what underpins everything.
And he uses everyday examples too, right?
He does, like the distance to your wine glass, the wavelengths in a sunset, even a cat's 9 lives. He frames them all as numerical.
Even his own name, Brent.
Yeah, converts it using letter positions in the alphabet to get a number 53, I think,
Right.
and argues that number is constant wherever that alphabet is used.
What's the point of all those examples?
It's to show how numbers are everywhere, even in things that don't seem mathematical on the surface, reinforcing that math isn't just equations, it's woven into the fabric of everything.
So the article then pivots slightly. If science has answered so much about the physical, maybe we need God for meaning, purpose.
Kind of. It's like, let's look beyond the purely physical. Scrutinize languages, cultures, religions, searching for deeper patterns, deeper meaning.
And he uses that binary code again. 1 header 0 0 1 0 0 you'll O is our truth. What's that supposed to mean?
I think it's a metaphor, binary as this fundamental underlying truth, maybe one we haven't fully cracked yet. The call to scrutinize everything is like trying to find that hidden code, that mathematical structure, even in, say, culture or religion.
Which leads him to interpreting religious texts mathematically, like the Bible and Quran.
Yeah, he suggests they could be seen as abstract reflections of this true God of mathematics. He even wonders if their structure, number of words, passages might have mathematical significance.
So that's a very different way to read them.
Highly symbolic, for sure. He's looking for patterns within the texts as another form of evidence, and he connects the Abrahamic faiths, Judaism, Christianity, Islam,
How?
using the idea of a mirror image. Opposite, yet mathematically related, suggesting they stem from a common, maybe mathematical source.
Unconventional, definitely. He also brings in history. Ptolemy, Aristotle.
Right. He mentions Ptolemy affirming math supremacy over theology, echoing Aristotle, and points out this thinking predates the Bible.
Why bring them up?
To show this idea math as fundamental knowledge isn't new. It has deep historical roots, recognized by major thinkers as potentially more foundational than other ways of knowing.
Okay. And eventually this all builds towards, what? Everything converging.
Yeah. Our senses vision as wavelengths, sound as waves, even the act of doing science, observing, experimenting. He argues it all feeds into a mathematical framework.
Leading to the conclusion that we find God through numbers, equations, truth.
Exactly. And he even puts forward the idea of equating God with the universe itself.
God universe. What's the implication there?
It leans towards pantheism, maybe? The divine isn't separate, but is the universe. And since he argues the universe is mathematical, well, you see the connection.
Oh. And to support the idea of this, mathematical God, maybe valuing life, he talks about the emergence of life itself.
Right. Life appearing in this vast, mostly cold, empty universe, he calls it a breathtaking spectacle. He highlights human intelligence, our ability to do science, as signs of complexity and worth.
Suggesting a mathematical God would appreciate that complexity, more than just dead matter.
That seems to be the implication. And he mentions the Goldilocks zone, Earth being just the right distance from the sun for liquid water.
Yeah, the conditions for life.
He uses that as evidence of fine-tuning, potentially linked to underlying mathematical principles that allow or even favor life and complexity. He connects it to finding exoplanets in their stars' Goldilocks zones, too.
So it's almost an argument from design, but framed mathematically.
You could see it that way, a teleological hint suggesting purpose or directionality rooted in the math itself.
He keeps coming back to this idea that we are numbers, fundamentally, down to the atomic level.
Yeah, that atoms are built on simple mathematical structures, and that math even underpins how we see art, how we experience things. It's all digitized, binary, numerical at the core, in his view.
How far can you really stretch that, though? Everything is just numbers.
It's a strong claim, suggesting math isn't just description but the essence. Even subjective experience somehow arises from these underlying mathematical rules.
And he brings quantum physics into it again.
Yep. He mentions the quantum world having 8 binary characteristics for particle states and interactions, and electron spin up or down, mirroring binary 1 or 0.
So the universe is made of information.
That's the idea he pushes. Fundamentally made of information, encoded mathematically, maybe binarily. Each particle carrying its story in this code. It connects the abstract math to physical reality at the deepest level, like the universe as a giant computer.
He mentions Einstein, too, doesn't he? Spinoza's God.
Right. Einstein's belief in a God revealed through the lawful harmony of the world, not one micromanaging human lives. Antonson links this to his mathematical entity, the one who knew the equations before we did.
And repeats that line. Once 1 + 1 = 2, the blueprint for the universe was drawn.
Yeah, really hammering home that math came first, setting the stage for everything else. Invoking Einstein adds weight, suggesting this view aligns with a deep appreciation for cosmic order.
Then there's the idea of God answering through math, bringing order from chaos.
Using numbers to orchestrate everything: supernovas, heartbeats, ocean waves, all following mathematical principles. It paints a picture of the universe as this incredibly complex but ultimately logical mathematical system, leading to that final statement.
In the end, it's all just numbers.
Pretty much sums up his view.
Okay, what about this equation? God, truth, 0. He quotes a physicist, Antonson.
Yeah, hence is his quote, contrasts religion seeking an omnipresent God with physics seeking omnipresent truth. Antonson uses this to create that equation. God does go through truth.
What does the O signify?
It seems to represent that fundamental binary state, a ground truth. Trying to bridge religion and science through this shared mathematical or maybe informational foundation. He even throws in quantum entanglement.
Einstein's spooky action at a distance.
Right. It's mathematically sound, even if it seems weird intuitively, highlighting how math can describe realities that defy common sense.
He briefly mentions AI and changing identities, too, like sex being binary until it wasn't. How does that fit?
It's a bit tangential, maybe, but it could be hinting that our understanding of fundamental concepts evolves. Even if math principles are fixed, how we apply them, how we interpret reality through them, can change. Perhaps our understanding of the divine could also evolve via this mathematical lens.
Interesting take. Okay, finally he goes into the history, the religious roots of science.
Yeah, pointing out that many pioneers of the scientific revolution, Bacon, Newton, Descartes, Galileo, were deeply religious. Newton, for instance, was devoutly Christian, explored alchemy, biblical chronology.
Right, not just physics and math.
Exactly. And Galileo, despite his conflict with the church over heliocentrism, was pious, initially considered priesthood. The point is,
Science wasn't always opposed to religion.
quite the opposite, often. He argues science was largely born of religion, driven by a desire to understand God's creation, the divine order, through studying nature, natural philosophy.
So this historical context challenges the simple conflict narrative.
Definitely. It shows a deep intertwining, a shared quest for understanding, often framed within a belief in a divine creator or orderer.
And the article wraps up by saying, for science to be truly complete, God needs to be part of the equation.
That's his concluding assertion. Science grew from the fertile soil of faith. using the blueprint of mathematics. And since mathematics is everything, it reveals God as a manifestation of mathematical truth.
It really brings his whole argument together in a powerful, if controversial way.
It absolutely does. It argues science and God aren't separate, but linked by the fundamental language of math.
Okay, so for you, the learner, that was our deep dive into this really compelling argument. The idea that math isn't just a tool, but maybe the very foundation of reality, sharing these surprising parallels with how we've traditionally thought about God.
Yeah, we hope this look at Antonson's article gave you a fresh way to think about knowledge, belief, reality's underlying structures. It really shows the power of looking at things through a different lens, doesn't it?
It really does. And just to leave you with something to chew on, if Antonson's right that once 1 + 1 through the blueprint for the universe was drawn, well, what other fundamental truths, mathematical or maybe something else, might hold similar profound implications we haven't fully grasped yet? What if our very drive to seek knowledge is, itself, some kind of mathematical imperative, something woven right into reality's code?
That's definitely something to ponder.
Indeed. Until our next deep dive, keep thinking, keep questioning. Welcome to this deep dive. Today we're digging into something fascinating, actually brought to us by a listener. It's an article called A Hijacked Religion, A Personal Quest for Divine Inspiration.
Right, by Brent Antonson. It was just published April 22nd, 2025.
And what's really interesting, I think, is that it's very much his personal journey, his experience with the Baha'i faith.
Definitely. He focuses quite a bit on two key figures, the Bab and Baha'u'llah.
Exactly. So our mission today, if you will, is to unpack Antonson's main points, and especially the differences he sees between these two figures and what that means, according to him.
Okay, so where does he start?
Well, he kicks off thinking about, the long history of prophets, divine figures, scriptures.
Oh.
The Bible, for example.
That whole prophetic tradition.
Right. And it leads him to this really fundamental question. Has divine inspiration actually stopped? Has that line ended?
That's a pretty profound place to start. He's clearly coming from a viewpoint that sees this continuous flow of guidance through history.
Yeah, and the idea that it might have just ended.
Yeah.
That seems to be what drives his look into the Baha'i faith.
And specifically into the figure of the Bab.
And when Antonson first encounters the Bab's writings, it's not just like an academic thing for him. He describes this feeling, undeniable power, he calls it.
A sense of divine origin.
Yeah, that's a strong reaction. It really jumps out.
It really does. It shows this isn't just about analyzing texts for him. It's a very personal, almost spiritual connection he feels. A resonance.
Now, one thing Antonson really zeroes in on is the Bab's title, The Gate.
Ah, yes. Significant.
Because it implies, not the final point, but an opening to something else. And the Bab talks constantly about
him whom God shall make manifest.
Exactly. This promised figure seems absolutely crucial to what the Bab was teaching.
Yeah, the Bab is essentially setting himself up as like a herald, preparing the way for someone even greater.
Antonson shares that quote, doesn't he, about this figure being...
Oh, yeah, it's powerful. He whom God shall make manifest is the Lord of all, visible and invisible, the sovereign of all, the adored one of all, in whose hand is the dominion of all things.
Wow, that paints a picture of someone incredibly important, still on the horizon.
It certainly does, and Antonson grabs onto this idea firmly.
He sees the Bab's message as the divine message for our time, the singular, authentic one, a continuation of that line we talked about.
He even calls discovering the Bab's writings a soul refresher.
Again, emphasizing that personal impact. It really makes you think about finding a voice that clicks with your own spiritual search.
It really does, and it's interesting how he links it to other traditions, too.
Right. He suggests Christians, for instance, might find things that resonate in the Bab's teachings.
Kind of a reconciliation, maybe, seeing how Christianity and Islam fit into a bigger picture through the Bab's lens.
Yeah, like finding common ground. He quotes the Bab about justice, too.
Yeah.
So,
the essence of all that we have revealed for thee is justice, is for thee to be just, therewith to judge aright, and to be fair-minded.
That focus on ethics, on justice, you can see how that would connect across different faiths. It's pretty universal.
Absolutely. It taps into those core human values, doesn't it? Beyond specific doctrines.
Okay, so we have the Bab, this powerful figure, pointing towards someone yet to come.
Right. A clear expectation set.
Then, maybe 20 years later, same part of the world,
Baha'u'llah appears.
And Baha'u'llah claims to be him whom God shall make manifest.
And his followers, naturally, see him as fulfilling the Bab's prophecies.
But this is where Antonson hits a fork in the road, personally speaking.
This is the crux of it for him, yeah. He starts to question if Baha'u'llah's writings have that same divine stamp he felt so strongly with the Bab.
It's not like he dismisses Baha'u'llah entirely.
No, not completely. It's more difference in the quality or the nature of the inspiration he perceives.
And his own experience in a Baha'i community seems to play into this. He mentioned something about...
Yeah, he says in his local group, the focus was really all on Baha'u'llah. The Bab apparently wasn't mentioned much, if at all.
Which, if you're coming in thinking the Bab is this essential forerunner...
That would definitely stand out. It would make you wonder about the dynamic between them in the modern faith.
It does raise questions about how focus can shift within a religion over time.
For Antonson, seeing the Bab seemingly sidelined in practice becomes part of his personal reevaluation.
He does give Baha'u'llah credit for being brilliant, having good ideas.
Right, it's not a blanket rejection.
But then he uses that analogy. It's quite stark. The Bab's words are pure gold.
And Baha'u'llah's have a duller hue.
That really tells you how he feels about them, subjectively.
It's a powerful way to express that perceived difference in divine quality, even while acknowledging intellectual merit. For him, it boils down to that direct hit of inspiration he gets from the Bab.
So all this leads him to his big idea, the hijacked religion.
Which is a strong phrase.
Very. He essentially thinks Baha'u'llah's claim redirected things, and the world is still actually waiting for the real him whom God shall make manifest, promised by the Bab.
It's like saying the anticipated fulfillment just didn't happen, as the Bab laid it out. He believes that original promise of unity and peace is still pending.
And he entertains the thought that maybe Baha'u'llah was sincere, but perhaps mistaken.
Right, maybe a misinterpretation of his own station. Antonson seems particularly struck by how close they were.
In time and place, you mean?
Exactly. The Bab and Baha'u'llah appearing so near each other, geographically and chronologically. For Antonson, that seems maybe too convenient. It fuels his skepticism.
It makes you think, how do you judge claims of divine fulfillment when they happen close together like that? What's the measure?
It's a difficult question. Let's look at some specific texts he brings up. From the Bab, he highlights, "Verily, I say, unless all that is in the Bayan be literally fulfilled and the one promised therein be made manifest, our advent would have been in vain."
The Bayan being the Bab's main scripture.
Right. So the Bab himself is saying his whole purpose hinges on this future figure appearing, as described in his own book.
It makes his role as a forerunner crystal clear. His mission isn't complete on its own.
Precisely. But then you also have quotes where the Bab asserts his own divine role.
Like, O peoples of the earth, give ear unto the call of God.
And he is the one true God, and his messengers are but the manifestations of his glory. He's placing himself firmly in that line of messengers.
So he claims his own station but points ahead.
Exactly. Then contrast that with Baha'u'llah. Antonson points to quotes like, "This is the day whereon mankind can behold the face and hear the voice of the promised one."
Very direct. No ambiguity there.
None at all. And presenting his own teachings as divine law. "Say, O peoples of the world, know assuredly that my commandments are the lamps of my loving kindness."
He's explicitly claiming the mantle the Bab seemed to reserve for the future.
That's the core of the conflict Antonson sees. The nature of the claims is fundamentally different.
And didn't Antonson also mention Baha'u'llah calling himself the final one?
Yes, the last and most exalted manifestation, which directly contradicts Antonson's view that the actual promised one is still awaited.
You can really see how these quotes, side by side, form the basis of his whole argument.
They absolutely do. It's the foundation of his personal conclusion.
Which is? How does he wrap it up?
Well, Antonson concludes, for himself, that the Bab is the figure whose liberation feels truly compellingly divine.
And that the world is still waiting.
Still waiting for that figure the Bab promised. So he argues for, putting more focus back on the Bab's actual writings.
Not necessarily saying don't read Baha'u'llah.
No, but that the Bab's message holds a superior divine quality in his view.
Okay, so wrapping up this deep dive then, we've looked at Brent Antonson's article and his personal journey.
A journey leading him to really elevate the Bab as this uniquely inspired voice.
We foretold a manifestation Antonson believes hasn't arrived yet. And this leads him to question Baha'u'llah's claim to be that figure.
And it's really important to stress, this is his interpretation, based on his reading, his feeling, his experience.
Right, it's one person's perspective.
Absolutely. It's fascinating to see how someone engages directly with these foundational texts and comes to their own conclusions.
It definitely makes you think about, about how people navigate different claims of religious authority, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And what role personal discernment plays in finding truth.
Mm-hmm. So maybe the thought to leave listeners with is, what resonates most with you in this whole dynamic of anticipation and fulfillment?
Yeah, that's a good question. And perhaps this discussion might prompt some listeners to, take a look at the writings of both the Bab and Baha'u'llah themselves.
See what resonates with them directly. Welcome to the Deep Dive. You know, that place where we try to get right to the heart of things, connect some dots, maybe find those aha moments without getting totally bogged down.
Exactly. And today, we're looking at something pretty unique, someone's actual search history.
Yeah, this individual describes his own internet habit as, get this, digital arson, and his mind, in relentless pursuit of the next eureka moment.
It's a fascinating way to look at curiosity, isn't it? Sort of unfiltered. We're drawing this from an article by Brent Antonson called This Is What My Search History Looks Like, a Digital Arson. Came out March 21st, 2025.
And Antonson himself is interesting. Not your typical academic, right? Failed college twice, but he's currently trending top 1% on academia.edu, which is what, 266 million users? Huge platform.
It really is. It kind of throws that traditional path to knowledge out the window. The article really pushes his insatiable curiosity. Goes from quantum theory all the way over to theology.
Okay, so let's jump into some themes here. One big thing is he clearly wasn't a fan of the pace of traditional academia.
Yeah, definitely felt it was too slow, too structured. He wanted to explore directly.
He mentioned spending like 30 years reading Newtonian physics, Einstein.
Right before getting really hooked on quantum theory, he saw it as more dynamic.
And he has this really provocative idea about it, doesn't he? He calls it potentially the end of science.
Uh-huh. Where mathematics goes to die. That's the quote.
Wow. What's the thinking there?
Well, as he sees it, quantum theory starts getting so abstract, dealing with fine-tuning, unifying theories. It pushes math to its absolute limits. He kind of suggests this might leave atheism in a tricky spot regarding the Big Bang, And he seems surprised more people aren't talking about that potential implication.
Interesting. So for you listening, maybe a takeaway is questioning the limits of our current tools, science and math.
Right. Can they explain everything? He also talks a lot about the internet, obviously.
Calls it the endless encyclopedia he dreamed of as a kid.
Exactly. And that ties directly into his academia.edu success. It's changed how we access deep knowledge.
He sees academia.edu as the place for, like, the real bedrock stuff, PhDs, old scientific papers.
Yeah, he mentions stuff going back to the Royal Academy of Science in 1608. He calls it a mental Amazon delivery system for information.
That's a great phrase. Really captures that instant, vast access.
Definitely. And getting into that world wasn't easy for him. He talks about using footnotes to find his way in.
And he got blocked initially by someone called Chess74.
Yeah, shows how rigid some academic circles can be, maybe.
But he kept at it, developed this signature style, apparently.
And he talks about the sheer speed learning more theology in an afternoon than a monastery could in a month. That efficiency?
The intensity sounds incredible, like 15, 20-hour research days?
Yeah, obsessively gigging in, dismantling ideas, tossing stuff that needed too much background knowledge he didn't have yet. Just relentless.
Which brings us back to that intellectual arson idea.
Right, leaving electronic fingerprints everywhere.
Summarizing huge, complex fields in short essays, even when he felt, not qualified.
Exactly. But those essays reach 12.6 million people. People he thinks are responsible for the world we live in.
That's quite a statement. It's like he wants to spark something in others.
I think so. It's about synthesis, sharing, maybe bypassing credentials, and it seems rooted in his childhood.
Blue TV, right. Just encyclopedias, dictionaries.
He devoured them. Even got banned from the library.
No way.
Yeah. He uses this beautiful phrase for it. Baking apple pie with fruits from the tree of knowledge.
Love that. Really paints a picture of self-driven learning forging its own path.
For you, maybe it's a reminder of how powerful those early influences or even limitations can be.
Okay, so the article gives us a peek into this digital arson with his actual search terms. And wow, it's a list.
It's extensive, yeah. We've tried to group them to make some sense of it.
Let's start with what we've called religious studies. And folks, buckle up because this is quite the rabbit hole.
It really is. The range is just staggering right off the bat. You see things like Jewish and Christian apocryphal texts, Mishnah, prophets, Messianic Judaism, ancient studies.
And also literary study of the Bible. So foundations of Abrahamic faith, seems like.
Definitely. But then it keeps going. Discourse analysis, Baha'i, poetry, maybe religious poetry, Zoroastrianism, Buddhist philosophy, Mormonism, Brahmins, Proverbs.
He's really casting a wide net across different traditions.
Yeah, but what's interesting isn't just the breadth, but the depth in places. Like, look at early Christianity.
Okay.
We see Coptology. That's the study of Coptic language and culture, Coptic liturgy, the Church of Alexandria, Origen, the sayings of the Desert Fathers. He's not just skimming.
Right. He's digging into the specifics of historical practice and thought. It goes on. Apostle Paul, Pauline letters, Pseudo-Clementine literature, Philippians, Nathan, then more early Christianity, Mark the Evangelist, mystical poetry, Moses.
Even Freud pops up.
Yeah.
Maybe looking at the psychology angle.
Could be. Then biblical exegesis, lots of apocrypha, pseudepigrapha, those non-canonical texts.
His focus on the Bible itself seems really detailed. Bible translation, Old Testament prophecy, Bible studies, Hebrew Bible, and ancient Near East. Getting into the context.
And mystical theology, patristic studies, study of the early church fathers, deeper theological dives.
Absolutely. Jesus Christ, Coptic Church, Body of Christ, Old Testament studies, Book of Ruth, Jewish studies, early Christianity, Jewish-Christian relations, late antiquity.
Even Syriac studies, Syriac Christianity, so different branches of early thought.
Right, like figures such as Nisibis and Narsai. These aren't exactly household names, It shows real depth. For you, this reveals just how interconnected his study of Judaism and Christianity is. Origins, development, interactions.
We also see biblical interpretation, biblical hermeneutics. Honest to God, that's a specific book, right? Jewish messianism, medieval church history, history of church councils, early church fathers, ecumenical councils.
Philosophical theology, and then look, Islamic thought and philosophy, Islamic humanism.
So bringing Islam into the comparison.
Just seems like it. Comparing threads, maybe differences, and then Russian Orthodox Church, Orthodox theology too. Another layer of Christianity.
And back to Scripture. Gnostic Gospels, Synoptic Gospels, New Testament textual criticism, looking at manuscript variations.
Exactly. Biblical Greek, New Testament exegesis, really getting into the text.
Also, history of the Bible, biblical canon, Didymus the Blind, New Testament canon formation. He's asking how the Bible became the Bible.
Yeah, and even the pericope adulterae, that specific story in John with a tricky manuscript history. That's meticulous stuff.
Then there's Old Testament things like ecological hermeneutics, eco-justice principles, applying environmental ethics.
Looks like it. Also the Holiness Code, Book of Psalms, biblical Hebrew poetry, and then connecting way back.
Pyramid texts, coffin texts, Book of the Dead, ancient Egyptian stuff.
Right. Paired with origins of religion and Semitic languages, it suggests he's looking for the really ancient roots, maybe comparing expressions of belief across cultures.
And engaging with modern debates, too. Scientific theology, Hans Kung.
Plus Christian mysticism, prayer, Evagrius Ponticus, modern Jewish philosophy, German Jewish studies, Jewish cultural studies.
Then deep dives into Christology, the nature of Christ, Trinitarian Christology, Logos Christology.
Even specific branches like Ethiopian Christianity, figures like Shenoutia Treep.
And look how it crosses over. Religious law, Brahmanism, Brahman law, that's ancient Irish law.
Yeah, and then figures like Youth Mandan Fodio from West Africa, the Sankore Institute in Timbuktu. It shows a really global view of how religion shapes law, culture, thought.
Okay, that's a lot just on religion. Let's shift gears to the next big group, history.
Right, and again, the range is just huge.
Starts with Anglo-Saxon studies, history of English lit, history of English language, okay. But then immediately ancient studies, New Kingdom, Egyptology, ancient Egyptian cosmology. Big jump.
Yeah, it spans centuries and continents right away. Then early church, French literature, late antiquity, Syriac studies again, medieval church history, history of church councils, Russian history.
And history of the Bible, biblical canon comes up again, linking back.
Exactly, plus medieval history, Russian literature. He's clearly interested in how history, culture, religion, and literature all weave together.
There's that strong Egyptology focus again. Ancient Egyptian language, hieroglyphs, prehistory.
Which then leads to language classification, proto-language, looking for the deep origins of language itself.
Even ancient magic and ancient astrology, trying to grasp the whole worldview.
Seems like it. Then more ancient world, Coptic papyrology, Sahidic Coptic. ancient astrology again, and branching out geographically.
Ethiopian Christianity, Nubian studies, not just the usual Greco-Roman focus.
Right, and the Alexandrian Library keeps popping up fascination with these historical knowledge centers. Specific sites, too, like Deir el-Medina, and then the Book of Jonah. Huh. Maybe the historical context? Or just a literary tangent? Hard to say for sure.
Then early medieval, Christianization of Central and Eastern Europe, Irish monasticism, missionary history.
And geographically wider. Constantinople, Old Rus, ethnicity and national identity, racial and ethnic categories, Iberian studies, Byzantine studies.
And deep dives like the iconoclastic controversy, specific historical debates.
Showing he's not just getting the overview. Then art and archaeology, early medieval art, Byzantine iconoclasm.
Prodens again, anthropology of the classical world, Neolithic archaeology, ancient Egypt again.
Early China, Persian poetry, Persian architecture, Sparta, naval history, Mamluk studies, Syrian studies. Wow.
Then back to the Crusades, early medieval Ireland, recurring themes, getting closer to modern times, early medieval archaeology, old Russian language, Kievan Rus, burial rite, so social and cultural history too.
Book of Chronicles, maybe for its historical narrative.
Yeah.
Then History of the Adriatic, medieval Italy, Novgorod the Great.
And the 20th century gets attention. History of the USSR, film and history, late Ottoman period, Ottoman history, Russian history, Eastern European studies, Jewish history in that region.
Specifics like Poland in the 20th century, Soviet history, and the tough stuff, Nazism, Nazi propaganda.
And language history is always woven in. History of Russian language, Old Church Slavonic, Cyrillo-Methodian studies.
Ukrainian studies, Ukrainian literature, specific regional focus there. Then modern Germany, Arab-Israeli conflict, historical geography.
It's really quite something. Like you said, a vast interconnected tapestry, millennia, continents, culture, conflict.
Yeah. For you listening, it really shows a mind connecting threads from ancient Egypt right through to, well, yesterday's news almost.
Yeah.
Okay, final big category. Literature and languages. Again, tons of overlap expected here.
For sure. Starts with literary study of the Bible, discourse analysis, how texts work, then history of English lit, history of English language, specific authors like W. Somerset Maugham, classics like the Iliad.
But goes way beyond English quickly. Semitic languages, Biblical Hebrew, Semitic linguistics, Hebrew grammar.
And ancient Egyptian language, hieroglyphs again, that strong history language link.
Lots in translation, too. Translation studies, translation theory, and that specific translation Greek into Old Church Slavonic.
Which ties right back to the recurring Old Church Slavonic, Russian and Slavonic studies, a major thread.
And biblical languages, textual analysis, biblical interpretation, hermeneutics, textual criticism, biblical Greek, New Testament exegesis, directly from the religious studies interest.
Yeah, plus the theoretical side, semiotics, literary stylistics, linguists like Bloomfield, engaging with different schools of thought, feudal languages, even language in historical context.
Then huge language families. Indo-European linguistics, Sanskrit, down to specifics like comparative Semitics, linguistic typology, even interrogatives, a specific grammatical point.
The diversity keeps going. Coptic again, grammar, dialects, language reconstruction, proto-language.
And non-Indo-European too. I'll take linguistics, Old Turkic, truly global scope.
We even see language teaching stuff. English language teaching, discourse grammar, communicative competence, applied linguistics and TESOL. Practical applications?
Maybe. And the historical linguistics continues. Armenian language, its sound changes, laryngeal theory, etymology, Romanian, Romance linguistics.
Amazing how it all connects, isn't it? Interest in the Bible drives study of ancient languages, which opens doors to broader linguistics, history.
That Old Church Slavonic theme is really prominent, a deep dive within the broader sweep.
It really shows a mind ignoring academic silos. Literature, history, language, they're all tools for him, pathways to explore these bigger questions about religion, culture, human thought.
And he's aware of theory, too. Russian formalism, new criticism.
Yeah, definitely looking at how to interpret literature, not just what it says.
As we near the end of this immense list, we see more Slavic languages, Greek, Latin lit, Turkish manuscripts.
Philology, textual scholarship, reinforcing that commitment to rigorous text study across traditions.
So looking at all this digital arson, it's not about burning things down, is it?
No, not at all. It seems more about igniting curiosity, his own, and maybe those millions he reaches on academia.edu.
Bypassing the gatekeepers, finding his own way through this ocean of information online, it really highlights how the internet can democratize learning.
If you have that drive, that passion.
Absolutely. Which kind of leads to a final thought, maybe for you listening.
Yeah, this whole thing raises a question, doesn't it? In this age of endless info, what does your search history, broadly speaking, your intellectual path actually reveal?
Are you sticking to the known roads? Or are you, like Antonson maybe, trying to find connections across different areas following your own insights?
Maybe his story is a nudge, you know, a reminder that really deep, meaningful learning can happen outside the usual boxes. If you've got that curiosity and you're willing to just dive in.
A really compelling idea to finish on. Thanks for joining us for this deep dive into one very busy mind.
Keep that curiosity burning.